Major power technology system refreshing novel black technology rise of a powerful nation. Do you know why the country doesn't encourage older single men to form groups for retirement? That's because 2 old men can easily build an anti-aircraft gun with their bare hands, and 3 old men can build a tank. If a group of energetic single men got together, they would immediately become a source of social instability. But that's not the scariest part. The scariest part is when someone in this group suddenly says, "I have a bold idea." And Ling Yun is such a man, a master of ideas. His one idea created a super arms tycoon out of nowhere in China. Chapter 1. Talking nonsense isn't illegal. The genocide carried out by the Hupu in Sand City sparked huge condemnation and protests on Earth. As a typical hot-blooded, righteous, and indignant young man, Ling Yun launched a 6-hour cyberbullying campaign against the Hupu on an international forum. Ultimately, he successfully attracted a foreign scoundrel and unexpectedly earned 300,000 virtual currency. That much money is enough to get me jailed, right? If I voluntarily pay some back taxes to the government, can it be considered my legal income? After all, who the hell hates money? 6 hours earlier, in a gas cylinder factory in Donghu City, China, Ling Yun, exhausted after a long day, dragged his tired body back to his dormitory. Calling it a dormitory was a stretch. It was really just a storage room. However, for a homeless person, having a place to live was already a blessing. Ling Yun was a middle-aged, unemployed man in the city, working part-time at a gas cylinder factory in addition to his food delivery work. Although he was poor, he was definitely not lacking in ambition. So, in his spare time, he would keep up with international affairs. And so, as soon as he got back to his dormitory after work, Ling Yun immediately turned on the TV. At that moment, an international channel was broadcasting a news report. According to the latest Reuters report, yesterday afternoon, an American military officer set himself on fire outside the U.S. Embassy in the U.S. Capitol. Before igniting the gasoline on his body, the officer shouted, "Liberate Palestine, and don't be an accomplice to genocide." According to statistics from the health department in the Palestinian territories of Sakhalin, since the outbreak of this round of conflict, more than 37,000 Palestinians have died in Sakhalin, including more than 5,000 children. Ling Yun was stunned for a moment after hearing this news. He immediately sat down at the table and opened his second-hand laptop. Half an hour later, Ling Yun slammed his fist on the table and cursed loudly. Damn it, those Hupu are getting more and more bullying. They're just like the Japanese devils back then. Damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. The most righteous are often the poorest, the more righteous they are. So, Ling Yun immediately used a VPN to secretly log into a foreign social networking site. Ling Yun registered an account using the username Mars Yun or God Yun. Then, he began a 6-hour-long online tirade against the Hupu and the Eagle. He ranted from 8 p.m. until 1 a.m. the next morning, finally stopping, satisfied. At that moment, his stomach began to rumble in protest. Damn, I was so caught up in the hype that I forgot to eat. With that, Ling Yun got up to find some instant noodles. But when he finished making the noodles and returned to his computer, a friend request notification popped up. Seeing this, Ling Yun hurriedly put down his noodles to deal with the request. After all, fooling foreigners had long been a daily pastime for him. This time, the account adding him as a friend was called God's Whip. God's Whip. Holy crap, that's a pretty heavy-handed username. Clearly, Ling Yun's understanding of whip was a bit off. Dear Mr. Mars Yun, I am writing to add you as a friend. However, I truly admire your speech just now. Therefore, I'd like to have a deeper discussion with you. Are you free now? In the Houthi base in the land of the Caracals. Adam is the newly appointed deputy commander of the artillery corps of this armed group. However, the Houthis currently have virtually no decent artillery. But their leader is always thinking about taking down the American aircraft carriers anchored in the Red Sea. So, Adam has been so worried these past few days that he's almost bald. Fortunately, today he met a remarkable person on an online forum. This person claims to be a war god from the East, deeply abhorring the various evil deeds of the Hupu. After 6 hours of following up on his posts, Adam finally decided to add him as a friend for a deeper discussion. In a factory in Donghu, Ling Yun shovels instant noodles into his mouth while grinning foolishly at the screen. Another idiot took the bait today. Since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, I won't blame you. Anyway, trash talk isn't illegal. Let's just have some fun. After muttering this, Ling Yun immediately replied with a mysterious air. I don't usually chat with people casually, unless you have a very difficult problem that you need me to answer. Otherwise, let's skip it. Nation of the Carnivores, Houthi base. Adam almost jumped up after seeing this message. He must have been sent by God to save me. After muttering this, Adam immediately explained his predicament. Mr. War God, we have several ML-20 howitzers near the Red Sea. With them, plus the Chan's ballistic principle you mentioned today, Is it possible to hit the U.S. aircraft carrier anchored in the Red Sea? After sending these two messages, Adam quickly lit a cigarette. Because he was extremely nervous at the moment. If the other side said no, then his artillery commander's job was truly over. The ML-20 howitzer that Adam mentioned is officially the Soviet Union 1937 ML-20 howitzer. Its barrel is 28 calibers long, weighs 7.93 tons, has a muzzle velocity of 655 meters per second, and a maximum range of 17.23 kilometers. Ling Yun was a die-hard military enthusiast, so he was very familiar with these specifications. Therefore, after reading the other side's information, he immediately launched into a tirade. However, this time he didn't rant at the other side, but rather at the computer screen. What the hell? Trying to use an ML-20 to shoot down an American aircraft carrier? What's the difference between this and a rocket bombing an airplane? This guy's even better at talking than me. It's hilarious. Although the story sounded a bit far-fetched, Ling Yun was confident he could make it sound incredibly convincing if he were just talking nonsense. So, after muttering to himself, Ling Yun immediately launched into his masterful deception mode. Using his extensive military knowledge, he discussed the periodicity of artillery, high acceleration, and the impact of the environment on output, covering topics like firepower configuration, range, and pressure levels. He also talked about Qian's ballistic missile theory and its practical application in artillery firing. In short, after Ling Yun's impressive sales pitch, Adam was immediately convinced. So he transferred $300,000 to him on the spot. He wanted to buy an upgraded version of the ML-20 howitzer from him. At this moment, Ling Yun stared blankly at the payment notification on his phone. His brain had completely shut down. Holy crap, isn't this telecom fraud? I was just joking around online. That idiot actually transferred the money? This is going to send me to jail. Where am I supposed to sell him an ML-20? I'm just a poor laborer, not some damn arms dealer. This thought had barely formed in Ling Yun's mind when another voice suddenly echoed in his head. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully binding to the arms dealer system. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully transferring 300,000 beautiful coins as registration capital. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a newbie gift pack. Would you like to open it? Upon hearing these notifications, Ling Yun's listless spirit immediately lifted. Holy crap, did I activate the system? Chapter 2. God-level transformation skills. Ling Yun, transformed into a keyboard warrior, unleashed a 6-hour online tirade against the Eurasian Rhineck, ultimately managing to swindle an astounding 300,000 beautiful coins. Such a sum certainly warrants a prison sentence, doesn't it? If I voluntarily contribute some taxes to the state, could I classify it as legitimate income? After all, who harbors animosity towards money? In a whirlwind of emotions, Ling Yun oscillated between fits of laughter and tremors of fear, appearing utterly deranged. This prompted the system to emit another notification sound. Ding, has the host opened the beginner's gift pack? If the host does not make a selection within 10 minutes, the system will deem it an act of forfeiture by the host. Upon hearing this, Ling Yun snapped back to reality and hurriedly shouted at the system, "Open it! Open it, hurry up!" The system promptly initiated its procedure. Ding, congratulations host, you have activated the E-level military technology tree for free. Details can be viewed in the operation page. Ding, congratulations host, you have acquired the super assembly skill. Details can be viewed in the operation page. Ding, congratulations host, you have received one time-space transporter. Details can be viewed in the operation page. Stunned by the system's announcements, Ling Yun stood frozen in disbelief. He could hardly fathom the unfolding events. To confirm his reality, he pinched his thigh with considerable force. Ouch, that hurts. Am I not dreaming? Haha, finally. It's my turn to prosper. In a fit of exhilaration, Ling Yun leapt from his chair. After bouncing in place for a few moments, he recalled the need to check the items mentioned by the system. As soon as he thought of looking, a 3D virtual page materialized in his mind. On the left side of the page was his personal information, while the right side displayed his acquired technologies and skills. Name, Ling Yun. Gender, male. Technology level, 1. Skill level, 1. Reputation points, 100. Funds, 3,000,000 system coins. After reviewing his basic information, Ling Yun swiftly turned his gaze to the right. There, he noticed numerous gray icons yet to be illuminated. Presently, only 2 colorful icons were lit up. The E-level military technology tree includes basic military equipment such as pistols, grenades, bullets, bayonets, bulletproof vests, and military helmets. Is this all? Ling Yun felt disheartened upon examining the E-level military technology tree. He had anticipated the ability to trade in tanks, cannons, missiles, and fighter jets, but instead found only these trivial items. However, he soon grasped the reality of the situation. His current technology level was too low to unlock new technology trees. For instance, to unlock the D-level military technology tree, he would need a reserve of 5 million system coins, along with both technology and skill levels elevated to level 3. Thus, Ling Yun continued to investigate along this trajectory, soon discovering that upgrading his technology level required the construction of a laboratory. Only when the laboratory reached level 3 would his technology level advance. The construction costs for the laboratory were 5 million system coins for level 1, 10 million for level 2, and 20 million for level 3. Goodness, I've never seen so much money in my life. And now the system expects me to use it to upgrade the laboratory? This is not a military system. It's a money-burning machine. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Ling Yun began to pound his chest in frustration. Yet, moments later, he managed to regain his composure. His eyes inadvertently fell upon the skill level list. Host Passive Skill 1. Super Assembly. The host simply needs to input the relevant data into the military system, which will extrapolate complete data parameters and manufacture assembly components based on those parameters. Finally, the host need only assemble all components in sequence according to the design blueprint to obtain a new type of transformed item. The explanation seemed somewhat vague, and Ling Yun read it twice without fully comprehending the system's intent. Consequently, he resolved to experiment directly later, sensing that this skill might assist him in generating income. Thinking of profit, Ling Yun recalled the 300,000 beautiful coins deposit from the Divine Whip and the ML-20 howitzer he needed. Could he possibly transform a few ML-20s himself? Without hesitation, he quickly opened his computer, barely pausing to finish his noodles. Online, he found the structural diagrams for the ML-20 howitzer. Howitzers typically consist of several intricate components, including the barrel, ammunition feed, carriage, baseplate, auxiliary propulsion device, and wheels. Crafting a howitzer from scratch seemed an utterly fanciful notion given his current level. However, could he employ the system for a transformation? After all, he possessed a transformation skill. With this thought, Ling Yun's mind began to stir with possibilities. He absent-mindedly tossed aside an empty soda can, which clattered against a nearby empty gas cylinder. He worked at a factory that manufactured gas cylinders, so empty ones were abundant around him. The sound ignited a spark of inspiration. What if he repurposed gas cylinders as projectiles and engineered a new type of gas cannon? This seemed promising. Promptly, Ling Yun began to re-engage his thoughts. He distinctly recalled having seen similar news online previously. Sure enough, diligence bore fruit. He quickly unearthed an old article. Reportedly, the rebel forces of the Brown Bear Nation in the Middle East had ingeniously converted gas cylinders into mortars, yielding surprisingly potent results. The conversion process was quite straightforward, requiring minimal specialized equipment. Workers simply filled the gas cylinders with explosives, added a fuse and tail fins, and voila, a formidable projectile emerged. The mortar-S barrel was similarly crafted from repurposed materials, with old water pipes connected directly to gas cylinders, resulting in a makeshift gas cannon. Due to its immense power, this modified gas mortar was dubbed the Hell Cannon. This 2-year-old report was accompanied by several photographs of the fearsome artillery. Armed with this information, Ling Yun exclaimed, "System, I want to import the Hell Cannon data." Ding, system import function activated. Please focus your eyes on the data or image to be imported for 3 seconds. Ding. The system has detected the relevant information and is processing it. Ding, data import successful. Generating 3D virtual data. Ding, data has been generated. The host can view and utilize it in the data column. Chapter 3. Acquiring the factory and preparing for a major undertaking. Ling Yun imported all the information he found online into the system. Immediately, the system page in his mind transformed. A large caliber artillery piece took shape, far surpassing the images he had encountered online in terms of technological sophistication. This was the true Hell Cannon. After the system's enhancements, the artillery's range reached an astonishing 500 meters. What does this signify? This was no longer a conventional artillery piece. It could rival the range of a medium-range missile. Most importantly, the system had improved the artillery structure without elevating the cost. It merely added a set of electromagnetic catapult devices, which were not expensive and well within Ling Yun's financial reach. It is worth mentioning that the improved artillery now boasts satellite navigation capabilities. In simpler terms, this artillery can connect with satellites, allowing for precise targeting of facilities. The only aspect that remains unchanged is the explosive power of the shells, as the force of a gas canister explosion is inherently limited. Therefore, despite systematic optimization, significant improvements in this regard are unattainable. Nevertheless, the current upgraded version of the Hellfire artillery is undoubtedly far superior to the ML-20 howitzer. What pleases Ling Yun the most is that its production cost is considerably lower than that of the ML-20. Thus, he intends to market this as a substitute for the deity's long whip. With this thought in mind, Ling Yun eagerly prepared to commence production. However, when he was about to exchange for military production equipment, he realized a significant problem. Where would he store it? Surely, he couldn't keep it in his dormitory. This thought left Ling Yun in a quandary. Just then, his colleague Huang unexpectedly rushed in. Ling Yun, why are you still here? Ling Yun was momentarily taken aback by this question. Where else would I be? What do you mean by that, Huang? Huang sighed heavily in response. What else could it mean? Our boss gambled away the factory. The boss's wife plans to sell the factory to raise funds. As he spoke, Huang hurriedly began packing his belongings. Seeing this, Ling Yun stepped closer, pressing for details. The boss's wife wants to sell the factory to save someone? How much is she asking? Huang couldn't help but scoff. What? You want to buy it? 3 million? This woman is quite audacious. Our rundown factory is worth at most 1 million. She's truly desperate. Enough of this. I'm leaving. In the time it took to speak, Huang had already packed his luggage and was ready to go. Ling Yun made no attempt to stop him. Instead, he slowly sat down to calculate. Currently, the exchange rate for the beautiful currency to the flower currency stood at 1 to 7. His 300,000 beautiful currency equated to 1 million flower currency. If he were to invest 1 million to acquire the gas canister factory, he would still have 1 million in liquid assets. The system required 700,000 to exchange for military production equipment, leaving 300,000 to procure materials for the Hellfire artillery, which should suffice. Every journey begins with a single step, and though starting from scratch is somewhat tight, Ling Yun believed that once the products were sold and the market opened, things would improve. Fortune favors the bold. Onward. With that thought, Ling Yun donned his coat to seek out the boss's wife. There was little unnecessary conversation. The boss's wife needed money, and Ling Yun required space. They struck a deal at a price of 2 million. Although this figure exceeded Ling Yun's estimate by 200,000, it remained within a manageable range. However, he had only acquired an empty space. The skilled workers had long since absconded with anything of value from the factory. Reluctantly, Ling Yun found himself compelled to handle everything himself. The first issue to tackle was the delivery of goods. If this issue remained unresolved, any products produced would be in vain. Yes, how was he supposed to deliver the items to buyers? Surely, even delivery services would hesitate to handle such shipments. What was to be done? He couldn't possibly expect customers to pick them up themselves. The Huaxia's delivery personnel were too busy with other tasks to come collect the goods. Contemplating this, Ling Yun felt overwhelmed. Fortunately, he soon recalled something. When he opened the novice gift package, the system had seemingly provided a time-space transmission device. With this in mind, Ling Yun quickly accessed the system interface. Indeed, he soon discovered the time-space transporter gifted by the system. Time-space transporter, capable of converting inanimate objects into atoms via high-temperature electromagnetic waves for light-speed transmission, while recording the positional relationships of each atom, allowing for their reassembly at the receiving end based on these relationships. After perusing the lengthy 11-page description, Ling Yun felt a bit dizzy. However, upon finishing, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Of course, this device was perfect for deliveries. In simple terms, the time-space transporter utilized temporal technology to instantly transfer items to designated coordinates. It was simply ideal for his delivery needs. Fortuitously, this device had emerged from the novice gift package, as acquiring it separately from the system would require at least a level 3 laboratory and 20 million system currency. A wave of relief washed over Ling Yun as he considered this. While he was examining how to use the time-space transporter, his computer suddenly chimed with an incoming message. Upon hearing the sound, Ling Yun hurriedly sat down at the computer. The message was from the individual who had provided a 300,000 beautiful currency deposit. Divine Whip, Mr. God of War, I have completed the payment of the deposit. When can you ship the goods? Meanwhile, in the Middle Eastern country of the Savage Cats, Huaxia Commander Abbas and Deputy Commander Eschlifer glared angrily at Adam, who was typing. Abbas, the brother-in-law of the opposing party, had a look in his eyes that suggested he wished to kill Adam. He better deliver the goods, or he's done for today. I've never seen someone so foolish. Don't you know that the flower country is a hot spot for telecom fraud? You dare send money to the other party? Are you out of your mind? Abbas fumed, nearly beside himself with rage. Eschlifer, well aware of Abbas's volatile temper, had discreetly taken his gun in advance. Upon hearing Abbas searching for his weapon, he quickly interjected. Calm down, calm down. The other party has replied. Let's read the response before you get the gun. They needed to ascertain whether the other party was a scammer before making any decisions. Chapter 4. No choice. Earning money is difficult, and eating is hard. Adam, under Eschlafer's protection, narrowly escaped a crisis. Now, he had to place all his hopes on the god of war, believing that if the other party could deliver military equipment, he would rise to prominence. However, if the other party turned out to be a fraud, he would make them pay. This was the consequence of impulsive spending. Upon seeing the message from the other party, Ling Yun swiftly replied, "I'm here. What do you need?" What does he need? Didn't he see the previous message? It was about the delivery issue. He couldn't pretend not to see it. Adam's mind raced with frustration, but he maintained a facade of calm as he typed back. "Nothing much. Just wanted to ask about the status of my order." Ling Yun was currently feeling quite lost. He had no idea about the order's status. However, he couldn't respond with that. Instead, he quickly typed, "Working overtime. I'll definitely ship it to you by tomorrow. Gotta go now, busy." After sending this, Ling Yun quickly logged off. Adam was left utterly bewildered. What? He's offline? What am I supposed to do now? Slowly turning to his brother-in-law boss, he found him gritting his teeth in frustration. "Fine, I'll give you one more day. Tomorrow will reveal all." With that, he turned and strode away. Adam's expression turned into a grimace. "Mr. God of War, please don't let me down." In Donghu City, at the gas canister factory, Ling Yun was genuinely overwhelmed. Managing everything alone was quite the task. Early in the morning, he summoned 15 scrap collectors to clear out all the old machinery and waste materials from the factory. After securing the doors, he began to work diligently within the premises. Today, it was imperative for him to finalize the layout for the equipment. He needed to have a clear understanding of where each piece of machinery should be placed. Additionally, he had to consider the arrangement of the products to be produced. He needed to ascertain how much could be stored in various locations and where items could not be placed. Safety was also a paramount concern. As an arms dealer now, a lapse in caution could lead to dire consequences. Therefore, before acquiring any other equipment, he invested in 180 surveillance cameras. Indeed, he ensured that the entire factory perimeter was monitored without any blind spots. The 2 technicians he hired were nearly rendered speechless. "Wow, after 20 years in the business, this is the largest job I've ever encountered." "Boss, are you opening a jewelry processing factory?" one technician exclaimed, astonished by the numerous boxes of monitoring devices. Without engaging in frivolous conversation, he swiftly handed over 20,000 yuan, stating, "This is your payment for the work. Ensure everything is installed and calibrated before nightfall." Upon receiving the cash, the technician beamed with joy, yet could not suppress his curiosity. "Boss, can you give me a hint about what factory you're actually opening? I've never seen so many cameras before." With a dismissive glance, he retorted, "Isn't there a sign at the entrance? Donghu Xinyuan Gas Cylinder Factory. Can you not see the large sign?" The technician was momentarily bewildered. "Isn't that the sign from the old factory? Aren't you the new owner?" Unwilling to engage in further banter, he urged, "I am indeed the owner of this factory, regardless of whether it's new or old. We manufacture gas cylinders here. Now, stop chatting and get to work, unless you wish to forfeit your payment." The technician promptly fell silent at the mention of a pay cut and hastily called his fellow workers to begin. However, after he moved away, the technician couldn't help but mutter, "In this day and age, gas cylinder factories are taking safety so seriously. Are they afraid someone might come to steal liquefied gas at night?" Though he grumbled, the technician and his crew worked efficiently, completing what should have taken 8 hours in just 6. Before departing, the technician bowed repeatedly in gratitude to him. Once the installation team left, he began to unleash his own potential. System, exchange for a military-grade production line. Ding. Host's request detected. Military-grade production line exchange successful. Please indicate the placement location. Special reminder. This production line is fully automated, and its overall volume is significantly smaller than that of a standard factory. Upon hearing this, he felt a surge of confidence. Pointing to an open space, he declared, "Let it be set up here." Ding. Factory placement successful. Construction time approximately 1 hour. At this, his expression soured. "Wait, isn't this supposed to be instantaneous? Why is there construction time involved? It feels as though I'm playing a simulation game. This is unacceptable. I shall leave a negative review." However, he was not inclined to squander time. Since construction time was necessary, he resolved to build several facilities. After all, waiting for one factory to be completed was the same as waiting for 10. Thus, he decided to construct everything he could at once. Particularly, he remembered the laboratory would need upgrading in the future. Hence, he aimed to establish the most basic version now, so that he could expedite upgrades later when conditions permitted. Additionally, the time-space transporter was another crucial facility. In summary, he felt that every piece of equipment was essential at this moment. Consequently, he toiled until 3 a.m., finally completing everything. Overcome with excitement, he found himself unable to sleep. Instead, he figured it would be best to initiate production. However, upon opening the production interface, he was met with dismay. What the hell? I've worked tirelessly for nothing. Why? Because the production line I so diligently established can only manufacture handguns, grenades, bullets, combat knives, bulletproof vests, and military helmets. What about the Hellfire cannon? After murmuring these thoughts, he quickly summoned the system once more. Through extensive dialogue with the system, he finally grasped the situation. It turned out that the ARMS system and the divine modification were fundamentally different. The ARMS system was a kind of enigmatic, advanced technology. Conversely, the modification skill was an ability granted to him by the system. In simpler terms, modification was merely a skill of his own. The Hellfire cannon required his direct intervention for any modifications to materialize. The system could generally only produce standard equipment and could not autonomously manufacture modified gear. However, within the ARMS system, there existed a replication system. If he could create a prototype, the system could replicate it based on that sample. Naturally, the cost of replication would exceed that of standard products. Nevertheless, he calculated that regardless of the replication price, he could pass on the expenses to the buyer. After all, elevated production costs justified a price increase. Without further ado, he set to work, utilizing the existing equipment for modifications. The structure of the Hellfire cannon was quite simple, requiring minimal materials. Thus, producing a prototype did not necessitate a trip for procurement. With ample funds at his disposal, he opted to exchange materials directly through the system. Once the materials were exchanged, he began processing and modifying according to the blueprints. Thanks to the system's assistance, he produced a prototype in just half an hour. With the prototype completed, the system promptly began scanning and initiating mass replication. Being the first order, he took his responsibilities very seriously, overseeing the entire production process of the equipment and ammunition. Once production concluded, he personally operated the time-space transporter to dispatch the items to the designated coordinates. By the time he completed these tasks, daylight had already broken. While yawning, he made his way towards the dormitory, simultaneously messaging Adam. Delivery coordinates are, after sending the message. He yawned again. Subsequently, he reclined on his bed, murmuring softly, "Indeed, earning money is hard, and it feels like a burden to bear. I cannot manage this alone anymore. I must hire help. I need to bring in Lao Zhang, Jin Jun, and Xiao Chong to assist me. I simply cannot handle this by myself." In the blink of an eye, he transitioned from self-reflection to succumbing to slumber. Chapter 5. Wild equipment in the desert. The country of the cheetah is located at the southwestern tip of the Camel Peninsula, bordering the Kingdom of Camel and the Antelope Kingdom, with coastlines along the Red Sea, Gulf of Aden, and Arabian Sea, stretching 956 kilometers. The terrain is predominantly mountainous and plateau regions with a temperate climate, but the desert areas are hot and arid, with an average annual high temperature of 39 degrees. At this moment, Adam was personally leading a transport unit, steadily advancing through the sweltering desert. Covered in sweat, Adam found that he had drained all the bottled water in the vehicle. Consequently, he picked up the radio and furiously shouted, "Did you only prepare one box of water here? Hurry and send another box over. I'm about to die of thirst." Was the captain of the transport unit. Upon hearing the vice commander's request for water, immediately took it upon himself to bring a box of water. "Report, Commander. The water you requested has arrived." At this, Adam's vehicle finally came to a halt. Exiting the vehicle, he tore open the cardboard box and pulled out a bottle of water, inquiring as he drank, "Where exactly are we now? How far are we from our destination?" Upon hearing this, quickly produced a fan and diligently fanned the air. "Commander, we are less than 2 kilometers away from our destination," he exclaimed, gesturing towards a distant sand dune. "Commander, please look over here. Do you see that tallest sand dune? Once we navigate around it, we will reach our destination." Hearing this, Adam instantly perked up. It was such great news that we were already so close. After saying this, Adam swiftly finished the water in his bottle. He then looked ahead with anticipation and instructed, "All right, you hurry and lead the team over." Initially standing at attention and affirming, soon grasped the implication. He hesitantly looked up at Adam and asked, "Commander, aren't you coming with us?" Adam's eyes widened at this question. "It's only 2 kilometers left. I can just watch from here." He then turned to the jeep behind him and shouted, "Radar team, head to the high ground on the right. If you detect any enemy aircraft, report to me immediately." After issuing this command, a jeep sped away. Adam then turned back to and continued, "You see, I have already set up the air defense radar for you. Go ahead with confidence. If anything happens, I will notify you right away." Upon hearing this, Amin was internally cursing. Why? Because the radar team was utterly useless. That equipment could barely detect low-flying helicopters. It was incapable of sensing high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft, fighter jets, or bombers from the enemy. No, relying on them for detection was a grave insult to the enemy's air force. More so, it was an affront to the commander's intelligence. You could easily send me to my death, yet you choose to assign a radar team to watch over me. Your Excellency, you may insult my physical form, but not my intellect. This is clearly treating me like a mere scout. Seeing Amin frozen in place, Adam swiftly kicked him in the backside. Hey, are you secretly complaining? Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and go. Hearing this, Amin felt a surge of fear. Could the commander read minds? How terrifying. With this thought, Amin quickly turned and scrambled away. Minutes later, Amin, along with the transport squad, finally maneuvered around the tallest sand dune. However, upon rounding it, he was so startled that he jumped out of the vehicle. Why? Because he saw 5 neatly arranged rows of vehicles ahead, and they were all terrifyingly large artillery pieces. My goodness. An ambush. Quickly scatter. With a shout, Amin ordered the entire squad to disperse immediately. They abandoned their vehicles and took refuge in the nearest sand pit. However, they found it quite strange that they had waited so long without the enemy firing a shot. What was going on? Did the enemy not deem them worthy of a single shot? That couldn't be right. Even if they were unworthy, they should at least fire a couple of warning shots. Right? The more Amin pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. So, mustering his courage, he stood up to take a look. The enemy position is empty? Amin made out the situation clearly, but still felt uncertain. So he turned to the 2 soldiers next to him and ordered, "You two, go check it out." The soldiers shivered at his command, but resolutely carried it out. Soon, they discovered the truth. "Commander, there's no one here. It's deserted. Not a single enemy. Just the artillery." Upon hearing this, Amin's anxieties dissipated. He quickly signaled his subordinates to advance and investigate. 10 large-caliber artillery pieces in a row, 5 rows in total, making 50 artillery pieces altogether. The math was simple. Amin had gone through middle school. He certainly wouldn't make a mistake. Everything matched perfectly with what the commander had said. Just as he was about to grab the radio to report, he suddenly froze in place. How on earth did such a large cache of equipment arrive here? With so many hostile forces and enemy bases nearby, how did the supplier manage to deliver all this? Standing there, Amin fell into a daze. Hence, instead of claiming credit for his discovery, he ended up facing Adam's impatient reprimands and curses. "Amin, you scoundrel, are you dead or mute? Your men have been gone for so long. Have you seen the delivery personnel? Amin, respond to me." After being scolded, Amin finally snapped back to reality. He hurriedly picked up the radio and responded quickly, "Commander, we did not see the delivery personnel." Upon hearing this, Adam's heart sank. This was bad. He was definitely going to be dismissed when he returned. What should he do? What excuse could he come up with? Should he say he reported it to the police for being scammed in a flower shop? While contemplating this, Amin's voice crackled through the radio once more. "Although we did not see the delivery personnel, the goods have indeed arrived. A total of 50 large-caliber artillery pieces, not one less." Upon hearing this, Adam, who had been considering calling for help, suddenly felt a renewed spark of life in his eyes. However, after a brief moment of excitement, he still angrily cursed. "Next time you speak, don't breathe so heavily." After this outburst, Adam tossed the radio into the vehicle and shouted, "Get the car moving. We need to regroup with the main force." With that, he hopped into the vehicle. Minutes later, Adam finally arrived at the delivery site. Upon seeing the scene before him, tears of joy welled up in his eyes. I truly made the right gamble this time. But just as Adam was filled with excitement, Amin approached, carrying a gas canister. Upon witnessing this, Adam's expression instantly stiffened. "Why on earth did you bring a gas canister? Are you planning to have a barbecue on site?" Chapter 6. The schemes of 2 poor souls. Adam looked at Amin with disdain, while Amin, still holding the gas canister, appeared perplexed. He quickly lifted the canister and explained, "Commander, I didn't bring this. I found it next to the artillery." Hearing this, Adam's expression froze momentarily. This gas canister was also found here. What was going on? Was there a promotion by the war god, offering gas canisters with artillery purchases? I hadn't heard of such a promotion before. Wait, shouldn't he buying artillery come with ammunition instead? Why a gas canister? Considering this, Adam's face darkened. He then looked sternly at Amin and asked, "Is this all? Surely there are no munitions nearby?" Amin immediately shook his head vigorously. "No, Commander, there is nothing else. Just the artillery and the gas canister. I checked, and they are all filled with liquefied gas." Upon hearing this, Adam's expression soured even further. What the hell is this? Are they really giving away household goods with military arms? But wouldn't a few bags of instant noodles be better than a gas canister? Forget it. Something is better than nothing. Let's load it up and talk later. With a resigned sigh, Adam snapped to attention and affirmed. Then began directing his men to work. 3 hours later, Ling Yun was in the factory yard making a phone call. Hello, is this Jing Jun? Are you considering joining our factory? Yes, we are indeed in need of personnel. As for the salary, rest assured, it will undoubtedly surpass that of delivering takeout. Excellent. Then I expect to see you tomorrow. Is this old Zhang? This is Ling Yun. Our factory is currently engaged in a significant project and is in urgent need of hands. Trust me this once. Come and see for yourself. Money is not an issue, truly. When have I ever let you down? All right, see you tomorrow. Hello? Is this Xiao Chong? It's your brother Yun. There is an opportunity for profit, but it depends on whether you can seize it. Am I the kind of person who would mislead you? Come by tomorrow morning. If I can't help you get rich, I'll perform a handstand right here. After a few phone calls, those who had been affected and dismissed were lured over by Ling Yun, since he was the reason they lost their jobs. He certainly couldn't forget them once he struck it rich. Moreover, a true hero requires 3 allies. Engaging in the arms trade is a massive undertaking, and one cannot manage it alone. Thus, it is wiser to recruit a few reliable individuals to assist. Ling Yun is well acquainted with these individuals' temperaments and personalities. Most are honest and decent folks. However, in this era, it seems that honest people struggle to prosper, as they dare not engage in any borderline illegal activities. Therefore, when they arrive tomorrow, Ling Yun does not plan to reveal the entire truth. He intends to inform them that he has liquidated his assets to take over the factory and has secured a substantial order from the Middle East. This isn't deception, for the Middle Eastern client will indeed require customized gas cylinders from him in the future. After all, a Hellfire cannon without shells is no more than a heap of discarded pipes. It is worth noting that among these individuals, there are a few who are as ruthless as he is. This so-called ruthlessness does not pertain to physicality, but rather to a steely resolve. As long as it's profitable, no risk is too great to take. After all, these years of poverty have instilled fear in them. Just as Ling Yun pondered this, he suddenly heard a notification sound. It appeared someone had sent him a flurry of messages, causing the alert to persist. Upon hearing the sound, Ling Yun quickly turned back to his room. At that moment, the pop-up notifications on his screen were overwhelming. Goodness, is this Long Bien out of his mind? Why is he suddenly sending so many messages? Truly, what an impatient individual. Just a little delay, and he erupts like this? As Ling Yun muttered to himself, he dismissed the pop-up notifications. After reading the messages, he finally understood the reason for the urgency. It turned out he had yet to grasp the usage of the Hellfire cannon. With no other options, Ling Yun had no choice but to send over an electronic manual. Once the manual was successfully dispatched, the client fell silent. After several minutes, new messages arrived. Mr. Gov't, you are truly incredible. I am utterly impressed this time. Your Hellfire cannon is outstanding. We want to order an additional 200 units. No, we want to order 300 units. Ling Yun seemed to have anticipated this outcome. Thus, he calmly typed on his keyboard. No problem, but the deposit you previously paid seems a bit insufficient. Upon reading this, Long Bien immediately replied, that is not an issue. Tomorrow we will transfer 2 million beautiful coins to you. Upon seeing this, Ling Yun's brow furrowed slightly. Only 2 million? That amount seems rather inadequate. He had plans to expand the factory and update the equipment. With this in mind, Ling Yun leisurely replied, Mr. Long Bien, I have already shown my utmost sincerity, but it seems you are a bit. One need not say too much. Leaving ample room for imagination is essential. As expected, Long Bien took 2 minutes to respond. Mr. Gov't, we have indeed been remiss. How about this? We will pay the full amount for the first batch up front, and then we will additionally pay you a deposit of 2 million. Does that work for you? Ling Yun distinctly remembered that the client had initially ordered 50 units of the Hellfire cannon, valued at 1 million beautiful coins. Thus, the price per cannon was approximately 20,000 beautiful coins. Now, with an additional order of 300 units, the total value would be 6 million beautiful coins. In this calculation, an additional deposit of 2 million does not seem excessive. However, 3 million beautiful coins translates to over 27 million Huaxia coins. After accounting for expansion and equipment costs, there should still be a substantial amount of working capital remaining. This sum would be more than enough to pay his brothers. With these thoughts, Ling Yun trembled with excitement as he typed on the keyboard. All right, let us proceed, as you suggested. In the Huaxia Armed Forces base, Adam had not anticipated the seller would be so accommodating. Thus, he could no longer suppress his excitement. After all, the initial budget provided by the leaders was only 7 million. If he could turn that into over 10 million in sales, he would certainly have the confidence to seek further funding. Adam had genuinely feared that the seller would reject his proposal. If the seller insisted on raising the deposit amount, Adam would have been at a loss on how to approach the seller. Fortunately, everything was progressing in a positive direction. Now, with 1 million in working capital, Adam planned to gamble once more with the seller. After all, he could not merely purchase cannons without shells. This million would be reserved for acquiring ammunition. After several rounds of mental preparation, he finally mustered the courage to send another message to the seller. Chapter 7. Earning another million. Just a simple task. Adam hesitated for a long time before sending the seller a message. The content was simple. He hoped to procure another batch of gas cylinders. Upon seeing this message, Ling Yun was overjoyed. How could one refuse such an opportunity that comes knocking? However, he was not well versed in the current prices of gas cylinders abroad. Domestically, the cost of a gas cylinder is approximately 450. The price difference primarily hinges on the cylinder's material and gas capacity. After a rough calculation, Ling Yun decided on a selling price of 350. Earning over double the amount from the client does not seem excessive for a businessman, does it? 1 million beautiful coins equates to 1 million Huaxia coins, which can purchase 260 gas cylinders. Producing over 5,000 gas cylinders in 3 days is no small feat. It seems he had previously underestimated the scale of his ambitions. Simply inviting a few good brothers was insufficient. To increase production, he would need to recruit more workers, at least enough to manage day and night shifts. However, this approach seems somewhat precarious. After all, with more people involved, complications arise, and it's a dubious endeavor. The activities he engaged in seemed to carry a hint of illegitimacy. No, he should be more confident. What he is doing is entirely above board. Therefore, if he wishes to safely accumulate wealth, he must keep the number of participants within a manageable range. Thus, expanding the workforce cannot involve too many individuals. Since he cannot change the number of people involved, he must improve the machinery. With this thought, Ling Yun promptly devised a plan. He quickly replied to Long Bian. Your request is entirely feasible. Moreover, given our newfound friendship, let us not focus on profit for this transaction. How about this? I'll sell each shell to you for 350. What do you think? Isn't that generous? Upon first reading this, Adam was momentarily taken aback. Due to their long-standing preference for utilizing beautiful currency for transactions, Adam felt somewhat awkward upon discovering that each shell was priced at 350 beautiful coins. With 1 million coins, one could purchase only 740 shells. Such a paltry amount would hardly last a few days of combat. How could he even claim to have any camaraderie with me? Truly, he is nothing but a callous merchant. Despite these thoughts, business must proceed. And Adam steeled himself to tentatively inquire, Dear Mr. War God, since you assert that we are friends, might you consider granting us a further discount? Our organization is not particularly affluent, and I humbly request this favor on a personal basis. This goodwill will surely be repaid in the future by our Huaxia organization. Upon receiving this response, Ling Yun couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Was the price too steep? This was his first foray into foreign trade, and he had little understanding of the market for gas cylinders abroad. Nevertheless, he possessed a modicum of the principle of selling at lower margins to increase volume. After some contemplation, he decisively replied, Since you, Brother Long Whip, have made your request, I can offer you a discount of 20 flower coins per shell. This is the utmost concession I can afford. However, as I've provided a discount, you must cover the shipping costs. Upon hearing this, Adam was momentarily taken aback. What a surprise. He had mistakenly referred to flower coins instead of beautiful coins. How fortuitous. This was indeed a stroke of luck. My goodness. The higher-ups will surely commend me for this. I am truly a natural-born businessman. Adam was so excited that he could hardly articulate a response, trembling as he typed a simple O. Thus, Ling Yun's second transaction was successfully concluded. Little did he know that Ling Yun had already outmaneuvered him. It was only later that Adam realized the extent of his folly. Ling Yun had arranged for the items to be delivered directly to his doorstep using a temporal spatial converter, completely bypassing conventional shipping processes. Had Adam been responsible for shipping fees, Ling Yun would have opted for the formal export process, which would have entailed engaging a transport company. Consequently, Adam's losses were not merely financial. They also encompassed a significant increase in time costs. Thus, attempting to gain an advantage from Ling Yun was exceedingly difficult. Once the agreement between the buyer and seller was reached, the buyer promptly transferred the payment. Since transactions were conducted through virtual currency accounts, the flow of funds remained obscured both domestically and internationally. Additionally, Ling Yun's system provided extra protection, ensuring that any incoming funds were directly credited to the system account. When Ling Yun needed to withdraw money in reality, the system would employ special methods to transfer it to his personal account. Of course, funds that had been laundered through the system would pose no issues. At least, with the current tracking technology on Blue Star, no one could detect any financial discrepancies. Money is indeed a man's greatest pillar of strength. Therefore, with newfound wealth, Ling Yun spoke with newfound confidence. The next day, when his delivery staff arrived, Ling Yun wasted no time in disbursing half a year's salary to each of them. He had set a provisional salary of 10,000 flower coins per month. Although this salary was not exorbitant, it was certainly enviable to many. Ling Yun was not reluctant to offer higher wages. Rather, he feared that suddenly presenting exorbitant salaries might evoke suspicion or anxiety among the workers. Thus, 10,000 coins was the most reasonable compensation he could devise. Moreover, providing 6 months advance pay upon hiring would ensure that none of them would have the luxury of overthinking their situation. With money in hand, their anxieties would dissipate. Although these workers were unaware of how Ling Yun had achieved this, they were genuinely pleased with their earnings, and thus, they were willing to follow him devotedly. Some worried about lacking skills? No problem, Ling Yun would find a master to teach them. Others concerned about their inexperience? No worries, Ling Yun would have experienced workers mentor them. Those anxious about earning substantial money? Nonsense, give back the 60,000 coins. I have already provided you with half a year's salary. How can you doubt our potential for profit? Anyone foolish enough to harbor such doubts deserved to remain impoverished. I have placed a golden opportunity right in your hands. Yet you question my motives? What? Are you afraid I am coveting your unattractive appearance? Hence, those whose paths diverge from mine shall not share in my endeavors. I shall nurture those who place their trust in me, while those who do not shall be dismissed without hesitation. Thus, of the 15 or 16 initial recruits, only 13 ultimately remained. Yet, Ling Yun had no inkling that these 13 would later become the heads of the 13 branches of the Ling clan. After successfully assembling his team, Ling Yun officially commenced the upgrade and renovation of the factory. The first step in this transformation was the expansion of the factory buildings and premises. This endeavor was a quintessential example of spending money with reckless abandon. In East Hu City, at the gas cylinder factory in the western suburbs, Ling Yun was engaged in extensive discussions with the contractor regarding his plans for expansion. The original factory spanned approximately 3,000 square meters, a typical medium-sized facility. Under its former business model, this space had been more than adequate. However, the business they intended to pursue was to cater to a global market. Thus, such a limited area was clearly insufficient. Consequently, Ling Yun proceeded to lease the smaller factories on either side. Given the current challenging business climate, the owners of these two factories agreed to the arrangement for just a few extra thousand coins. With ample space for expansion secured, Ling Yun then sought out a construction team. Present-day private factory construction predominantly employs color steel, foam sandwich panels, and hollow bricks mixed with cement. This method boasts 3 advantages: simplicity of construction, a shorter timeline, and lower costs. Compared to traditional cement and steel-reinforced buildings, the quality of these makeshift structures is undeniably inferior. Nevertheless, given the tight timeline and heavy workload, Ling Yun had no choice but to proceed with this approach for the time being. Once he earned more money, he would invest in a higher quality structure. The construction of the simple factory required a certain period. According to the original schedule provided by the construction team, the completion of all buildings would take approximately 14 days. However, in Ling Yun's desire to act with financial audacity, the construction team managed to finish the project in just 4 days. After the factory was constructed, Ling Yun turned his attention to procuring equipment. To avoid hiring too many employees, he decided to invest heavily in a batch of fully automated production lines. A complete set of fully automated gas cylinder production lines cost around 2 million coins and occupied approximately 600 square meters. Had Ling Yun not completed the factory expansion beforehand, he would have barely been able to accommodate a single production line in his facility. Now, however, he could effortlessly install 3 production lines without issue. Ultimately, Ling Yun opted to purchase only 2 fully automated production lines, as he wished to retain some space for other arms production. After all, he could not rely solely on the Hellfire cannon for the rest of his life. To be frank, such items were merely transitional products for early-stage development. To make significant profits and grow his business, he needed to focus on high-tech and sophisticated goods. Although Ling Yun had never before ventured into the arms trade, he recognized the need for strategic foresight. However foolish he may be, he surely understands that airplanes, tanks, and missiles are far more valuable than gas canisters. Thus, he cannot fixate solely on immediate profits. 2 fully automated gas canister production lines, 1 Hellfire artillery line, and 13 capable assistants are sufficient to sustain his current enterprise. Once the installation and debugging of the automated production lines were completed, Ling Yun's new gas canister factory swiftly commenced operations. The 2 lines tirelessly churned out products day and night, with batches of finished gas canisters rolling off the production line and being loaded for delivery. To expedite the shipping of goods to buyers, Ling Yun even rented a fleet of vehicles and secured a warehouse at Donghu Dock to facilitate the smooth export of the first batch of goods. Additionally, he enlisted a small foreign trade company to sign a consignment agreement. After much effort, his gas canisters finally made their way out of the country. Exporting gas canisters, as commonplace household items, posed no issues. However, exporting finished Hellfire artillery through customs was out of the question. Therefore, the artillery still required transportation via a spatio-temporal transporter. Unfortunately, this device consumed a significant amount of electricity, leaving Ling Yun feeling quite pained after just 2 uses. Moreover, excessive electricity consumption could attract official scrutiny. Reluctantly, Ling Yun resorted to clandestinely constructing a private power plant. However, such an endeavor was illegal, necessitating its placement deep within the factory premises. The market only offered various models of generators, making it impossible to acquire a power plant for external sale. Nonetheless, the world's largest diesel generator, the 14-cylinder Flex 96C diesel engine manufactured by the Finnish company Huaxia, boasts a power output of 80 kilowatts, sufficient to propel a massive vessel weighing 100 tons. Theoretically, this generator could adequately supply the power required for the spatio-temporal transporter. Yet, the pivotal issue lay in the fact that the Flex 96C diesel engine stands 5 stories tall and weighs over 2,000 tons. Where could such a colossal machine be placed? Furthermore, acquiring a generator larger than the factory itself would surely draw unwanted attention. Thus, he had to employ his super-modification skills to retrofit suitable existing equipment. Consequently, Ling Yun invested $3 million to procure 2 heavy-duty generator sets. Upon their arrival, instead of allowing the manufacturer to install them, he clandestinely worked through the night to modify them. Ling Yun transformed the 2 heavy-duty generator sets into a super-heavy generator set with a power output of 20,000 kilowatts. Remarkably, under the influence of the super-assembly skill, the diesel consumption of this high-capacity generator was over half less than that of the original model. It cannot be denied that this super-assembly skill is truly extraordinary. Regrettably, the usage of this skill necessitates a cooldown period of 3 to 10 days. Thus, Ling Yun could not employ this ability continuously. Within the gas canister factory's generator room, as Ling Yun admired his masterpiece, a notification sound from his phone suddenly interrupted him. He recognized it instantly as the alert from the ShadowNet chat application. Swiftly glancing around to ensure no one was nearby, he retrieved his phone to check. It was a friend request from someone with the username Desert Wolf. Upon seeing this message, Ling Yun was momentarily taken aback. Desert Wolf? That name certainly seemed intimidating. Who could it be? As he pondered, he opened the chat box. Hello. Who is this? Do you need something from me? He typically adopted a straightforward and blunt approach when dealing with strangers. Soon enough, Desert Wolf appeared to be typing. Within seconds, a message appeared in the chat box. Greetings, Mr. Gov't. I was referred to you by the Gov't. He informed me that you have some intriguing equipment available. Upon reading this message, Ling Yun could not help but chuckle. He guessed that the Gov't would promote him, but he did not expect such a flattering description of his products. Intriguing equipment? That phrase alone was quite enticing. After a brief moment of contemplation, he quickly typed a response on his phone. Since you are a friend of the whip, you are also my friend. Please feel free to express your needs. If I can assist you, I shall do so wholeheartedly. Regardless of whether a transaction would materialize, such candid words were essential. After all, it was merely a casual conversation, and he need not be overly concerned. As for whether he could truly deliver, that would only become clear after further discussions. Chapter 9. You get what you pay for. While Ling Yun's factory was freshly constructed and diligently producing gas canisters, a new customer soon approached him. Being an acquaintance's referral, Ling Yun treated him with courtesy. However, when the customer articulated his demands, Ling Yun felt somewhat overwhelmed. Since you, Mr. Gov't, have spoken so, I shall not hold back. I desire 200 Hellfire artillery pieces, 100 heavy tanks, and 120 armored vehicles. If possible, I would also like to order a batch of affordable anti-aircraft weapons. Upon receiving this message, Ling Yun felt momentarily dazed. This individual was asking for quite a substantial amount. Moreover, aside from the gas canister artillery, he could not produce any of the other items. he was still over 10 million experience points away from leveling up. At 1 experience point per dollar, he would need to sell an enormous quantity to meet that requirement. Coming out with such high demands right off the bat was a bit much for him to handle. After a prolonged internal monologue, Ling Yun weakly replied, "How about you start with some handguns, bulletproof vests, grenades, or something to tide you over? Manufacturing tanks and armored vehicles requires a considerable amount of time." After sending this message, Ling Yun felt quite anxious. He genuinely feared that this golden opportunity might slip away. However, he simply could not produce the items that were being requested. He had the capability to modify gas canisters into Hellfire artillery, but he had no confidence in transforming a 3-wheeled vehicle into an armored car. Even if, hypothetically, he could convert a 3-wheeler into an armored vehicle, what about the tanks? What about the anti-aircraft missiles? Those 2 items were far more challenging to modify. While Ling Yun pondered these matters, he suddenly received a payment notification. Your virtual currency account has received 4 million beautiful coins. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, another notification from the system followed. Ding! 4 million beautiful coins successfully transferred to the host system account. Upon hearing this news, Ling Yun was momentarily bewildered. This system transfers money rather swiftly. I have yet to grasp what this currency is, and you have already transferred it all to me? Just as Ling Yun was about to inquire further with the system, Desert Wolf sent another message. Esteemed Mr. War God, you should have received the deposit by now. This is our last reserve of foreign currency, and you are our final hope. I sincerely plead for your assistance in saving the children of Huaxia. Upon reading this, Ling Yun was utterly confounded. Wait, what is going on? The children of Huaxia? Isn't Huaxia a place in the Baoyang nation? Could this individual be? Realizing this, Ling Yun quickly replied, "Who exactly are you? What does purchasing weapons have to do with the children of Huaxia?" Not long after sending the message, he received a response. This time, the reply was considerably lengthy, and it took Ling Yun a while to read through it all. Esteemed Mr. War God, I will be frank with you. I am actually Sali, the Deputy Chief of Staff of the Baoyang Nation. The reason I chose to purchase this equipment from you is due to the confidential intelligence we intercepted yesterday regarding the Hupu army. They are planning a combined air and ground assault on 7 schools, 5 hospitals, and 18 refugee camps in Sand City. We are truly isolated and helpless, with no form of assistance from any nation able to penetrate our plight. The Hupu army has even intercepted United Nations rescue operations. Sand City has transformed into a hellish landscape, and our children may never grow up. Upon reading this, Ling Yun's heart sank. Though he had yet to experience fatherhood, he was filled with deep affection and concern for children, unable to bear the thought of them suffering. The phrase "our children may never grow up" struck at the softest part of his heart. What has happened to Sand City? After muttering to himself, Ling Yun hurried back to his office and quickly powered up his computer. However, upon typing in Sand City, he was stunned by the news that appeared. Sand City girls, we are merely waiting to die. 1/3 of the deceased in Palestine are children. United Nations Children's Fund. Sand City is a real-life hell on earth, with the number of child victims reaching 190,000. How many more must suffer? Over half of Sand City's population has perished. Residents of Sand City, the so-called safe zones offer no safety. People are bombed to death daily. Sand City has become a hell. Tens of thousands of casualties, with citizens describing their living conditions as that of the living dead. One shocking headline after another flooded Ling Yun's vision. Confused, he clicked on a link. News articles, reports, videos, and various forms of information were available, all narrating the same grim tale. Sand City is a real-life purgatory. Ling Yun could hardly believe that in the 21st century, there could still exist such a vicious nation as the Hupu army. Their actions against Palestine mirrored the genocidal ambitions of the notorious Chicken Bowl army from years past. They are executing a heinous strategy of ethnic cleansing. Damn it. Ling Yun couldn't help but curse halfway through reading. But in the next moment, he found himself frozen in place as a new browser page opened. It was a video interview featuring a blonde reporter who approached a hesitant Palestinian boy and asked, "Hello, what do you want to be when you grow up? Do you have any dreams?" Ling Yun was bewildered as to why the reporter would pose such a question under these dire circumstances. Yet, the boy's response rendered him momentarily speechless. "I'm afraid I won't live to grow up. Because, in Palestine, we can't grow up. At any moment, we could be shot dead, even while simply walking. This is our life in Palestine. We cannot grow up." The boy's words left the beautiful reporter silent and left Ling Yun's mind in a state of paralysis. After a few seconds, his thoughts finally resumed their normal course. His first thought was, how could an 8 or 9-year-old child utter such heart-wrenching phrases? Why did his words echo those of the so-called Desert Wolf? Has the entire world forsaken them? Where is the United Nations? Where are the permanent members of the Security Council? Why does no one come to their aid? Just as Ling Yun pondered these questions, his phone chimed again with a notification. Mr. God of War, are you still there? I know this amount is somewhat low, but it is all we can offer. Please, I beg you, help us and save those poor children. After reading this message, Ling Yun did not rush to reply. He contemplated for several minutes before responding. I must tell you, you get what you pay for. Offering 4 million for such a large quantity of equipment is indeed somewhat greedy. However, if you are open to refurbished second-hand equipment, I can certainly make an effort. Chapter 10. Ling Yun's 3 crafty artisans. The Deputy Chief of Staff of Palestine, Salih, sought to purchase over $1 billion worth of military equipment for 4 million beautiful currency. Only a fool would consider this a wise investment. However, after reading the news about Sand City, Ling Yun decided to play the role of the foolish benefactor. Nevertheless, given his current standing, manufacturing directly was out of the question. Therefore, he turned his attention to the idea of refurbishing second-hand equipment. He conveyed this idea directly to Salih. Initially, upon receiving this message, Salih was quite bewildered. He had heard of second-hand phones, cars, and clothing, but selling second-hand military weapons was a first for him. Thus, Salih hesitated for quite some time before tentatively replying, Mr. God of War, are you serious? Upon seeing the response, Ling Yun quickly typed back, I am indeed serious, and the Hellfire artillery I sold previously was refurbished. After reading this message, Salih felt a surge of confidence. With no other options available, he decided to take a gamble. Muttering to himself, Salih resolutely began typing, All right. I trust you, Mr. God of War. On behalf of all the citizens of Palestine, I thank you. On behalf of the children of Palestine, I express my gratitude. Only you can help us now. Reading this, Ling Yun suddenly felt a weight settle on his shoulders. It was as if he had taken on a heavy burden. To be honest, this feeling was quite discomforting. While Ling Yun sat there, furrowing his brow and staring blankly at the computer, Wang Xiaoqiang cheerfully walked in. Brother Yun, the goods have all been loaded. I never expected the gas cylinder trade to be so lucrative. That's 5 entire trucks, wow. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Wang Xiaoqiang said, laughing as he approached the desk. Ling Yun looked up at him and suddenly brightened, exclaiming, Xiaoqiang, go fetch old Zhang and Jinjun. I need your assistance with something. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoqiang nodded eagerly and quickly exited the room. At this moment, Ling Yun replied to Salih, Give me 7 days, and I shall surprise you. Upon reading this message, Salih's brow furrowed tightly. After much hesitation, he finally replied, Mr. God of War, our situation is quite dire. The enemy will launch an attack in 4 days. We may only have 3 days left. If possible, you may provide whatever you can now, and we can discuss the rest later. Is that acceptable? His message was filled with desperation. Seeing this, Ling Yun furrowed his brow even tighter. However, this time he did not ponder for long before replying. All right, 3 days it is. After sending this message, Ling Yun closed his notebook without waiting for a response. Just then, Wang Xiaoqiang walked back in, accompanied by 2 others, chatting and laughing. Among them, the stout, warm-hearted Uncle Zhang Yoxin, a retired mathematics teacher, was Ling Yun's oldest and closest friend. Behind him was Li Jinjun, who, though appearing older, was merely 2 years Ling Yun's junior and one of his best buddies. As for Wang Xiaoqiang, he was just in his early 20s, a devoted fan of Ling Yun. These 3 were Ling Yun's most trusted and intimate friends, the core members of their team of 13. Brother Yun, I've brought them. Ling Gu, we're here. What's the matter, Xiaoling? The 3 arrived at the desk as they spoke. Upon seeing them, Ling Yun felt a slight sense of relief. After all, a great man requires 3 companions. 3 mediocre craftsmen can exasperate even a genius like Zhuge Liang. With these 3 like-minded friends around, Ling Yun felt an extraordinary sense of reassurance and ease. Upon seeing the trio, Ling Yun wasted no time and lit a cigarette. He stood up and casually shared his smoke. The 3 accepted the cigarettes with smiles, remaining silent as the room soon filled with swirling smoke. At that moment, Zhang Yoxin, the group's strategist, could no longer resist breaking the silence. Xiaoling, what on earth happened? Is there something we can assist you with? As soon as Zhang finished speaking, Li Jinjun slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Just tell us what you need. We're all solid brothers here. I may lack other skills, but I've got strength in spades. Did someone get envious and come looking for trouble? Damn it, leave this to me. With that, Li Jinjun tore off his shirt, revealing his muscular physique. A veteran soldier, he had previously served as a scout, accustomed to resolving issues with his fists. Zhang Yoxin gave Li a disdainful glance and after a moment of contemplation, replied, Young man, do not act impulsively. Whatever the issue, one must strategize before taking action. He then turned to Ling Yun with a serious expression, asking, Xiaoling, please tell us what has transpired. Ling Yun, hearing this, did not rush to respond. Instead, he gestured for Wang Xiaoqiang to close the door. Once the door was shut, he addressed the three with a grave demeanor. Indeed, there is a matter that requires your counsel. I just received a significant order, but the buyer's requirements are somewhat unconventional. Upon hearing this, the trio could not suppress their laughter. Li Jinjun turned around to put his shirt back on, saying, I thought it was something serious. Turns out it's a big deal. Isn't that good news? Why the long face? Wang Xiaoqiang nodded vigorously but remained silent, having always followed Ling Yun blindly. Zhang Youxin, being the most contemplative of the group, probed further. Wait, you mentioned the buyer has unique requirements? What could they possibly want? Surely, they don't want triangular gas tanks? At this, the other two burst into laughter. However, Ling Yun remained solemn, uttering words that silenced their mirth. This time it's not gas tanks. It's tanks, armored vehicles, and anti-aircraft missiles. The trio froze in disbelief, staring at him incredulously. Wait, did I hear that correctly? You mean the buyer wants what? Li Jinjun exclaimed, his eyes wide. Zhang Youxin and Wang Xiaoqiang mirrored his skepticism. Ling Yun furrowed his brow at their reaction, then carefully organized his thoughts before responding. You may find it hard to believe, but trust me, I merely made a flippant remark, and before I knew it, I became an arms dealer. Chapter 11. I have a bold idea. Ling Yun nonchalantly revealed his secret, and at that moment, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. It truly felt good to be honest with his brothers. However, the reactions from Zhang Youxin, Li Jinjun, and Wang Xiaoqiang left him utterly speechless. What nonsense is this? You've become an arms dealer? Ling Gu, your boasting has taken a turn for the absurd. What do you mean a casual comment turned you into an arms dealer? Do you even know what arms look like? TSK, what a joke. Xiaoling, are you seeing things due to stress? If you're ill, we need to get you treated. I know an old doctor, retired from the city's mental hospital. I can take you to see him. Cloud Gu. Although I've always believed what you say, if I were to believe this, it would feel like an affront to my intelligence. Being an arms dealer is far-fetched. A real estate developer seems more plausible. Their banter left Ling Yun at a loss for words. It appeared he needed to present some tangible proof to convince these three skeptics. Reluctantly, he pulled out his phone and displayed his account balance, stating, Come, take a look for yourselves. Am I mentally ill? You can see for yourselves. The three immediately crowded around to inspect the screen. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. 595,380. 590,000 game currency. Xiaoling, this obsession with online games won't do. How much have you spent? This is getting out of hand. Zhang Youxin was the first to voice his thoughts after examining the screen. Li Jinjun scratched his chin, adding, Brother Zhang, this doesn't seem like a game recharge. I've seen this symbol somewhere. It's called something like a virtual currency. Li Jinjun explained, albeit vaguely. Wang Xiaoqiang, a savvy internet user, chimed in with a smile. This is called Bit-Tao coin, also known as virtual currency, a form of electronic money circulating globally. Upon hearing this, Zhang Youxin finally grasped the situation. While he was not well versed in the internet, he was quite knowledgeable. Nodding in understanding, he said, Oh, I get it. This is the Bit-Tao coin that has skyrocketed in value. I remember its exchange rate is quite high, isn't it? Wang Xiaoqiang quickly responded, currently. The exchange rate of Bit-Tao coin to the beautiful currency is 1 to 67,184. Both Zhang Youxin and Li Jinjun were taken aback. Then, Li Jinjun asked a profound question. So how much is this Bitcoin worth in flower currency? Wang Xiaoqiang knew the exchange rate of beautiful currency to flower currency, but his math skills were lacking, rendering him unable to provide a quick answer. Fortunately, Zhang Youxin, being somewhat educated, quickly calculated. The current exchange rate of beautiful currency to flower currency is roughly 1 to 71. So, this over 590. 000 Bit-Tao coins would equate to about 4 million beautiful currency, and then multiplying that by 71. At this point, Zhang's eyes widened. Wang Xiaoqiang and Li Jinjun turned to him in unison, their expressions mirroring his shock and excitement. Li Jinjun, lacking patience, urged, What is the final result? How much is it? Zhang Youxin, after a few seconds of suspense, stammered, 28 million. That's over 28 million. Upon hearing this, Li Jinjun was momentarily frozen. Wang Xiaoqiang stretched his neck, eyes wide, shouting, Wow, we're rich. Yin Gu, you've struck it rich. Seeing their reactions, Ling Yun couldn't help but chuckle, correcting them. Let us clarify. We are rich. This business is one we all partake in. At his words, the trio paused. Then each fell into a frenzy of excitement. We're rich. Finally, it's my turn. I'm finally wealthy. My mother always said I would be prosperous in my later years. Who would have thought it would come true? Mother, you were right. 20 million. 20 million. I could spend it all in a lifetime. I want to buy a truckload of spicy strips, then rent a net cafe for a month, and of course, instant noodles must come with 2 hot dogs. Ling Yun watched the 3 of them in their ecstatic state, chuckling to himself. Compared to them, he felt remarkably more composed. With these thoughts, he firmly knocked on the table and said, Hey, can we have a little decorum? While the money has been transferred by the buyer, whether we can actually pocket it still depends on our capabilities. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Yoxin and the others immediately snapped back to reality. They quickly composed themselves and gathered around Ling Yun to discuss. At this moment, Ling Yun revealed much of the truth. Naturally, the secret of his system was something he would never disclose. After learning the truth, the 3 fell into silence. Ling Yun could see that they were grappling with their thoughts. After all, engaging in arms trafficking was hardly a legitimate pursuit. However, having struggled through life at the bottom for half their existence, their greatest fear remained the prospect of returning to a state of poverty. If given a choice, they would prefer to seek fortune through risky ventures. After all, a single transaction could yield profits of 20 million. After a brief period of psychological adjustment, the 3 raised their heads to look at Ling Yun. Only when all 3 had fixed their gazes on him did Ling Yun smile and ask, So, have you made up your minds? Shall we embark on something grand together? At that moment, Zhang Yoxin, Li Jinjun, and Wang Xiaoqiang's eyes were filled with determination. Let us do it. We must. They replied in unison. Hearing this response, Ling Yun nodded in satisfaction. Good, then let us deliberate. Saying this, he opened his laptop and pulled up a Word document. First, take a look at the buyer's shopping list. Upon hearing this, the computer screen turned towards the 3. After reviewing the buyer's list, they simultaneously gasped in astonishment. Wow, this is indeed quite significant. Can we really sell these items? Where on earth would we procure them? Should we rob a military base? The last suggestion came from Wang Xiaoqiang. As soon as he spoke, the other 2 shot him disdainful glances. Get lost. After being scolded, Wang Xiaoqiang said nothing, merely casting a sullen glance. At that moment, Ling Yun looked at the 3 and couldn't help but chuckle. Actually, I have a bold idea. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the 3 instantly lit up. They turned to Ling Yun and asked in unison, What idea? Chapter 12. The intention to acquire second-hand tanks. It is known that the state does not advocate for groups of older single men to seek retirement together. Fearing that someone among them might suddenly declare, I have a bold idea. At this moment, a daring thought emerged in Ling Yun's mind. Zhang Yoxin, Li Jinjun, and Wang Xiaoqiang exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Sensing their eager anticipation, Ling Yun boldly laid out his plan. I intend to use these funds to acquire a batch of tanks and armored vehicles. They need not be brand new. Second-hand will suffice. Furthermore, if the opportunity arises, I would also like to procure some second-hand anti-aircraft equipment. Before Ling Yun could finish his statement, the 3 grew increasingly agitated. Zhang Yoxin blinked his wide eyes and interrupted. Hold on. You want to acquire what? Tanks and armored vehicles? Have you lost your mind? Who would dare sell such things? Li Jinjun immediately chimed in. Old Zhang is right. The military often has outdated equipment, but they are required to be returned for destruction or recycling. Even if we have the funds, no one would dare sell them to us. Wang Xiaoqiang nodded vigorously but remained silent. Ling Yun, hearing their objections, couldn't help but smile knowingly. The 3 understood his playful demeanor all too well. Zhang Yoxin, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, What is going on? You actually have a way to acquire them? If you could do that, why would you be delivering takeout? Despite Zhang Yoxin's skepticism, Li Jinjun suddenly had a thought. He furrowed his brows and murmured to Ling Yun. Bro Yun, you're not thinking of targeting overseas markets, are you? As soon as Li Jinjun finished his question, Ling Yun snapped his fingers in acknowledgement. Precisely. That is exactly what I intend to do. He then quickly opened a news link with the headline. The final resting place of the kings of the battlefield, the top 10 tank graveyards on Planet Blue. The article detailed various locations where abandoned tanks could be found, complete with vivid photographs. After examining the images, Zhang Yoxin exclaimed, You plan to use these relics to deceive buyers? Following his remark, Li Jinjun quickly responded, Any sane person would see through that. Wang Xiaoqiang interjected, Even if they aren't fools, it would be difficult to pull off a deception, wouldn't it? I wouldn't be fooled. The 3 turned their gazes toward Ling Yun. He paused for a moment before breaking into a confident smile. Your thinking is quite dangerous. Is it acceptable to conduct business without integrity? I hope to cultivate them as repeat customers. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yoxin furrowed his brow. Repeat customers may be hard to come by. We should prepare to sell and make a swift exit. Li Jinjun replied, Does that make us fraudsters? If we get reported, we could be sentenced to years. Zhang Yoxin chuckled at this. Years? If we're lucky, we want to be executed. Just look at what we're selling. This is all military equipment. At this point, Zhang Yoshin hesitated, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily on him. After all, the more one contemplated this, the more frightening it became. Just days ago, they were delivering takeout in the rain, and now they were venturing into such a perilous business. The thought made him sweat profusely. However, he refrained from speaking further, fearing it might dampen the group's morale. Observing his unease, Ling Yun promptly reassured them. Rest assured, I will never engage in deceitful practices. While the arms trade may not be the most reputable of enterprises, I still place great importance on image and reputation. After all, I consider it a path to prosperity for my comrades. Though my words may sound somewhat convincing, a few among us still harbor doubts. Hence, Ling Yun could not refrain from inquiring, are you truly prepared to resell this second-hand equipment? These items appear to be in a state of disrepair, rendering them unsuitable for resale. I am curious, how do you plan to persuade the buyers? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yoshin and Wang Xiaoqiang also turned their gaze towards Ling Yun. At that moment, Ling Yun wished to elaborate but feared that mere words would not suffice. Thus, he forcefully struck the table, declaring, no amount of talk can compare to taking action. Let us not dwell on other matters for now. We must first devise a way to retrieve the items. As he spoke, he circled 3 figures on the computer screen, stating, although there are 10 renowned second-hand tank depots on Blue Star, I believe only these 3 locations will facilitate our endeavor. He then requested his companions to undertake the arduous journey. Upon hearing this, the trio first paused in astonishment before quickly redirecting their attention to the computer screen. Chapter 13. Dividing into 3 groups to collect scraps. Ling Yun had marked 3 purchasing points on the screen. The 5th-ranked tank base in the impoverished African nation of Miling, the 9th-ranked tank graveyard in the land of turban camels, and the top-ranked tank cemetery in the nation of Ermao. Upon seeing these marked locations, Zhang Yoshin, Ling Yun, and Wang Xiaoqiang's expressions turned serious, as they sensed that Ling Yun was indeed serious about this venture. Consequently, they turned their gaze back to him. After locking eyes with the 3, Ling Yun proceeded to explain, the African region is exceedingly impoverished, so the locals are likely to exchange tanks for cash. In fact, let us be bold. If time permits, we might even trade for cheaper living supplies. However, for the first time, it would be more convenient to purchase with money, as we are pressed for time. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yoshin immediately furrowed his brow, stating, wait a moment. The African region often experiences warlords clashing. How could the locals possibly sell off such high-end military equipment so easily? Ling, are you perhaps being a tad too idealistic? Ling Yun smiled in response, old Zhang. You need not worry, they will undoubtedly sell. Zhang Yoshin, sensing Ling Yun's unwavering confidence, grew increasingly skeptical. Why? Provide me with a reason that can convince me, and I shall undertake this transaction. Recognizing that he had piqued Zhang Yoshin's interest, Ling Yun quickly elaborated. You saw the images, did you not? The tanks at the Miling base are relics from the Independence War of 1962. These tanks have likely rusted and become obsolete, rendering them unusable. Yet, due to the underdeveloped steel-making technology in Africa, they cannot dispose of these items and are left to languish as military waste. To Ling Yun's surprise, Zhang Yoshin nodded in agreement. Indeed, I have long been aware of this. Hence, I am curious about what we would accomplish by purchasing them. Ling Yun, not yet ready to reveal his transformative plans, slyly replied, fear not. I have my own schemes. For now, your task is simply to procure the items. Zhang Yoshin wished to inquire further, but Ling Yun seemed disinclined to linger on the matter. I will provide you with 50,000 beautiful coins. Procure 20 tanks and 30 armored vehicles. This should not pose a problem, correct? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yoshin's brow furrowed deeper. 50,000 beautiful coins for a heap of scrap metal? Is this fellow out of his mind? Though he thought this, he responded defiantly, no problem, leave it to me. Ling Yun nodded approvingly. Very well, prepare yourself. We depart tonight. You have your passport, right? We cannot afford delays. Zhang Yoshin grinned confidently. Of course I have one. You need not worry. With that, he stood to leave. Ling Yun called after him. Ensure you select those with complete configurations. We cannot afford to return with mere shells. Zhang Yoshin nodded vigorously. Rest assured, I will handle it. Just remember to transfer the funds. I expect reimbursement for travel expenses. Without further ado, Ling Yun promptly transferred 60,000 beautiful coins to him. As Zhang Yoshin departed, Ling Yun eagerly volunteered. Brother Ling, let me go to the Turban Camel region. I participated in peacekeeping missions there in my youth, so I have some acquaintances. Before he could finish, Ling Yun decisively declared, excellent. The call graveyard is entrusted to you. I will allocate 100,000 beautiful coins. Aim to secure 30 tanks and 50 armored vehicles. Remember, prioritize those with complete parts. Ling Yun hesitated. 30 tanks and 50 armored vehicles? That seems quite challenging. Ling Yun quickly reassured him. Do not worry. I will arrange for assistance. Ling Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean? Brother Ling, do you have connections in the Turban Camel region? My goodness. No wonder you dare to be an arms dealer. I am truly impressed. Ling Yun felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had no significant connections in Turban Camel. He merely intended to contact potential buyers and request them to call ahead. After all, they all operated within the same Middle Eastern sphere. And the Turban Camel region had recently expressed support for the Palestinians. Therefore, a small favor would likely be granted. With this in mind, Ling Yun hastily transferred funds to Ling Yun and urged him to set off for Turban Camel without delay. Once Zhang Yoxin and Ling Yun had left, Wang Xiaoqiang timidly approached Ling Yun. Brother Yun, what about me? I don't have a passport. I may not be able to go to Ermao. Perhaps I should take a train instead? I heard you can reach Demao and then switch trains. Ling Yun nearly burst out laughing at this. Demao is currently at war with Ermao. What could you possibly accomplish there? He continued. You have a different, crucial task. I will personally handle the Ermao venture. Wang Xiaoqiang's eyes lit up. I have another important task? What is it? Without further ado, Ling Yun transferred 70,000 flower coins to him. You will remain here to help me gather some scraps. Focus on collecting second-hand automotive parts, tractor components, and excavator accessories. Upon hearing this, an utterly bewildered Wang Xiaoqiang exclaimed. What is happening? Why am I collecting scraps? Wasn't it agreed that I would accompany you to deal in arms? Why am I being tasked with gathering junk? Feeling somewhat disgruntled, he protested. I don't want to be left behind while everyone else is out collecting tanks and missiles, leaving me to gather second-hand components. Brother Yun, this hardly seems fair. I also wish to contribute to our cause. Ling Yun could not help but chuckle at his friend's dismay. He then playfully flicked Wang Xiaoqiang on the forehead. Your task is the most critical. The success of our venture hinges on your ability to transform waste into treasure. Remember, prioritize quality. We cannot afford defective items. Although Wang Xiaoqiang was puzzled by Ling Yun's intentions, he ultimately acquiesced. However, he is the #1 fan of the other party. Therefore, regardless of what the other party says, he is willing to go all out. Rest assured, Brother Yun, just enjoy yourself. After saying this, Wang Xiaoqiang straightened his back and swaggered away. After watching him leave, Ling Yun furrowed his brow and turned back to the computer. The Harl Tank Cemetery of Ermao? It seems I must resort to my previous connections. Chapter 14. If you truly wish to buy, it requires additional funds. Ling Yun was once the team leader in the sales department of a joint venture company and, due to his work, had made many foreign acquaintances. Thus, he easily contacted a friend from Ermao, Alexander. Although Alexander initially had a favorable impression of Ling Yun, he was reluctant to act as a bridge at first. However, under the influence of monetary incentives, he eventually agreed to assist. Presently, Ermao finds itself in a precarious situation, beset by internal and external troubles, leading both the government and enterprises to face a dire shortage of funds. Meanwhile, Alexander had been unemployed for 2 months due to the ongoing conflict. If he could not quickly raise some funds to weather this storm, his family might become destitute. Thus, under Ling Yun's persuasion, Alexander quickly consented. However, many were vying for the Harl Tank Cemetery, and some buyers had even begun to act preemptively. Therefore, whether Ling Yun could procure the goods would depend on his luck and capabilities. A few hours later, accompanied by his friend Alexander, Ling Yun successfully met with Colonel Nikita, the military representative, at a cafe in the city center. At that moment, Nikita scrutinized Ling Yun with a discerning gaze. You wish to purchase 50 tanks and 40 armored vehicles in one go. Young man, are you serious? As he spoke, Nikita took a sip of his coffee. His eyes filled with contempt and disdain. Alexander immediately stepped forward to assist in persuading him. Your Excellency, this friend of mine is indeed very capable. Please trust him. He will surely deliver. I can vouch for him. Although Alexander's words were eloquent, he had already devised a plan to flee after completing this transaction. As for the matter of guaranteeing, it was merely a ruse for the gullible. However, Nikita was no fool. He was a greedy wolf who would not act without certainty. Having navigated the sales realm himself, Ling Yun quickly discerned the greed in Nikita's eyes. With a smile, he addressed Nikita, Dear Colonel, to speak frankly, I am merely an errand boy sent by a domestic magnate. My authority is quite limited, and thus my concessions will also be minimal. He paused, feigning difficulty, before continuing. My personal commission is 10% of the transaction difference. How about I offer you 3% as a gesture of friendship? Would that be acceptable? Upon hearing this, Nikita slightly furrowed his brow. Alexander's eyes immediately darted around as he interjected, Your Excellency, 3% of the total transaction difference is still a substantial amount. At this moment, Nikita gently set down his coffee cup and slowly raised his gaze to Ling Yun, stating, 3% is too little. I require 7. Upon hearing this, Alexander's eyes widened in disbelief. This man was truly greedy. Why not ask for it all? If you demand 7, then the other party would be left with nothing for their effort. With this thought, he hastily turned to Ling Yun. Ling Yun lowered his head, pretending to ponder for a moment. Before replying, Your Excellency, 7 is indeed too high. After all, I too need to make a living. How about this? I offer you 5, and we split it evenly. Is that agreeable? However, Nikita shook his head once more. No, at least 6. Any less, and we shall not negotiate. Alexander recognized that it was time to persuade the buyer. He turned to Ling Yun and earnestly reassured him. Yun, 6 is acceptable. As your saying goes, one becomes familiar after 2 encounters. For our first collaboration, we should exhibit some goodwill. Moreover, any profit is better than none, correct? Upon hearing this, Ling Yun nodded in slight agreement. He then looked up at Nikita and affirmed, Very well, let us proceed as you suggest, Your Excellency. I hope for a pleasant collaboration. Nikita smiled faintly and extended his hand, saying, It will certainly be, my friend. Long live friendship. Ling Yun promptly reached out to shake his hand, smilingly echoing, Long live friendship. That evening, Nikita discreetly led Ling Yun into the Harl base. Ling Yun gazed at the vast array of tanks before him, unable to suppress his astonishment. My goodness, so many tanks. If I could acquire them all, it would be a fortune. In response, Nikita chuckled derisively. Dear Ling, do not entertain such unrealistic thoughts in the future. These items are, strictly speaking, special military supplies. He glanced around before continuing in a hushed tone. Selling a small portion without alerting the higher-ups is manageable. However, attempting to sell more would be easily detected. After conveying this, Nikita gestured casually around. Choose at will. I will arrange for a trailer shortly. However, I can only assist you in transporting them discreetly to the outskirts. The remainder must be managed by you. Hearing this, Ling Yun quickly nodded, saying, Thank you very much. He then began to survey his surroundings. His criteria for selecting tanks were quite simple. He desired anything with complete components. However, as this was his first venture into such dealings, he was cautious not to overreach. In less than an hour, Ling Yun selected 30 tanks and 40 armored vehicles. Yet, as he was about to leave, he caught sight of the Katyusha in the distance. The Katyusha, a moniker for the BM-13 rocket launcher, was a wheeled vehicle-mounted rocket artillery system developed by the Soviet Union during World War II. This BM-13 rocket launcher utilized a truck chassis featuring 8 rail launchers, capable of carrying 16 M-13 solid-fuel rockets, with a combat range of 500 meters, and a maximum range of 385 kilometers. This was a remarkable piece of equipment. Thus, Ling Yun quickly turned to Nikita and inquired, Your Excellency, is this available for purchase? Upon hearing this, Nikita was momentarily taken aback before glancing towards the array of vehicles. These items had existed for decades and had suffered greatly from the ravages of time and weather. Consequently, it was precisely this deterioration that emboldened Nikita and his associates to clandestinely sell them for cash. After all, leaving such military scrap here would only lead to further decay. It was far more prudent to convert them into enticing currency while they were still somewhat intact. Thus, when Nikita heard Ling Yun express interest in the Katyusha, his greedy eyes sparkled with excitement. You wish to acquire them? Do you know what they are? They are the world-renowned Katyusha, the greatest product of the Soviet era. Hearing this, Ling Yun felt a tightening in his chest. He then cautiously raised his brow and asked, And what then? Is it not for sale? Nikita's expression turned serious as he replied, Not exactly. If you truly wish to buy, it will require additional funds. Chapter 15. Modifying tanks for a modest profit. Ling Yun personally ventured to the Irmao region to acquire second-hand tanks. The avaricious Colonel Nikita chose to cooperate in the face of monetary incentives. Thus, in the end, he acquired 50 tanks, 40 armored vehicles, and 20 Katyushas at a price lower than scrap metal, based on their tonnage. The purchase price was significantly below the market rate, leading to a considerable profit margin. This sum was divided into 3 parts. 15 was given to the intermediary Alexander, 6 to the handler Nikita, and 25 was retained by Ling Yun himself. Consequently, after the calculations, Ling Yun had only saved 25. However, he also managed to use 75 to establish a new route, a two-way communication channel for buying and selling. This enabled him to engage directly with the Second Mao military in the future. Furthermore, even if Ling Yun had not saved that 25, he would still have gained immensely, as all military equipment was sold at scrap prices. With a simple refurbishment, these items could be resold as new armaments. Of course, Ling Yun did not need to refurbish each one individually. He merely had to create a prototype and input the data into the production line's computer. Thus, the military production line could operate entirely automatically. As for how to transport these tanks and armored vehicles back, Ling Yun had already devised a plan. The 3 chosen tank graveyards were located in economically underdeveloped or conflict-ridden regions. These areas shared a common characteristic. Local authorities were preoccupied and lacked funds, making them eager to turn waste into profit, no matter how small. Consequently, after splitting into 3 teams, their operations proceeded smoothly. Once the acquisitions were completed, all tanks and armored vehicles were relocated to remote corners outside the city. After Zhang Youxin and Li Jinjun sent the coordinates to Ling Yun, he utilized the time-space transporter to transfer everything back to the factory in one go. Subsequently, all 3 returned to the country as swiftly as possible. Upon Ling Yun's return, he realized a pressing issue. The sudden influx of tanks and armored vehicles at a gas cylinder factory would appear exceedingly conspicuous. Although there was ample space behind the factory to accommodate them, it was not a military base, and it was only a matter of time before outsiders would notice. Reluctantly, Ling Yun had to spend an additional 3 million yuan to acquire a bankrupt tractor factory nearby. This tractor factory had been an asset of a neighboring town and had been defunct for over a decade. The site had been poorly chosen since its inception, located in an even more desolate area than the gas cylinder factory. Thus, even after its closure, the land fetched a meager price. In fact, no one was willing to take over it at all. Now, however, they had finally encountered Ling Yun, the unsuspecting benefactor. Therefore, when he proposed to acquire the tractor factory, it was said that the local mayor personally drove to welcome him. Outsiders viewed Ling Yun as a naive fool, but was he truly one? It was evident that he was far more astute than they realized. With just a little effort, he could transform the factory's equipment into valuable assets. The acquisition process went exceedingly well, with the local mayor offering numerous incentives. Thus, the Jinjun model factory was born. Indeed, Ling Yun entrusted its management to his most trusted confidant, Li Jinjun. In truth, he did not need to manage much. He merely had to ensure that the premises and equipment were well protected. After a day of busy work, Ling Yun completed the transformation of the factory equipment. The tractor production line had seamlessly converted into a military production line. In wartime, tractor and automobile factories are often repurposed into tank production lines. Therefore, Ling Yun did not expend much effort in the refurbishment, as any equipment he required could be exchanged from the system. Once the production line modifications were complete, Ling Yun used the time-space transporter to bring over the tanks, armored vehicles, and katyushas from behind the gas cylinder factory. After completing these tasks, he proceeded with a secondary transformation of the vehicles. This time, Ling Yun entirely drew inspiration from game items. For instance, he modified the acquired old tanks into 3 types of game items: the Grizzly Tank, Rhino Tank, and Apocalypse Tank from Red Alert 2. Naturally, the standards for his modifications were based on the original tank's performance. The more advanced the second-hand tank, the more easily it could be transformed into a more formidable new tank. As for the armored vehicle modifications, he referenced the armed mining vehicles from the game. While the vehicles' appearances could no longer resemble mining trucks, their high defensive characteristics were fully retained. Finally, the Katyusha-wheeled rocket launchers were enhanced with features inspired by the multifunctional anti-air infantry vehicles in the game, adding automatic targeting and attack capabilities. This enhancement significantly elevated the vehicle's anti-air capabilities. Once all modifications were complete, subsequent tasks could be entrusted to the automated production line. Ling Yun called Li Jinjun to his side, earnestly advising him before hastily returning to the gas cylinder factory that very night. Upon his return, he hardly had time to eat before urgently initiating the production of Hellfire cannons. After 3 days of relentless work, they finally fulfilled Soli's order. This time, the total expenditure for purchasing second-hand equipment, acquiring the factory, and its equipment amounted to over 7.6 million huabe, yielding a net profit of over 21 million. The bulk of the expenses went to acquiring the factory and equipment. Surprisingly, they did not spend much on second-hand vehicles. Although this windfall was hard-earned, the rewards were unexpectedly delightful. Ling Yun was not a miser. Rather, he understood the principle of profit-sharing. Thus, each of his brothers who had worked alongside him received 200,000. He then exchanged the remaining funds for various auxiliary equipment, such as small power plants and intelligent assembly devices. Each of these items boasted high technological content, capable of astounding the world. Yet, no one would suspect that these advanced devices, leading the world, were housed within two somewhat dilapidated private factories. With these devices and the reputation cultivated among his initial customers, Ling Yun quickly gained notoriety in the Middle East, leading to a flurry of other military orders. Within a month, Ling Yun's team had achieved another modest goal. The most popular product among them was undoubtedly Ling Yun's modified tanks, with the weather tank being the most sought after, fetching astronomical prices in the Middle East. Upon hearing this news, Ling Yun was furious. Such a significant profit margin should not be allowed to be pocketed by middlemen. Consequently, he soon conceived a bold idea. He quickly summoned Zhang Youxin, Ling Yun, and Wang Xiaoqiang for a meeting. Without hesitation, he handed each of them 5 million as a reward for their hard work. Once the funds were transferred, he gradually revealed his ambitious plan. Chapter 16. Expanding and Strengthening. Aspiring to become world-class, Ling Yun understood that trading arms could be highly lucrative. But he never anticipated just how profitable it could be. A second-hand tank, whose cost did not exceed 80,000 Huabe, could be sold abroad for over 10 million beautiful coins after his modifications. What an astonishing profit! If he could continue this way, he could elevate his standing in a remarkably short period. Thus, he gathered his 3 most trusted friends once more and shared his audacious idea. I want to open an online store. Upon hearing this, Zhang Youxin and Ling Yun were momentarily taken aback. Only Wang Xiaoqiang, still trying to grasp the situation, clapped in agreement. Opening an online store sounds great. Recently, live streaming sales have become quite popular. When that happens, our gas cylinder sales will surely multiply. Upon hearing this, Zhang Youxin immediately turned to look. At that moment, he regarded Wang Xiaoqiang as if he were a fool. Xiaoqiang, are you serious? Please use your brain. If it's left unused for too long, it really will get rusty. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoqiang's expression instantly soured. He turned to Zhang Youxin and retorted, Old Zhang, why do you always speak in such a sarcastic tone? What's wrong? It's Yungu who said he wants to open an online store. If Yungu says so, there must be a valid reason behind it. I wholeheartedly support him. I support the idea of opening an online store. Wang Xiaoqiang's words rang with conviction, making him resemble an ardent fan of Ling Yun. Ling Yun, witnessing this, could hardly bear to watch. He then reached out and turned Wang Xiaoqiang's head back, saying, Xiaoqiang, can you please think this through? Where do you think the recently deposited 5 million came from? Was it from those gas cylinders in the factory? At this, Wang Xiaoqiang began to awaken to the reality of the situation. He then turned to Ling Yun, his eyes wide with disbelief, and asked, Yungu, you're not actually planning to sell arms online, are you? Zhang Youxin rolled his eyes and interjected, how original. Otherwise, are we really going to sell gas cylinders? Wang Xiaoqiang's mouth fell open in astonishment. However, Ling Yun merely smiled faintly and replied, actually, it's not that unusual. When I bypassed the firewall to access the external web, I saw similar sites. However, they only peddled small arms and ammunition, not heavy artillery like tanks or armored vehicles. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoqiang's jaw dropped even further. You want to sell tanks and armored vehicles online? Yungu, are you out of your mind? Won't the authorities come after us through the internet? Zhang Youxin rolled his eyes again and chimed in, of course they would. Unless the authorities don't want to catch us, otherwise, they can easily trace us back. He then turned to Ling Yun and continued, Xiaoling, I must say, your ideas become bolder with each passing day. Ling Yun looked at Ling Yun, wanting to say something. But after contemplating, he decided to hold his tongue. After all, he didn't want to hinder his friends at this critical moment. Ling Yun, observing the reactions of the 3, couldn't help but chuckle. He then poured each of them a cup of tea before speaking again. Actually, I've been pondering this for a while. Rest assured, I'm not the type to act impulsively. Since I dare to bring this up with you, it means I have at least an 80% certainty. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Zhang Youxin and the others brightened simultaneously. However, none of them spoke. They were all waiting for Ling Yun to continue. Noticing this, Ling Yun grinned and leaned in to share his thoughts. First, he addressed the concern that weighed heavily on everyone's mind. Selling arms online poses the greatest risk of attracting the attention of law enforcement. Once they focus on us, it would be easy for the authorities to trace us back through online leads. Therefore, establishing a robust firewall for the website is of utmost importance. Ling Yun falsely claimed to know a top hacker who could set up a super firewall. In reality, he didn't know any hackers. The so-called hacker was actually his system. He had recently discovered that the system could assist him in basic engineering tasks, such as establishing virtual networks, firewalls, information queries, and improving design blueprints. The modifications of the tank blueprints were largely completed by the system. He merely needed to sketch a rough outline in his mind. And the system would continue to calculate and refine the design. This way, he could smoothly accomplish subsequent tasks. Additionally, the system could provide exchanges for rare materials, although such exchanges required the payment of corresponding system currency. Furthermore, based on the exchange rate between system currency and real-world currency, the materials exchanged were often over 20 times more expensive than their real-world prices. Ling Yun understood that this was the system's way of preventing him from becoming overly reliant on it for exchanges. Hence, this function should only be viewed as a temporary emergency option. After all, some rare materials in the real world cannot simply be purchased with money. It was with this assurance that he dared to propose the idea of starting an e-commerce store. Naturally, he wasn't foolish enough to divulge everything to his friends. Thus, when explaining to the three before him, he crafted a different narrative. Ling Yun spoke for over an hour, captivating Zhang Youxin, Li Jinjun, and Wang Xiaoqiang to the point of exhilaration. If it can truly be as you say, wouldn't we all become billionaires? Just imagine. I'd hire 20 grandmas to dance in the square, 10 to dance with me, and 10 to cheer us on. What should I do once I become rich? I haven't quite figured that out yet. After Li Jinjun and Zhang Youxin shared their thoughts, Wang Xiaoqiang couldn't resist chiming in with a concluding remark. Zhang Youxin chuckled and replied, "What's the rush? You're not a billionaire yet. Once you become one, you can think about what to do then. With money, who would struggle to spend it?" With that, old Zhang couldn't help but laugh again. After laughing, he turned to Ling Yun and said earnestly, "Xiao Ling, let us do it your way. We may lack computer skills, but in other areas, feel free to assign us tasks. Our goal is to make this venture big and strong, to reach world-class standards." Upon hearing this, Li Jinjun felt invigorated. He nodded seriously at Ling Yun and said, "Yes. If we're going to do this, let us aim to be the strongest in the world." Wang Xiaoqiang immediately echoed with excitement. "Yes, the strongest in the world. Yin good, just assign the tasks." Understanding the attitudes of the three, Ling Yun smiled slightly and instructed, "All right, then let us proceed according to my arrangements." Chapter 17. Special Recruitment Requirements. Ling Yun was preparing to establish an online store to expand the arms business. He could handle the technical aspects himself, but he required the assistance of his three brothers in other areas. First and foremost, it was essential to increase manpower at the factory. After all, relying solely on himself for modifications and assembly was too taxing. Now, he was, after all, the owner of 2 factories. He could no longer shoulder all the basic, labor-intensive tasks alone. Therefore, he enlisted the help of the well-connected Zhang Youxin to recruit personnel. He vividly remembered that old Zhang had mentioned last year that he knew 2 retired veterans who had handcraftingly built an anti-aircraft gun. This incident had even made it to the trending news of that month. Ling Yun could not let such talent slip away. Of course, his recruitment also came with strict requirements. They had to be reliable and trustworthy. Thus, he planned to conduct the final interviews personally. As for how to discern the reliability of candidates, Ling Yun had his own clever methods. Once old Zhang received the task, he hurriedly set out to get to work. Next, Ling Yun began to earnestly instruct Li Jinjun. As a veteran, his social circle primarily consisted of fellow soldiers. Ling Yun did not want to waste this resource, so he planned to recruit a batch of veterans. After all, in the future, they would frequently interact with armed groups from abroad. If he didn't have a few bodyguards by his side, he would inevitably face significant risks. Rather than resorting to paying ransom later, it was better to cultivate his own armed force in advance. Ling Yun and Li Jinjun proposed several requirements for recruitment. First, candidates must possess exceptional military skills. Second, they should be destitute and without family. Third, they must be tight-lipped and ruthless. Upon hearing these stipulations, Li Jinjun was perplexed. Just moments ago, when old Zhang was tasked with recruitment, Ling Yun had mentioned only one requirement. Why, then, did he present 3 when it came to his own recruitment? Noticing the confusion on Li Jinjun's face, Ling Yun patiently explained. The requirement for strong military capability is crucial for our future safety. We cannot afford to support a group of inept individuals. The necessity for candidates to be impoverished stems from the fact that such individuals are easily lured by high salaries. We do not require candidates with families because our line of work carries inherent dangers. We cannot jeopardize the families of others, and those without families have no vulnerabilities, allowing them to devote themselves entirely to their careers. As for the need for discretion and a fierce disposition, that speaks for itself. As he spoke, Ling Yun offered Li Jinjun a cigarette. Without hesitation, Li Jinjun accepted and lit it. "Brother Ling, do you think this business will?" He trailed off, uncertain of how to proceed. Ling Yun immediately grasped his thoughts and interjected, "You're wondering if what we're doing could lead to calamity for others?" Li Jinjun nodded slightly, conveying his apprehension. After all, this is a venture that few respectable individuals would dare to undertake. Ling Yun chuckled softly. Without us, would those foreign powers refrain from waging war? No, they would continue to do so. We are not the instigators of conflict. He took a deep drag from his cigarette and continued. Moreover, a significant portion of our future clientele will consist of those who have been oppressed and invaded. Upon hearing this, Li Jinjun furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with confusion. Recognizing the need for clarification, Ling Yun paused his smoking and quickly elaborated. The hegemonic organizations, led by the West, possess their own arms dealers and military factories, rendering them self-sufficient in procuring weapons and equipment. In contrast, those who are bullied and invaded are often technologically and industrially disadvantaged. Consequently, they have no choice but to seek external assistance and turn to us for weaponry to defend their homeland. Ling Yun felt there was no need to delve deeper. Some matters spoke for themselves, and it was essential to focus on executing them well. He had also ensured that the weapons and equipment he produced contained fail-safes. Should anyone misuse them against his homeland or the vulnerable, he could remotely disable or even destroy the equipment. However, such details were technical secrets he would not easily disclose, as they represented his last line of defense. Although Li Jinjun could be impulsive and rash, he was not foolish and could comprehend various complexities. For instance, he quickly grasped the implications of what Ling Yun had just explained. Rising slowly, he said, "I understand now, Brother Ling. I trust your judgment. How many people do you think we should recruit this time?" After a moment's contemplation, Ling Yun replied, "Let us start with 30, placing 10 in each factory. You should personally lead a team of 10 to form a security detail. Whenever we venture into dangerous areas for business, the security team will accompany us." After sharing this plan, Ling Yun handed Li Jinjun a document detailing the salary and benefits for the recruits. Security personnel will earn 30,000 a month, with all benefits included, as well as meals and accommodations, with bonuses available. The security team will receive 40,000 a month, with the same benefits, plus a bonus of 100,000 for each mission undertaken. If any accidents occur, we can discuss compensation during the interview. Li Jinjun could not contain his excitement upon hearing this. "Brother Ling, you are indeed generous. This compensation is phenomenal. Await my good news." With that, he took the document and dashed out. Wang Xiaoqiang, witnessing this scene, immediately turned his eager gaze towards Ling Yun. "Brother Yun, I also wish to join the security team. Please grant me this opportunity." It was evident that he was drawn by the allure of the security team's remuneration. However, Ling Yun thought to himself that this young man could hardly defend himself. It was uncertain who would be safeguarding whom in a critical situation. With that thought, Ling Yun shook his head. "Go away, don't cause trouble, you have other arrangements." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoqiang's expression soured. "Other arrangements? What nonsense are you planning to assign me now?" They started calling me scrap collector. I refused to accept this persona. Ling Yun was momentarily taken aback, then took a couple of puffs from his cigarette before responding. "What do you want then? Should I arrange a group of beautiful women for you to oversee?" Wang Xiaoqiang looked at him with suspicion, his eyes filled with doubt. "You would actually treat me this well?" Ling Yun, hearing this, was both amused and exasperated. He stared at Wang Xiaoqiang, incredulous. "You little rascal, must you speak with such ingratitude? When have I ever treated you poorly? Continue this way, and I want to let you oversee the beauty team." At those words, Wang Xiaoqiang jumped up from his seat, disbelief etched on his face. "Are there truly a group of beauties for me to manage? I beseech you, father, to accept my gratitude." Ling Yun aimed to expand his enterprise, necessitating the recruitment of a unique talent pool. The specific skills of these individuals were secondary. The primary attribute was their reliability. Old Zhang and Li Jinjun had been assigned their tasks, while Wang Xiaoqiang found himself with a more appealing assignment. "All right, hurry up," Ling Yun urged. "You truly wish to bow down to me? It's not New Year's, and there are no red envelopes." Wang Xiaoqiang chuckled, quickly moving to Ling Yun's side. "Brother Yun, when can I start recruiting beauties? What are your requirements for them? Should they be more reserved or more open? Or..." Realizing the direction Wang Xiaoqiang's thoughts were taking, Ling Yun's expression grew serious. "Let us be clear. This is a professional matter, not a joke. I need you to recruit customer service representatives for the online shop, not party hosts. Do not misinterpret this. Avoid causing any issues." Having navigated the underworld since childhood, Wang Xiaoqiang, despite lacking significant prowess, was adept at understanding the nuances of social dynamics. Upon hearing Ling Yun's words, he promptly recalibrated his mindset. Yes, I misunderstood. Brother Yun, I'll recruit those who are pure and untainted. Ling Yun nodded approvingly. That's more like it. I recall you mentioned that some girls in the red light district are forced into it due to debt, correct? I'm not concerned about the details. Just bring them to me. Remember, they must be manageable, obedient, and above all, reliable. Wang Xiaoqiang nodded vigorously. Brother Yin, you can rest assured. I know how to handle this and how to select the right candidates. Customer service for the online shop? I've got it covered. Upon hearing this, Ling Yun chose not to elaborate further and directly transferred 2 million to Wang Xiaoqiang. The business was still in its infancy. Starting with 10 customer service representatives was sufficient. And one more thing, prioritize those with higher education and pleasant voices. Don't focus solely on appearances. Our clients want to see their faces. Wang Xiaoqiang, while fiddling with his phone, nodded in affirmation. Brother, you can trust me to handle this. The surplus funds are undoubtedly excessive. I shall return the remainder to you upon my return. Upon hearing this, Ling Yun remained silent, merely advising him to exercise caution. Subsequently, Wang Xiaoqiang stepped outside while conversing on the phone. Once Ling Yun found himself alone in the office, he set off for Digital Plaza. After more than 2 hours, Ling Yun returned to the factory with 5 delivery vehicles. Accompanying him were 10 top-of-the-line computers and 3 second-hand old servers. Upon arriving at the factory, Ling Yun called upon a few friends for assistance, swiftly moving the items to an empty room on the second floor of the factory. Ling Yun was not comfortable with outsiders handling the organization of the computers, so he immersed himself in the task until late into the night, completing the assembly and debugging. Once the preliminary preparations were concluded, Ling Yun exchanged some high-tech components from the system. He then embarked on a secondary modification of the computers in the room. With the system's assistance, Ling Yun effortlessly completed the server modifications after a night of diligent work. Although these computers were a blend of new and old components, their performance rivaled that of servers from major companies such as Alibaba and Tencent. Moreover, the functionality of Ling Yun's servers was relatively straightforward. They merely needed to facilitate communication and online shopping services, as there was currently no requirement for extensive data analysis. As Ling Yun stood at the doorway of the server room, taking a moment to smoke, he heard Lao Zhang's voice resonating from downstairs. Xiaoling, where are you? I've brought you the expert you requested. Upon hearing Lao Zhang's call, Ling Yun quickly turned to look down the stairs. I'm here. I'll be right down. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yoxin immediately looked up, revealing a hint of pride as he declared, I've brought you the first batch of experts. Whether they are suitable depends on your judgment. Ling Yun was taken aback by Lao Zhang's efficiency, realizing he was unprepared for a formal interview. Nevertheless, he reasoned that a preliminary selection would be beneficial, as those who seemed unsuitable could be eliminated without further consideration. With these thoughts in mind, Ling Yun nodded slightly, saying, I worked overtime last night, and haven't slept yet. You certainly know how to keep me busy. Please wait a moment while I freshen up. Have the candidates wait for me in the conference room. Zhang Yoxin responded with an ode gesture and ambled away, humming a tune. Half an hour later, after changing his clothes, Ling Yun entered the office, where 5 or 6 elderly gentlemen were already seated. These men were dressed quite plainly. No, plain was an understatement for their attire. However, their demeanor could not be described as unremarkable. Their speech, expressions, and overall presence conveyed a singular trait, eccentricity. Damn it. Lao Zhang, have you really brought me so many eccentric old men? Ling Yun thought, glaring at Zhang Yoxin from the doorway. Yet, Zhang Yoxin remained unfazed, calmly sipping tea at the side. Faced with this scene, Ling Yun could only sigh heavily and say, since we're all here, let us give it a try. After a brief moment of mental preparation, he took a step into the conference room. As soon as he entered, before Ling Yun could utter a word, an elderly gentleman with crossed eyes spoke up first. Where do we collect the eggs? Lao Zhang, you better not be deceiving me. I turned down Xiao Chui just to come here for those eggs. If I don't get those eggs, The elderly man's last 2 sounds were filled with a sense of threat and dissatisfaction. Ling Yun was momentarily taken aback, staring at the man for 2 seconds. However, Zhang Yoxin turned to Ling Yun and replied nonchalantly, Old Chui, why are you in such a rush? In our factory. Do you think we lack your 2 pounds of eggs? He gestured towards Ling Yun. This is our factory director. Once he finishes interviewing you, I'll take you to collect your eggs. Ling Yun could only awkwardly chuckle at this, pondering the reliability of Lao Zhang's arrangements. Did he really lure these eccentric old men with the promise of eggs? While Ling Yun was lost in thought, Zhang Yoxin had already walked over to him. He leaned in close and whispered, This old man is Cui Jianjun. A few years ago, he handcrafted a 6-wheeled armored vehicle over the course of a year. It was later taken by a military museum, and he himself has been designated as a person of interest by the local police. Upon hearing this, Ling Yun couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Wow, one should not judge a book by its cover. I didn't expect him to be capable of crafting an armored vehicle. Chapter 19. If eggs one do. Let South call in the square dance antes Ling Yun had asked Lao Zhang to scout for individuals with strong practical skills. But the first person he encountered was an impressive figure. 2 or 3 years prior, this man had already begun crafting armored vehicles by hand. He was undoubtedly a master and a senior. Perhaps this old gentleman had simply been unlucky. Had he awakened a military system, he would likely have been far too preoccupied to be here now. Sir, would you be interested in working with us? Upon hearing Ling Yun's words, Cui Jianjun immediately furrowed his brow. Weren't you just saying I was coming for eggs? Why is there suddenly a job involved? I just retired 2 years ago. Do I really need to work again? Is the country's delayed retirement policy now affecting retired seniors? Ling Yun glanced at Zhang Yoshin upon hearing this. The latter approached to quietly explain, Old Cui was originally a worker at a state-owned machine tool factory. His crafting armored vehicles is merely a personal hobby. Whether you can entice him depends on your ability. Ling Yun's expression soured at this. Such comments could be quite infuriating. I asked you to recruit people, and you've handed me a problem instead? I suppose I'll have to try it myself. Understanding Lao Zhang's character, Ling Yun knew that if he were dealing with a typical person, Lao Zhang would have already secured them. His reluctance to do so indicated that he wanted Ling Yun to navigate this challenge himself, likely because these individuals were exceptionally talented. Realizing this, Ling Yun smiled and said, Sir, there will indeed be eggs. Employees over the age of 50 at our factory can each receive 20 eggs daily. Moreover, we will regularly invest in organizing village and township-level square dance competitions. At this point, Ling Yun stepped forward and continued. Given that the nearby villages have a surplus of women and a shortage of men, our factory's representatives are quite limited. Currently, apart from Lao Zhang, there's no one else of any caliber. Cui Jianjun's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing this. He pretended to cough and hurriedly responded, That one do. With Lao Zhang's dance moves, it's like watching a duck jump, utterly lackluster. I'm not interested in the eggs. I just can't bear to see your square dance suffer. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yoshin immediately puffed up with indignation. However, Ling Yun hurriedly signaled him to suppress his irritation for the greater good. Reluctantly, Lao Zhang turned away, unable to look at the two. At that moment, Cui Jianjun stepped forward and quietly inquired, Are there many elderly women in the nearby villages? Ling Yun, with a gleam in his eye, responded softly. There are conservatively about 50 or 60. By the way, not far from here, just about 10 kilometers away, there's another village. That village even has an amateur modeling troupe of middle-aged and elderly women who hold runway shows every day. Upon hearing this, Cui Jianjun clapped his hands in excitement. Great. I'll take this job. When can I start dancing? When can I start working? Ling Yun feigned hesitation and began to respond. It seems that there are certain prerequisites for joining our workforce. It's not simply a matter of anyone wishing to come on board. How about this? Please take some time to prepare and return tomorrow for a re-interview. I must assess your craftsmanship, after all. Upon hearing this, Cui Jianjun was momentarily taken aback, but then a faint smile graced his lips as he turned to Ling Yun and inquired, What's this? Are you also interested in armored vehicles? Ling Yun promptly nodded vigorously, exclaiming, Indeed, I have a profound interest. I own a military model factory that specializes in creating one-to-one scale replicas of armored vehicles and tanks. If you truly manage to secure a position, I would certainly advocate for you to receive a senior title. Cui Jianjun felt a surge of excitement at this revelation. He had never imagined that his passion could evolve into a career. In that moment, his youthful spirit soared to new heights. All right, it's settled then. I shall bring my tools tomorrow morning. I will ensure you have a splendid experience. Ling Yun eagerly nodded in agreement and instructed someone to escort him to collect his eggs. Just as Cui Jianjun departed, 2 elderly gentlemen nearby stirred. Without uttering a word, they followed him to obtain their eggs. Observing this, Zhang Yoshin quickly approached to block their path and called out to Ling Yun, Xiaoling, come here at once. These 2 are the geniuses I mentioned earlier, the ones who handcrafted the anti-aircraft gun. Ling Yun's eyes sparkled with intrigue upon hearing this. He hurriedly approached the 2 gentlemen to shake hands and engage in conversation. It is an honor to finally meet you. Your handcrafted anti-aircraft gun is truly remarkable. The elder of the 2 was named Gu Qian, while the younger was Gu Ho. In their circle, they were affectionately known as Big Gu and Little Gu. They were distant relatives, hailing from the same village. Both had endured tumultuous lives. Their spouses had passed away early, and their children had proven ungrateful. In their twilight years, they found themselves destitute. Fortunately, both had acquired some skills in metalworking and welding, which allowed them to scrape by through odd jobs. Their most notable achievement was the handcrafting of a replica of the Soviet C-19M2 100mm anti-aircraft gun. This model later underwent modifications in their homeland and became the renowned 59-style 100mm anti-aircraft gun. Consequently, when the brothers unveiled their product, it created quite a stir in the local community. It is said that the local police chief personally led a team to inspect their creation. Had it not been for the gun's lack of firing capability, the two gentlemen might have found themselves in serious trouble. Ultimately, the anti-aircraft gun was purchased by a military museum at a modest price, and the brothers were detained for 3 days before being released, perhaps due to their previous experiences. Upon hearing that similar endeavors were afoot, the Gu brothers immediately turned to leave. However, Ling Yun was unwilling to let them slip away so easily. They were undoubtedly invaluable talents. "Gentlemen, please wait. We will provide ample eggs." Gov't, however, waved his hand dismissively. "No need for eggs." Upon realizing that his offer was ineffective, Ling Yun quickly pivoted his approach. "There are plenty of square dance enthusiasts. I can arrange for each of you to have 2. Before Guho could respond, Zhang Yoxin interjected, "Xiaoling, you cannot be partial. I am equally important. Count me in." Ling Yun rolled his eyes at Zhang's lack of seriousness at such a crucial moment. Nonetheless, even this promise did not sway the Gu brothers. Guho, shaking his head vigorously, replied, No, we do not dance, nor do we desire the company of women." As he spoke, he pushed Gov't, intent on forcing their way out. At this point, Ling Yun felt a sense of urgency. If the 2 elderly gentlemen managed to escape, it would be exceedingly difficult to coax them back another time. He needed to devise a new strategy. Chapter 20. A resolve. Not a single one shall escape. Ling Yun was resolute in his desire to recruit the 2 masters of the handcrafted anti-aircraft gun. However, it appeared that neither eggs nor women piqued their interest. For a moment, he found himself at a loss. In his desperation, he turned to Zhang for assistance. Zhang Yoxin noticed the glance directed his way and immediately furrowed his brow. Nevertheless, he had conducted thorough research on Big Gu and Little Gu, recognizing them as key targets for recruitment. Thus, he cleared his throat and called out loudly, "Big Gu, Little Gu, have you forgotten the deep-seated grievances of our people?" Upon hearing this, both Gov't and Guho were momentarily taken aback. "The grievances of our people? What does today's matter have to do with that? Are you suggesting we seek vengeance for the entire nation?" They exchanged puzzled glances with Zhang. "What on earth are you talking about? This is hardly the time for such theatrics." Unfazed, Zhang continued earnestly, "Should we not strive for the revival of our nation?" Big Gu and Little Gu were visibly bewildered. "How does today's affair relate to national revival? We may not be well educated, but do not attempt to deceive us. What exactly are you implying? Indeed, when we arrived, you mentioned that you could offer us a job as gatekeepers. Why, then, are you trying to lead us astray now?" Zhang Yoxin, clearly irritated, retorted, "What nonsense! Are you suggesting we are leading you astray? We have no intention of doing so." Gov't interjected, "We are not hard of hearing. Earlier, you mentioned tanks and armored vehicles. You must be up to no good." Guho nodded emphatically, adding, "Indeed, do not think we are oblivious to your motives. You merely wish for us to tread the same path again, only to have the authorities detain us once more. No way. We are not foolish. We learn from our mistakes." In response, Zhang Yoxin stomped his foot in frustration. "Look at you two, so defeatist. Am I the kind of person who would disrespect your aspirations? I admire your ambitions, which is precisely why I want to involve you in something significant, something monumental for the revival of our nation." At this, a spark ignited in the eyes of Big Gu and Little Gu. They gazed at Zhang in astonishment. "Old Zhang, do not jest about such matters. You know our tempers well. While we can discuss other matters amicably, jesting about this is a serious offense." Realizing Zhang's intentions, Ling Yun began to understand the underlying sentiment. These 2 gentlemen were indeed passionate patriots. Given their age, it was likely that they had endured the hardships of war in their youth, which explained their enduring commitment to certain ideals. Wait, could it be that their handcrafted anti-aircraft gun was their way of contributing to their country? With this realization, Ling Yun's perspective on the 2 men shifted dramatically. He recognized the approach that could potentially persuade them to stay. However, he was unwilling to resort to nationalism as a means of manipulation. Some lines, he believed, should not be crossed. Stepping forward, he interjected, "Gentlemen, I must clarify something. My invitation is not aimed at targeting any adversaries. Rather, it is to extend a helping hand to the unfortunate." At this statement, Zhang Yoxin's expression shifted. "Xiaoling, what are you doing?" Before he could finish, Ling Yun turned to him and said, "Old Zhang, some matters must be addressed beforehand. There are indeed things that should not be taken lightly. Do you understand? Ling Yun hesitated to utter the words deceive, but Zhang Youxin grasped the implication behind his words. However, to retain the interest of the big and small patrons, invoking patriotism and trivial matters was the most effective approach. Clearly, Ling Yun had no intention of resorting to such tactics. Contemplating this, old Zhang couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. He then slowly walked aside to smoke in silence. At that moment, Gov't looked at Ling Yun with a face full of suspicion and said, "What does that have to do with us? If you want to help them, go ahead. We're both old bones now." Guho nodded in agreement, adding, "Exactly, we don't understand what you're saying. Can we still get the eggs? If we can, we'll take them. If not, we'll leave." Their tone revealed a growing resentment toward the situation. Nevertheless, Ling Yun decided to make one last attempt. He took out his phone and pulled up a few videos, stating, "You can get the eggs. After watching the videos, you can claim the eggs. Watch one video, and you'll receive 10 eggs. There are 5 videos in total." Upon hearing this, Gov't couldn't help but laugh. "If we watch all of them, we can get 50 eggs. What a lucrative deal." Guho nodded. "That's right, we came for this. It's just a pity we can't keep the doors open." As they spoke, the two took Ling Yun's phone and settled down to watch. Ling Yun then approached old Zhang and asked, "Are the remaining tasks of similar difficulty?" Zhang Youxin shook his head. No, the rest are not that troublesome. Most of the people at home are gone. Some want to escape the nursing home, others just want a decent meal. They are easily satisfied." Hearing this, Ling Yun couldn't help but frown. "Do you think we're a charity? If you want to do charity, do it at another time. Once we're prosperous, I'll donate 100 relief stations." Zhang Youxin immediately rolled his eyes. He then pointed out the window at an old man, saying, "Do you see him? He is an 8th-level craftsman. He believes no one can surpass his handiwork." Ling Yun couldn't help but express his intrigue. At that moment, old Zhang's attention shifted to 2 men chatting nearby. "Do you see those 2? The one with the buzz cut built his own guns when he was young. He knows everything about pistols, rifles, and submachine guns. But later he made a foolish mistake and sold them. He was just released last month." Ling Yun clicked his tongue in amazement. Before he could voice his thoughts, old Zhang continued in a low voice. "The bald fat guy next to him worked in an arms factory for over a decade. He is familiar with military production. But he lost a leg to an industrial accident, ruining his promising future. However, he possesses skills. He just lacks someone who recognizes his worth." Hearing this, Ling Yun couldn't help but smile. Indeed, old Zhang had a keen eye. This room full of old boys was truly a treasure. He resolved not to let a single one slip away. He must capture them all. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, Big Goose suddenly slammed his fist on the table. Chapter 21. The device that can probe minds. Ling Yun felt a surge of excitement at the sight of a room full of hidden treasures. Just as he pondered how to secure them all, Gov't suddenly slammed his fist on the table. With an expression of fervor, he gazed at his phone screen and muttered, "These scoundrels are nothing but the foot basin chickens of yesteryear. Exterminate them, loot them, burn them. They don't see the barley sheep as human." As soon as he finished, Guho burst into tears. "Beasts, they are all beasts. They are still a bunch of kids, just children. Beasts, these cuckoos are all beasts." Govt's eyes reddened upon hearing this. Ling Yun was taken aback. He hadn't expected the 2 old gentlemen to empathize so deeply. Perhaps only those who have been drenched in rain can truly appreciate its chill. While he contemplated these thoughts, Gov't suddenly turned to him and said, "Young man, speak to me honestly. Are you building tanks and anti-aircraft guns to combat the cuckoos? Just give me a straightforward answer." Hearing this, the other old men also turned their attention to Ling Yun. Sensing the scrutiny, Ling Yun refrained from saying much. Instead, he retrieved his phone to show an order. In this day and age, words mattered little. What truly mattered was action. "Sir, please take a look at this." Gov't glanced at the screen, which prominently displayed an order for barley sheep. Upon seeing this, Gov't furrowed his brow. He then looked up at Ling Yun with a face full of confusion. Ling Yun quickly whispered in explanation, "I don't have the power to directly confront a nation, but I will do my utmost to assist the oppressed and the weak. Whatever they lack, I will provide. This is the only thing I can do." At this point, Ling Yun emphasized quietly, "Barley sheep have poor air defense capabilities and are in urgent need of anti-aircraft guns." Upon hearing this, Govt's eyes lit up. He then turned to grasp Guho's hand, exclaiming, "Let us go. We'll go with old Zhang to claim those eggs. This is the work for us." Realizing the situation was set, Ling Yun quickly beckoned Zhang Youxin to take the 2 out for onboarding procedures. Consequently, the others in the room had less to concern themselves with. Thus, the individuals brought in by old Zhang entered the second round of interviews. After completing the initial interviews with several old boys, Ling Yun continued to delve into a pressing question: how to ensure the loyalty of his subordinates. After all, the business he was engaged in was somewhat irregular. Therefore, relying solely on money to bind them could potentially lead to betrayal for financial gain later on. Consequently, finding a reliable method to discern a person's trustworthiness became an urgent task for Ling Yun. He spent a considerable amount of time searching online for a solution. Eventually, he stumbled upon an unconventional idea. Ling Yun discovered a device from the game Red Alert 2, known as the mind control device. This device's primary feature was its ability to detect and sense enemy units, while also having the capacity to actively influence or control a certain number of local units on a mental level. In the game, this device was considered extraordinarily powerful. However, replicating such technology in reality proved to be quite challenging. Thus, even with the system's support, it would be difficult to perfectly recreate the original mind control device, as there was no existing technology for mental control even within the system. Nevertheless, Ling Yun still spent a significant sum to acquire a mind control device. He then utilized his modification skills to make secondary adjustments. Given that the system couldn't achieve the device's mental control capability, Ling Yun decided to forego this function entirely. What he sought was merely the ability to gauge the loyalty of his subordinates. Thus, he only needed to retain the detection feature of the mind control device. In this way, if anyone harbored ill intentions, he would be promptly informed. After a long day of busy work, a metal tower appeared in the center of his factory. The iron tower stands approximately 10 meters tall, adorned with 3 distinctive components at its apex, including a small wind turbine, resembling a signal tower. This entire structure is merely a facade, a cunning disguise meticulously crafted by Ling Yun. The mind-sensing device is connected to a compact independent power plant, ensuring the instrument operates uninterrupted by external disturbances. Its detection range encompasses a circular area of 2 kilometers centered around the factory. Any individual entering this zone can be accurately monitored for malicious intent. Should anyone harbor ill will towards Ling Yun or the factory, the mind-sensing device can detect it and convert this information into digital data through a specialized apparatus. To facilitate this, Ling Yun even reassembled a server and linked mobile terminals to his phone and computer. Once these preparations were complete, Ling Yun commenced the second round of interviews. This time, in addition to the few familiar faces from the previous day, over 20 young adults joined the fray. These individuals, handpicked by Zhang Yoshi, were deemed exceptional talents. Judging by their profiles, they indeed possessed remarkable practical skills. However, after passing through the mind-sensing device's scrutiny, it was revealed that a staggering 80% harbored malicious intentions. Some merely sought to make a quick profit, while others contemplated reselling factory products for personal gain. In essence, only a small fraction of the young adults genuinely needed a job to make ends meet. Ling Yun and his associates were now taking considerable risks to embark on this venture. Such unreliable and reckless individuals were simply unacceptable. Consequently, after thorough evaluation, only 10 candidates successfully secured positions, half of whom were the seasoned veterans Ling Yun favored. He was not miserly. The internship salary was uniformly set at 15,000 yuan per month for everyone. After a month of probation, this would increase to 30,000 yuan, along with benefits and bonuses. However, Ling Yun also required these individuals to sign a confidentiality agreement, mandating discretion regarding their work. Although the seasoned veterans were not wealthy, they had long ceased to be overly fixated on money at their age. Furthermore, most of those recruited by Zhang were unencumbered by family ties. Hence, the salary mattered little to them. As long as they could enjoy good food and a pleasant life, their primary goal was a peaceful retirement. In stark contrast, the younger recruits placed immense value on this new job, viewing their boss as remarkably generous. With an internship salary of 15,000 yuan, failing to perform diligently or display loyalty would indeed be unwise. Thus, in this unique context, the military division of Ling Yun's factory was established. Chapter 22, A Midnight Counterattack. The debut of new equipment Blue Star, Middle East. As evening fell, the Cuckoo Bird Army launched a relentless assault on the Palestinian city of Huaxia, continuing for several hours. The central and northern regions of the city experienced intense bombardment, resulting in significant casualties among Palestinian civilians. The Beira and Nusayr refugee camps were subjected to numerous rocket strikes. And within the past few hours, the Cuckoo Bird Army's air raids in northern Gaza had claimed hundreds of civilian lives. In the dead of night, amidst the ruins of a residential building in Huaxia, Salih and his comrades concealed themselves within a camouflaged tent. The commander of the Self-Defense Air Defense Unit, Amin, was bloodshot-eyed. nearly crushing the binoculars in his grip. "General, why haven't we retaliated yet? What are we waiting for?" he demanded angrily, turning to question Adam. Amin had lost his entire family to the war, and his sole motivation for survival was revenge. He was willing to sacrifice everything for the chance to avenge his loved ones. Salih, upon hearing Amin's words, cast a cold glance his way. "If the enemy isn't panicking, why should you? The time has not yet come. Exercise patience." Amin felt his frustration mounting. He quickly approached Salih, his agitation evident. "The enemy is launching airstrikes on the refugee camps and residential areas. You brought back so much air defense equipment. Are they merely for show?" "General, I cannot comprehend." The soldiers are equally perplexed. At this, Salih's expression shifted slightly, yet his gaze remained icy. "Do you truly believe the enemy is targeting civilians?" "No. They are searching for us." Salih furrowed his brow deeply. "The Eagle Sauce has intercepted news of our new equipment procurement. If I am not mistaken, our plans have already been compromised." Amin's expression froze momentarily, followed by an admiring glance towards Salih. "So, that's why you decided to relocate our position? General, you truly possess foresight." "However," he continued, "but why can't we counterattack? If we can intercept those missiles, the civilians in the city wouldn't." Before Amin could finish his thought, Salih interjected coldly, "Naive. With so many missiles, how can we effectively intercept them? Furthermore, we have only one chance to catch them off guard. Thus, we must wait." Amin, somewhat confused, could not help but ask, "Wait for what?" Salih remained silent, instead looking up at the sky. "Wait for an opportunity." Amin, still puzzled, followed his gaze upwards. Half an hour after the Cuckoo Bird's missile attack commenced, 2 F-15I Thunder and 1 F-16I Storm bomber from the Cuckoo Bird Air Force slowly advanced from north to south over Huaxia. The pilots reported their status to the control tower while cautiously monitoring the radar displays. Their target was a suspected hideout of the second-in-command of Hamas. Based on classified intelligence brought back by a spy, to avoid any delays, the Cuckoo Bird Army resolved to take action that very night. However, the spy had also relayed another piece of information. The Palestinian Army's Deputy Chief of Staff had acquired a new batch of air defense equipment. The intelligence only indicated that these might be concealed within civilian areas in the center, without specifics on the exact locations, merely providing 5 potential targets. Consequently, the Cuckoo Bird Army preemptively launched missile strikes on the target area. Whether they hit their mark remained uncertain. Nevertheless, according to intelligence from Eagle Sauce, the Palestinian Army's recent arms purchases comprised of second-rate equipment, which had not been noted by Eagle Sauce's military. Such equipment posed minimal threat and was not deemed worthy of attention or caution. The Cuckoo Bird Army held great confidence in Eagle Sauce, thus paying little heed to the matter. The F-16I Storm was the first to enter the attack zone, swiftly requesting permission to strike from the command tower. "I have the Storm. I have the Storm. This is Storm 17. I have entered the target area, requesting to engage." As the pilot operated the aircraft, he double-checked the attack zone, not wishing to misfire and miss out on the hard-earned metal. Just then, his peripheral vision caught a flicker on the radar. Why are there white dots flashing?" The pilot quickly turned to the radar screen, only to see 20 or 30 white dots rapidly approaching. "Not good. I've been locked on." This was the last thought that crossed the pilot's mind. 2 seconds later, 15 small missiles struck the F-16I Storm simultaneously. A massive blaze erupted in the sky, and mere moments later, a tremendous explosion reverberated through the air. The remaining 2 F-15I Thunder aircraft were not graced by luck either, as they too were simultaneously locked onto by dozens of small missiles. The pilots on board barely had time to utter their final words before meeting their end. Flames flickered and thunderous roars echoed through the air. In the skies above the central region of the city, 3 massive fireworks erupted simultaneously, in front of a residential ruin. Amin and numerous soldiers embraced in jubilant cheers. Salih, however, could not help but moisten his eyes. Finally, they had avenged themselves. These wretched beings had long deserved their fate. After uttering this, he quickly called out to Amin, urging him to prepare for retreat. If they delayed, the enemy's missiles would surely come crashing down. Amin nodded promptly, leading the group to evacuate. After nearly 2 years, the Palestinian forces had successfully shot down a Kingfisher bomber for the first time. Upon hearing this news, both the Kingfisher and Eagle forces were taken aback. Yet, what shocked them even more was yet to come. In the early morning, just as dawn began to break, on the eastern shore of the Red Sea, amidst a rare grove of trees, Adam, the deputy commander of the Houthi artillery, was fixated on his laptop screen. What is happening? Has the reconnaissance team not sent back any information? Can they not see such a massive aircraft carrier? Are they even capable? Adam's tone was fraught with anxiety and impatience, having laid an ambush for 5 days and 4 nights. The sweltering heat made the situation unbearable. If they failed to locate the Eagle aircraft carrier today, Adam was prepared to temporarily withdraw his team. After all, the generator was running low on fuel. Without power, he could not utilize satellite guidance. Just as Adam's anxiety reached its peak, a message finally appeared on his computer screen. Upon seeing it, Adam leapt from his chair. Yes, finally, it has arrived. Everyone prepare. Hellfire artillery, get ready to load. Today, I shall etch your names into history. With that declaration, Adam swiftly began typing on the keyboard. Once the left side was completed, the Hellfire artillery began to adjust its angle. Simultaneously, the Beidou navigation system from China connected to the computer. Chapter 23. The aircraft carrier task force is stunned. The laptop in Adam's hand was discovered alongside the Hellfire artillery. It was pre-installed with 2 applications, one for remote control of the artillery and the other for electronic navigation. Although Adam found this method of guidance somewhat peculiar, he could not pinpoint what fell amiss. Thus, he reassured himself that perhaps advanced weaponry was simply designed this way. After inputting the local coordinates and target coordinates, Adam decisively pressed the launch button. In the next moment, a cacophony of cannon fire erupted 50 meters behind him. 50 Hellfire artillery pieces unleashed their wrath, hurtling towards his predetermined target at breakneck speed. On the surface of the Red Sea, the USS Howson Ellis aircraft carrier group was leisurely making its way towards the eastern shore. They had received a new directive to eliminate the Houthi artillery positions and relieve the blockade crisis at the Mandeb Strait. The Houthi artillery positions had already been locked onto by high-altitude drones. Now, they merely needed to navigate the aircraft carrier within striking range. However, just as they were about to enter the strike radius, Major Grant, the radar commander aboard the carrier, suddenly changed countenance. Incoming shells are actually targeting us. They are coming in fast and furious. Saying this, he hurriedly pressed the air raid alarm button. Simultaneously, the surrounding escort ships sprang into action. Interceptor missiles rapidly soaring into the sky, while the shipborne machine guns swiftly adjusted their aim. Vice Admiral Van Linton strode from the lounge into the command room. What on earth is happening? Who dares to fire upon us? Upon hearing this, Major Jasper immediately turned to salute. He then turned to Van Linton, his face tense, and said, "Sir, judging by the direction of the shelling, the enemy must be the Houthi organization from the Cat Nation. However, such widespread artillery fire lacks precision and is unlikely to inflict significant damage on our vessels. These sandal-wearing fools are simply naive." Upon hearing this, Van Linton couldn't help but laugh. Using howitzers to strike a warship? What a ridiculous notion. Let's not waste time. Order the cruisers to retaliate swiftly. We do not have the luxury of time to squander on them. The effective range of standard howitzers is only about 5 to 8 kilometers, and at maximum, they might reach around 100 kilometers. Thus, such a limited firing radius indicates one clear fact: the enemy's artillery positions must be located along the coast. Otherwise, they would never be able to reach the carrier group. Therefore, as long as the cruisers returned fire along the enemy's trajectory, they could obliterate the enemy positions in an instant. After all, the power of a single missile far surpasses that of dozens of shells. However, what Van Linton and his crew did not realize was that the Hellfire artillery used by the enemy had been modified. Its firing range had astonishingly reached 500 kilometers. From the outset, they had underestimated the enemy's combat capabilities. Before the enemy shells had even landed, the cruisers of the carrier group initiated their counterattack. 2 missiles ascended rapidly, racing towards their designated targets. Boom, boom. Almost simultaneously, the Hellfire artillery and the cruiser missiles reached the combat zone. The explosions from both sides reverberated in unison. However, this time, both sides had missed their targets. The cruiser missiles merely blasted a heap of rocks and vegetation, while the Hellfire artillery was performing its underwater fishing display near the carrier. Nevertheless, the tremendous sounds of explosions and the waves they generated were indeed formidable. It was hard to believe what would happen if such a force encountered a ship. Just as Van Linton was about to inquire of the cruiser commander whether the enemy's artillery positions had been neutralized, Radar Commander Grant suddenly jumped up, exclaiming, "They're coming again. Those shells are headed our way once more." Upon hearing this, Van Linton was momentarily stunned. What is happening? Hadn't they just failed to eliminate the enemy's positions? This is impossible. Could there be an oversight? Van Linton was perplexed, but there was no time for contemplation. He immediately composed himself and shouted, "Launch the aircraft. Don't hesitate. Scramble both teams 1 and 2. We must neutralize this threat as swiftly as possible." At his command, everyone sprang into action, with pilots aboard the carrier racing towards the planes. They bravely faced the cacophony of explosions and waves as they boarded. Fighter jets ascended one after another, while the surrounding escort ships unleashed their firepower. More than half of the incoming shells were shattered mid-air. Yet some still managed to slip through. This marked the 6th artillery barrage from the enemy. Yet the Eagle forces had yet to pinpoint the location of the enemy artillery positions. The aircraft had already expanded their reconnaissance range to 200 kilometers. Yet they still found no suspicious targets. In this moment, Van Linton felt a surge of panic. An invisible enemy? How are we supposed to combat this? How did these sandal-clad fools manage to pull this off? The explosions continued to resound around the carrier. All defensive measures had been employed, yet they still could not completely thwart the assaults. Moreover, what troubled Van Linton the most was that the enemy's firing range was gradually narrowing. This led him to believe that the enemy was incrementally adjusting their trajectories. A sense of crisis alerted the seasoned veteran to impending danger. Relay my orders. All units retreat immediately. Move away from the coastline and withdraw towards the center of the sea. All vehicles, retreat. After merely hesitating for a few seconds, Van Linton decisively commanded the withdrawal. Before fully grasping the situation, the Eagle's naval fleet opted to evade risk. However, Lady Luck's favor was about to abandon them. Perhaps she only bestows her grace upon the brave. As the USS Howson Ellis slowly retreated, a gas canister crashed heavily onto its deck. The explosion reverberated with a deafening roar. Several busy ground personnel were instantly thrown to the ground by the shockwave. A gaping hole, roughly 10 square meters, was blasted into the aircraft carrier's deck. Those present at the scene were paralyzed with fear. They had been struck. The USS Howson Ellis had been hit. Panic swiftly spread, with some individuals even jumping overboard in terror. The explosions continued around the aircraft carrier, which could only hasten its retreat. Van Linton stood in the command room, staring blankly at the newly created gaping hole. What kind of weapon was this? His thoughts were in disarray, filled with astonishment, confusion, and an inability to comprehend. In short, he found the unfolding events exceedingly surreal. Meanwhile, in the woods 500 kilometers away, Adam was monotonously pressing the launch button. Behind him lay a stockpile of 2,000 gas canisters, enough to sustain this tedious operation until dusk. Yet, this mode of combat was excruciatingly dull. He could neither see the enemy, nor could they locate him. Just as Adam was on the verge of boredom-induced slumber, his phone suddenly rang, jolting him from his stupor. Chapter 24. Denial is a form of non-existence. While Adam was apathetically clicking the launch button, a sudden urgent ringtone disrupted his reverie. Reluctantly, he yawned and answered the phone on speaker. Hello, this is Longwhip. What's the matter? His tone was languid, reminiscent of someone weary from prolonged exertion. However, the voice on the other end was exuberantly animated, as if celebrating a monumental win. We hit it. We hit it. I can hardly believe my eyes. We did it. Long live Huaxia. Upon hearing the ecstatic shouts, Adam's mood soured instantly. Thus, he shouted into the phone, Speak properly. What did we hit? Say it clearly. His voice boomed, drawing the attention of those nearby. At that moment, the speaker relayed the following news. The Eagle's aircraft carrier has been hit. We struck the Eagle's aircraft carrier. Long live. We truly hit it. As these words echoed, everyone leapt to their feet. Adam, in disbelief, stared at his phone and demanded, What did you say? Repeat that. What did we hit? The voice on the other end took a few deep breaths before responding. We hit the Eagle's aircraft carrier. The Eagle's aircraft carrier has been struck by us. This time, everyone present heard the message more clearly. They had genuinely struck the Eagle's aircraft carrier. Long live. Long live Huaxia. Long live Adam. The soldiers surrounding Adam erupted into a frenzy. They raised their arms in jubilation, some even kneeling in excitement. Meanwhile, tears of joy trickled down Adam's cheek. Did we actually hit it? I should at least get a promotion for this. Thank you, Mr. War God. I am utterly elated. Once his excitement subsided, Adam quickly relayed the news back to the organization. Half an hour later, the Huaxia forces officially convened a press conference, proudly announcing the news to the world. Shock, utter astonishment, extreme disbelief. Armed forces and nations across Blue Star struggled to comprehend the situation. A group of impoverished soldiers, barely outfitted with flip-flops, had managed to strike the world's most elite Eagle aircraft carrier. Were the escort ships of the Eagle's carrier group merely idle? Wait, what advanced weaponry had these flip-flop-wearing soldiers utilized to hit the carrier? Could it be that the great nation of Russia had supplied them with secret weaponry? Quickly, the focus shifted from the event itself to the implications. Media outlets stationed in the Eagle's capital inundated the military with inquiries. Yet, the Eagle's military remained silent, for its high command was convening an emergency meeting. In the White House conference room, Generals of 4-star rank and above had been summoned by the president. Alongside these generals, military experts, weapon specialists, analysis authorities, and intelligence officers were also called in. The spacious conference room was unusually crowded, with some latecomers awkwardly standing against the walls to listen. President Baishio surveyed the room with a grave expression, refraining from speech. Yet, his piercing gaze tightened the atmosphere to a suffocating degree. After several seconds of tense silence, Baishio's voice, though tinged with age, finally broke through. Who can provide an explanation? Upon his utterance, the tension intensified. No one dared to respond, nor did anyone step forward to bear responsibility. Seeing the silence, Baishio's expression darkened further. Who can provide me an explanation? Why was the USS Hausenellis hit? And by the most rudimentary artillery? As he spoke, Baishio's eyes widened in fury, rising to his feet. Who can tell me why this happened? The president was furious. Yet the ministers remained silent. No one had anticipated such a scenario, and thus the military had not prepared a contingency plan. This left the military representatives at a loss for how to react. However, at a crucial moment, one individual stepped forward, Admiral Beeler, commander of the Eagle's Navy fleet. Mr. President, this incident has indeed caught everyone off guard. I believe this is merely an unexpected coincidence. Before Beeler could finish his excuse, Baishio shot him a cold glare. I require strategies for response and methods to mitigate the adverse impacts, not explanations. If all you can offer is this nonsense, then kindly remain silent, Commander. Beeler was left speechless, wanting to say more, but ultimately closing his mouth. Moments later, Secretary Collins cautiously interjected, Mr. President, I believe we should vehemently deny this matter. The media's calls are overwhelming. If we don't respond, it would imply our tacit acceptance of the event's authenticity. Upon hearing her words, the eyes of the older gentleman in the room lit up. Yes, we can simply deny it, can't we? Just because the Houthis claim they hit us. Does that mean it's true? A group of impoverished soldiers in flip-flops have no authority. If we say it didn't happen, then it didn't happen. No one can argue otherwise. With this thought, the ministers began to echo their support. However, the generals present furrowed their brows. How long could this self-deception last? Once tangible photos or videos surfaced, the esteemed reputation that the Eagle Nation has built over the years is on the brink of collapse. It is astonishing that such a misguided notion has garnered support from so many fools. The generals, known for their foresight, now find themselves in a position of silence. They are acutely aware that voicing dissent will lead to the president seeking alternative solutions from them. Yet, do they possess a superior method of handling the situation? The answer is no, unless the aircraft carriers are equipped with self-repairing capabilities. Otherwise, any approach will inevitably lead to complications. Thus, it may be prudent to allow these fools to take the lead. Should any issues arise, the president will hold them accountable. Consequently, the generals present opted for a taciturn stance. Observing the lack of reaction from the attendees, Baishio quickly turned to Collins and nodded, saying, Very well. I entrust this matter to you. Ensure that the impact is minimized and handle it with care. Collins, upon hearing this, responded with a confident smile, Rest assured, Your Excellency. I will manage it effectively. Chapter 25. A month of unproductive labor in the land of the flower-growing nation. At the gas cylinder factory, Ling Yun rose early, washing up while listening to the news on television. Perhaps due to his dealings with the Middle East, he had become increasingly attentive to international news reports. At that moment, the television was broadcasting a statement from the Eagle Nation. The Central Command of the Eagle Nation declared on the social platform X, Our aircraft carriers have never been attacked by any organization or force. Simultaneously, an official spokesperson of the Eagle Nation vehemently denounced the rumor-mongers alleging an attack on their aircraft carriers, offering a reward of 1 million beautiful coins. As reported by Reuters, journalists from around the world flocked to the Suez Canal port, eager to witness the triumphant return of the Eagle Nation's aircraft carriers. Since Ling Yun was in the midst of his morning routine, he could only catch snippets of the news. Once he finished, he made his way to the television to grasp the full story. However, the news had shifted to coverage of the Eagle Nation's elections. With no other option, Ling Yun turned off the television and proceeded to the cafeteria. Just as he descended the stairs, he heard a commotion in the small square in front of the building. Upon approaching, he realized that Old Shui had stolen Old Wang's dance partner the previous night, and Gu Lao had quarreled with Old Zhao over a remote control. Meanwhile, Gu'er was inexplicably embroiled in a dispute with Old Li. In short, none of the recently recruited old babies were a source of peace. Witnessing this scene, Ling Yun fell into deep contemplation. This situation was untenable. He needed to find something for the old babies to do before it escalated into chaos. With this thought in mind, Ling Yun quickly opened the system interface. Ever since binding to the system, he had immersed himself in hard work, to the extent that he hadn't T-checked the system status for quite some time. By now, he had accumulated over a small target's worth of earnings. And by all accounts, he should have leveled up. However, when he focused on his status bar, he was taken aback. Name: Ling Yun. Level: 1. Prestige points: 0. Experience points: 0. Technical proficiency: 56. Funds: 3,000,000. Upon seeing this, Ling Yun felt as though his eyes might pop out. What in the world is happening? After a month of hard work, why is everything still at 0? The lack of level advancement is one thing, but why are both experience and prestige points also at 0? This is utterly unreasonable. Realizing this, Ling Yun urgently called upon the system for clarification. Once the system explained the situation, he discovered the root of the issue. The explanation was straightforward. The military arms that the host had modified independently did not count towards the system's points. In simpler terms, the goods he previously sold were all self-modified and did not conform to the system's regulations for sales. Therefore, the profits from those sales did not contribute to the point system. However, the funds earned could still be used within the system. Yet, the benefits derived from products exchanged with that money still did not count towards the point system. Having understood this, Ling Yun felt an overwhelming urge to vent his frustrations. However, he refrained, fearing retribution from the system. Thus, he resolved to swallow his indignation and bear the burden silently. I may feel wronged, but I shall not weep. Damn it. Does this mean I must resort to selling goods from the system? How simple. With that thought in mind, Ling Yun pulled out his phone, ready to contact his previous customers. It was time to call in some favors. Each one could surely handle an order of 20,000 handguns and 50,000 rifles, right? As for grenades, they would certainly need those for battle. Asking them to purchase by the ton shouldn't pose a problem, should it? With these thoughts, a wicked smile began to spread across Ling Yun's face. Before he had even finished crafting his message, Wang Xiaoqiang's call came through. Why is this fellow calling so early? He doesn't have a habit of rising early. How peculiar. Ling Yun, filled with curiosity, gently pressed the answer button. Hello, Xiaoqiang. Did you pull an all-nighter again? Can't you do something productive? Have you secured those women I asked for? After delivering his 3 questions in quick succession, he was met with a slow, unfamiliar voice on the other end. Is this Ling Yun? The women you requested are unavailable, and your subordinate cannot return either. Upon hearing this, Ling Yun's expression turned grave. He narrowed his eyes, his demeanor shifting to one of cold calculation. Who are you? How did my brother's number end up in your hands? Is there a misunderstanding between us? If so, let's resolve it amicably. Although Ling Yun had never been involved in the underworld, he was in his 30s and had weathered some storms in life. Thus, he could maintain his composure in the face of unknown dangers. However, the other party, evidently accustomed to arrogance, paid him no heed. Who the hell do you think you are? Stop pretending to be an old hand at this. Listen carefully, Ling. Prepare 3 million for a familiar face. Otherwise, just wait for the body to be collected. At this moment, Ling Yun realized that something had surely gone awry with Wang Xiaoqiang. Anxiety gripped him, but reason dictated that he must remain calm. Therefore, he suppressed his anger and asked patiently, 3 million is quite a sum. I need time to gather it. But can you ensure Wang Xiaoqiang's safety? Is he still alive? If he is alive, there's hope. But if he is dead, before Ling Yun could finish, the other party cut in with a string of curses. Why are you babbling so much? Gather the money and call me back. I'll tell you the location for the exchange. I warn you, don't even think about alerting the authorities, or I'll make sure to shred this bastard. Ling Yun was furious, but he knew he had to restrain himself. He quickly pressed for more information. Is Wang Xiaoqiang alive? If he is alive, there is hope. If he's gone, then there is nothing left. Ling Yun understood that he must ascertain his brother's fate first, for life has its remedies, while death requires its own strategies. There was a pause on the other end before Wang Xiaoqiang's voice rang out, albeit faint and distant. Yungu, you don't need to worry about me. They are a bunch of beasts. Don't come here, whatever you do. His shout morphed into a scream at the end. It is abundantly clear that Wang Xiaoqiang is enduring a brutal beating. Nevertheless, as long as one is still alive, there is hope. A short while later, a stranger's voice emerged from the other end of the phone. Have you understood? The individual is temporarily alive, but should you dare to play tricks, the outcome may be dire. You have until noon to call back. Following this, the line went dead with a series of beeps. At this moment, a murderous intent had evidently ignited in Ling Yun's eyes. Old Zhang, Li Jinjun, come here at once. Chapter 26, To Eradicate the Weeds. One must uproot the roots. Ling Yun initially intended to grant Wang Xiaoqiang a favor by assigning him the task of recruiting a group of beautiful women for customer service. However, to his dismay, not only did he fail to recruit the desired staff, but he also found himself in a precarious situation. It was evident without investigation that this fellow had provoked trouble and had been apprehended. The reason for his capture was no longer of consequence. What mattered now was to devise a swift plan for his rescue. In the factory office, Ling Yun, Zhang Youxin, and Li Jinjun sat together, each smoking a cigarette. Their expressions were tense, and their eyes were filled with concern. They awaited the arrival of one person in silence. After approximately 10 minutes of silence, a man with a buzz cut entered the room. He was clad only in a sleeveless shirt, showcasing a muscular physique, with a scar on his left cheek and a tattoo of a fierce tiger on his right arm. His name was Zhou Chaoqiang, nicknamed Superman Chong. He had previously mingled in the underworld, but had served time for intentional injury. Upon his release, he turned over a new leaf, working as a delivery driver, and was one of Ling Yun's 13 brothers. Yun Gu, I've uncovered the truth. It was the gang led by Sun Dadu from the Wild Dog Gang. Zhou Chaoqiang wasted no time and went straight to the point. Upon hearing this, Ling Yun extinguished his cigarette and pressed for details. Sit down and elaborate on what transpired. Zhou Chaoqiang complied, taking a seat as Li Jinjun offered him a cigarette. After igniting it and taking a puff, he continued, it involved a few women. Last night, Xiaoqiang went to the red light district to rescue a few women, claiming he wanted to buy their freedom. 2 of those women were under Sun Datu's control, and when negotiations failed, things escalated. At this juncture, Ling Yun felt there was no need to continue listening. He slowly rose, furrowing his brow as he stated, no need to elaborate further. I have but one question. If we comply and pay, can this matter be resolved? Zhou Chaoqiang's brow furrowed in response, and he shook his head slowly. Yun, you underestimate them. They are nothing but wild dogs, biting indiscriminately and refusing to let go once they latch on. Even if we pay, they will continue to hound us. Upon hearing this, Ling Yun's gaze turned icy. Then we cannot be blamed for what follows. If we do not eradicate the roots, spring winds will revive them. At this point, he suddenly turned to Zhang and Li. Zhang Youxin's heart skipped a beat. He realized that Xiaoqiang's situation was about to turn bloody. However, he was acutely aware of what truly concerned Ling Yun. They were on the brink of a life-and-death venture, quite literally. Thus, any unexpected turn of events could lead them to irreversible ruin. Guided by the principle of better to let a friend die than to let a foe prosper, they could not allow the situation to deteriorate further. After pondering this, Zhang Youxin extinguished his cigarette and slowly stood up, declaring, fine, if we are to act, let us do so thoroughly. Li Jinjun could sometimes act rashly, but he was certainly no fool. Upon hearing their resolve, he immediately understood the gravity of the situation. A cold smile crept onto his lips as he said, leave this to me and Chong. Sun Data 1T survive the night. Ling Yun, hearing this, merely smiled faintly. For some reason, everyone felt a chilling aura emanating from his smile. Merely eliminating Sun Dadu serves no purpose. If we are to act, we must dismantle their entire den. With these 2 sentences, the hearts of the 3 tightened simultaneously. It became evident that Ling Yun was indeed a formidable figure. Indeed, those capable of grand deeds are rarely benevolent. However, their fates were now intertwined, indicating that they had no retreat. Understood. I will call for more men and assemble our entire security team, Li Jinjun asserted. However, Ling Yun slowly shook his head, looking at him with a firm gaze. No need. The 3 of us will suffice. Li Jinjun immediately objected. Brother Ling, what do you mean by that? Do you not consider me a brother? If you do not go, then I must. You are all my brothers. I cannot stand idly by. Ling Yun, sensing the misunderstanding, quickly smiled and explained. Your absence does not imply idleness. There are more pressing tasks for you. Li Jinjun's face immediately lit up with joy. Really? That is wonderful. You must not abandon me. We are a united front, and we do not abandon or forsake one another. Seeing his enthusiasm, Ling Yun could not help but chuckle. He then assigned tasks to each of the 3 men. According to Zhou Chaoqiang's investigation, the Wild Dog Gang had a core group of 17 members. The minor thugs were insignificant and could be disregarded. By taking down the key players, the gang could be dismantled. Therefore, Ling Yun tasked Li Jinjun with dealing with the stragglers while he, along with Zhang Youxin and Zhou Chaoqiang, would personally confront Sun Dadu and his associates. Before the operation commenced, Ling Yun specifically cautioned Li Jinjun not to act recklessly, but to bring the individuals back for united handling. He assured him he would personally oversee the aftermath and cleanup. Li Jinjun, upon hearing this, thumped his chest in assurance of completing the task. before turning to seek out the brothers of the security team. At 12:30 p.m., the three of them arrived at an abandoned factory in the suburbs. As per Sun Data's instructions, carrying the money with them. This was one of the Wild Dog Gang's strongholds, and currently, 8 or 9 members were loitering there. Sun Lauda, I have arrived. The money is here, let us meet. Ling Yun called out as he entered the factory. Before long, the trio found themselves encircled by members of the Wild Dog Gang, each armed with a machete, their eyes glinting with greed and malice. After a short wait, Sun Data finally emerged from the factory, adjusting his trousers. Ling Yun could faintly hear the sounds of weeping from within. Without needing to see, he knew that this man had just committed an unspeakable act. As Sun Data stepped out and surveyed Ling Yun and his companions, a sinister, cunning smile spread across his face. You lot are quite sensible, not reporting to the authorities. Otherwise, that kid wouldn't have made it this far. In fact, prior to Sun Data's call, he had already arranged for someone to keep an eye on Ling Yun and the others. Their spies had been lurking in the shadows, fearing that the other party might resort to treachery. Ling Yun had anticipated this, which was why they had maintained a low profile before their arrival. Enough with the pleasantries. Here's the 3 million. Where's my brother? The spies had witnessed Ling Yun and the others withdrawing money from the bank, so Sun Data was not concerned about them attempting a bluff. Thus, he cracked his neck and coldly commanded, bring out that dead dog. With Sun Data's order, a severely beaten Wang Xiaoqiang was dragged out by his hair. Upon witnessing this scene, the expressions of Ling Yun and his companions instantly hardened. Damn! These bastards deserve to die? Chapter 27. In truth, there was never a choice to begin with. Wang Xiaoqiang was battered and bruised, his head swollen to the point where even his mother might not recognize him. Fortunately, Ling Yun was more perceptive than his mother and recognized him at once. He motioned for Zhou Chaoqiang to discard the woven bag aside, and then coldly addressed Sun Datu. Transaction completed, the exchange was made. Sun Datu, with a satisfied grin, gazed at the woven bag on the ground, nodding slowly. All right, let us conclude this matter for today. You can take the person away. I shan't make things difficult for you. I, old Sun, am also a man of principles. With that, he gestured for his subordinate to collect the money. Wang Xiaoqiang, having freed himself from his restraints, rolled and crawled over to Ling Yun's side. Brother Yun, I'm sorry for causing you shame, he said, lowering his head in deep embarrassment. However, Ling Yun placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and replied, there is no shame in this. Everyone has their moments of misfortune. As long as you are unharmed, everything else can be negotiated. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoqiang nodded vigorously. Yet, he soon turned around, glaring fiercely at Sun Daitu, declaring, You, son, this matter is far from over. From this day forth, it will be either your demise or mine. Damn it, we have a feud now. Initially in high spirits, Sun Daitu was stung by these words. He turned, disdain evident on his face, and retorted, Look at you, reduced to this state, and yet you dare to threaten me? You think it will be either my death or yours. I implore you, why wait for the future? Come and try to end me today. If I so much as flinch, you can claim victory. As he spoke, Sun Daitu threw a dagger in front of Wang Xiaoqiang. This gesture appeared to offer his opponent a chance, but in truth, it was a trap. Surrounded by his men, all wielding machetes, any brave soul who dared to pick up the dagger would find themselves unable to leave the scene unscathed. While not all would be killed, they would certainly be maimed. Hence, Sun Daitu was betting on his opponent's lack of courage. Yet, even if they were fearless, numbers and weapons were on their side. The distinction between being unafraid of death and being invulnerable was stark. Sun Daitu's taunting words struck a nerve in Wang Xiaoqiang, igniting a surge of anger. He was ready to charge forward, but Ling Yun intervened at a crucial moment, placing something in his hand. What era are we in, still resorting to knives and violence? Sun Daitu could not help but chuckle at this remark, lifting his head in disdain towards Ling Yun and scoffing. What bold words! Without knives, what do you intend to use? A gun? Do you possess such skill? Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Xiaoqiang suddenly raised his hand and fired a shot. The gunshot echoed, startling everyone present. The bullet grazed past Sun Daitu's ear, tearing the skin due to the proximity. Though there was no blood, the sharp sting served as a grim reminder that everything that had just transpired was very real. He truly had a gun. In an instant, someone shouted, and Sun Daitu's men began to flee. However, Ling Yun would not grant them that opportunity, for one must eradicate the roots of the problem. Bang, bang, bang. Several more gunshots rang out. Those attempting to escape were all taken down. Some were not struck fatally and lay on the ground, wailing in agony. But soon, Zhou Chaoqiang approached and delivered a finishing shot to each, silencing the cries. Sun Daitu stood frozen in place, witnessing the entire scene unfold. The warm liquid of fear quickly soaked his trembling legs. Indeed, this self-proclaimed tough guy had wet himself in terror. Don't kill me. I was wrong. I'll kneel and bow to you. Please, spare me. I have an 80-year-old mother at home. I'll kneel before you. Sun Daitu cried out, his voice pleading, though his body quaked in fright, unable to move. In that moment, he realized the vast difference between a rogue and a desperate man. Regrettably, he recognized this too late. After Wang Xiaoqiang fired his shot, he lost the initial courage he had mustered. Now, his hand trembled as it gripped the gun, mirroring Sun Daitu's fear. Ling Yun, noticing this, stepped forward and gently said, I want to dictate your actions, but the path ahead is yours to choose. With that, he walked calmly into the room, recalling that there was at least one woman still inside. Upon entering, Ling Yun wasted no time, raising his gun and firing twice at the woman against the wall. One shot struck her chest, the other her head. She was dead beyond recovery. Why eliminate this innocent woman? Because Ling Yun would not allow himself to be burdened by complications. In this world, one must be ruthless to stand firm. Moreover, had it not been for this woman, he and his brothers would not have found themselves in such dire straits. Thus, in a strict sense, she was not truly innocent. Upon hearing the gunfire from within the room, Wang Xiaoqiang immediately understood what had transpired. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger repeatedly. Bang, 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 bang. After 5 shots, Sun Daitu transformed into a bloodied heap, 3 bullets to the chest, 1 to the abdomen, and 1 to the head, more thoroughly dead than the woman in the room. Once this was done, Ling Yun instructed old Zhang to escort Wang Xiaoqiang out. He then directed Zhou Chaoqiang to gather all the bodies into one location. Following that, he ordered them to retrieve sulfuric acid from the vehicle to cleanse the bloodstains on the ground. Once everyone departed, Ling Yun activated the time-space conversion device with his phone. A blinding white light flashed, and the corpses vanished in an instant. Seconds later, a similar burst of white light appeared in a section of the Pacific Ocean. As the light faded, several chunks of flesh fell into the sea. Why were they merely chunks of flesh? What happened to the bodies? They had been pulverized during the high-energy conversion process. However, due to the brevity of the event, some remnants remained. This also proved a phenomenon. Human bodies cannot be transferred through time and space. Otherwise, only a few scraps would have made it through. Once the situation was handled, Zhou Chaoqiang completed his tasks as well. That night, Ling Yun did not host any comforting feasts for Wang Xiaoqiang. Instead, he simply arranged for him to rest well and called for a private doctor to provide treatment. A week later, once Wang Xiaoqiang's health had recovered, the two met face to face once more. Ling Yun wasted no words, handing Wang Xiaoqiang a cigarette and asking, have you adjusted? Wang Xiaoqiang understood the implication and nodded slowly. Yes, I've adapted. Just had a bit of a palpitations that night. Over time, it doesn't seem to be a major issue. Hearing this, Ling Yun nodded in satisfaction, affirming, that's good. You'll have to adapt sooner or later. Wang Xiaoqiang was taken aback, but quickly found solace in the thought. Could one engage in arms dealing without bloodshed? Only if the Grim Reaper were their partner. Otherwise, they would inevitably meet their demise at the hands of others. In truth, they had had no choices from the very beginning. Now, the only path forward was to press on, head held high, for hope remained. Just as Wang Xiaoqiang completed his mental conditioning, a call from Li Jinjun suddenly came through. Ling Yun answered promptly, and the first words from the other end made his heart race. Brother Ling, there has been a situation. One has escaped. Chapter 28, Trouble. Things have escalated in Donghu. Within a police station, 3 individuals clad in black suits swiftly traversed the corridor. The woman leading the group, named Mi Shu, was the head of the Special Operations Department of the National Security Bureau of the Flower Nation, holding the rank of first-class officer. Following her were 2 men. Walking to her left was Ji Hanjun, the head of the Investigation Department of the Donghu branch of the National Security Bureau. To her right was Ren Jianjun, a capable agent from the Special Operations Department. Their presence here was prompted by a special informant who had come to the station the previous night. The informant, named Zhang Quanbao, nicknamed Lai Gochuan, was the 3rd in command of the local Wild Dog Gang. The Wild Dog Gang, euphemistically referred to as a gang organization, could more accurately be described as a utopia for a group of societal misfits. Yet, what merit or capability does one Zhang Quanbao possess that could stir the National Security Bureau? This matter must be traced back to his actions. In the interrogation room, Zhang Quanbao appeared haggard, his demeanor fraught with tension, and his eyes were brimming with fear. Please, lock me away. I am willing to endure a hard prison sentence. No matter how many years, even life imprisonment. I beg you, just confine me, or they will kill me. They have guns. They possess sorcery. People vanish in an instant. No, They cannot be human. Will you pursue them? They are all dead. They have all perished, and I am next, but I do not wish to die. Aside from the 2 functioning surveillance cameras, the interrogation room was devoid of any presence. Yet, Zhang Quanbao fervently repeated his earlier statements, growing increasingly agitated, attempting several times to break free from his restraints and rise. However, the chilling handcuffs held him firmly to the interrogation chair. Mi Shu and her 2 companions observed calmly from behind the one-way mirror for 15 minutes. Has this individual undergone a mental assessment? He appears to be under significant distress. Have you sent someone to investigate his claims? Mi Shu inquired, glancing toward Wei Jun, the deputy director in charge of special cases at the Donghu Public Security Bureau. Special cases do not refer to bizarre or supernatural events, but encompass any incidents that defy normal logic and suggest foreign sabotage. This was the primary reason for his presence at the police station. Wei Jun, a second-level police superintendent, ranked 2 levels above Mi Shu, found himself in a subordinate position due to the unique background of the situation. Director Liu had personally dispatched a team for reconnaissance and discovered 2 bullet holes and 2 potential traces of human blood at the scene. I can only say that our adversary is exceptionally seasoned and ruthless. Mi Chief, we carry a heavy burden this time. Mi Shu, upon hearing this, refrained from commenting immediately and turned her gaze back to Zhang Quanbao. After a few seconds, she finally spoke, bringing a psychologist and a psychiatrist. I must ensure the interviewee's mental state is stable. With that, she turned and exited the room. Ji Hongjun and Rin Jianjun remained silent, quietly following Mi Shu as they hurried forward. Wei Jun stood frozen, bewildered by the rapidity of their movements. Mi Chief, aren't you going to interrogate him? Without glancing back, Mi Shu replied, no need, Director Wei. The statements you have compiled will suffice for now. We will return shortly. An hour later, at an abandoned factory in the outskirts, the police had secured the area, with 4 officers stationed at their posts. Mi Shu, Ji Hongjun, and Rin Jianjun stood by a window in one of the factory's rooms. The acrid scent of sulfuric acid still lingered, compelling them to wear masks as they conversed. Ji Chief, what are your thoughts on this matter? Are we observing the individuals we've been monitoring? Ji Hongjun slowly shook his head. It's hard to say, but my intuition suggests that this incident is not directly related to those we are tracking. Sun Datu is merely a minor character. They wouldn't resort to such extreme measures. Rin Jianjun nodded in agreement. I concur with Ji Chief's assessment. Sun Datu and his associates may have encountered a different fate. Mi Shu frowned slightly and remarked, isn't that a bit too coincidental? We just uncovered this lead, and Sun Datu and his crew are dead. I cannot believe it's mere happenstance. Moreover, there are bullet holes. Anyone capable of acquiring firearms in such a flower-growing region undoubtedly possesses a complex background. Rin Jianjun interjected, however. One perplexing detail remains. The local police have not found any bodies. According to the informant's testimony, the Wild Dog Gang has lost at least 19 members. This figure is already quite alarming, yet no corpses have been discovered. It is truly a case of the living not seen and the dead not found. This is troublesome. Ji Hongjun nodded slightly and turned his attention to the surrounding factory. Such places are unlikely to have any surveillance. Finding clues here is exceedingly difficult. Mi Shu, in response, turned back with a serious expression. When have we encountered straightforward cases? If they were easy, they wouldn't have landed in our hands. Let's divide the tasks. She then looked at Rin Jianjun. Old Run, continue following up with Director Wei and devise a way to obtain another set of statements. I need to discern which of Zhang Xuanbao's words hold truth and which do not. Rin Jianjun promptly nodded, affirming the task, and swiftly departed toward the factory's exit. At this moment, Mi Shu turned to Ji Hongjun and said, Ji Chief, you must further investigate the Pandora matter. I have a strong feeling that their sudden interest in the flower-growing region signifies a crucial mission. We must unravel the truth before they succeed. Otherwise, I fear the flower-growing region will be placed at a disadvantage. Ji Hongjun nodded in agreement. All right. I will take charge of the Pandora investigation and will inform you immediately of any updates. Mi Shu acknowledged with a slight nod, then sighed softly. I have another lead that requires urgent verification. Subsequently, the two departed swiftly from the crime scene. At the gas cylinder factory, in the office, Ling Yun sat behind his desk, his complexion ashen, eyes filled with worry and anxiety. After a few minutes, Li Jinjun stormed in, visibly furious. Upon entering, he cast a heavy sigh toward Ling Yun. Noticing the commotion, Ling Yun glanced up. What's wrong? Haven't you found him yet? Li Jinjun hastened to the desk, placing his hands upon it, his expression grim. It seems the situation has escalated. That scoundrel Li Gochuan has reported to the police. What are we to do? He lowered his head in frustration. Ling Yun, while his expression remained stern, was filled with confidence and composure. Keep your faith. There is still a chance for a turnaround. Chapter 29. Not fleeing, but pioneering for the factory. Li Jun, observing Ling Yun's calm demeanor, found his own panic dissipating quickly. A small team requires a steadfast leader like him. If the leader claims all is well, then the issue must not be substantial. Realizing this, he eagerly asked Ling Yun, "What should we do next? Should we send in the death warrant?" As he spoke, a fierce glint shone in his eyes. Ling Yun rolled his eyes dramatically. "For heaven's sake, we are merely dealing in arms, seeking to make a profit. We are not heartless criminals. Why must we resort to murder at every turn? This mindset is unhealthy and must be changed." Li Jun stood there, momentarily bewildered. Just moments ago, he had heard old Zhang mention that Ling Yun was fierce enough to shoot a woman in the factory without hesitation. How could he now be discussing such matters? The contrast was almost surreal. Which version of him was the true one? Before Li Jun could fully process this, Ling Yun abruptly shifted the topic. "You need to take the brothers to Headscarf Camel and establish good relations with the local Tabanya provisional government. Also, procure more tanks or armored vehicles. Additionally, learn to expand the factory's market, promoting handguns, grenades, and bulletproof vests." Upon hearing these words, Li Jun could not help but tilt his head towards Ling Yun. "Brother Ling, why aren't we selling them modified tanks and howitzers? Didn't you mention that these items are exceedingly popular in the Middle East? Isn't our online store meant for promoting such heavy weaponry?" Ling Yun found himself at a loss for words to explain to him. Thus, with a serious expression, he turned to Li Jun and said, "Just do as I instruct. Why all the questions? I have my own plans. Your only task is to cooperate. In any case, you need to take the escort team and leave as soon as possible." Li Jun, upon hearing this, numbly nodded but soon contemplated another issue. He furrowed his brow and looked at Ling Yun, saying, "Brother Ling, this isn't right. Are you deliberately arranging for us to flee? Are you worried about our safety, prompting us to avoid the storm?" Ling Yun was taken aback by how quickly Li Jun had grasped the situation. He looked at him with a hint of surprise and said with a smile, Jun, you're quite sharp. Your intelligence seems to have improved recently. Very well. I'll reward you with 8 million. Take the money and treat your brothers to a trip." With a total of 7 members in the escort team, and Li Jun making it 8, the implication of Ling Yun's offer was unmistakable. Though Li Jun was a rough man, he was not foolish. With a reluctant shake of his head, he replied, "No, I'm not leaving. If there's trouble, we'll face it together. If not, we'll leave together." Li Jun was quite stubborn, and Ling Yun felt a mixture of joy and irritation. He was pleased to realize he had not misjudged him. He was indeed a worthy comrade. However, it was somewhat vexing that he always had to be so obstinate when it came to arrangements. Thus, after calming himself with a cigarette, Ling Yun spoke again. Jun, you must follow my arrangements. A few days ago, your team was capturing people everywhere, which easily attracted police attention. Sending you away is to protect us. It is a necessary precaution. Once I resolve matters here, I will notify you to return." As he spoke, he took out a cigarette and offered it to Li Jun, continuing, "Moreover, my plan for you to go is to thoroughly cultivate the Middle Eastern market. You must establish our arms brand. If you need any resources, just let me know. We are embarking on a joint venture, and you are the representative leading the charge." At the mention of leading the charge, Li Jun's eyes lit up. Previously an avid online gamer, he understood the significance of a vanguard team. Thus, upon realizing he was to lead the charge, he felt a considerable weight lift from his shoulders. "All right, I understand. Brother Ling, just watch my performance. I will definitely open up the Middle Eastern market for you." Hearing this, Ling Yun quickly nodded affirmatively. "Good. Then I will add another 2 million. Work hard, and I look forward to your good news." At this moment, Li Jun felt considerably less resistant. He trusted that Ling Yun would handle matters proficiently. Therefore, he solemnly nodded and promptly exited the office with purpose. Once he left, Ling Yun immediately sent him 10 million in cash. With this generous funding, Li Jun and his team would face little pressure, whether in seeking refuge or pioneering. Contemplating this, Ling Yun took a couple of deep drags from his cigarette. Now, he truly needed to devise a solution for the unpredictable threat lurking in the police station. However, solitary contemplation has its limitations, as one's understanding and thought processes are inherently fixed. Thus, the ancients wisely coined the phrase, "One person's plan is short. 2 people's plans are long." Not long after, he summoned Zhang Yoxin to join him. However, after the two sat facing each other and shared half a pack of cigarettes, they finally devised a promising strategy. Based on the information they gathered, They learned that the individual had been hiding in the restroom of an abandoned factory. He had quietly escaped through the back wall after witnessing everything unfold. Subsequently, he was relentlessly pursued by Ling Yun and his team. Most of his gang members from the Wild Dog Gang were already dead. Therefore, it was certain that his current state was one of extreme tension and fear. Zhang Yoxin proposed they exploit this aspect. Following this line of thought, Ling Yun quickly conceived a plan. Having some legal knowledge, he understood that the testimonies of individuals with mental health issues would not be recognized or validated by official departments. Thus, they intended to exacerbate the individual's anxiety. As long as they could frighten him into madness without anyone noticing, this informant could effectively be rendered useless. Of course, they had no intention of genuinely driving him insane. Merely creating the perception that he was would suffice. Consequently, the two swiftly refined their plan. Inside the temporary detention room at the police station where Zhang Quanbao was held, he paced nervously. After witnessing the unbelievable events, he found it challenging to calm his emotions in the short term. He felt an overwhelming sense that someone was out to kill him, causing his nerves to become increasingly sensitive and fragile. Even the slightest sound from outside made him believe someone was approaching. Yet, in the midst of this turmoil, Zhang Quanbao encountered an extraordinarily bizarre sight. Suddenly, another person appeared in his room. Damn, am I seeing ghosts? No, this isn't a ghost. An alien has come to kill me. Help! Someone, save me. They're here. They just burst in. Chapter 30, How Difficult. The only witness has gone mad. Zhang Quanbao suddenly began to scream in the detention room, quickly drawing the attention of the duty officers. Two duty police officers rushed over and promptly opened the door to the room. What is going on? Why are you shouting for help? What happened? They anxiously inquired as they entered the room. Upon seeing them, Zhang Quanbao immediately hid behind the two officers, shouting loudly, "Someone is trying to kill me. He is right behind me. Help, save me." Upon hearing this, the two officers were momentarily stunned. The detention room was only 5 square meters in size, allowing anyone standing at the door to see the entire space. However, after observing for a while, they found no suspicious presence inside. As for the person supposedly attempting to kill him, there wasn't even a shadow in sight. They exchanged glances, slowly turning to each other. This guy must be seeing things, right? Seeing things? I bet he is just half asleep, having a nightmare. Ah, what a waste of time. Let us go? Don't mind him. Saying this, the two officers scolded Zhang Quanbao to stand against the wall and swiftly exited the room. Trembling, Zhang Quanbao stood by the wall, his eyes filled with tension and fear. However, at that moment, he clearly observed the situation behind him. There was no one in the room. Had he truly been seeing things? No way, right? Impossible? At this moment, Zhang Quanbao began to doubt his own perception. After the door was locked again, he was allowed to return to bed to sleep. Zhang Quanbao slowly approached the bedside, sitting down, and the look of confusion in his eyes deepened. I must be too anxious. That is definitely it. After saying this, he gradually lay down, fully clothed, and fell asleep. Yet, after half an hour, the still awake Zhang Quanbao suddenly opened his eyes. He felt as if someone was standing by his bed. At that moment, he was facing away, and his heart raced rapidly. Why? Because a shadow was unmistakably visible on the wall opposite him. This was no illusion, no hallucination, no mistake. A shadow distinctly appeared on the wall, revealing the presence of someone standing beside his bed. In an instant, Zhang Quanbao sprang up from his bed. As he squeezed himself deeper into the covers, he began to shout, "Help! There is someone, truly someone. Please come to my rescue." With such a cry, the on-duty staff were compelled to respond. However, upon entering the room, the two attendants found only Zhang Quanbao in a state of turmoil, with no trace of the figure he had described. "Damn, is this kid really losing his mind?" One of them remarked. "I'm at a loss. Should we call 120 to take him away?" The other retorted. "Stop with the pointless talk. You should calm him down while I report to the director. Why don't you go calm him? I can report just as well." With that, both turned and exited the room, unwilling to stay and soothe the deranged man. Once the door was locked, Zhang Quanbao was left alone once more. This cycle of distress continued throughout the night, repeating itself twice more. By the time dawn broke, Zhang Quanbao's mental state had deteriorated significantly. He huddled in a corner, his eyes filled with fear and anxiety, reacting to every sound with sudden, loud screams. At this point, it was evident to even the most casual observer that he was mentally unstable. Consequently, when Ling Yun prepared to interrogate Zhang Quanbao again, he encountered nothing but a delusional individual. It was quite troublesome. The only crucial witness had lost his sanity, effectively severing their lead. In desperation, Ling Yun hurriedly called Mi Shu at the East Shanghai National Security Bureau. Upon receiving the news, Mi Shu sighed heavily and instructed Rin Jianjun to take Zhang Quanbao to the hospital for a comprehensive examination. After hanging up, she turned to her old classmate, saying, "We must make this work. You are my only hope." The line of inquiry from Rin Jianjun had effectively come to a halt. Mi Shu's old friend, Ling Yun, who had been her dormitory mate in university, now served in the Information Investigation Department of the National Security Bureau's East Shanghai branch. Hearing Mi Shu's urgent plea, Ling Yun craned her neck to glance towards the door. "You're putting me in a difficult position. Without a superior's order, I cannot proceed in this manner. Our work is our work, and our friendship is our friendship. You're making this quite challenging for me." Despite her words, her actions contradicted her protests. While she spoke, Mi Shu had already accessed the information she sought. Soon, Ling Yun stood up, exclaiming, "You're driving me insane. I need to get a glass of water. No moving about. We must adhere to discipline," Mi Shu said with a playful smile as she walked away with her cup. Mi Shu quietly expressed her gratitude before quickly sitting down to examine the information. The computer displayed a folder containing the personal details of 21 individuals, all of whom had been investigated by Ling Yun at Mi Shu's request. However, due to a lack of evidence and formal procedures, they had no right to access citizens' private information. Yet, Mi Shu had no time to follow the proper protocols. Thus, her dear friend unwittingly became embroiled in a compromising situation. Prior to this, Mi Shu and her team had been investigating a spy named Pandora, who had committed numerous heinous acts and stolen several crucial confidential documents from the country. As a result, the National Security Bureau had formed a special task force, ordering the Special Operations Division to assist in the investigation. Just yesterday, they had received intel indicating that the East Shanghai Wild Dog Gang had had dealings with Pandora, raising suspicions of some form of collaboration, suggesting that some of the gang members had been compromised. Regardless of the outcome, there was a certain entanglement between the two parties, making this the breakthrough point for Mi Shu and her team. However, as they arrived in East Shanghai by plane, they received news that the Wild Dog Gang had been decimated. Who was responsible for their demise? Had Pandora turned against them? The answers remained elusive, and Mi Shu had no clues to follow. Nevertheless, one of her overseas informants provided another lead. Several days prior, American intelligence agencies had dispatched 4 special investigative teams to the Middle East. Their mission was to investigate the attack on the USS Hassan Ellis aircraft carrier and the downing of a Harrier jet. Both incidents were likely to yield clues, leading to the discovery of a mysterious arms dealer. This individual not only supplied advanced air defense weapons to the Palestinians, but also provided a long-range artillery piece known as the Hellfire Cannon to the Houthi organization. This ultimately resulted in the aircraft carrier being destroyed and the jet being shot down. Clear evidence indicated that this arms dealer hailed from a major Eastern nation. Consequently, American intelligence suspected that the primary adversary was the very nation that had been wronged. This was also the reason for Pandora's sudden resurgence. Based on this intelligence, Mi Shu identified a direction for her investigation, which brought her to her friend's office. Chapter 31. The factory entrance proves difficult to access in East Shanghai. At the National Security Bureau, Mi Shu sat before the computer, meticulously reviewing one dossier after another, each containing profiles of suspicious individuals. Before long, she identified a file belonging to a person named Ling Yun, who had commenced overseas trade with the Middle East last month. He is a dealer of gas cylinders. Is there such a shortage of gas cylinders in the Middle East? She pondered. That can't be right. Many places there lack basic food supplies. So why the demand for gas cylinders? After mulling over these thoughts, Mi Shu continued to delve into the relevant information. Last month's export volume was 12,000 units. And by the beginning of this month, it had surpassed 15,000 units. Why were these Middle Easterners so enamored with gas cylinders? Something felt off. After concluding her analysis, she promptly printed the dossier on Ling Yun. Just then, Ling Yun returned from outside with a cup of water. Upon seeing Mi Shu printing documents, she panicked like a monkey that had been scalded. Hey, what are you doing, young lady? Didn't we agree to just take a look? Why are you printing it out? You're going to get us both in trouble, she exclaimed, rushing over to stop Mi Shu. However, Mi Shu had already finished printing the documents. With a smile, she placed the files into her bag and replied, "What documents? What printing? Have we met today? I don't think I've been here." She slung her bag over her shoulder and cheerfully headed for the door. As she reached the entrance, she turned back to Ling Yun and said, "Once this busy period is over, let us go shopping. I'll treat you." With that, she departed without looking back. Ling Yun stood before the computer, speechless. Had she not known Mi Shu well, she would have insisted on stopping her. However, given her friend's background, even if she did intervene, it was unlikely she would earn any recognition. Instead, she would be ridiculed by this mischievous girl for quite some time. With that thought in mind, Ling Yun quickly closed the folder and resumed her work as if nothing had happened. An hour later, at the entrance of a gas cylinder factory in the suburbs of East Shanghai, Mishu double-checked the address against the factory name. This is the place, Old Run. Come with me inside. Upon hearing this, Ren Jianzhu nodded seriously and lit a cigarette after exiting the vehicle. Why was he here instead of monitoring Zhang Quanbao? Because it was no longer necessary. The esteemed mental health expert at the municipal hospital had conclusively determined that Zhang was utterly insane. Therefore, Ren Jianzhu's continued presence there served no purpose. Moreover, he was concerned for Mishu's safety while handling the case, which prompted him to join her at this location. Two individuals arrived at the entrance, only to be halted by two elderly men. Halt! What is your purpose here? Gov't inquired, holding a ceramic teacup and scrutinizing the pair. Meanwhile, Guho was nearby, sweeping the ground with a broom. Observing the scene, Mishu promptly approached Gov't with a serious demeanor. Sir, we are from the National Security Bureau and need to speak with your boss. Upon hearing this, Gov't immediately furrowed his brow. He slowly set down the teacup and coldly replied, Which unit? What bureau? Mishu presumed the old man might be hard of hearing. So she raised her voice and reiterated, the National Security Bureau. After a moment of acknowledgement, Gov't picked up the teacup once more and asked, What bureau? Mishu was momentarily taken aback, yet she dutifully responded, the National Security Bureau. Gov't nodded again, then took a gentle sip of his hot tea, asking, What security bureau? At this juncture, Mishu realized the old man was teasing her. Old man, are you this mischievous? Do your family members know? Mishu was becoming increasingly irritated. Given her temperament, such behavior warranted a firm reprimand. However, the individual before her was an elderly man in his 50s or 60s, whose frail limbs likely couldn't withstand even a gentle punch. What to do then? She couldn't resort to violence, so perhaps a few scathing words would suffice. Yet, she needed to enter and locate Ling Yun. Just as Mishu was caught in this dilemma, Ren Jianzhu let out a soft sigh. He then produced a cigarette and offered it to Gov't, saying, Sir, would you like a smoke? We are from a legitimate official unit and have some matters to discuss with your boss. Rest assured, it's merely a routine inquiry. Here, allow me to light it for you. With that, Ren Jianzhu lit Govt's cigarette. After taking a leisurely puff, Gov't nodded, stating, All right, I'll go in and check. He should be inside, as I haven't seen him leave. Upon hearing this, both Ren Jianzhu and Mishu felt a surge of relief. They had genuinely feared that their visit would be in vain. Nonetheless, Mishu remained frustrated. Are all old men so troublesome nowadays? I am truly at my wit's end. Ren Jianzhu, hearing her exasperation, chuckled and explained, This has nothing to do with good or bad. It's primarily about social niceties. Never mind. You need not concern yourself with such matters. As he spoke, he leisurely stood by, enjoying his smoke. At that moment, Guho unexpectedly approached, broom in hand, and sternly inquired, What are you here for? Mishu, upon hearing this, coldly retorted, We already informed that gentleman. The National Security Bureau, the National Security Bureau, do you understand? Guho slightly furrowed his brow, then set down the broom and asked Mishu, What bureau? At this, Mishu nearly erupted in frustration. Goodness, old man. Are you pulling this again? Old Run, quick, get the cigarettes. Inside the gas cylinder factory, in the office, Gov't quickly clarified the situation. However, Ling Yun did not rush him to leave. Instead, he instructed him to wait outside for a moment. Subsequently, he and Zhang Yoshin approached the window, gazing toward the entrance. Old Zhang, what do you think is happening? Why would the national security personnel seek us out? The Wild Dog Gang's antics would typically only attract the attention of criminal police, but this involvement from the National Security Bureau feels rather unusual, doesn't it? Ling Yun mused, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his expression clouded with uncertainty. Zhang Yoshin, standing beside him, vigorously shook his head, even taking a drag from his cigarette. It's not just unusual, it's extremely concerning. They might not be here for the Wild Dog Gang, but there could be complications involving them. As he spoke, the burning cigarette but seared his fingers, causing Zhang Yoshin to drop it to the ground. Ouch, that's hot. Observing Zhang's reaction, it was clear he too felt the weight of the situation, as he wouldn't have been burned otherwise. In that case, let us prepare to confront our visitors. Ling Yun thought, hastily instructing Zhang Yoshin, Old Zhang, go downstairs and remind the brothers to keep their mouths shut. Also, call the model factory and advise them to stay alert. Zhang Yoshin nodded fervently, and Ling Yun called out to the door, Old Gu, please bring them in. I will await you in the conference room. In the conference room of the gas cylinder factory, Gov't cheerfully opened the door, ushering Mi Shu and Rin Jianjun inside. "Boss, I've brought them," he announced, stepping aside to allow them entry. Mi Shu and Rin Jianjun wasted no time in entering. "Hello, Mr. Ling. We are from the National Security Bureau, and here is my identification." Upon entering, Rin Jianjun promptly produced his work ID and spoke rapidly. Mi Shu opted for silence, standing quietly to observe Ling Yun's reaction. She noted that Ling Yun maintained an air of calm, displaying no signs of anxiety or fear. He didn't even glance at Rin Jianjun's identification. "May I inquire what brings you two to me?" Ling Yun wished to avoid lengthy discussions, eager to expedite their departure. In response, Rin Jianjun put away his ID, retrieving a document instead. "We have learned through relevant channels that your trade relations with the Middle East have been notably active recently. According to pertinent regulations, we are here to conduct a routine investigation and visit. Therefore, there is no need for you to feel anxious. Simply speak candidly." Hearing this, Ling Yun forced a smile and nodded. "Of course, I will fully cooperate with your inquiries. Our factory's dealings with the Middle East constitute legitimate export transactions, with all procedures being lawful and compliant. Although the situation there is tense, it does not impede normal trade between the two regions." As he spoke, Ling Yun retrieved the documents he had prepared in advance. Mi Shu had already reviewed the electronic versions of these files, so her attention was elsewhere. Nevertheless, Rin Jianjun feigned interest, taking the documents for a brief examination. Afterward, he smiled and returned them to Ling Yun, saying, "Very well. All procedures appear to be in order. However, I am curious to ask why they require such a large quantity of gas cylinders. In the past 2 months, your factory has supplied them with over 20,000 gas cylinders. Is their daily consumption truly that substantial?" Ling Yun couldn't help but furrow his brow at this question. "Sir, isn't it inappropriate for you to ask me this? I am merely the seller, responsible solely for providing customers with the products they desire within legal boundaries. As for why they need them and how they consume them, I have no obligation to know. My responsibility lies solely in ensuring the quality of the goods produced. I have no duty to meddle in other matters." As he spoke, Ling Yun sensed that his tone had grown somewhat confrontational. He promptly bit his tongue, striving to regain his composure. However, this subtle shift did not escape the notice of Mi Shu and Rin Jianjun. Both seasoned investigators, they remained discreet in their observations. Mi Shu continued to maintain her silence, as her purpose today was to apply psychological insights to assess the target. This had been her major focus in university, and it served as her greatest asset in solving cases. Rin Jianjun, an experienced national security officer, complimented her perfectly. Indeed, following Ling Yun's response, Rin Jianjun remarked, "Mr. Ling, please do not misunderstand. We are merely here to follow protocol and conduct a visit. There is no other intention. Please do not feel anxious. Just say what you know. And if you do not know, you need not speak." Rin Jianjun softened his tone, easing the tense atmosphere in the room. Ling Yun immediately responded with a smile. "Indeed, regarding the earlier question, I truly do not know the reason. If you manage to uncover it in the future, please inform me if it is convenient." Hearing this, Rin Jianjun decided not to dwell too much on the matter. He promptly shifted the topic and continued, "Mr. Ling, would it be possible for you to show us around the factory? We are quite curious about what kind of gas cylinders could sell so well." Ling Yun seemed to have anticipated this response. Thus, he immediately feigned a look of difficulty and said, "Oh, esteemed leader, there are certain areas in our factory that are off limits for visitors. This is not due to any trade secrets, but rather for safety production requirements. A gas cylinder factory must enforce strict safety management, making it inconvenient for outsiders to enter." Ling Yun's words were not fabricated. According to safety production laws, gas cylinder factories indeed require enhanced safety management. This response was evidently unexpected for Rin Jianjun and his companion. However, Rin Jianjun, undeterred, pressed on. "We certainly will not venture into any hazardous areas. But observing the ordinary production zone should pose no significant issues, right? We need to have traces of our visit, so we require on-site photos. I hope you can understand, Mr. Ling." Upon hearing this, Ling Yun realized that these two individuals were not here to confront him. Their focus was solely on the gas cylinders. With this in mind, Ling Yun nodded and said, "Since both leaders are interested, I shall take you to see the production line. Please, this way." With that, Ling Yun began to lead them outside. He personally accompanied them on a tour of the factory for half an hour. The two pretended to take photos in various locations, but their gazes were secretly surveying the inaccessible distance. An hour later, in the moving SUV, Mi Shujun's delicate face bore a frown. As she pondered the earlier events, she murmured, "This Ling Yun must have something amiss. His calm demeanor is merely an act. He harbors a significant secret deep within. No, From his subconscious actions and expressions, he might be concealing numerous secrets. With that, Mishu turned to the driver, Rin Jianjun. Hearing her murmurs, Rin Jianjun merely smiled faintly and replied, "Such matters do not require special observation or analysis. A glance is enough to surmise that he is hiding something from us. However, my intuition tells me he likely has no connection to Pandora. As for what truth he is concealing, there are countless possibilities." Mishu, upon hearing this, slowly shook her head in disagreement. No, my instincts tell me that this individual surely has ties to Pandora. However, to uncover the nature of that connection, further investigation is essential. Rin Jianjun was an experienced officer, yet he held great respect for this young section chief. Previous challenging cases had indeed been solved through her intelligence. Thus, upon hearing Mishu's words, he nodded in agreement and said, "All right, I now know how to proceed. I will first take you back to meet with Section Chief G, then I will devise a way to gain deeper insight into this person." Meanwhile, within the gas cylinder factory, Ling Yun stared at the computer screen in his office, frowning. Why? Because yet another new customer had approached him. The decision to accept this order put him in a predicament. After a minute of contemplation, Ling Yun resolved to take a bold step. Fortune favors the brave. Fear has no place here. Let us do this. Chapter 33, Selling for Money, Truly Boundless Principles. Ling Yun had already caught the attention of the security agencies. Yet when faced with a new order, he still chose to take the risk. After all, high risks may yield high rewards. He could not solely rely on gas cylinder exports for profit. They aimed to expand and strengthen arms trading. Thus, as soon as the agents left, he swiftly opened a dialog box. The message came from a new customer, claiming to be from a certain armed faction in the Middle East. Although the other party did not state it explicitly, Ling Yun felt something was amiss during their conversation. At that moment, an alert suddenly blared in his mind. Alert! Alert! A hacker is attempting to infiltrate the host computer. Would you like to rectify the computer vulnerabilities immediately? Upon hearing this prompt, Ling Yun's first reaction was to express his disdain. Is there even a need to ask? Of course, I must patch the vulnerabilities immediately. What good are they if left unaddressed? He was about to issue the command to fix the issue when he quickly considered another matter. If the other party aimed to hack into his computer, they must have ulterior motives. Therefore, it was essential to ascertain their identity. Otherwise, he would not know whom to guard against in the future. If it were an external force, it would be of little consequence, as those hackers could not breach his system. However, if it were officials from the security agencies, then he would undoubtedly face a tough time ahead. With this thought, Ling Yun swiftly altered his command. System, can you help me create a completely virtual computer space? I want to lure the hacker into this virtual environment and mislead them into an observable area. Upon hearing Ling Yun's command, the system promptly responded. The host's request can be fulfilled. The virtual space is being constructed. Virtual space construction complete. This transaction costs 1 system coin. Ling Yun's eyes widened upon receiving this notification. Why is there a cost? The system, in response, provided a serious answer. A friendly reminder, there is no such thing as a free lunch, nor free services. The system is always at your service. Thank you for your patronage. Goodbye. After delivering this, the system fell silent once more. At that moment, a pop-up appeared on Ling Yun's computer screen. The pop-up displayed a flawless virtual computer space, allowing him to observe the hacker's every move. Currently, these individuals were attempting to infiltrate the computer system using chat software, but the system had redirected the breach into the virtual space. Indeed, this person was suspicious. Meanwhile, in a high-end apartment in Donghu City, CIA agent So Shi was rapidly operating his laptop. Beside him stood an Asian beauty, a spy meticulously trained by him in the homeland, codenamed Butterfly. With a worried expression, Butterfly looked at So Shi and said, "Are we in yet? I am running out of things to discuss with the other party." It turned out that Ling Yun's so-called new client was actually her. However, she remained unaware that she had already been exposed. Upon hearing Butterfly's words, So Shi immediately furrowed his brow and replied, "I need 5 more minutes. Just 2 more minutes will suffice. Hang in there, just prolong it a little longer." After saying this, he ignored her and focused intently on writing code. Seeing this, Butterfly could only furrow her brow as well, forcing herself to continue pretending to negotiate arms. "Esteemed Mr. War God, I was deeply moved by what you said earlier. Thank you for your dedication to the Middle East. Therefore, I am willing to purchase an additional 2 million beautiful coins worth of arms, but I hope you can offer an extra 10 discount on top of the original price. I hope you will seriously consider this." Butterfly's statement was entirely a tactic to stall for time. However, who could have anticipated that the war god Yin would respond with, "All right, let us proceed, as you suggested." Let us secure the deposit. Upon reading this reply, Feng Weidi was momentarily taken aback. Was he truly so accommodating? Was it that easy to negotiate? Given the current volatility in arms trading, she couldn't help but feel that she had undervalued her bargaining position. Consequently, she hastily backtracked, stating, No, I misspoke earlier. Our stance is actually that we hope for a further reduction of 20. Humph, that constitutes a fifth of the profits. I refuse to believe you would let that slide. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Gov't Yin replied, Agreed, it's a deal. Moreover, I will throw in an additional 100,000 rounds of ammunition. How does that sound? Let us secure the deposit. Feng Weidi was nearly left speechless upon reading this. Could this really be happening? My goodness. Have arms dealers begun to engage in such cutthroat competition? To simply forfeit a fifth of the profit? The depths of this situation were unfathomable. With this in mind, she quickly revised her stance once more, saying, I apologize, I made another error in my input. Actually, we hope for a 35 reduction. Gov't Yin responded instantly, Agreed. It's a deal. Let us secure the deposit. At this moment, Feng Weidi was truly on the verge of losing her temper. This was absurd. It felt as if he was willing to sell simply for the sake of receiving payment. Could he not exhibit a shred of professional integrity? Has the arms industry descended into such lawlessness? You dare to agree to a 35 concession? How could there possibly be any profit left? With this thought, Feng Weidi's heart hardened, and she boldly declared, No, I need you to concede 50. I demand to purchase this batch of arms at half price. Such a statement, regardless of perspective, carried an air of tyranny. She was skeptical that her counterpart would remain entirely agreeable. Yet, once again, the outcome defied her expectations. The reply was, Deal. Please secure the deposit. Goodness, is this truly acceptable? Are you still human? The current sluggish arms market is being disrupted by people like you. I am utterly at a loss. Feng Weidi simply could not comprehend his actions. However, she reassured herself that she was merely stalling for time on behalf of Huaxia. So what was there to fear? Just as this thought crossed her mind, Gov't Yin sent another message. Secure the deposit within 30 seconds. Or the conversation will be terminated immediately. Termination of the conversation? Would that not imply severing all communication? Realizing this, Feng Weidi swiftly turned to Huaxia and inquired, How much longer do you need? The other party demanded a deposit, or else he would conclude the discussion. Upon hearing this, Huaxia immediately furrowed his brow. He glared at the 90 progress bar on the screen, gritting his teeth. It's almost done. We're at 90. But I still need 2 more minutes. Just 2 more minutes. Yet, Feng Weidi, upon hearing this, tightened her brow and said, But they require the deposit within 30 seconds. We have less than 20 seconds left. What should we do? Without a moment to think, Huaxia pulled out a black bank card and said, Then let us go ahead and send the deposit. The password is 987,654. Feng Weidi took the card and swiftly began the transfer. Done. 2 million beautiful coins have been wired. Huaxia's expression froze upon hearing this. He abruptly turned to Feng Weidi, asking, How much? Chapter 34, Gov't Store. The battleground of online commerce. Huaxia instructed Feng Weidi to find a way to stall the target while he worked diligently to breach the opposing firewall. However, at a critical juncture, the other party insisted that without a deposit, they would cut off communication. If communication were severed, all of Huaxia's previous efforts would be in vain. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to allow Feng Weidi to send the deposit. He had thought that spending a little money to finalize the deal wouldn't be too much of a loss, especially considering the potential reward of 500,000 upon his return. Yet, who could have imagined that this extravagant woman would send such a hefty deposit? Feng Weidi innocently turned to Huaxia and replied, It's 2 million. Huaxia continued typing furiously on his keyboard while turning to question her. Why did you send so much? Feng Weidi weakly explained. Because the deposit is 1,000th of the total transaction amount. So it had to be that much. Upon hearing this, Huaxia nearly coughed up blood in frustration. 1,000th of the total transaction amount. Did this extravagant woman just negotiate a 200 million deal? Good heavens, you certainly have a way with words. I am genuinely at a loss. Enraged, Huaxia felt like he might explode, but then he glanced at the progress bar on the screen. It was now at 97. Just 3 away from success. Once successful, everything else would be manageable. If need be, he asked the unit for a raise in his bonus. After all, this was a substantial catch. Alright, we just need to keep the other party engaged. With that, Huaxia accelerated his frantic efforts. A minute later, he finally managed to breach the opposing computer. Feng Weidi had also successfully completed her task of engaging the target. She swiftly extricated herself from the interaction and turned to operate another computer with urgency. Now, She needed to collaborate with Huaxia to thoroughly investigate the target. Meanwhile, in the gas canister factory office, Ling Yun stared at the additional 2 million beautiful coins in the system, yet he felt neither joy nor satisfaction. His experience and prestige points still displayed as 0. It appeared that money acquired through mere bluster would not be counted. Left with no choice, he turned his attention to old customers. However, neither the Houthi armed forces nor the Palestinians had much use for handguns or grenades. They sought larger, more powerful high-grade weaponry with greater range. Yet without accumulating experience, he could never attain the skills to manufacture advanced arms. This was indeed a vicious cycle. Nonetheless, they still made some concessions regarding his requests. The Houthi armed forces purchased 500 handguns and 2,000 grenades, while the Palestinians acquired 300 handguns and 3,000 grenades. Consequently, Ling Yun's experience and prestige finally broke the 0 mark. This approach, however, was far too slow. He needed a more innovative strategy. After pondering this, he resumed work on his website. After 3 days and nights of hard work, a website named Gov't Store was established. This online store boasted various equipment that had gained fame in the Middle East, such as the Apocalypse tank, Katyusha anti-aircraft vehicles, and Hellfire artillery. Externally, an Apocalypse tank had been sold for as much as 10 million, yet even at that price, it remained in high demand. The Eagle Sauce, Big Hair, Gallic Rooster, John Bull, and even the Flower Kingdom all yearned to purchase one for research purposes. However, the Palestinians were acutely aware of its value. So only 2 tanks had slipped into the market. The rest remained in service with the most elite armored divisions. Nevertheless, the Apocalypse tank was no longer considered a rarity. Within the Gov't store, it could be acquired for just 900,000 beautiful coins. Yes, you read that correctly. Ling Yun had set the price of the Apocalypse tank at 900,000, which was even less than that of a sports car. This was an absolute steal. However, he simultaneously established a condition for purchasing the tank. One must procure more than 10 million beautiful coins worth of handguns, grenades, and other products from his store to qualify for the purchase. In other words, the actual price of an Apocalypse tank was 9 million beautiful coins. Yet one could obtain 10 million worth of handguns and grenades as complementary products. It was merely that Ling Yun had inverted the relationship between the two. However, it matters not. Those in need will still make their purchases, and this will have no impact whatsoever. Of course, aside from the Apocalypse tank, other equipment such as the Grizzly tank, Rhino tank, Katyusha anti-aircraft vehicle, and Hellfire artillery are also sold in the same manner within the store. Their prices are relatively modest, but one must purchase other goods of sufficient value to qualify for acquiring them. To address customer inquiries, Ling Yun has also arranged for 10 charming female customer service representatives. Their voices are melodious, and they possess fluent spoken English. Additionally, he has established 4 customer service representatives proficient in less common languages, catering specifically to the Middle East, Africa, and other niche language groups. Once the online store was fully prepared, the only remaining task was to devise an advertising strategy. But how should one advertise such a business? Placing advertisements on television networks or in public squares across Western countries? Clearly, this is unrealistic. Which arms dealer in the world would dare to be so audacious? It's not a matter of finances. Rather, they simply cannot do so, as local authorities strictly prohibit it. Even in a country as liberal with firearms as the United States, arms dealers are not permitted to advertise in prominent squares. How can the Gov't store become a household name? Contemplating this, Ling Yun suddenly felt overwhelmed. Just as he was grappling with this dilemma, Wang Xiaoqiang, resembling a mummy with his bandaged body, pushed the door open and entered. Upon entering, he looked at Ling Yun with a silly grin and asked, "Brother Yun, do you have a cigarette?" "I've run out." Ling Yun promptly stood up and handed him a cigarette. Subsequently, he lit one for himself as well, and the two stood by the window, smoking and engaging in casual conversation. Wang Xiaoqiang's recovery was progressing well. He had just visited the hospital for a checkup that morning, and everything seemed fine. Later, Ling Yun casually mentioned the idea of advertising. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoqiang offered a brilliant suggestion. "We can advertise online." "Brother Yun, you must have encountered those small ads that suddenly pop up in the corners when you browse the internet. They're particularly prevalent on various color websites. Remember the ones that offer 888 upon signing up, or those that promise to deliver 999 in a flash? We could do something similar. Gov't store. Enter and receive 888. One shot can achieve 9,900. The battle store online. Oh yeah." Wang Xiaoqiang spoke quickly and excitedly, reminiscent of a child eager to demonstrate after making a mistake. Seeing this, Ling Yun gently patted his shoulder and said, "Calm down, take your time, I understand your point. After taking a gentle drag from his cigarette, he continued. Your idea is quite promising, and I believe it could be feasible. Moreover, we could also consider advertising on the dark web, as most individuals bold enough to purchase tanks and artillery are unlikely to be upstanding citizens. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoqiang nodded vigorously, his face radiating joy. He was thrilled to be of help to Ling Yun. With newfound direction, Ling Yun began to work fervently once more. The War God store was set to officially embark on its journey to global recognition today. Chapter 35. Unique Customization Services. Ling Yun engaged a group of hackers through the dark web, instructing them to implant advertisements extensively within junk software, while they also proactively sought partnerships with various color advertisement websites. These individuals are solely motivated by profit. As long as the payment is sufficient, they will accept any task. Therefore, it is believed that it will not be long before the name of the War God store becomes widely recognized in the Western world. However, while this civilian customer base is vast, their purchasing power is quite limited. Consequently, Ling Yun's primary focus remains on the official entities in war-torn regions, particularly the Middle East and Africa, which are his main targets for advertising and operations. Additionally, conflict zones like Ermao are also of significant interest. Furthermore, he had previously made contact with the military in Ermao, making the potential for cooperation quite promising. However, one crucial point remains. The funds must be secured up front. As long as the money is in place, everything can be negotiated. Concurrently, they are also actively reaching out to the military in Damao. Although the latter possesses a well-established military-industrial system and currently does not regard Ling Yun's small operation with much seriousness. After several days of preparation and operations, the browsing traffic for the War God store finally surged dramatically. Global internet users flocked to the site through various channels, engaging in discussions about all the products. To be frank, the variety of goods available in the store is still somewhat limited. Most visitors arrive primarily for the Apocalypse tank and Hellfire artillery. The reputation of the Apocalypse tank was notably established by the valiant performance of 4 units during a recent defense battle in a sandy city, where they withstood an assault from a battalion of the Daitian Bird Infantry supported by 15 tanks. Remarkably, they emerged unscathed. Winning a modern war with 0 casualties signifies much more than mere tactics and strategy. It underscores the exceptional performance of the Apocalypse tank. Thus, it is no wonder that the price of the Apocalypse tank skyrocketed to over 10 million. Numerous nations, factions, and armed organizations have expressed interest in the Apocalypse tank, prompting many high-profile clients to place orders swiftly, fearing they might miss out. In addition, some forward-thinking factions have set their sights on the customization services offered in the store, which is another distinctive feature of the War God store. According to store policy, customers who spend over 20 million beautiful coins on low-tier items such as handguns and grenades are entitled to enjoy personalized customization services, whether tanks or fighter jets. If one wishes for it, it can be tailored to their specifications. Customized products are not sold in bulk, and currently available options include the Mirage tank, Prism tank, Magnetic Burst tank, Invader fighter, Nighthawk armed helicopter, and Patriot missile. While these names may seem unfamiliar to those who do not play computer games, avid gamers are undoubtedly well acquainted with them, as they are indeed equipment from the game Red Alert 2. Although Ling Yun is a military enthusiast and possesses knowledge of several well-known aircraft and tanks, he realizes he lacks the capability to replicate or modify such items. He discovers that only items that truly exist can be produced using the system's military factory, and that he cannot transform them through his divine modification skills. However, equipment that exists solely in science fiction films and computer games can indeed be modified using these skills and mass-produced through the system's military factory. While these items do not contribute to his points, they can undoubtedly generate tangible profits for him. Ultimately, he can leverage these products to drive the sales of point-eligible goods, thereby establishing a beneficial cycle. It must be said that this business model is quite innovative, instantly capturing the interest of numerous customers. However, the price point of 20 million has barred 99 of potential clients. Only one customer made an unhesitating decision to try it out, the National Academy of Sciences in Kyoto, represented by the nation's youngest academician, Luo Shiro, who gazed at her computer screen with a beaming smile and remarked, "Can he truly produce something like the Prism tank? I am incredibly excited. If he can indeed accomplish this, the prospect of upgrading our laser weapons becomes hopeful." Just as her words left her lips, a middle-aged man rushed in, fuming. He was Lu Zhou, the vice president of the Academy of Sciences, who had hurried over after receiving reports of misconduct. "Luo Shiro, what exactly are you planning? How dare you misappropriate 20 million in special funds?" Lu Zhou was followed closely by a man who appeared to revel in the situation. The man is named LV Mindai, a rival of Luo Shiro, a beloved disciple of Lu Zhou, and the informant behind the recent events. Upon seeing him, Luo Shiro immediately understood the situation. However, she remained unperturbed and composed. With a smile, she calmly rose and addressed Lu, the deputy dean, saying, "As a person of your stature, you must refrain from making baseless accusations. When did I ever misappropriate someone else's special funds? I hold you in high regard. Please do not rely on hearsay." Upon hearing this, LV Mindai sprang forth, confronting Luo Shiro with a loud accusation. "Dr. Luo, you should stop this nonsense. Denial is futile." Several colleagues witnessed it. "You took the funds allocated for upgrading the laser weapon and purchased other items online. That amounts to a staggering 20 million, which constitutes a severe embezzlement of public funds. You must understand the gravity of the situation." His voice was deliberately raised, drawing the attention of those nearby. This was precisely the effect he sought, aiming to ruin the reputation of the woman before him. In doing so, he hoped to usurp her position and become the new academician. However, it was clear that LV Mindai had underestimated Luo Shiro. She was not as easy to deal with as they had presumed. "Dr. LV, your words are rather amusing," she replied. "I shall refrain from explanations and instead pose a few questions. Is that acceptable?" LV Mindai, exuding confidence, nodded in agreement. "Yes, yes, ask away. However, once the police arrive, you may find it difficult to speak." Luo Shiro was not interested in engaging in a verbal sparring match. With a gentle smile, she inquired, "Dr. LV, may I ask, who applied for the project to upgrade the laser weapon?" Without hesitation, LV Mindai answered, "Of course, it was you." Satisfied, Luo Shiro continued, "And who sought approval from the higher authorities for the 20 million special research funds?" "Naturally, it was you," he replied again. Luo Shiro nodded with satisfaction. Finally, tilting her head and blinking her large, captivating eyes, she asked, "Lastly, to whom were these 20 million special funds allocated for full use?" LV Mindai had personally witnessed Luo Shiro spend 20 million online, leading him to rush to inform his mentor, Deputy Dean Lu Zhou, eager to promote his own interests. Lu came to confront her. Yet, Luo Shiro's questions swiftly left both men speechless, for the funds in question had been specifically allocated to her for her own research. In strict terms, the Academy of Sciences had no authority to question her about it. If the funds were exhausted without any research outcomes, accountability would fall on them. This was a significant reason for Luo Shiro's confidence. Observing LV Mindai's hesitation, she proposed, "Dr. LV, are you reluctant to answer? Perhaps we should make a public wager." Instantly, LV Mindai felt a twinge of anxiety. He looked at Luo Shiro warily and asked, "A wager? On what?" "We are researchers, not gamblers," he protested, incredulous at her suggestion. Unfazed, Luo Shiro responded with a playful smile, "Let us wager on the outcome of the laser weapon upgrade. If I fail to complete the project within half a month, I will voluntarily tender my resignation and relinquish my laboratory and resources. What do you say?" At her words, LV Mindai's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was quite a gamble. Risking everything. He grinned and asked, "What do you wish to gain from me? Since it's a wager, I should have something at stake as well," he added. Luo Shiro nodded slowly. "I have no particular demands. I simply request that you refrain from bothering me during this period. Furthermore, if I successfully complete the project, you too will submit your resignation. After all, your inventions hold little practical significance. They're merely superficial." Though this remark was intended to provoke anger, LV Mindai found himself unfazed, as he had already devised a plan to rid himself of her. He quickly agreed, "Very well, let it be settled. Lu Dean and all present, please bear witness. In half a month, if Dr. Luo succeeds, I shall remain. If not, she shall go. Everyone here is a witness and notarizer. Thank you." The onlookers exchanged uneasy glances. Initially there to witness a spectacle, but now caught in a significant confrontation. Most were wary of provoking Lu Zhou's favored disciple, so murmurs of agreement soon filled the air. Lu Zhou had been observing silently, allowing his protégé to showcase her prowess. However, he deemed it necessary to intervene. Once the crowd quieted, he spoke. "While the Academy does not endorse such wagers, this may inadvertently foster advancements in research. Therefore, I shall reluctantly permit this. However, I hope for an outcome where both of you remain, as you are invaluable talents to our institution. Dr. Luo, please prepare a report of no less than 20,000 words," he continued. "While the use of these special funds lies with you, the Academy retains the right to be informed and to offer suggestions regarding fund allocation." Luo Shiro felt exasperated. What could be conveyed in a few sentences now required a lengthy report. This was clearly an attempt to trip her up. Nonetheless, she resolved to have a subordinate assist with the writing later. Understood, Dean Liu. May I take my leave now? I have experiments to conduct. Upon hearing this, Liu Zhou's expression darkened. The more he observed her, the more she irked him, despite her striking beauty. With a scoff, he turned to leave, and LV Mindai hurriedly followed. As the crowd dispersed, some shook their heads while others whispered. Yet, Luo Shiro remained indifferent, her sole focus on the completion of her research. Meanwhile, in a gas cylinder factory, Ling Yun reveled in the profits of his online store, which had surpassed 60 million on its opening day, an astonishing sum, converted into local currency. That amounted to 426 million. This was a staggering profit. Moreover, this success came despite the limited variety of their products. The majority of the revenue stemmed from the sale of the Apocalypse tanks. Remarkably, their buyers included 2 orders from the home front, one for an Apocalypse tank and another for a customized light prism. Truly, it was heartening to see support for one's own country. Having finished his musings, Ling Yun turned to his computer to continue his operations. Although the flower-growing nation officially purchased only 2 tanks, it cannot simply dispatch these 2 when the time comes for delivery. Instead, it plans to prepare a comprehensive package, sending everything at once. The surplus will be considered a tax contribution to the state. Later on, the realization dawned that a single tank might not suffice for the nation's research endeavors. Consequently, a promotional event was devised, offering a buy 1, get 3 free deal, allowing the nation to conduct more thorough research, testing 1 tank, dismantling another, and deploying a 3rd in actual combat. Naturally, this initiative is exclusive to the flower-growing nation. Given that the War God store guarantees delivery within 48 hours post-payment, including free shipping, Ling Yun, upon receiving the funds, rallied everyone to work overtime. This time, he promised his subordinates a bonus of 5 million each. Upon hearing this, the factory workers nearly caused the machinery to overheat with their fervent efforts. However, unbeknownst to them, a commercial vehicle was parked outside the factory, where Rin Jianjun and 3 others were quietly observing. The booming gas cylinder business had piqued their curiosity. Were they truly so busy? It was rather outdated to think that the Middle East purchased gas cylinders solely for cooking. They were preparing them as munitions. This had been reported years prior, and it seemed they were indeed following that path. But was this legal? Certainly. The production and filling of gas cylinders in our country are lawful. However, what buyers do with them is a matter for the manufacturers to consider. Hence, they were not committing any crime. The young men behind Rin Jianjun were engaged in lively discussion, but he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. Did the production of gas cylinders necessitate such a commotion? Surely, they were not manufacturing something else. Chapter 37. A disturbing development. An abundance of equipment witnessing the bustling activity at the gas cylinder factory, Rin Jianjun and his companions were filled with suspicion and doubt. Consequently, a young man volunteered to conduct reconnaissance. After a moment of contemplation, Rin Jianjun granted his subordinate permission. Swiftly, the young man exited the vehicle and stealthily approached the factory. Little did they know, their every move was already under Ling Yun's watchful eye. In order to address this predicament, Ling Yun hastily made urgent modifications to Yuri's mind-influencing device. Although the device, even after enhancement, could not control thoughts, its upgraded version could influence thinking patterns. For instance, when a young national security officer arrived to investigate, he initially intended to uncover the truth. However, upon entering the factory, his thoughts were disturbed by the device. A normal psychological suggestion began to radiate towards him. This mental radiation bore no side effects. It merely enhanced psychological suggestions, gradually altering his original thoughts. Thus, after a leisurely inspection of the factory, the young man genuinely perceived everything as normal. Despite noticing some peculiarities, his inner voice reassured him that all was well. After about 20 minutes, he returned to the vehicle. Rin Jianjun immediately inquired, "Xiaoqin, what is the situation inside?" The young man responded with a wry smile, "Nothing at all. Everything is normal." Xiaoqin had been with him for 5 years, so Rin Jianjun and the others did not question his words. In truth, they could not suspect anything, as Xiaoqin himself believed the factory was operating normally. Thus, they remained in the vehicle, waiting. 3 days later, at a certain defense base in the capital of the flower-growing nation, a second lieutenant hurriedly rushed into the duty officer's room, bursting through the door without knocking. "Deputy Yu, there has been an incident." Upon hearing this, the freshly awakened Deputy Yu turned pale. An incident? What could possibly happen at a defense base? Who would dare cause trouble here, especially with a reinforced battalion stationed? Confused, Deputy Yu demanded clarity. "What is going on? What incident? Is it possible that the new tanks have gone missing?" The second lieutenant quickly shook his head. No, No, the tanks haven't gone missing, but... Deputy Yu's irritation grew as he dressed, chastising. Speak clearly. What do you mean, but? You look like a coward. What is going on? The second lieutenant, exasperated, stamped his foot. The tanks haven't gone missing, but there are 9 additional ones, along with some other items. Deputy Yu's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. What do you mean? 9 more? How could that happen? Half an hour later, at the base's office building, Deputy Yu stood anxiously awaiting the arrival of the report. Finally, a Hongqi vehicle slowly approached. As it came to a halt, Deputy Yu swiftly opened the rear door, saying, Chief of Staff, I apologize for disturbing you so early. But this matter is urgent. We cannot make decisions without your input. It was Saturday, a day typically reserved for rest, and Major General Ku Fengmao, the base commander, had intended to spend it with his family. However, he had barely stepped outside when Deputy Yu's call summoned him. Rather than being merely called, he felt as if he had been dragged from his home in anger. After exiting the vehicle, Ku Fengmao glared at Deputy Yu. What nonsense did you spout over the phone? What do you mean by saying the base has an excess of equipment? What are these grizzlies, rhinos, and hellfire artillery? Deputy Yu, too excited to articulate clearly, had failed to convey the gravity of the situation. Yet, anyone would find it hard to remain calm under such circumstances. As a highly classified military unit, the sudden influx of tanks, artillery, and armored vehicles on their grounds was nothing short of alarming. How had these foreign pieces of equipment bypassed numerous checkpoints? Were the sentries asleep? Was the local garrison merely idle? This situation was genuinely terrifying upon deeper reflection. Feeling the weight of responsibility, Deputy Yu promptly reported the matter to Ku Fengmao. To be honest, Ku Fengmao found it hard to believe such absurdity. Nevertheless, given the report from the duty officer, he felt compelled to personally assess the situation. However, when he arrived at the scene with Deputy Yu, he was momentarily rendered speechless. Indeed, a plethora of foreign military equipment had materialized. The tanks, armored vehicles, and artillery displayed designs that were clearly not issued to the flower-growing army. This was utterly bizarre. While he had heard of units losing equipment, this was the first time he had encountered a situation where equipment had inexplicably multiplied. How could this happen? Who would be so generous as to secretly deliver such items? The implications of this occurrence were chilling. Ku Fengmao's mind was momentarily overwhelmed until Deputy Yu prompted. Should we report this to the commander? Upon hearing this, Ku Fengmao finally regained his composure. Such a significant matter was beyond the scope of a mere staff officer's decision-making. Thus, he must seek further consultation. He promptly retrieved his phone and called Commander Peng Jun. Hello, Commander Peng. I sincerely apologize for disturbing you so early. A rather peculiar incident transpired at the base, prompting me to report to you without delay. After a brief pause, a somewhat incredulous voice emerged from the other end of the line. Chief Ku, you seem rather anxious. Why the haste in your tone? What has transpired at the base? Is there another surprise inspection from the higher-ups? Upon hearing this, Ku Fengmao awkwardly cleared his throat, then scratched his head, appearing somewhat troubled as he spoke. There is no inspection scheduled. Rather, we have unexpectedly received an influx of foreign military equipment. There are grizzlies, rhinos, apocalypses, along with hellfire artillery and katyushas. After a moment of silence, the voice on the other end, General Peng, finally responded. Ku Fengmao, are you still half asleep? Are you trying to provoke me early in the morning? I hardly ever get a weekend off, and you choose now to irritate me? At this moment, Ku Fengmao finally grasped the sentiment of the aide he had spoken to earlier. This situation could not be elucidated in mere words. Therefore, he could only offer a bitter smile, and, steeling himself, continued, Commander Peng, I cannot adequately explain this matter. It would be best if you came to the base in person to witness it. One glance will suffice to comprehend the absurdity of it all. Chapter 38. The Perils of Idle Words and the Unluckiest Buyer at the Flower Planting Base in Kyoto. The base commander, chief of staff, and a cadre of senior leaders quickly gathered on the playground. The station guard battalion promptly activated a state of heightened readiness, establishing a temporary military exclusion zone within a 10-kilometer radius of the base. Gazing at the myriad of equipment before them, everyone felt overwhelmed, utterly baffled by the unfolding events. Fortunately, news arrived shortly thereafter. 2 hours later, a helicopter swiftly approached from the distance. Upon landing, Colonel Song Xiuqing, director of the equipment department, and academician Luo Shiro from the National Academy of Sciences swiftly descended. As soon as Luo Shiro stepped off the helicopter, she eagerly scanned the surroundings. Where's my prism tank? The aide, Yu, who was responsible for welcoming them, chuckled awkwardly and replied, Both of you, the tanks are at the northern playground. Please allow me to escort you there. As you spoke, he stepped forward to assist them with their belongings. The two officials exchanged no further words. merely bowing their heads and hastening onward. Minutes later, a military vehicle came to a gentle stop at the playground. After disembarking, Song Xiuqing immediately saluted Commander Peng. Commander Peng, I apologize for my tardiness and any inconvenience caused. My team will swiftly take charge of the equipment. However, I must ask for your assistance in overseeing these items until we proceed. Peng could not help but chuckle at this. Although he was unaware of what had transpired, at least his anxious heart could now settle. It turns out this was the doing of the equipment department. He had feared it was an unexpected military intervention. How frightening. With this thought, Peng laughed and nodded vigorously. Of course. It's all good. But what exactly are these items? Upon hearing this, Song Xiuqing awkwardly smiled and replied, I apologize, Commander Peng, but this information is classified as a top military secret. Peng nodded emphatically. Understood. I comprehend completely. Please, continue with your tasks. I will arrange for personnel to manage this matter. I assure you the utmost confidentiality. Song Xiuqing nodded in agreement. Then beckoned Luo Shiro to move forward. Peng subsequently ordered all soldiers to vacate the playground and called Kafeng Mao to his side for further instructions. Luo Shiro instantly recognized her custom-made prism tank, as its design was strikingly distinct from conventional tanks, making it nearly impossible to overlook. She circled the tank, her fingers caressing it with the tenderness one would bestow upon a beloved. I cannot believe someone has truly created such a marvel. Director Song, when can we commence testing? I am positively eager. However, Song Xiuqing, lost in thought, did not respond but instead surveyed the area with a puzzled expression. Not a single tire mark remains. How on earth were they transported here? Noticing his silence, Luo Shiro stepped closer and continued, Director Song. The seller also provided numerous boxes of handguns, grenades, and bulletproof vests. These items hold no research value for us. Would it not be better to simply gift them to you? Only then did Song Xiuqing register her words. He forced a smile and replied, Dr. Luo, we cannot accept your generosity without due compensation. Allow me to draft a report to ensure you receive a fair sum based on market value. Luo Shiro, though noncommittal, nodded in acknowledgement and returned to admiring her prism tank. Before long, 3 minibuses arrived at the playground, dispatched by the equipment department, carrying experts and researchers who would conduct on-site disassembly and study of the tanks. Shortly thereafter, the Kyoto garrison dispatched a special operations battalion to assist the guard battalion in maintaining security at the base, while the military busied itself with the new equipment. The other 2 buyers found themselves in a state of anxious disarray. They had already paid a deposit of 2 million beautiful coins. Yet the War God shop had not dispatched their goods. This sum had been painstakingly saved over several years. In a luxurious apartment in Donghu, Suashi glared fiercely at Feng Weidi. Just moments ago, he had nearly drawn his weapon in frustration. Where are the goods? Why have they not been shipped? It has been 3 days already, well past the delivery window. I paid 2 million. Why the delay? Suashi questioned, visibly furious. Feng Weidi, feeling equally aggrieved, found herself at a loss. The seller had already communicated 2 days prior, explaining that such a substantial transaction could not be secured with merely a 2 million deposit. They demanded an additional 3 million beautiful coins, or else the shipment would not proceed, and the initial deposit would be forfeited. Legally, the seller's actions were clearly unjustifiable. Yet from a merchant's perspective, a 200 million deal secured with only a 2 million deposit was indeed quite insufficient. Thus, Feng Weidi understood the seller's request for an additional 3 million. However, Suashi did not share her perspective. That 2 million represented his hard-earned money. Only those who spend money can truly appreciate its worth. Feng Weidi had squandered his 2 million in a single transaction. Such pain was beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Resolutely, Suashi decided to deduct from her future wages and bonuses and demanded she undertake high-risk, high-reward tasks, such as reconnaissance missions near the suspected War God base. The intelligence department of Eagle Sauce easily traced the gas canister import leads to locate Ling Yun's factory. Consequently, upon receiving this information, Suashi immediately pushed Feng Weidi into action. At the entrance of the gas canister factory, Feng Weidi, disguised as a rural girl, stood at the door, smiling as she inquired, Sir, are you still hiring? I can do anything and am willing to endure hardships. I have no salary demands, as long as food and lodging are provided. Could you assist me? Before Gu Qian could utter a word, she continued her enthusiastic monologue. As the other party fell silent, he set down the teacup and turned to inquire, Miss, what were you saying earlier? What do you wish to eat? This old fellow has resumed his performance of feigned ignorance, exuding an aura of someone who believes in a singular skill to thrive in any circumstance. Unaware of the truth, the girl raised her voice, declaring, Sir, I seek a job here. I wish to work in the factory. Are you hiring? As she spoke, she deliberately tugged at her clothing, revealing a generous expanse of fair skin beneath her collar. Chapter 39. Now that you're here, you can't leave the young woman, Feng Weidai aimed to employ her charms on the esteemed Mr. Gu, yet the old man was impervious to her wiles. He was a man who relished seizing opportunities for petty gains. Yet his aspirations did not dwell in the realm of the spiritual. Rather, he preferred tangible, material benefits. For example, offering him a cigarette at that moment would have been far more effective than any superficial allure. Nevertheless, Feng Weidai remained undeterred, casting flirtatious glances at the elderly gentleman. This scene elicited a wry smile from Ling Yun, who observed the surveillance footage. Inside the gas cylinder factory, as Feng Weidai approached the premises, the factory's central psychic sensor issued a warning. Thus, he witnessed her gradual approach firsthand. This woman was evidently driven by ulterior motives. But Ling Yun could not ascertain her affiliations. However, this detail had become less significant, for regardless of her past connections, upon entering the factory, she would become one of its own. At least until she stepped beyond the psychic sensor's reach, she would find herself unable to escape the machine's influence. Consequently, she would be compelled to exhibit loyalty to the factory. With such inexpensive labor at hand, why not take advantage of it? Such individuals required no monetary compensation. Providing them with meals and lodging sufficed. After all, they were hardly virtuous beings, so there was no reason to feel remorse. Contemplating this, Ling Yun promptly dialed Gov't. At that moment, Feng Weidai's shirt buttons were nearly torn from her grasp, yet the elderly man before her did not even spare her a glance. Could he possibly be a eunuch? Ugh, truly not a man. Ringing. The sound of a phone interrupted Feng Weidai's lamentations. Mr. Gu answered the call casually. After a brief conversation lasting mere seconds, he glanced at Feng Weidai and instructed, "All right, you may enter. Proceed straight ahead, turn right at the flower bed, and ascend to the second floor. Our boss awaits you in the office." Mr. Gu spoke with an abruptness that suggested she owed him a considerable debt. Feng Weidai was momentarily taken aback, but quickly expressed her gratitude and proceeded inside. Though the unfolding events seemed peculiar, she had, after all, infiltrated the factory. This was, at least, a promising beginning. Little did she know, this was merely the onset of her journey as a free laborer. Once upstairs, Feng Weidai soon located the factory manager's office. Ling Yun feigned a misunderstanding, mistaking her for the sister introduced by his third aunt. He lamented the mix-up and urged her to leave post-haste. At this point, Feng Weidai realized that the factory manager had confused her identity. However, she remained undaunted, confident that if she could charm the old man, she could certainly sway the manager. Thus, her tactics of seduction were once more set in motion. Indeed, this time, the manager did not disappoint her. Ultimately, Feng Weidai secured her position as a female worker at the gas cylinder factory. In truth, the factory had already employed several female workers, all of whom were relatives of the 13 brothers. Their roles were among the least demanding. Therefore, integrating Feng Weidai, who assumed the alias Feng Dandan, into the workforce was not particularly surprising. What she did not realize was that she would gradually be indoctrinated by the factory's central machinery into becoming a staunch supporter. However, the psychic sensor was not designed to brainwash everyone. It only activated when someone harbored malicious intent towards the factory or Ling Yun, thereby influencing their thoughts. In essence, the psychic sensor functioned more as a passive defense mechanism, effective only against adversaries, leaving allies unaffected. Outside the gas cylinder factory, Ren Jianjun rubbed his chin incessantly, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity with the woman who had just entered. Yet, despite ruminating for quite some time, he could not recall her identity. However, her actions provided him with a clue. There was no need to maintain a constant vigil. It would be far more efficient to deploy an undercover agent to work within the factory. The information gathered by an insider would undoubtedly surpass that of a mere sentinel at the entrance. With this thought, Ren Jianjun promptly shared his idea. A young man named Wei Yuan eagerly volunteered, exclaiming, "Chief, allow me to go. I have yet to serve as an undercover agent and wish to embrace the challenge." Hearing this, Ren Jianjun hesitated, for sending a novice undercover entailed considerable risk. Yet, there were advantages to employing someone inexperienced. Seasoned agents often bore an aura that made it difficult for them to blend into the target group. After careful deliberation, Ren Jianjun decided to let Wei Yuan seize the opportunity. Little did he know that this singular decision would condemn a young officer to 3 arduous years of labor. Once Wei Yuan donned his uniform once more, he collapsed into Ren Jianjun's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Of course, these events are but a tale for another time. After finalizing the plan, Ling Yun promptly drove off with his team. The following morning, Wei Yuan arrived at the gas cylinder factory to commence work. His experience mirrored that of Feng Weidai. As soon as he entered the psychic sensor's detection range, Ling Yun had him in his sights. Since someone was willing to come in as free labor, Ling Yun was more than happy to exploit the situation. Why not take advantage of these individuals who volunteered for labor reform? Coincidentally, aside from the American and national security agencies, other countries' intelligence organizations quickly traced the situation back to this factory. Thus, one after another, free laborers began to materialize. Ultimately, within 2 months, Ling Yun had recruited a total of 13 undercover agents. Conveniently, these 13 individuals could be grouped together to form a new team, dubbed the White Third Team. It must be said that the influx of labor from the locality saved Ling Yun a considerable amount of expenditure. Otherwise, he would have had to disburse tens of thousands of dollars each month. Moreover, the allure of free labor was undeniable. While Ling Yun reveled in his fortune, the intelligence agencies found themselves in a state of urgency. Initially, the infiltrated agents appeared to function normally, but by the second day, they began to fade into a state of disconnection. Some agencies even risked sending personnel in to investigate and extract them. Yet, the result was that even those tasked with extraction ended up being ensnared. The most alarming development was that some agents even called back, expressing a desire to sever ties with their organizations, declaring their intent to coexist with the gas cylinder factory. This bizarre turn of events left various intelligence agencies utterly baffled. Whether Ling Yun of the gas cylinder factory was a god of war remained uncertain, but he was certainly a master of manipulation. Within mere days of their infiltration, the agents had been successfully brainwashed into becoming diehard fans. Goodness, such abilities surpassed even those of arms dealers in terms of terror. In response to this precarious situation, all factions felt overwhelmed. They wished to continue their investigations, yet no agents were willing to undertake the task. Conversely, abandoning the infiltrated operatives was not a viable option. How could they simply disregard their previous sacrifices? Thus, a sense of melancholy permeated the air, a subtle yet palpable sorrow. However, while they fretted, Ling Yun was thriving, brimming with bold new ideas. Chapter 40. Suddenly, a new branch emerges in the Middle East. General Ling Yun has taken his arms trade to the vast expanse of the internet. Employing a myriad of flamboyant online advertising techniques, he has propelled the name of the war god store into the limelight across the web. The apocalyptic tank and the Hellfire cannon have demonstrated exceptional prowess on the Middle Eastern battlefield, leading to a surge in online sales for these two products. Meanwhile, equipment such as the Grizzly tank, Rhino tank, and Katyusha anti-aircraft vehicle, known for their remarkable cost-effectiveness, have begun to witness a growing demand that outstrips supply. The reason for this phenomenon: the arms he sells are astonishingly affordable. For instance, the M1 Abrams main battle tank from the United States costs approximately £6 million. The Type 90 main battle tank from Japan is valued at around £8 million, while the Type 99 main battle tank from China is priced at about £3 million. These are representative examples of tank pricing, with brands like John Bull, Gallic Rooster, and Hanscat commanding even higher costs. In stark contrast, the War God Store's tanks are remarkably economical. The Grizzly tank is available for only $2 million. The Rhino tank for a mere $5 million, and they even throw in a generous assortment of handguns and grenades. Of course, this is merely their interpretation. Ling Yun has made it abundantly clear in his store that they are simply selling guns and giving away tanks. Regardless, purchasing arms from him guarantees a profit. This has incited a palpable animosity among major Western arms dealers toward the War God store. However, Ling Yun's audacious maneuvers extend beyond mere sales. He aims to expand and strengthen this enterprise. With the valuable experience he has amassed over time, Ling Yun has finally ascended to a new level. His technological proficiency has risen to level 2, while his skill level has advanced to level 3. The rapid elevation of his skill level is directly attributable to his unwavering commitment to hands-on modifications. Simultaneously, his available funds have surged from an initial $300,000 to $30 million. If assessed solely by financial reserves, Ling Yun could now easily attain level 4. However, his experience and prestige values remain insufficient for further advancement. Thus, Ling Yun has resolved to enhance his prestige. After all, experience points can only be accrued gradually, devoid of shortcuts. Conversely, there exists a measure of operability with prestige. Ling Yun has fortuitously discovered that when the arms he sells influence the dynamics of the Middle East, his prestige can increase by anywhere from 10 to 30 points. For example, when Adam utilized the Hellfire cannon to strike an American aircraft carrier, necessitating its withdrawal from the Middle Eastern theater. Ling Yun's prestige surged by 30 points. In another instance, during the defense of Sand City, 4 apocalyptic tanks withstood the assault of a regiment of Daitian birds and 15 tanks, resulting in a 10-point increase in his prestige. Drawing from these experiences, he has decided to foster collaborations with various factions in the Middle East. Furthermore, he is actively seeking to establish contact with the official representatives of the local regime, aiming to capitalize on the current political landscape before the actor-president's regime collapses. What has emboldened Ling Yun so suddenly? This newfound audacity stems from the support of individuals like Ling Yun, who have effectively carved out a new market for him. Initially, Ling Yun had sent Ling Yun and his associates to seek refuge among the turban camels under the pretext of establishing a foothold. However, he never anticipated that they would flourish so swiftly. How does one explain this phenomenon? To ensure their safety, Ling Yun discreetly dispatched a batch of weaponry, including handguns, grenades, and bulletproof vests. Yet, reflecting on the frequent unrest in turban camel territory and the clashes between official and local armed factions, he further supplied them with several armored vehicles for their protection. Ling Yun had originally contemplated sending a few apocalyptic tanks as well, but reconsidered the appropriateness of such an action, fearing potential misunderstandings from local militias, given that they were merely seeking temporary refuge. Thus, he opted for a more discreet approach. However, little did he know that Ling Yun possessed a remarkable aptitude for warlordship. Armed with only a handful of handguns and a few armored vehicles, he swiftly became the most renowned organization in the area within a mere month. Of course, this classification of warlord was bestowed upon him by the authorities. Ling Yun and his associates named their group the Turban Camel Flower People's Mutual Aid Society. In simpler terms, they have organized a cooperative team composed of flower people, dedicated to mutual assistance and collaboration. What was unforeseen was the sheer number of flower people and those of flower descent that congregated around them. In just 3 days, their ranks swelled to over 100. Moreover, the flower people appeared to possess an innate combat aptitude. The moment they grasped their weapons, it seemed as though something within their bloodlines awakened. Consequently, Ling Yun, leading a team of over 100, swiftly dismantled a local armed gang exceeding 2,000 members overnight. From that point forward, they became renowned for their prowess. In subsequent discussions with Ling Yun, Ling Yun learned that these turban camels, while formidable in number, lacked tactical acumen, resorting only to brute force and reckless charges. Utilizing knowledge gleaned from his military training, Ling Yun easily outmaneuvered them, likening his experience to that of a high-level character dominating novice players in a game. Presently, Ling Yun's group has expanded to over 170 members, with flower people constituting roughly 1/3 of the total. The remainder consists of locals who have joined subsequently. Consequently, they have rebranded themselves as Azura. The name Azura is indeed an abbreviation of Azrael, the deity from Arab mythology who guards the gates of paradise. Ling Yun was both surprised and intrigued by Ling Yun's choice of name. Upon inquiry, he discovered that it was suggested by his newly appointed military advisor, Bai Xiaoqin. Bai Xiaoqin, a flower person of turban camel descent, inherited her surname from her mother. Ling Yun praised her highly, asserting that the successful collaboration with the authorities was largely due to her efforts. What kind of cooperation did they establish with the authorities? This tale begins with Ling Yun's desire to procure second-hand tanks locally. The global acquisition of used equipment was originally a venture envisioned by Ling Yun's team. Therefore, having solidified his position in the region, Ling Yun naturally wished to contribute further to the group. However, upon learning of his plans, Bai Xiaoqin proposed a bolder strategy. She dismissed Ling Yun's modest acquisition scheme and instead advocated for a large-scale collaborative development initiative with the authorities. In essence, this entailed their team providing technical expertise while the local government supplied resources, working hand in hand to extensively develop the tank graveyard at Cal. After all, this site is home to thousands of tanks and armored vehicles abandoned since 1989. If they were to acquire them in batches of 10, it would take an eternity to complete the endeavor. Yet, purchasing them all at once would deplete their funds. Thus, Bai Xiaoqin's proposal for collaborative development emerged as the most viable solution. Chapter 41. I am not a wish-granting tortoise. Ling Yun led his men to take refuge among the turban camels, inadvertently becoming the most prominent armed group in the area. During this time, he also gathered a military advisor named Bai Xiaoqin, who suggested collaborating directly with the authorities to formally develop the Cal tank graveyard. It must be said that this woman's ideas are even bolder than Ling Yun's. Ling Yun has now advanced to level 2 and upgraded his skill level to level 3. Upon reaching level 2, He commenced the production of rifles, light machine guns, mortars, submachine guns, and other military equipment. This prompted a bold idea to secure a contract for arms supply within the Middle Eastern region. Should this endeavor succeed, Ling Yun would likely ascend to level 3 with ease. Nonetheless, Bai Xiaoqin's proposal intrigued him even more. The Caltank cemetery housed over 1,000 tanks, armored vehicles, and obsolete artillery, all of which served as excellent raw materials for modification. He could continue employing his previous strategies, requiring customers to purchase a certain quantity of firearms to qualify for the acquisition of modified tanks and armored vehicles. Essentially, it would be akin to a buy one, get one free offer. Developing the Caltank cemetery aligned perfectly with his ambitions, even bolstering his negotiating leverage with various Middle Eastern countries. Consequently, after listening to Li Jinjun, Ling Yun promptly made a decision on the spot. He transferred funds before even arriving at the location, sending Li Jinjun an initial investment of 5 million beautiful coins to establish a factory in the Turban Camel territory. Further arrangements would be made subsequently. After hanging up, Ling Yun convened the first general assembly of all employees. To be precise, it was an assembly of all the veteran staff, as the newly hired free laborers were not eligible to attend and were instead assigned to production duties. In the gas cylinder factory's second-floor conference room, Ling Yun wasted no time. He stated directly, Li Jinjun has been dispatched on my orders to establish a subsidiary abroad. The company is nearly set up and urgently requires a core team to assist. As he spoke, Ling Yun deliberately scanned the room. Upon meeting his gaze, many averted their eyes, clearly reluctant to take on the task. However, his next words piqued the interest of many. I shall not waste time with trivialities. Let us discuss the welfare benefits. Workers going abroad will see their monthly salary raised to 50,000 each. Additionally, for those with families, an extra 1,000 per family member will be provided for living expenses. For those without families, this will be converted into a tiered bonus, distributed at the end of the month. Upon hearing this, 2 individuals immediately stood up. I'll go too. Ling Yun was about to express his delight when he looked up and fell silent. The first to stand was none other than Gu Qian and Gu Ho, the 2 old-timers. These 2 seemed quite eager for a bit of excitement. However, he worried whether their age would permit them to manage this undertaking. He dreaded the thought of any mishaps that might occur, as he would be held accountable to their families. Zhang Yoxin quickly discerned Ling Yun's concerns. Leaning in, he whispered, the 2 of them have no worries. As long as their safety is assured, it will be fine. This remark clarified Ling Yun's thoughts. Although the Turban Camel territory was still under warlord governance, Li Jinjun and his associates had completely ingratiated themselves with the authorities, and their combat capabilities were well documented. Thus, he doubted the officials would recklessly jeopardize their personnel. After careful consideration, Ling Yun spoke again. Very well, I commend the courage of the 2 esteemed gentlemen. You have set a commendable example. Henceforth, I shall increase each of your monthly salaries by 5,000. At this announcement, those who were previously interested felt a pang of regret. Consequently, more individuals began to enthusiastically volunteer, with only 2 elderly gentlemen stepping forward, the rest being his original comrades. Now, 6 out of 13 of his trusted brothers were departing at once. While this reduced his circle of reliable individuals by half, it was not entirely a disadvantage. Fewer people meant greater secrecy. Ling Yun was apprehensive about having too many voices in the mix. The undertakings they were involved in could not afford to be exposed to outsiders. The list was finalized within 10 minutes. Subsequently, Ling Yun granted these individuals a 2-day leave to prepare. They were to reconvene at the factory on the 3rd day, where a bus would transport them to the airport. Furthermore, those without passports were urged to expedite their applications, with a few days leeway for those unable to procure them in time. Once the arrangements were in place, Ling Yun noticed an unread message on his computer. He promptly dismissed those around him and swiftly opened the message dialog. The sender's username was Assassin's Creed, a name reminiscent of a popular single-player video game. The message read, Dear Mr. Warlord, I am your most sincere new friend. I wish to inquire about a very special weapon. Might you be able to fulfill my request? Ling Yun found the tone rather peculiar, leading him to hesitate in pursuing further interaction. However, considering the financial implications, he resolved to engage cautiously. Warlord Yun, greetings. Please specify your requirements in detail so I can ascertain whether I can accommodate this transaction. Simultaneously, in the Middle East, at a certain base of the Persian Lion's national defense, the military equipment minister Hashim was fully engrossed in playing his favorite game, Assassin's Creed. As a young officer promoted from the front lines, Hashim's unconventional approach was evident in his mannerisms. It wasn't until the notification pinged thrice that he took notice. He quickly paused the game on another computer, swiveled his chair, and opened the dialog box. "Ah," Mr. Warlord replied. "Let's see what he has to say." Hashim meticulously read through the information. After digesting the content, he swiftly began typing. "Mr. Warlord, you have finally responded. I am truly moved and greatly appreciate your attention to my message. My request is quite simple. I desire a hypersonic missile." After sending the message, Hashim turned back to resume his gaming, treating the matter as trivial. Meanwhile, at the gas cylinder factory, Ling Yun stared at his computer screen, momentarily lost in thought. After some time, he blinked and reread the message. What on earth? He expects a hypersonic missile? Does he think I'm a wishing well? Am I here to grant wishes? Realizing the absurdity, Ling Yun decisively opted to decline. "I'm afraid that is unavailable. Please consider an alternative." The response was straightforward and unequivocal. Upon receiving the notification, Hashim swiftly turned back to continue the exchange. However, upon reading Ling Yun's reply, he couldn't help but chuckle. "So, you want to play this game? Very well, let's sweeten the deal first," he mused, before typing rapidly. "Mr. Warlord, please do not rush to decline. I've heard you are already collaborating with the Turban Camel, rather than partnering with them. Why not with us? All collaboration costs will be borne by my side. You need only provide the technology to receive 51 of the shares. Furthermore, I represent the Persian Lion military in this negotiation, which should speak volumes of our sincerity." Hashim spoke with unwavering confidence, convinced that his counterpart would surely be swayed. However, his ulterior motives extended beyond mere partnership in business. He agreed to provide funding, personnel, materials, and resources, only requesting Ling Yun to assist with technical guidance. Was there such a good deal in the world? Opportunities falling from the sky were but a fantasy. Thus, Hashim's true intention was to sever ties once success was achieved. After all, everything was within their territory, and he could nationalize it at will. When that time came, no matter how formidable the war god Yun might be, he could never contend with the vast machinery of the state. Ultimately, he would merely become a mere pawn, laboring for another. Hashim's aspirations were lofty, but alas, Ling Yun was no fool. At that moment, he was engrossed in researching hypersonic technology online. The procurement cost for the Eagle Sauce CPS hypersonic missile was approximately 81 million beautiful coins. If 300 units were purchased at once, the cost per missile would drop to 41 million beautiful coins. One must admit, this price was exorbitantly high. A somewhat more affordable option was the Dagger hypersonic missile from the Great Bear Country, priced at around 10 million beautiful coins each. Though significantly cheaper than the Eagle Sauce, it still fell within the realm of luxury goods exceeding 10 million beautiful coins. As for the flower planting nation, they had yet to develop their own hypersonic missiles. News from 2 years prior indicated research was underway, yet no further updates had emerged. Contemplating this, Ling Yun could not help but entertain an idea. If he could indeed develop a hypersonic missile for the state, would it not serve as a safeguard for himself and his brothers should trouble arise in the future? After all, one cannot stand by the riverbank without getting their shoes wet. The future is unpredictable. This was also a significant reason Ling Yun sought to ingratiate himself with the authorities from the outset. A person without foresight is bound to face imminent concerns. With this in mind, Ling Yun swiftly engaged his intellect. However, the proposal from the Assassin's Creed was undoubtedly unfeasible. They were simply trying to con him into doing their bidding. Asking him to help establish their factory? They could dream on. It had always been him taking advantage of others. He had never allowed anyone to exploit him. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Ling Yun leisurely replied to Hashim. "I find your proposal intriguing, yet I am not fond of the manner in which you suggest we cooperate. Should you truly wish to collaborate, you may provide the raw materials, and I shall be responsible for the production and processing, supplying you at cost thereafter. I shall only accept this mode of cooperation." The message swiftly reached Hashim, but upon reading it, his countenance darkened considerably. How dare he refuse? Had he forgotten who he was negotiating with? Following this realization, Hashim immediately resorted to threats. "Mr. War God, I urge you to reconsider my suggestion. After all, in the Middle East, no one dares to dismiss our words lightly. Strength is a crucial consideration. Here in the Middle East, without our approval, no one can achieve any success, not even in other nations." Hashim's insinuation was abundantly clear. He had initially indicated his awareness of their collaboration with the Turban Camels. Now, he reiterated that without their nod and consent, their projects in the Middle East would encounter insurmountable obstacles. It must be noted that the Persian Lion was indeed a formidable presence in the region. However, they certainly did not possess the omnipotence to control everything. Thus, Ling Yun did not take his threats particularly to heart. He lit a cigarette, savoring a few leisurely puffs before responding. Can you truly command the Persian Lion's military? If so, please convey a message to your leaders. If you sincerely seek cooperation, it must adhere to the plan I have outlined. Should you disagree, I will proactively seek partnerships with the Turban Camels, Pharaoh S Nation, Camel Kingdom, Vankat Nation, or Baba Sheep. I am confident these nations will seriously consider my proposal. What say you, representative of the Persian Lion's military? After sending this lengthy message, Hashim's eyes began to redden. He had not anticipated such a firm stance from this individual. Yes, the Persian Lion was a dominant force in the Middle East. Still, there were at least 3 other nations with comparable strength. Other countries might be slightly weaker, yet they were certainly capable of supplying missile materials. If such a scenario unfolded, their position as the Middle Eastern hegemon would indeed be jeopardized. Reflecting on this, Hashim felt a twinge of regret. He had underestimated his opponent and had been overly complacent. It felt akin to losing the game while attempting to cheat. Fortunately, he had not completely ruined the situation. There was still room for negotiation. After pondering for a moment, Hashim softened his approach, replying, "Very well, I shall convey your sentiments, but I require time to persuade my superiors. At present, I cannot make any commitments, so I must trouble the war god to wait a few more days." Hashim's words were laden with implications. He was subtly reminding Ling Yun that he needed to consult with his leaders, and until that discussion was resolved, Ling Yun must remain patient. This felt rather like occupying a latrine without contributing anything. Bah, he was no waste. Ling Yun shook his head vigorously, banishing the unpleasant imagery from his mind. Then, he furiously typed his response. "I can wait for you for 12 hours. If, after 12 hours, you do not provide a precise answer, I shall begin extending cooperation invitations to the aforementioned nations, whereupon the highest bidder shall prevail. After all, you have not paid me any deposit. I am under no obligation to await your news indefinitely. Ultimately, I sincerely hope we can collaborate." Upon reading this message, Hashim sprang to his feet in anger. Was this fellow threatening him? Chapter 43. Paying first is the true display of sincerity. Hashim had intended to deceive Ling Yun, only to find himself threatened instead. However, he could not afford to be obstinate with the other party. After all, the technology for producing arms was firmly in their hands. If Hashim pressed too hard, it would undoubtedly be the Persian Lion that suffered in the end. Imagine if surrounding nations deployed hypersonic missiles while the Persian Lion remained unequipped. It would be unclear who would become the prey and who the predator. Thus, although Hashim was seething with anger, he still managed to maintain a facade of cordiality in his response. "War God, this project is of utmost importance to both the Persian Lion military and the government. We were the first to propose a partnership and hope to become your preferred collaborator. After all, the strength of the Persian Lion in the Middle East is evident, presenting a considerable advantage over other forces." After sending this message, Hashim remained glued to his computer, lacking the desire to engage in any further gaming. His primary mission was to secure the cooperation of War God Yun. Failure to do so would leave the Persian Lion in a precarious position, and he was unwilling to be beholden to anyone. On the other side, Ling Yun, upon reading Hashim's response, merely scoffed. After finishing his cigarette, he leisurely typed back, "Is your sincerity merely keyboard talk?" The Turban Camels were willing to pay a cooperation deposit of 500,000 beautiful coins right from the start. Now, that is what true sincerity looks like. These words were, of course, a deliberate exaggeration on Ling Yun's part. The Turban Camels had not even dispatched troops to suppress Li Jin's forces. How could they possibly offer him any deposit? This is merely an excuse for Ling Yun to coax money from the other party. After all, this fellow does not seem particularly astute. As expected, Hashim immediately comprehended what actions to take upon receiving this message. After all the talk, it turned out that this guy wanted him to part with his money. However, upon deeper reflection, there is nothing wrong with this. After all, they are the ones seeking to monopolize the supply of materials for the god of war Cloud. Once accomplished, they would be able to procure hypersonic missiles at cost price. If this transaction were to succeed, the savings for the military would undoubtedly amount to astronomical figures. With these thoughts in mind, Hashim promptly made a decisive statement. One cannot reap rewards without taking risks. This investment is worth it. After muttering to himself, he quickly typed on the keyboard, "Mr. God of War, I understand your intentions. In fact, we have also prepared a cooperation deposit, and our sincerity is undoubtedly much higher than that of the Turban Camel. Please provide me with an account, and I will transfer 1,000,000 beautiful coins to you immediately." Upon reading this, Yi Yuan sprang to his feet from his chair. Goodness, to easily coax 1,000,000 beautiful coins like this? Oh ho ho, I have great potential to be a telecom fraudster. No, I am far more genuine than they are. They deceive without giving anything in return. I, on the other hand, will deliver after the deceit. Bah, this is not deception. This is a tactical negotiation strategy. Yes, indeed, I am an exceptionally rare honest person. Within mere seconds, Ling Yun successfully absolved himself in his own mind. Regardless of how others perceive him, he now considers himself an honest individual. Without further ado, Ling Yun sent over the digital currency account. This method is far more effective than a bank card, as it cannot be traced back to him domestically. Huaxia was momentarily taken aback when he saw it was a digital currency account. However, he quickly rationalized to himself. After all, those engaged in the arms trade must always be cautious. If he were in the other person's shoes, he might act similarly. However, if the account provided was not a bank account, Huaxia would be unable to ascertain the other party's true identity. In that case, transferring $1 million would be fraught with risk. If the other party received the money and failed to honor the agreement, he would be left as a fool scorned by all. With this in mind, Huaxia hastily replied, Mr. God of War, due to the virtual nature of the digital currency account you provided, we would like to add an additional condition. If you can agree to this, I will transfer the funds immediately upon successful completion. Ling Yun furrowed his brow slightly upon reading this message. However, he could understand the other party's concerns and uncertainties. Thus, Ling Yun graciously responded, negotiation is merely a process of mutual requests and compromises. Please state your condition, and I will certainly give it careful consideration. As long as it does not violate any fundamental principles. Ling Yun's words were quite skillful. He neither directly agreed nor disagreed. Ultimately, he needed the other party to present their demands for him to respond accordingly. Seeing this, Huaxia smiled faintly and quickly typed, we require you to provide a collateral or guarantee, so we can feel secure in transferring the deposit. After all, 1 million beautiful coins is no small amount. Upon reading this message, Ling Yun nodded in understanding. Very well, I shall send you an apocalyptic tank as collateral. You should be well aware of its value. Using it as a guarantee should pose no issue, correct? Upon receiving this message, Huaxia was so excited that he began to clap his hands. It is worth noting that an apocalyptic tank is currently being traded at exorbitant prices. To offer one as collateral certainly demonstrates the other party's sincerity. Excellent. This individual is quite agreeable. With this thought, Huaxia quickly replied, all right, let us proceed as you have suggested. We await your good news. After reading the message, Ling Yun promptly checked the coordinates online, fearing that time might be of the essence. He swiftly sent over the coordinates along with a note stating that the pickup would occur at 11:30 p.m. that night. Upon receiving the message, Huaxia felt a twinge of surprise. After all, there are numerous Eagle Sauce troops stationed near the Persian Lion. Is the God of War Cloud really so brazen as to deliver the tank? Although it is merely one tank, it is still a heavy armored vehicle. How will they evade radar detection with such a conspicuous target? Air transport seems almost inevitable, as it would be impossible to deliver it by sea or land in such a short time frame. Yet, the skies are the domain of the Eagle Sauce. He genuinely worries about potential complications. Huaxia intended to caution the other party once more, but just as he was preparing to type, the other party's icon displayed as offline. With no other option, Huaxia could only slowly shake his head. Subsequently, he quickly rose to straighten his military uniform and hastened towards the door. Huaxia must report this matter promptly, regardless of whether the other party can successfully deliver the goods. They must be prepared to receive the shipment. Additionally, he needs to contact the finance department to ensure they are ready for the transfer of funds. Time flew by, and soon it was 11 p.m. Chapter 44. Establishing a branch factory, advancing into the Middle Eastern market. Huaxia, the equipment minister of the Persian Line military, arrived early at the delivery location with a battalion of soldiers. This area is a junction of vast desert and rocky terrain, where one can gaze endlessly from atop a sand dune. The God of War Cloud had scheduled the delivery for 11:30 p.m., but Huaxia arrived at the coordinates just after 10 p.m. to ascertain what tricks the other party might be up to. He had even dispatched a company to lie in wait near the coordinates. However, the ambushed company lay concealed in the desert and rocky terrain for over 3 hours. Yet not a single shadow was sighted. Aside from the starry sky overhead, nothing else moved. Could it be that he was being deceived? Just as Huaxia pondered this, a major rushed over swiftly. He was Colonel Coker, the commander of the Special Operations Battalion and the overall commander of this ambush operation. Coker approached Huaxia, his expression tense, and said, General, the third company has reported a suspicious situation. I am unsure whether I should mention it. Upon hearing this, Huaxia's gaze shifted sharply towards him. At that moment, he looked at Coker as if he were an imbecile. What nonsense was he uttering? If there is intelligence, report it without delay. Instead, He comes to ask whether he should speak up. I am currently contemplating whether to execute you. This is a blatant dereliction of military duty. Hashim suppressed his rage and retorted, then tell me, should I allow you to speak? Coker felt a chill run down his spine at those words. He hastily replied, I believe it should be mentioned. It must be mentioned. It definitely needs to be mentioned. Upon hearing this, Hashim could no longer contain his temper. He drew his sidearm and pointed it at Coker's head, saying, Major Coker, what are you wasting time for? Do you not realize today is a day for executing a classified mission? Speak plainly, quit beating around the bush. Coker was so frightened that he became speechless. He immediately straightened up and spoke loudly. Report, General. The third company has reported that they seem to have spotted 2 tanks behind their ambush point. However, due to being partially obscured by sand, there was a lack of certainty. They were unable to assert their claims. As the conversation progressed, Coker's statements began to lose coherence. Hashim, upon hearing these words, stood there in a daze. He pondered for 3 or 4 seconds before finally speaking. Hadn't the third company already come to lie in ambush? They were an infantry company, without any tanks assigned. So, where did these tanks come from? At this point, Hashim looked at his companion with a perplexed expression and continued. When did the tanks appear? Did they not notice them before the ambush, or did the enemy stealthily approach? No, that doesn't make sense. Tanks make a loud noise. It's impossible for everyone not to have heard them. So, where did those 2 tanks come from? The more Hashim spoke, the more agitated he became. While Coker grew increasingly frightened, for he had no idea how to respond. No, it wasn't just Coker who was at a loss. Everyone in the third company was equally perplexed. They had followed the plan and arrived early to conceal themselves. There had been no tanks in the vicinity when they arrived. Yet, just moments ago, a soldier from the third company, desperate to relieve himself, was startled into submission upon turning around to find 2 heavy tanks quietly parked not far away. No one knew how or when they had appeared. After Coker provided a brief explanation of the situation, Hashim stood there feeling utterly lost. Who exactly was the war god Yun? How had he managed this? At that moment, Hashim didn't need to check to guess whose tanks they were. However, he could never have anticipated such a bizarre method of delivery. There was no way to deny it. Thus, Hashim quickly called for everyone to assemble and prepare for transport. However, one thing still puzzled him. Initially, it was agreed to provide 1 Apocalypse tank as collateral. But why had the war god Yun sent 2 today? Did he think Hashim was handsome and intentionally sent an extra? Ugh, Hashim himself didn't believe that theory. But when he personally approached and saw the reality, he immediately understood the other party's intentions. It turned out that what was parked there was not 2 Apocalypse tanks. No, there was only 1 Apocalypse tank. The other was a 6-wheeled armored transport vehicle. Coker had already led a group to open the armored vehicle's door, revealing it to be filled to the brim with ammunition. Indeed, this was a deliberate gesture of goodwill from the other party. Although the quantity was not substantial, Hashim was deeply moved. At that moment, he realized that he had previously underestimated the situation. Someone like the war god Yun could only be befriended with sincerity. One must never resort to cunning or deceit. If you treat him as a friend, he will reciprocate, for only genuine affection can foster true camaraderie. It was I, Hashim, who had been petty. After uttering these words, he waved his hand to signal everyone to begin working. The following morning, as Ling Yun awoke, he received a notification that the 1 million beautiful coins from Hashim had been credited. After the funds were received, Ling Yun rose and called Ling Yun. It was then that he disclosed the collaboration with the Persian Lion. Ling Yun's request to Ling Yun and the others was quite simple. They merely needed to send people to collect the goods periodically. Once the items arrived at the Turban Camel base, Ling Yun would coordinate the transfer with his personnel. Although Ling Yun was curious about how Ling Yun managed to transport the goods, he refrained from asking. He knew Ling Yun must have his secrets, and if he chose not to disclose them, it was not his place to inquire further. As a good brother, his responsibility was to fulfill his own duties. He trusted Ling Yun as he would trust himself, thus he would not pry into matters that were not meant for him to know. This trust was also why Ling Yun had confidence in him to oversee the important operations of the overseas branch. At noon, amidst a series of firecrackers, the opening ceremony of the overseas branch of Turban Camel commenced with great fanfare. The branch was located in the capital city of Lanjishi in the southwestern province of Nairos. This was not a prosperous city within Turban Camel's domain, but its location was exceptionally strategic, particularly for Ling Yun and his associates. Lanjishi was not far from the Persian Lion and was not situated on the border of the 2 nations. Therefore, it facilitated cooperation with the Persian Lion while also ensuring protection from the military of Turban Camel without excessive official constraints. Choosing this site for the overseas branch maximized the potential benefits for Ling Yun and his team. After the branch was established, Ling Yun decided to grant the local military leadership a 2% stake as compensation for their protection of Li Jinjun and the factory. Subsequently, the overseas branch began bustling with activity. Ling Yun commenced his foothold in Lanjishi, officially entering the Middle Eastern arms market. Chapter 45. Not seeing bullets, not knowing mistakes. All too late. In Lanjishi, at the Flower Cloud gas cylinder factory, the crackling firecrackers created a lively atmosphere for the opening. However, the locals were utterly bewildered by the commotion. The sharp and explosive sounds of firecrackers resembled gunfire so closely that the natives within a 5-mile radius fled in fear. Nevertheless, some who understood the local sentiments began to gather. According to local custom, factory openings typically brought good fortune, prompting the bolder locals to seize the opportunity for a little gain. Li Jinjun was not a stingy man. When impoverished individuals approached with kind words, he was happy to reward them with a few coins. After all, it was the grand opening of a new company, and sharing joy was preferable to solitary enjoyment. Perhaps this is the unique romanticism of the Flower Cloud people. However, some locals viewed his romanticism as foolishness. At the entrance of the gas cylinder factory, the locals surrounded Li Jinjun and his companions, chattering in their native language, their faces adorned with sly smiles. Qin Changqiong, a group of Qin Changqiong. The Flower Cloud people are all Qin Changqiong big fools. Ha ha ha, you laugh when we call you Qin Changqiong. These individuals spoke in Pashto and Persian, making it impossible for Li Jinjun and the others to understand their words. However, observing their beaming smiles, it seemed they were offering some local blessings. Their repeated phrase, Qin Changqiong, was likely akin to wishing prosperity. Although they could not comprehend it, Li Jinjun made a mental note of the term. Before long, the red envelopes in everyone's hands were distributed, yet the gathered locals remained insistent. The bolder ones even began to pilfer the flower baskets and decorations at the entrance. When someone noticed this scene, Li Jinjun preferred not to stir trouble on the opening day. So, he turned a blind eye to the visitors who had come to congratulate him. Fortunately, as everyone departed, they cheerfully bid him farewell with a Qin Changqiong. For this, Li Jinjun found some comfort. However, upon returning to his office and encountering Bai Xiaoqin, his attitude towards the locals took a sharp turn. Inside the office, when Li Jinjun entered, Bai Xiaoqin was busy operating the computer. He waited until she was less occupied to ask, "Hey, Xiaoqin, may I ask you something? How do you say wishing you prosperity here at Turban Camel?" Without turning her head, Bai Xiaoqin replied, "Mabara ho shorish." Li Jinjun was momentarily taken aback. What? That sounds completely different from what they said. Bai Xiaoqin couldn't help but chuckle at his reaction. What do you mean? What did they say? Li Jinjun scratched his head and replied, "They kept saying Qin Changqiong." Right. That was the phrase they repeated the most. What does Qin Changqiong mean? Li Jinjun looked at Bai Xiaoqin with great curiosity. However, upon hearing his words, Bai Xiaoqin's expression darkened instantly. She paused her work, turned to Li Jinjun, and spoke solemnly. "Jinjun, this is a derogatory term, primarily used to belittle us flower planters. To understand this, we must trace back to the late Qing dynasty when a significant number of Chinese laborers were sent to work for the Eagle Nation. Due to their physical characteristics and the Western stereotypes, they were mockingly referred to as Qin Changqiong. Over time, this term evolved into Qin Changqiong, spreading throughout the Middle East. In that region, some locals use this term to mock and insult flower planters. It not only tramples on the dignity of flower planters, but also shows profound disrespect for our culture. As she spoke, Bai Xiaoqin's emotions intensified, and resentment began to show in her eyes. Some people are simply ungrateful beasts. My mother and teachers established several charitable organizations in the Middle East a few years ago, providing food and care for suffering local children. Yet, once these little beasts were better off, they pointed fingers at them, cursing them as Qin Changqiong, even betraying them. My teacher met a tragic end at the hands of these scoundrels who do not deserve the title of human. They are nothing but a pack of beasts. Bai Xiaoqin grew increasingly agitated, her hands trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, Li Jinjun felt his eyes redden with anger. "Bastards! Truly a bunch of ungrateful wolves," he exclaimed. "They dare to bully us." After saying this, Li Jinjun turned and shouted loudly, "Zhao Laosan, gather everyone and bring the tools. Follow me." Bai Xiaoqin immediately stood up, anxiously asking, "Jinjun, what are you planning to do?" Li Jinjun drew a handgun from his waist and smiled. "Nothing much. Just going to reclaim the red envelopes just given out." With that, he strode out confidently. Minutes later, a group of locals were merrily walking along the dirt road, chatting and laughing. occasionally shouting Qin Chong Cheong with expressions full of scorn and mockery. At that moment, two SUVs sped past them and screeched to a halt in front of the crowd. Subsequently, Ling Yun led the way out of the vehicle. The group initially froze upon seeing him, but soon broke into radiant smiles. Qin Chong Cheong, here comes this big fool again. Ha ha. He doesn't even understand what we're saying. Truly foolish. These despicable flower planters, even when insulted, are willing to give us money. How pathetic. Otherwise, why would they be called Qin Chong Cheong, right? Ha ha. The locals continued to joke around without realizing the gravity of the situation. Witnessing their complete lack of restraint, Ling Yun resolved to establish a precedent for these wolves in the Middle East. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out, and the 3 loudest mockers fell to the ground. This scene stunned the others into silence. They could hardly believe that this fool had audaciously opened fire. Had these flower planters gone mad? This was the territory of the turbaned camels, not theirs. On the way there, Ling Yun had explained the situation to his subordinates, so when he fired, they immediately raised their weapons. However, without Ling Yun's command, they would not fire indiscriminately. Their discipline was their team's defining characteristic. Ling Yun did not speak the local language, but he had memorized Qin Chong Cheong. Thus, with each utterance, he shot down a person, claiming 1 life with every shout. At this point, even the dim-witted locals realized what was happening. They quickly knelt down collectively, begging for mercy. However, upon seeing this, Ling Yun felt no sympathy. You knew to turn when your car hit the wall. You knew to buy when stocks rose. You thought to wipe your nose when crossing rivers. But now you realize regret only when bullets pierce your bodies? Too late. Chapter 46. Old-fashioned arms still have their second spring on the day of the overseas factory's opening. Ling Yun, with good intentions, distributed red envelopes to the impoverished locals. However, these ungrateful wolves turned around and treated him as a fool, continuously shouting Qin Chong Cheong at the flower planters. Fine, since you do not appreciate kindness, let me show you what a villain looks like. Ling Yun pursued them with 2 vehicles, executing 9 of them with a single shot each, leaving 4 children aged about 10. The decision to spare these children was not due to Ling Yun's compassion. Rather, he needed live witnesses to propagate the story. He wanted the locals in the Middle East to understand the consequences of mistaking kindness for foolishness. Of course, would these children behave after escaping? No, they certainly would not. Immediately after fleeing, 3 of them reported to the police. The local authorities arrived promptly, clearing the bodies from the street. But after that, nothing followed. Ling Yun imparted a harsh lesson to these children. When your interests are tied to the powers that be, you can become a lawless villain. Meanwhile, the unfortunate souls who perished were classified as accidental deaths. Yes, those with bullet holes as accidents. Each received a funeral compensation of 500 beautiful coins, and just like that, the matter faded away. In the Middle East, exchanging a life for 500 coins is considered fortunate. The majority die in vain, with hardly anyone to collect their bodies. Thus, Ling Yun and his crew ultimately played the role of good people. The gas cylinder factory in Lanji City is merely a name. There is no abundant natural gas available here. Consequently, it has become a legitimate case of selling dog meat under the guise of mutton. Ling Yun and his team transported second-hand tanks and armored vehicles acquired at rock-bottom prices from regions like turbaned camels and Persian lions back to their base. Subsequently, Ling Yun utilized the time-space converter to send the items back. After Zhang Yoxin's model factory made modifications, they would be paired with firearms according to order information and delivered to customers. To be frank, this was Ling Yun's last resort. If they simply sold firearms, given the current stock, it would be difficult to sell even 100 in a year. Ling Yun had conducted thorough research and found that with his current level as a level 2 arms dealer, he could only independently develop products from the World War II era. For instance, in terms of basic handguns, only the Browning M1903 and M1911 models could be considered closer to modern aesthetics. Other models like the M1917 revolver, M1895 Nagant revolver, Ruger P08, Walther P38, and Mauser M1986 were all outdated antiques. Selling these weapons would be nearly impossible, let alone giving them away, if film crews could legally acquire firearms. Ling Yun had considered dumping a batch their way. However, reality is often harsh. Grand dreams are frequently too fantastical. Although Ling Yun has unlocked the research technologies for rifles, light machine guns, and submachine guns, the manufacturing techniques and standards for these firearms are only on par with World War II technology. For example, in terms of rifles, he could only produce the M1903 Springfield, M1 Garand semi-automatic, M1941 semi-automatic, Browning automatic, SVT-40 semi-automatic, and Mauser AR-98. What are these? Would there even be customers for such items? Generally, it would be absolutely impossible. Yet, Ling Yun managed to create a market for them by bundling firearms with tanks for sale. No, to be precise, it is the purchase of a certain quantity of firearms that entitles one to a complementary tank. This marketing strategy borders on the bizarre. Although the firearms being sold are outdated and largely ineffective, one cannot deny the impressive quality of the tanks on offer. Consequently, numerous countries have opted to allocate these purchased firearms for use in the routine training of their reserves. However, not all nations regard this with disdain. Armed factions and nations in Africa have expressed considerable enthusiasm. After all, such inexpensive arms as those available from Ling Yun are hard to come by globally. The primary issue is that these antiquated items are no longer in production. Handguns and rifles have become the bane of buyers worldwide. Conversely, there remains a substantial market for light machine guns, submachine guns, and micro-submachine guns. For instance, the ZB-26 light machine gun, M1942 light machine gun, Browning light machine gun, Maxim light machine gun, Degtyarev light machine gun, and the MG series still hold significant market potential. The factions eager to procure these firearms are not limited to underdeveloped Africa. Armed organizations in the Middle East also harbor a fondness for them. Their interest extends beyond light machine guns, as they are also quite taken with the mortars available from Ling Yun. Apart from the impressive sales of Hellfire artillery, the mortar series has also seen remarkable success. For example, the 50mm 5cm Lujar W36 mortar, the 81mm 8cm Granatorfer 34 mortar, the 105mm 8cm SGW34 mortar, and the 120mm 12cm Granatorfer 42 mortar continue to attract attention even in contemporary times. It seems that when it comes to cost-effectiveness, most factions prefer economical options. Of course, within the most popular products at the Gov't store, mortars must settle for second place, as the top rank is held by the currently booming submachine gun series. This includes the MP40, PPSH, 41, Sten, M3, Suomi, M1938A, EMP44, Z383, PPSH, 43, MP3840, PPS, MP18, Uzi, Thompson M1, Z383, and HMP5 submachine guns. Orders for these submachine guns have even been queued up until February of next year. What accounts for such widespread affection for submachine guns? This brings us to discuss their defining characteristics. The primary attributes of submachine guns include their compactness, lightweight design, high rate of fire, and formidable firepower. When utilizing such firearms, they are typically held with both hands, firing pistol cartridges with the capability for automatic fire. Their design emphasizes portability and automatic firing, making submachine guns exceptionally effective in rapid engagements and close-quarters combat. Thus, these weapons are not solely suitable for military forces. They are also utilized by police forces across various nations and factions. Consequently, many countries and factions are unperturbed by the prospect of not having a use for them. This is a crucial reason why submachine gun sales remain robust. Observing the back-end data of his online store, Ling Yun could hardly contain the smile that crept across his face. However, this moment of joy was short-lived as yet another irksome incident occurred. Indeed, this was not the first time. In the East Shanghai gas canister factory office, Ling Yun stared at the alarm on his computer screen, feeling utterly at a loss. Where had this hacker emerged from? Was breaching my firewall so enticing? This marked the third wave of attacks this morning alone. Now, his virtual computer space was beginning to feel overcrowded. In that moment of realization, a bold thought suddenly struck Ling Yun. Chapter 47. Viewing the dog-eat-dog scenario from a god's perspective, Ling Yun was engaged in a monthly summary and settlement for his online store. Yet, he was interrupted by yet another intrusion alert from the system. This was the third wave of hackers attacking this morning. In recent times, there had already been over 150 intrusions, both sporadic and organized. Is this never-ending? Do they truly believe my patience is infinite? With this thought, Ling Yun promptly summoned the system to make a new request. Given that the system's technology far surpasses that of reality, the fees for resolving computer-related issues are remarkably low. After all, constructing a network firewall, preventing hacker intrusions, and establishing virtual computer spaces only cost a mere one system coin. The system coin holds equivalent value to real currency, and one can freely exchange currencies within the system. The beautiful coin can be converted to the flower coin, and vice versa, all within the system. However, since the predominant currency system on Blue Star is the beautiful coin, the system defaults to settling transactions in beautiful coins. Knowing this, Ling Yun initially contemplated a clever trick. intending to switch the settlement currency to the flower coin. After all, the exchange rate between beautiful coins and flower coins is 1 to 71. Therefore, theoretically, by changing to flower coins, the amount in the system would multiply significantly. Of course, while the numerical value would increase substantially, the settlement cost would also adjust accordingly. To illustrate, the last time he dealt with a similar hacker intrusion, he was charged 1 system coin, whereas this time it would be 71 system coins. In simple terms, the currency system within the system mirrors that of reality. Changing the currency does not alter its value. Consequently, Ling Yun felt a wave of discontent wash over him for a while. Yet, he soon found amusement in the chaotic dog-eat-dog scenario among the hackers. In a high-end hotel in East Shanghai, South Bangwa agent Park Gov't was intently manipulating his laptop with a serious expression. He was reputed to be the foremost hacker in South Bangwa, a man known as the Jewel of the National Intelligence Service. It is said that there is no firewall he cannot breach once he sets his mind to it. Today, the National Intelligence Service dispatched him to the Flower Nation to assist Eagle Sauce in uncovering the war god cloud. His actions have severely compromised the interests of the esteemed parent nation. Therefore, South Bangwa, eager to please its patron, has specially summoned the strongest hacker team. In the hotel room, alongside Park Gov't, were 2 of the country's top 4 hackers, whom the South Bangwa government had enlisted for assistance. As their fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard, they finally breached the final layer of the enemy's firewall. They were on the verge of success. Everyone, let us push forward a bit more. I will take the lead. You all handle the counterattacks. The 4 elite hackers nodded vigorously at his words, their fingers becoming even more frenetic. Meanwhile, at the cybersecurity center of the Asian Foot Basin Island, an atmosphere of intense tension had enveloped the premises. The on-duty cybersecurity engineers wore expressions of grave concern, as if facing a formidable adversary. The chief commander, Ueda Takuya, was soaked in sweat. He had not anticipated such a fierce counterattack from the war god cloud. This is untenable. We are already on the brink of breaching the last firewall. We urgently require reinforcements. Where are Funo Jun and the others? We need immediate assistance. The enemy is about to complete their counter-invasion. The Funo Jun mentioned by Ueda Takuya is the most exceptional hacker in the Foot Basin Island. She had studied in Eagle Sauce for 11 years, mastering exquisite hacking techniques, to the extent that the cybersecurity department of Eagle Sauce once sought to recruit her. However, her heart only belonged to the great Foot Basin Empire, and she had no interest in the olive branch of foreign nations. Of course, this was merely her own assertion. The true circumstances remain known only to her. As Ueda Takuya's desperate cries reached a pitch of near breaking, the scene unfolded in a chaotic yet captivating manner. The voice of Jun Buno, accompanied by 2 men and 1 woman, finally arrived at the scene. Don't panic, Yudakun, I'm here. With that, Buno swiftly opened her laptop and began her work. Her fingers danced across the keyboard with such speed that one could almost see after images. Observing this, Takuya Yuta took his seat and began operating his own computer. Jun, I'm here to assist you. Buno, however, remained focused and dedicated to her task. In a mere 3 minutes, she successfully countered the enemy's core. All right, it's time for our counterattack. In the Asian Cybersecurity Department of South Bangwa, the head, Li Jie, stared at the screen filled with red warnings, his body frozen in shock. Oh no, foreign hackers are infiltrating our national security system. Quickly, summon Park Guchong. Activate the emergency response plan. Just as Li's words left his mouth, someone nearby doused his hopes with cold water. Minister, Park Guchong has gone to Huaxia country. Their team departed last night. We can only rely on ourselves now. Upon hearing this, Li Jie's expression turned ashen. This is disastrous. Our stabilizing force in cybersecurity is absent. This enemy is formidable. Li felt utterly outmatched. Fortunately, a young man named Choi Changshu stepped forward. Minister, there's no need to trouble my senior brother for this matter. I can handle it. Please assist me, esteemed seniors. Choi Changshu, a disciple of Park Guchong, was hailed as a once-in-2 decades genius in the hacking community. Although only 16, he had already been recruited into the National Cybersecurity Department as a part-time member. Before departing, Park had specifically requested Li Jie to bring him on board, a decision that proved fortuitous. Seeing this, Li Jie nodded enthusiastically. All right, everyone listen up. We must fully support Choi Changshu. Get to work. Instantly, the entire department buzzed with activity. Ling Yun observed everything from an omniscient perspective within the virtual realm. He successfully redirected South Bangwa's hackers to the island of Jiao, then led the hackers from Jiao back to South Bangwa. To summarize, Team A from South Bangwa was attacking Jiao Island, while simultaneously being countered and attacked by Ling Yun's arrangements. Thus, The cybersecurity department of Jiao Island was simultaneously facing both Team A and Team B from South Bangwa, a significant reason for the overwhelming pressure felt by its officials. After orchestrating this maneuver, Ling Yun turned his attention to the Eagles and John Bull. Now that Jiao Island and South Bangwa are engaged, you shouldn't remain idle. It is time to test your hacking skills. With that, he interconnected the attack routes of the hackers on both sides. Yet, Ling Yun felt it was insufficient. He believed that the Eagles would be particularly challenging to contend with. Consequently, he redirected hackers from the Gallic Rooster, Han's Cat, White Elephant, and 7 other countries towards the Eagles. As a result, the cybersecurity department of the Eagles was soon overwhelmed with activity. Chapter 48. Oh dear. Things are more complicated than anticipated. In the Eagles National Cybersecurity Agency, Director Stephen felt as if his head had expanded threefold. He stared at the incessantly blinking alerts on the large screen, unable to suppress the urge to scratch his head in agitation. How could this happen? How could this happen? Just as Stephen was becoming increasingly anxious, the situation worsened. Director, the 5th firewall has been breached. Report, the 6th firewall is under attack. Director, the 6th firewall has fallen. The 7th firewall is in jeopardy. It has also been compromised. Director, the opponent is too strong. We have no time to organize an effective defense. The stream of dismal news continued, and Stephen's complexion turned a deep shade of gray. Suddenly, he seemed to have an epiphany and turned to shout, quickly, contact Kells and ask him to come help us. Kells, mentioned by Stephen, was regarded as the most elite hacker in the Eagles and even the entire Blue Star. It was said that during the 2001 conflict between Jinhua country and the Eagles, when 80,000 hackers from Jinhua besieged the security network of the White House, Kells had intervened at a critical moment to turn the tide. At that time, he was merely 20 years old. Now, his skills had matured and advanced significantly. Stephen's urgent call soon received a response. Director, Kells left for Jinhua 2 days ago. Upon hearing this, Stephen's face turned from a pallor to a dark hue. Left? Who else can save the Eagles now? Meanwhile, in a villa area of Jinhua's Tang Palace, Kells was solemnly operating his laptop. This was the first time he encountered such a formidable firewall. At that moment, he felt as though he was not merely battling a single opponent, but was instead pitted against the entire world. Of course, this sentiment was not entirely misplaced, as Ling Yun had already redirected the paths of his cyber attacks to the cybersecurity agencies of John Bull, the Gallic Rooster, Han's Cat, White Elephant, and others. Unbeknownst to Kells, he was inadvertently assisting Stephen in countering the attacks. The principle was similar. Ling Yun employed the classic strategy of diverting trouble. The hackers invading the War God network appeared to be exerting all their efforts in their assault. Yet, in reality, they were merely engaged in mutual attacks, akin to dogs fighting among themselves. Ling Yun had effectively transformed into a relay station, transferring the attacking methods of various factions intact to new targets. Initially, he found this game entertaining, but as time wore on, it began to lose its charm. Thus, Ling Yun ceased to monitor the virtual space and shifted his focus to more pressing matters. The first batch of materials from the Persian Lion had already arrived at his overseas branch. Li Jinjun was categorizing and summarizing them, stating that they would be ready for transmission in about an hour. Seizing this time, Ling Yun began to delve into the information regarding the Persian Lion. Previously, he had only encountered the country through news reports and hearsay, but he had not taken the time to study it in depth. Since he intended to establish a long-term partnership, it was essential to gain a thorough understanding. Otherwise, he might find himself in a situation where he was sold out and unwittingly counting the money for others. Upon further investigation, he discovered that the Persian Lion, like Jinhua, was a civilization with a history spanning over 5,000 years, formerly known as Persia. Ling Yun only skimmed through the distant historical narratives briefly. What truly piqued his interest was the modern development and military history of the country. After the 19th century, the Persian Lion fell into a state of semi-colonization under John Bull and the Great Bear, achieving independence and establishing the Persian Lion Nation in 1979. The geographical position of the Persian Lion was quite advantageous, situated in the heart of West Asia. Known as the Eurasian Land Bridge and the aerial corridor between East and West, it boasted the 4th largest oil reserves in the world and the 2nd largest natural gas reserves, making it a political, economic, cultural, and military powerhouse in the Middle East and Gulf region. In military terms, the Persian Lion's army comprises nearly 400,000 personnel, equipped with over 1,600 various models of tanks and armored vehicles, reputed to be the strongest army in the Middle East. Its navy consists of 20,000 personnel, with primary combat vessels including Soviet submarines, destroyers, frigates, corvettes, missile boats, and coastal patrol vessels. This presence is also dominant in the Middle Eastern arena. In the realm of the Air Force, the Persian Lion boasts a formidable force of 320,000 personnel, equipped with over 500 combat aircraft, including models such as the F-4DE, F-5EF, Su-24, and F-14. As we transitioned into the 21st century, they have made significant strides in the development of ballistic missile and drone technology. Presently, the Persian Lion possesses numerous advanced ballistic missiles, including the Meteor series and the Mudstone series. Among these, the Meteor 3 ballistic missile boasts a maximum range of 1,500 kilometers with impressive accuracy. With this information at hand, Ling Yun began to reconsider the collaboration with the Assassin's Creed. The Persian Lion, it was clear, was far mightier than he had initially estimated. They possess their own missile research and production capabilities, yet still go to great lengths to seek collaboration. This suggests they may have reached certain bottlenecks in their missile technology. The Assassin's Creed likely seeks to utilize the guise of cooperation to probe into their missile technology level. After all, they would not have requested hypersonic missiles outright otherwise. To date, only 3 major nations, Eagle Nation, Big Bear, and the Flower Nation, have the capacity to independently manufacture such missiles. Although nations like Foot Basin Chicken, South Stick Nation, North Stick Nation, Gall Chicken, Hans Mao, and White Elephant announced several years ago that they would commence development of hypersonic missiles, none have declared success thus far. This highlights the formidable challenges associated with developing hypersonic missiles. While the Persian Cat has not publicly announced its involvement in hypersonic research, this does not imply they are not conducting clandestine developments. However, like other research nations, the Persian Lion has not made any significant progress. This may be the primary reason the Assassin's Creed is proactively seeking cooperation. As for why the other party possesses such confidence, it may be linked to the actions of the Houthi forces against Eagle Nation's aircraft carriers. It must be said, these Houthi fighters are quite skilled at advertising. With these thoughts in mind, Ling Yun slowly picked up his phone and called Li Jinjun. After exchanging pleasantries, Ling Yun began to speak earnestly. You must remain vigilant about your surroundings. I suspect you have already caught the attention of Persian Lion agents. No, the situation may be more dire than I imagined. Perhaps they have infiltrated the factory already. Upon hearing this, Li Jinjun furrowed his brows in concern. He absolutely believed Ling Yun's words. Soon, a bold idea sprang to Li Jinjun's mind. Ling Gu, if they have indeed infiltrated the factory, I have a plan to deal with them. Would you like to hear it? Chapter 49. There are spies, but it's live-streamed after thoroughly assessing the military prowess of the Persian Lion. Ling Yun's first reaction was that they were undoubtedly seeking to leverage the cooperation as a means to acquire technology. What they truly desired was the capability to manufacture hypersonic technology. Of course, Ling Yun had none of this in his possession. He could only rely on his extraordinary modification skills for further enhancements. However, this was not something that could be disclosed. Currently, the overseas branch lacked Yuri's telepathic device, making it susceptible to infiltration by the other party's spies and agents. Thus, he shared his thoughts with Li Jinjun. To his surprise, Li Jinjun immediately proposed a solution and began to recount a story. Once upon a time, there was a shepherd boy who had to herd sheep every day. One day, feeling bored, he decided to play a trick on the villagers. In just a few sentences, Li Jinjun had already peppered his story with several expletives. Ling Yun, already aware of where this tale was headed, interrupted. Jinjun, wait, are you referring to the story of the wolf? Upon hearing this, Li Jinjun burst into laughter. Ling Gu, you guessed it. I barely started, and you already figured it out? Isn't this what they call a meeting of minds? Ling Yun felt a slight discomfort at the implication. A meeting of minds? How did it escalate to that? This guy must have gone abroad and been corrupted. Realizing the awkwardness of the moment, Ling Yun cleared his throat and said, it's hard not to have heard this story before. But that's not important. I believe I understand your intention. You wish to convey false information to them, correct? After 3 attempts, they should be thoroughly confused. Li Jinjun slapped his thigh in agreement. That is why we're so in sync, isn't it? We simply understand each other. Ling Yun quickly corrected him. It's better to say we have a meeting of minds. Can we not create new idioms here? Li Jinjun chuckled, and the two continued their plotting. 2 days later, the overseas branch suddenly implemented stringent security measures. All personnel were prohibited from leaving the premises, and a 24-hour lockdown was enforced. Many found this notification perplexing. Yet, as ordinary workers, they felt they had no right to voice their opinions. Moreover, the lockdown came with double pay during these days. So the most they would do was complain quietly among themselves. However, one individual exhibited unusual behavior. This person not only refrained from complaining, but even felt a sense of excitement and joy. This unusual demeanor was quickly noted by Xiaoqin, who promptly reported this intelligence to Ling Yun. Upon learning this, Ling Yun set the stage for an intriguing performance. The individual in question, Rasul, had joined the factory a month prior. Indeed, he was a person of considerable potential, and Xiaoqin had even considered promoting him to team leader. However, who would have thought that the wolf story plan would expose him first? As Ling Yun sought to execute this plan, the crafty Xiaoqin would naturally assist, being one of the few privy to the entire scheme. Thus, every move Rasul made was meticulously monitored by her. That night, all workers were sent back to their dormitories an hour early. Rasul suspected something was amiss and feigned a stomachache to slip out of the dormitory, swiftly returning to the work area. At this moment, he happened upon several personnel from the Flower Nation busily operating a complex instrument, carefully assembling an unfamiliar device. Rasul retrieved his miniature camera and discreetly took photographs from a distance, patiently waiting for them to leave. Once they finished their tasks and entered the factory director's office with a stack of documents, Ling Yun soon emerged with a smile, inviting them out. Rasul, aware of the customs of the Flower Nation, understood that he planned to treat them to drinks and a meal. Seizing the opportunity, he quietly entered the director's office. After a thorough search, he finally discovered a safe hidden behind a cabinet. Convinced that the mysterious documents were concealed within, he skillfully unlocked the safe. Sure enough, it was filled with various blueprints and information. Without delay, Rasul began to photograph the contents with his miniature camera. Unbeknownst to him, every action he took was being live-streamed by a pinhole camera. Xiaoqin and Ling Yun were watching in real time. They were not merely spectators. They were also chatting in the live stream channel. Xiaoqin remarked, "Ling Zong, I see his techniques are remarkably proficient. He must have engaged in such activities before. He certainly seems like a habitual offender." She spoke in such a manner intentionally to elicit information from Ling Yun, fully aware that he must have thoroughly investigated the true identity of Rasul. However, Ling Yun had not broached the subject, prompting her to seize the opportunity to clarify the matter. After all, understanding both oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in any conflict. Ling Yun, perceptive as ever, discerned Xiaoqin's subtle intentions. Yet, he feigned ignorance and replied directly. The code name for Rasul is Mole, affiliated with the Persian Lion Military Intelligence Bureau, and is a new generation elite agent. However, he has executed very few missions. This would only be his third. Xiaoqin was taken aback by this revelation. She had not anticipated that the individual dispatched was a novice. This could explain why he fell for the ruse so easily. Yet, she was curious as to why the Persian Lion military would send a rookie on such a task. Unable to contain her thoughts, she voiced her curiosity in the chat channel. This time, Ling Yun patiently elucidated, the current operation is not an officially sanctioned military action. To be precise, it is a personal endeavor of a certain high-ranking military official. Thus, the intelligence resources at his disposal are exceedingly limited. Therefore, it is quite remarkable that a novice agent was even sent. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqin could surmise the unfolding circumstances. She speculated that this was likely a young military official attempting to ascend the ranks, foolishly orchestrating this covert operation. If she was correct, this individual was probably also the instigator of the collaborative efforts. From this perspective, it was evident that the urgency of his ambition was palpable. However, it was unfortunate that he remained oblivious to the treacherous nature of the world he sought to navigate. Surely, he must be another privileged offspring, untouched by the realities of life. Alas, is it not better to tread carefully and build one's credentials? Why must he play with fire? This was hardly their fault. After reading Ling Yun's message, Xiaoqin found herself lost in her musings. At that moment, Rasul had finally completed his tasks in front of the safe, and the real drama was about to unfold. Chapter 50. The stubbornness of the most influential connections in the Middle East at the headquarters of the Persian Lion military. Vice President and Chief of General Staff Faisal was in discussions with several trusted advisors regarding significant matters in preparation for the 2025 presidential election. Just then, Faisal's brother-in-law and staunch confidant, Hashim, entered with a smile. Upon seeing him, Faisal instinctively furrowed his brow. He paused the ongoing discussion and turned to address him. "What brings you here again?" Hashim immediately forced a smile and replied, "I've come to report on my work." This only deepened Faisal's furrowed brow. Hashim's frivolous approach seldom yielded good news. Hence, upon hearing that he was about to report again, Faisal regretted promoting him. Nevertheless, with the situation as it was, Faisal resigned himself to accept it. He slowly lifted his cup and took a sip, speaking in a measured tone. What work could the equipment department have? Have they developed some new equipment? Hashim, seizing the moment, quickly approached and said, "It's no wonder you are such a wise leader. I hadn't even begun to speak, and you've already guessed half of it." He then reverently presented a document. "This is the latest improvement plan for hypersonic missiles. I have already arranged for experiments to be conducted, and I believe results will come forth shortly." At this announcement, the eyes of everyone present sparkled with excitement. Hypersonic missiles? Could Hashim truly be capable of such a feat? If he succeeded in producing hypersonic missiles this year, Faisal would undoubtedly dominate the upcoming election. All eyes were now fixed on the document. Faisal felt a surge of anticipation, yet he knew his brother-in-law all too well. Just managing to avoid trouble would be a victory. Could he truly create hypersonic missiles? If he had that capability, would he need to rely on Faisal's connections for advancement? Skeptically, Faisal took the document and began to peruse it. Although he was not a missile expert, he could discern that the new proposal contained a wealth of information. After a cursory glance, he passed it to a colleague nearby. This individual was one of the leaders of the Persian Lion Weapons Research Institute, a rare talent in the country. However, after reviewing the document, his expression gradually darkened. "The concepts and designs in this new proposal are quite audacious, but I believe they are overly ambitious and prone to issues. In fact, this proposal has significant flaws. It appears to be a half-finished product." The professional was cautious not to say too much, as Hashim was, after all, Faisal's brother-in-law. Nevertheless, his earlier comments had already conveyed the essence of the matter. Others present also displayed expressions of disappointment. Faisal merely sighed softly and remarked, "It is commendable that Hashim has this level of ambition. Let us give it a try, perhaps it may yield results." Upon hearing this, Hashim could hardly contain his excitement. He then disdainfully addressed the expert. "Do you know how this proposal came to be? I had our agents steal it from the Gov't Yun. The weaponry from Gov't Yun can withstand even the Eagle Sauce aircraft carrier, which speaks volumes about the advanced military technology they possess. You may question my abilities, but how dare you question Gov't Yun?" This declaration stunned everyone once more. No one had anticipated that the proposal was pilfered from Gov't Yun. If this were indeed the case, then the expert's opinion was certainly up for debate. The weapons specialist was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected the proposal to originate in such a manner, yet he remained confident in his expertise. Thus, the expert turned to Hashim and explained, "What I stated was clear. This proposal has flaws, or rather, it is incomplete. This indicates that your proposal is not whole. Perhaps the agents only managed to steal part of the design materials. Do you understand, sir?" Hashim was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. "What do you mean? Only half was stolen? That cannot be right. The mole said he captured all the materials from the safe. How could it possibly be only a portion?" With this thought, Hashim's expression hardened once more. "You have never constructed a hypersonic missile. How can you determine if the proposal is complete? What standards are you using? Do you possess the complete data or materials?" These two questions pierced the heart of the expert like arrows. It was an affront. Do not strike the face when attacking. Do not peel the skin when exposing the truth. Hashim was ruthless. It turned out that this expert had initially been a close advisor to the president. Later, he had been dismissed due to his inadequate missile research. It was only this year that Faisal had reinstated him and helped him regain his position and identity. Thus, when Hashim made those remarks, the expert found himself at a loss for words. Very well, let him create chaos. After all, any trouble he stirs up won't concern me. Subsequently, the expert chose to remain silent. Seeing that his opponent had fallen silent, Hashim immediately took on the demeanor of a victorious general. He then began to expound his ideas to Faisal and the others. It must be said that while Hashim may falter in other endeavors, he matched Ling Yun in the art of boastful discourse. Faisal had mistakenly assigned him to the wrong role. Had he been placed in the public relations department, he would undoubtedly shine. It was a pity that Faisal had relegated him to the equipment department. Hashim, with his unparalleled bravado, successfully defended the dignity of his most esteemed connections, stubbornly asserting that he would indeed develop hypersonic missiles. Should he fail, he expressed his willingness to persist relentlessly. Upon hearing this, others were momentarily taken aback. However, out of respect for the vice president, no one dared to refute him. Ultimately, he secured a research grant of 8 million beautiful coins. Nevertheless, Faisal made it clear that subsequent funding would be contingent upon research progress. Following this, Hashim cast a provocative glance at the experts and swaggered away with a smile. After his departure, Faisal resumed the previous discussion, indicating he did not wish to squander time on Hashim's antics. Even if he were to fail, the 8 million would be inconsequential. Meanwhile, Ling Yun briefed Ling Yun on the situation. Ling Yun, echoing Faisal's sentiments, advised against placing too much significance on the other party's actions, emphasizing the importance of focusing on production and sales. Subsequently, they convened in the online meeting room to deliberate on future developments. Zhang Youxin was the first to voice his opinion, suggesting that all arms production lines be relocated overseas. After all, the stance of the Flower Nation on gun control has always been exceedingly stringent. They are not merely manufacturing firearms. They are also producing tanks, artillery, and missiles. If caught, each individual would undoubtedly face execution. Li Jinjun concurred with this notion, but added that the current environment was not safe for them. Here, they were merely guests under someone else's roof, and it was inevitable that some would have to bow their heads in the future. Should the authorities or military decide to undermine their enterprise, relying solely on Li Jinjun and others would certainly not suffice to protect the overseas factories. Ling Yun attentively absorbed both men's remarks, and thus a daring idea began to take shape in his mind. Indeed, he conceived a bold notion. One must admit, his audacity was growing by the day. Chapter 51. The daring proposition of a private armed force in Ling Yun's private network meeting room via the Penguin conferencing software. Ling Yun, Zhang Youxin, and Li Jinjun were engaged in discussions. Zhang Youxin articulated his thoughts, while Li Jinjun expressed his concerns. After synthesizing their perspectives, Ling Yun proposed a daring idea. I believe we could cultivate our own armed force abroad, not necessarily large, just sufficient to safeguard a small county. The moment he uttered these words, Zhang Youxin and Li Jinjun were rendered speechless. Was it truly necessary to escalate to such extremes? Were we genuinely on the verge of establishing our own armed forces? Zhang Youxin stared incredulously at the screen, while Li Jinjun furrowed his brow, his face etched with worry. Ling Yun, I find this idea far too audacious. I already regret forming this mutual aid association. If we were to organize a band of armed individuals, would we not become the elements? Upon hearing this, Zhang Youxin immediately nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, Ling Yun, we must not harbor excessive ambitions. Our primary goal is to generate profit. Making money through arms trade is sufficient. If you were to establish an armed organization, we would soon attract the attention of the United Nations. At that point, we would all be doomed, especially since we are still residing in the Flower Nation. Are we destined to spend the latter half of our lives in exile abroad? Old Zhang's remarks were imbued with strong opposition. Ling Yun, however, lit a cigarette, seemingly unfazed by their concerns. The other two, witnessing his demeanor, promptly followed suit and lit their own cigarettes. After a few moments of silence, as their emotions began to stabilize, Ling Yun finally spoke to clarify. I understand your apprehensions and your worries, but have you considered one pivotal question? Our business will only expand. It cannot remain at its current scale indefinitely. With that, Ling Yun extinguished the remaining half of his cigarette and continued. Recently, the National Security Bureau has already set its sights on us. Moreover, their operatives are lurking nearby. If they were to conduct a surprise inspection one day, it is highly likely we would not escape unscathed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Youxin's expression darkened. His model factory was undoubtedly the most perilous sight. After all tanks, armored vehicles, and heavy equipment were produced, assembled, and dispatched from there. Although they possessed a complete set of model production procedures, the yard housed the real deal. If officials were to conduct a surprise inspection one day, old Zhang felt lucky to escape without being shot on the spot. Therefore, he had been contemplating relocating the production site for quite some time. However, he never anticipated Ling Yun's ideas would be so radical. The prospect of establishing his own military abroad was far more serious than merely selling arms. Certainly, the arms trade could also warrant execution, but engaging in commerce and forming an army were fundamentally different endeavors. Old Zhang lacked such ambition, as did Li Jinjun. Indeed, most reasonable individuals would not harbor such aspirations. In this era, making money is paramount. Who has the luxury to establish armed organizations? Reflecting on this, Zhang Youxin could not help but voice his concerns once more. Ling Yun, I believe it prudent to deliberate this matter more cautiously. After all, we initially aimed to earn a bit more money, never intending to escalate to this magnitude. Perhaps we should withdraw now? We have already amassed considerable wealth. Upon hearing these words, Li Jinjuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He wished to express his support, but caught sight of Ling Yun's dark expression. Soon after, old Zhang also noticed Ling Yun's disquiet. Thus, he forced a wry smile and said, I am merely looking out for everyone's best interests. If this becomes too grand, it will be difficult to conclude. Ling Yun continued to fixate on old Zhang until the latter fell silent. Old Zhang, if you wish to withdraw now, I can offer you 10 million. This amount will suffice for your retirement. I trust you would never betray your brothers. However, I will not withdraw. as I wish to assist more individuals. When I speak of more individuals, I do not refer solely to our former delivery companions, but also to the children in Palestine. Upon hearing Ling Yun's words, both Zhang Youxin and Li Jinjun were taken aback. This topic had been broached previously, and they had seen relevant news reports. Initially, they had shared similar sentiments. However, as profits increased, old Zhang quickly forgot about it. Yet Ling Yun had always remembered. He held on to his original intentions. He sought to utilize his acquired abilities to assist those in need as much as possible. Although violence does not entirely resolve issues, it at least helps the vulnerable secure their right to survive. Hence, Ling Yun felt compelled to pursue this endeavor. Regardless of your perspectives, I am resolute in my commitment. Therefore, if anyone wishes to withdraw, do so now, and we shall part amicably. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Youxin and Li Jinjuan's expressions soured. Zhang Youxin's wife had passed away early, leaving only one daughter. His daughter had excelled, graduating from university and heading to study at Johns Hopkins. Last year, she called to inform him of her intention to remain there for the long term. Upon hearing this, Zhang Youxin did not express discontent, but rather pride and blessings. He wished for his daughter to thrive and felt proud to have raised such an outstanding child. Thus, Zhang Youxin was now unencumbered. Li Jinjun, on the other hand, had been single for over 30 years. During school, he was forbidden to date. After graduating high school, he enlisted in the military, serving for over a decade, which further delayed any romantic pursuits. However, in the end, he was compelled to withdraw from the military due to his inadequate educational background. Lacking connections and a robust support system, upon his return, he found himself relegated to delivering takeout. Which lady would take an interest in someone engaged in such a profession? There might be some, but Li Jinjun was not fortunate enough to encounter them. Thus, as a solitary man, apart from his elderly mother, he found himself in a state of carefree independence. Ling Yun, though not a lifelong bachelor, had lived 35 years without marriage. Previously, he had aspired to establish a career before settling down, but little did he anticipate that his ambitions would falter, leaving him without a wife in sight. His parents had once been his sole vulnerability, but now he had set aside sufficient funds for their retirement. Consequently, Ling Yun felt fearless and unencumbered. Soon, the three men reached a unanimous consensus. Zhang Youxin promptly altered his stance, declaring, "Who said we are withdrawing? My good brothers are here. Where could I possibly retreat? If we are to act, let us do so wholeheartedly. Who fears whom? Ling Yun, you simply need to articulate your plan. I, old Zhang, will fully support you." At this moment, Li Jinjun also shed his previous uncertainty. With unwavering determination, he fixed his gaze on the screen and proclaimed, "Brother Ling, I may not possess old Zhang's eloquence, but I am resolute in one thing. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Damn it, let us go all in, one word. Let us do it." Chapter 52. The more chaotic the situation, the greater the opportunity for success. After reaching a consensus with his two close friends, Ling Yun began to articulate his audacious ideas. Prior to the meeting, he had diligently researched the situation concerning the Turban Camel. Currently, the official government was comprised of warlords from the former Taliban armed group. Thus, numerous warlord factions existed within the country. Among these factions, the more prominent warlords included the supreme leader Zahandullah, Minister of Defense Imi Mali, Minister of the Interior Panu Air, and Director of the Intelligence Bureau Hamid Shah. Additionally, other notable forces included the Kanaha Network, the Deccan faction, and the Southern Military Alliance, among others. When the new government was first established, various warlords and factions coexisted peacefully. But as disputes over interests grew more frequent, conflicts swiftly emerged among the factions. Consequently, the supreme leader Zahandullah bypassed the cabinet to issue a new decree. Apart from himself, no one was permitted to distribute weapons and equipment from the Ministry of the Interior, the Ministry of Defense, and the Intelligence Bureau's warehouses of the Turban Camel's temporary government. Zahandullah's insistence on this decree stemmed from the fact that the vast majority of weapons and equipment in the Turban Camel were controlled by these three departments. Previously, even the guards of the supreme leader had to seek approval from the heads of these three departments to acquire equipment. In a fit of anger, Zahandullah reclaimed the distribution authority. Now, the armories of the three departments would be personally overseen by him. Any department requiring weapons and equipment must submit a formal request to Zahandullah, stationed in the leader's office. By reclaiming the authority to distribute weapons and equipment, Zahandullah was clearly acting to prevent his subordinates from growing too powerful. After all, historical precedents abound where warlords sought profit through military force. Hence, controlling the distribution of weapons equated to controlling the military's lifeblood. However, such tactics only address symptoms rather than root causes. other warlords and faction leaders remained self-serving. And the Turban Camel's official facade was deceptively tranquil, concealing turbulent undercurrents. Therefore, Ling Yun resolved to seek cooperation with the faction, gradually eroding its power until he could completely supplant it. This way, they could establish a stable armed force. Upon hearing these words, Li Jinjun immediately concurred, stating, "Brother Ling's insights resonate with what I have heard, albeit not as comprehensively. I never imagined the internal dynamics of the official government here were so chaotic. It's like a pot of everything stew." Zhang Yoshi nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, the situation is far more complex than it appears on the surface. However, this also presents an opportunity. Ling Yun's plan has merit." Hearing their words, Ling Yun smiled and remarked, "Old Zhang truly understands me. I intend to fish in troubled waters. However, I have yet to determine who will play the role of the unwitting pawn." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yoshin's eyes sparkled, and he quickly interjected, "Let us disregard those major warlords and focus on selecting from the weaker factions. This situation resembles the Warring States period. We must form alliances with the weak to counter the strong. The more chaotic the Turban Camel's official structure, the greater our chances for development." Inspired by these words, Ling Yun began to formulate ideas. He promptly conducted a detailed investigation into each faction within the Turban Camel using the system. By sheer coincidence, the faction located where their overseas branch was situated proved to be an excellent choice. The southwestern province of Nilas in the Turban Camel was under the control of the Southern Military Alliance, comprised of 8 smaller warlords. In this small area, 8 factions of varying sizes coexisted. Among these factions, some commanded a brigade, others led 2 regiments, and some controlled heavy weapon battalions. In summary, each faction possessed its own advantages, while simultaneously keeping each other in check. The provincial capital, Lanji City, where the branch factory was located, was occupied by the faction with the heavy weapon battalion. However, they were at a numerical disadvantage, with other nearby factions eyeing them warily. Upon learning of this situation, Ling Yun immediately conferred with Zhang Yoshin and Li Jinjun. He aimed to infiltrate this faction and indicated to Li Jinjun the necessity of strengthening connections with their upper echelons. Since they relied on heavy equipment for their standing, they should cater to their needs by providing additional weapons and equipment. Once the grand strategy was agreed upon, it was time to enrich the finer details. Of course, Ling Yun himself would not partake in this matter, with Zhang Yoshin and Bai Shaoqin, 2 astute strategists, handling the minutiae. There was no need for the leader to concern himself. At this opportune moment, Sulla, the deputy chief of staff of the Bailiang nation, introduced him to a significant client. As Sulla regarded Ling Yun as Bailiang's savior, he not only disclosed his identity, but also conveyed the new client's identity truthfully. The client Sulla introduced was also of considerable stature. He was Ibrahim, the armaments head of the Pearl Party in the allied nation of Lebanon. Sulla added both parties to a group chat, offered a brief introduction, and then exited. Subsequently, Ling Yun took the initiative to add the other party as a friend and sent a private message. "Greetings, Your Excellency. Thank you for supporting our small business. Should you have any needs, feel free to place your order at the store. We guarantee timely delivery to the designated location. As for pricing, you need not worry too much. Since you were referred by a friend, we will certainly extend the greatest discount." Ling Yun employed a highly commercial tone to commence this communication. Naturally, he was aware that the items the other party sought were likely not available in his online store. Or rather, they desired a customized batch of special equipment. However, he would not broach such topics. He would wait for the other party to express their requests. Indeed, it wasn't long after sending his message that Ibrahim replied with the following: "Dear Mr. God of War, greetings. The items I require are not found on your esteemed website. What I seek will need your dedicated assistance. However, rest assured, you will not be shortchanged in terms of remuneration. And I believe that only you can aid us in Lebanon at this moment." Upon reading this, Ling Yun's brow furrowed in concern. The situation aligned closely with his expectations. The other party was indeed seeking to order special equipment. However, from the text translated by the system, it appears that the other party desires more than mere weaponry. The use of the term assistance suggests a request for aid rather than just material objects. After contemplating this, Ling Yun hastily typed on the keyboard, "General Sali is my friend, and you are also a friend of General Sali. Thus, we shall undoubtedly become good friends in the future. Since we are all good friends, let us not speak in formalities. Please feel free to express any needs you may have, and I shall do my utmost to assist." Upon hearing this, Ibrahim recognized that the conversation had reached a level of openness, prompting him to bypass further pleasantries and address the matter directly. He shared his concerns regarding the involvement of the Lebanese dove in the conflict between the Eurasian hoopoe and the Palestinian lambs, which had subjected them to persistent attacks from both the hoopoe and the eagle. The news reports only portrayed a fraction of their suffering. In truth, their intelligence agency had uncovered evidence of active soldiers from the Eagle and Northern Atlantic Alliance donning hoopoe uniforms to engage in battle. This indicated that the Eagle had covertly intervened in the conflict. However, without concrete evidence, such claims could not be publicized. Otherwise, the Eagle and the Northern Atlantic Alliance would vehemently oppose it and resort to unpredictable countermeasures. Thus, Ibrahim sought the assistance of the war god Yun, which encompassed not only the sale of equipment, but also strategic advice. Upon hearing this, Ling Yun felt a mix of surprise and honor. Previously, he had often boasted online, expounding various military theories without restraint. Yet, he was merely a Zhao Qua, a keyboard warrior engaged in theoretical discussions. If tasked with commanding troops, he was certain he could cause their defeat within a day. Ibrahim's audacity was indeed remarkable. What gave him the courage to seek my counsel? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a name surfaced, God's Whip. Initially, he had engaged in the most banter with this individual. Could it be that he had leaked information? Simultaneously, at a certain base in the sinister Cat Nation, Adam was inspecting new equipment with a group when he suddenly felt an inexplicable warmth in his ears, followed by 3 uncontrollable sneezes. A nearby officer promptly handed him a tissue, advising, "General, you must take care of your health." Adam accepted the tissue, wiping his nose while muttering, "I'm perfectly fine. It must be someone speaking of me behind my back." In these times, fame can be as burdensome as a pig's weight. After saying this, Adam hastily urged the team to expedite their inspection. Meanwhile, in the Lebanese Dove Nation, within a clandestine underground facility, Ibrahim anxiously stared at the screen. The war god Yun had remained silent for a full 2 minutes. Was this matter proving difficult for him? Just as Ibrahim was about to input a message to inquire, the other party preemptively sent a text. "Respected General Ibrahim, I must clarify that I have never truly commanded troops in battle nor participated in any real military operations. Therefore, if you seek my advice, I must candidly state that it is not a wise idea. However, I can provide you with a book, a work by our great leader titled On Protracted War. Reading this might prove beneficial to you." Upon reading the message, Ibrahim's eyes sparkled with gratitude. However, he spent considerable time searching online for an Arabic version of the book, only to find none. Reluctantly, he turned to the war god Yun for assistance. Consequently, Ling Yun utilized one system coin to procure an Arabic edition for him. To express his appreciation, Ibrahim promptly purchased a batch of submachine guns and grenades from the war god shop, totaling approximately 300,000 beautiful coins. This was a gesture of reciprocity. In truth, this was also Ibrahim's way of further ingratiating himself with Ling Yun. Thus, Ling Yun and Ibrahim completed their initial exchange. Unbeknownst to them, this interaction would herald the emergence of a military deity for the Lebanese Dove. No one could have anticipated that Ibrahim, the logistics and equipment general, would soon become a formidable adversary feared by the hoopoe. Within the gas cylinder factory, Ling Yun exited the dark web and resumed other matters. He harbored a notion of complete demilitarization within the country. To put it simply, Ling Yun was contemplating ways to cleanse his own reputation. The gas cylinder and model factories were merely facades, and over time, numerous issues were bound to surface. No matter how formidable they were, they could not contend with state institutions. Therefore, Ling Yun resolved to invest in establishing a legitimate company, subsequently utilizing it to legitimize the profits acquired from arms trafficking. Otherwise, they would forever remain like rats in the sewers, which contradicted their initial intent of defying fate. Having earned money, it was his duty to ensure a better life for himself and his comrades. Just as Ling Yun was mulling over this, his phone suddenly rang. The caller, Bao Jianxiang, nicknamed Bao Qiangjian, was an acquaintance from their days of delivering takeout. His name was likely chosen by his parents with hopes for his health and strength. However, due to the visual imagery evoked by his name when pronounced in reverse, it became his popular nickname over time. Why was this fellow calling him? They had never been particularly close during their time delivering takeout. How did he know my new phone number? Ling Yun pondered as he answered the call leisurely. "Hello. Old Bao, what brings you to call me today?" He maintained a facade of warmth, as they shared many mutual acquaintances, and being overly aloof would be awkward. Upon connecting, laughter erupted from the other end. "Ha ha ha, it's truly you, Brother Ling. I thought Xiao Chong was pulling my leg. Your words are a bit unjust. It's not that I didn't want to reach out. I simply couldn't find you." Ling Yun responded with a feigned smile. Yes. I forgot to inform everyone after changing my number. No worries, now you've found me. What is up?" Hearing this, Bao Jianxiang chuckled. Nothing much. Just wanted to invite you to dinner. By the way, Wang Jiangwo, Xia Yi, Old Wei, Old Zhou, and the others are here too. Plus, Yao Qianqian, Yang Mali. And the others are on their way. The individuals mentioned, Wang Jiangwo and Old Zhou, were familiar faces, albeit not particularly close. The women mentioned, Yao Qianqian, Yang Mali, and others, were attractive delivery workers from their station. Among them, Yao Qianqian had once been Ling Yun's dream girl, though at the time, he had merely entertained fleeting thoughts without emotional investment. What was Bao Qiangjin up to? Surely he wasn't expecting a lavish meal. With this in mind, Ling Yun promptly began to decline. Old Bao, unfortunately, before he could finish, Bao Jianxiang interrupted him with a laugh. Old Zhou and I are already at the factory entrance, just waiting for you to finish work. Haha, tonight, we must drink until we drop. We've bought your favorite drinks. We can discuss everything when we meet. Just hurry up and finish your shift. Certainly, here is the refined and improved translation of the provided text. Chapter 54, Eccentrics. A room full of oddities. Ling Yun had no intention of becoming overly entangled with Bao Jianxiang and his companions. However, he found it difficult to resist their persistent entreaties. To make matters more enticing, they had invited his former dream lover, Yao Qianqian. Although Ling Yun could not claim to be a resounding success, he was certainly the owner of a small enterprise, and the allure of vanity compelled him to join them. He was also contemplating the establishment of a new company, and if these individuals proved astute, it would not be a challenge to offer them a few positions. An hour later, within a prominent restaurant in Donghu, the largest private room was filled to capacity with guests. Ling Yun was seated at the head of the table, right next to his past romantic interest, Yao Qianqian. Among the attendees were Wang Jiangwo, Xia Yi, Lao Wei, Lao Zhou, Yang Moli, and the likes. Lao Wei, whose full name was Wei Dagua, had once been an honest farmer and was now a diligent delivery worker, striving to earn money for his son's marriage. Lao Zhou, whose name, Zhou Yuqian, was quite charming, had little wealth to speak of. All his hard-earned savings had been spent on his wife's medical treatments. Su Wan, affectionately nicknamed Peach Bottom due to her well-toned physique, was a fitness enthusiast and a divorced mother. Zhou Lele, known as Big Wave, was a mother of 3, and her ample bosom had earned her the moniker. Wang Jiangwo, Xia Yi, and Yang Moli were all mid-level leaders in a delivery company. In the past, Wang Jiangwo had offered Ling Yun some assistance, while his relations with the other two were more neutral. Ling Yun was familiar with the rest of the group, having worked alongside them at the same delivery station. The orchestrator of this gathering was Bao Jianxiang, a well-known schemer at the station, adept at navigating social situations with cunning. It was rare to hear of him suffering a loss, as he was motivated solely by profit. Thus, from the outset, Ling Yun sensed the gathering was akin to a feast of ambush. After everyone was seated, Bao Jianxiang initiated light-hearted conversation, reminiscing about the joyful times Ling Yun had experienced at the station, with others subtly praising him to enhance his reputation. Ling Yun observed everything quietly, without engaging too much in conversation, occasionally glancing at his watch to gauge the passage of time. He had no desire to squander too much of it here. When the time was right, he would make his excuses to depart. However, he did not intend to leave empty-handed. Once his new company was established, he would ensure to assist those deserving of his support, as life is indeed a matter of human connections. But they must not mistake him for a fool. Just as Ling Yun was contemplating this, someone could no longer contain themselves. Zhou Yuqian raised a glass towards Ling Yun, forcing a smile. Ling Yun, I've heard you've made a fortune, so I have a small, modest request. Upon hearing this, Ling Yun began to grasp the unspoken intentions behind Zhou's words. The Zhou family was indeed facing difficulties, if they were in urgent need of funds. Offering them a sum of 10 or 20,000 might not be unreasonable. However, just as Ling Yun's benevolence began to stir, Zhou Yuqian bluntly stated, "Could you lend me 400,000 yuan? I don't need more, just 400,000. With this money, my wife's medical expenses for the next 5 years will be covered. If it turns out to be insufficient later, I'll come back to ask for more." The audacity of Zhou's request left Ling Yun momentarily speechless. The way Zhou spoke made it seem as if repayment was never on his mind. Furthermore, given his family's situation, they would not be able to repay such a sum. Yet, Zhou dared to ask for 400,000? What astonished Ling Yun even more was that no one else in the room exhibited surprise or disbelief at Zhou's words. Everyone was scrutinizing him with cautious eyes. It seemed this plan had been anticipated, and they were merely waiting to see how he would respond. Truly astonishing. Contemplating this, Ling Yun slowly set down his glass and turned to Zhou, asking, "Is that truly your only request?" Zhou Yuqian nodded eagerly. Yes. I just need the money for my wife's treatment. I have no other demands. You're earning so much money each month. 400,000 must be a trivial sum for you. Before Ling Yun could respond, Zhou Lele interjected, indeed. Our Ling Yun is now remarkable. I've heard he earns several million a month. What is 400,000 to him? Not much at all. With that, she turned to Ling Yun, raising her glass. Ling Yun, I too have a small request. I'm not asking to borrow money. I want you to invest. My husband and I have our eyes on a project with immense potential. While it may not earn millions like you, making 200,000 to 300,000 a month is certainly feasible. I just need you to invest 1 million, and we'll share the profits with you by year-end. Hearing this, Ling Yun's expression soured further. This big wave was indeed audacious, asking for 1 million so casually. Did she think this was a game? The audacity was truly astounding. Ling Yun refrained from answering and instead surveyed the others. What about you all? Does anyone else have business to discuss? His question elicited laughter from the entire room. Thus, everyone began to voice their requests. Suwon wanted to stop delivering and open a gym, seeking 3 million for equipment and rent. Wang Zhangwo and Xia Yi wished to elevate their delivery station status, requesting 3 million in sponsorship. Yang Moli hoped to buy her boyfriend a Mercedes, asking Ling Yun to lend her 1.5 million. Others echoed similar requests, and in comparison, Zhou Yuqian seemed almost reasonable. Ling Yun felt an urge to lash out, but the absurdity of the situation left him almost amused. Yet, there was one exception among the crowd, Wei Dagua, who sat diagonally across from Ling Yun. While everyone else was making demands, he quietly sipped his drink, remaining silent. Once Ling Yun had calmed the others, he turned to Wei Dagua with a smile. Lao Wei, why are you so quiet? Wei Dagua looked up at the question. I don't know what to say. Ling Yun couldn't help but chuckle. Don't you want to ask for some money? Wei Dagua sighed softly. Who wouldn't want money? But I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to repay it later. So, I'd rather not ask. If possible, could I work for you? Upon hearing this, Ling Yun slammed his hand on the table. Finally, a truly sensible person. What a room full of eccentricities. Chapter 55. Intolerable. Each more outrageous than the last. Ling Yun had prepared himself mentally before arriving, anticipating that this gathering would not bode well. However, he had never expected such a congregation of eccentrics. One person demanded 400,000, another 2 million. Were they intent on mercilessly extracting every last penny from him? The frustration was palpable. Yet, amidst this chaos, there was indeed one rational individual. Wei Dagua was that rational person, and Ling Yun resolved to fulfill his wish. Lifting his glass, Ling Yun made a toast to Wei Dagua. Lao Wei, I will honor your request. Come to the factory tomorrow to start work, and your salary will be the same as the others. Furthermore, when your son gets married, the banquet expenses will be covered by the factory. Upon hearing this, Wei Dagua was rendered speechless, his expression frozen in disbelief. Upon witnessing the scene, others appeared to see a glimmer of hope and promptly began to lavish praise upon Ling Yun. Then, an impatient Zhou Yuqian stood up and interjected, Ling Yun, what about me? When will I receive my 400,000? The crowd, upon hearing this, quickly sprang into action. Ling Gu, don't forget about me. My investment. Ling Yun, once I establish my gym, you will enjoy lifetime free access. Little Ling, our station was once your home. If we build it up, it would also bring you glory. Wouldn't it? Ling Yun, I'm here too. The cacophony of voices became overwhelming. At that moment, Ling Yun turned around and realized that, surprisingly, his dream girl had remained silent, much like Wei Dagua, maintaining her silence throughout. Due to their proximity, he had not even noticed her presence. However, as he glanced over, she stood up and left. Indeed, the woman he admired was extraordinary. Just as he contemplated pursuing her, his arm was seized by Bao Jinxiang. Ling Gu, I must toast to you. I thank you for lending a hand to my brother. With this 3 million, I will surely make a comeback. From now on, you are my brother. Upon hearing this, Ling Yun's expression darkened instantly. He pushed Bao Jinxiang away and exclaimed, Wait, when did I agree to give you money? The room fell silent immediately. Bao Jinxiang looked at Ling Yun awkwardly and chuckled. Brother, how can you say that? Didn't we just agree? Ling Yun waved his hand dismissively. What did I say? Wasn't it you all who were speaking? Did I say anything? As these words left his mouth, a palpable tension filled the room. Did he intend to renege on his promise? Zhou Lele, sensing the situation, stood up and said sternly, Everyone, let us remain calm. We should address this one at a time. No chaos. Let us each speak to Ling Yun so we can clarify who needs what. She then turned to Ling Yun with a smile and said, Ling Yun, some of their demands are a bit excessive. However, you are now such a significant boss, surely. You wouldn't mind these requests. Besides, I'm different from them. I wish to seek your investment. Just 1 million from you, and I can. Ling Yun, not waiting for her to finish, coldly interrupted. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in investing. I have no such plans. Zhou Lei was taken aback. Had she been rejected? No, Ling Yun, Ling Zong. I just need 1 million for investment. I don't want your money for free. I wish to partner with you in business. At this, Ling Yun's expression soured even further. Partner in business? What capital do you bring to the table? I'll be the one providing the funds, while you merely manage. What a naive dream. Do you think I can't manage myself? What use do I have for you as a burden? After saying this, Zhou Lei's face turned crimson. Just as she was about to retort, Zhou Yuqian interjected. Oh, investments are trivial matters. What I have is a serious issue, life and death. Ling Yun, my wife's illness cannot be delayed any longer. Just 400,000. That is all I ask. Unlike them, I'm not greedy. I only need 400,000. Upon hearing this, Ling Yun could no longer contain his frustration and slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming angrily, You keep asking for 400,000. Old Zhou, do I owe you anything? Seeing Ling Yun's anger, Zhou Yuqian feigned a pitiful expression and replied, No, I just hope you can assist with my wife's medical expenses. She truly needs the money for treatment. Ling Yun, nearly laughing in disbelief, coldly retorted, Old Zhou, is your wife's illness my fault? Why should I pay for her treatment? Zhou Yuqian's anger flared, and he slammed the table in response. You're so wealthy now. What's wrong with helping me? Saving a life is more valuable than building a pagoda. Consider it a charitable act. Moral coercion? How ridiculous. If you want to bind me morally, you must first possess some virtue. With a resounding thud, Ling Yun slammed the table again. What absurd logic. Just because I have money means I owe you? Who are you to me? Old Zhou, we are merely acquaintances, having worked together in the past. Helping you is a matter of kindness, not obligation. Get your facts straight before you speak. Seeing Ling Yun genuinely furious, Zhou Yuqian instantly deflated. Su Wan, noticing this, approached Ling Yun with a cup of tea and said, Ling Gu, don't get angry. Have some tea first. Old Zhou has gotten a bit flustered. You're magnanimous enough not to hold it against him. Besides, with your wealth, why worry about such trifles? As she spoke, the crowd began to murmur in agreement. However, in the next moment, Ling Yun turned to Su Wan and reprimanded her angrily. And you, though not particularly attractive, your ideas are quite delusional. You want to open a gym and expect me to foot the bill? Who do you think you are? How dare you ask for money? No wonder no one wants you. It seems no one wishes to play the fool. Su Wan was left speechless, wanting to retort but unsure where to begin. As she struggled to find her words, young Molly suddenly interjected, Ling Yun, that's rather uncouth. How can you speak to a woman like that? Can't we discuss matters calmly? Hearing her, Ling Yun's anger intensified. He turned to young Molly and snapped, And you, why should I fund your boyfriend's car upgrade? Am I your father or his? I don't recall having these two ungrateful children. Chapter 56. Tensions rise as secrets are revealed. Ling Yun was unaware of who had leaked the information about his newfound wealth, turning him into a sudden millionaire. Consequently, all his former impoverished colleagues began to seek him out. If everyone were as genuine as Old Wei, with reasonable requests, Ling Yun wouldn't mind extending some small help to ease their financial burdens. However, human greed and folly far exceeded his understanding. Previously, he had seen a similar news story on television. A young farmer became an overnight sensation due to his singing, transforming into the most admired figure in his village. Fame brought him wealth, swiftly elevating him to the position of the village's richest person. However, his relationships with the villagers changed drastically. Villagers and relatives came to him one after another, asking for money to repair roads, seeking loans to start businesses, and even some who didn't bother with excuses, outright demanding money. When Ling Yun had seen this news, he found it hard to believe such people existed, assuming it was all a scripted act by the farmer. Yet, it now appeared that such situations were quite common. Young Molly, flushed from Ling Yun's scolding, coldly retorted, Ling Yun, must you speak so harshly? I just mentioned that I'm seeking to borrow money, and I'll repay you when I can. I rarely ask for favors. Don't be ungrateful. It must be noted that young Molly possessed a commendable figure and appearance. While he was at the takeout station, he often indulged in observing others through his nostrils. However, Ling Yun was utterly unfazed by her antics. What did her beauty have to do with him? Just because one is attractive, does that grant them superiority and entitlement? Absolutely not. I refuse to indulge your arrogance. I have encountered those who feign hardship to solicit pity, and those who pretend to be disabled in their beggary. But this was my first encounter with such shamelessness. How dare you, a beggar, raise your voice so brazenly? What audacity fuels you? Is it the singer Liang Jingjing? At this moment, Yang Mali's countenance turned an ominous shade. Nevertheless, she refrained from continuing her confrontation with Ling Yun. For Wang Jingwo had already cast several pointed glances her way. Observing Yang Mali's sudden silence, Wang Jingwo quickly approached Ling Yun, striving to mediate. Xiaoling, please don't take offense. We are all family here. Let's refrain from resorting to insults. Come, allow me to personally toast you. After this drink, let us sit down and converse at our leisure. With Wang Jingwo stepping in to take charge, the anxious tension among the others began to dissipate. In times of hardship, Wang Jingwo had lent Ling Yun a helping hand, so his intervention was expected to yield positive results. However, Ling Yun's response left everyone astounded. Brother Wang, there's no need for further words. Each person has their own fate. Let's not impose undue burdens on one another. With that, he raised his glass and drained it in one gulp. Then, setting down the glass, Ling Yun stood and strode purposefully towards the exit. Witnessing this, everyone present froze momentarily before hastily attempting to stop him. Yet, this time, Ling Yun paid no heed to anyone's pleas. Weaving through the crowd and heading straight to the cashier. Boss, it's time to settle the bill. Bao Jinxiang hurried over, eager to cover the expenses. But Ling Yun offered him no opportunity for goodwill. I've already settled the bill. Enjoy your meal and drinks. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. With that, Ling Yun turned and walked toward the door. However, the others were not about to let him escape so easily. If he slipped away now, it would be challenging to encounter him again in the future. Thus, a few brazen individuals quickly pursued him. Zhou Yuqian even knelt before Ling Yun in public. Please, Ling Yun, I beg you, just give me that 400,000. My wife's illness cannot be delayed any longer. I am bowing to you. His shamelessness was indeed unparalleled. While others might have wished to cling to him, none could match Zhou's audacity. Patrons within the restaurant, oblivious to the unfolding drama, began to take notice. Some indignant individuals even approached to observe the spectacle. What is happening here? Is this another instance of a ruthless boss failing to repay debts? Truly shameless. Look at how distressed this elderly man has become. In this day and age, the debtor is king. The surrounding audience grew increasingly vocal, casting curious glances at Ling Yun. Having never endured such humiliation, he glared fiercely at Zhou Yuqian and retorted, Do I owe you anything, Zhou Yuqian? Hearing the question, Zhou feigned ignorance. Deliberately avoiding a direct answer, he sought to leverage public opinion to pressure Ling Yun, hoping that perhaps his opponent's conscience might waver, thus securing the funds. However, he misjudged Ling Yun's character. Recognizing Zhou's silence, Ling Yun swiftly comprehended the situation. Are you attempting to play games with me? Very well, wait for it. I will distribute the money amongst them, but not a single cent will go to you. I refuse to be a fool who pays for slander. Ling Yun's words ignited a spark of realization among the others. Unexpectedly, Zhou's commotion had inadvertently created an opportunity for them. Instantly, they turned their ire toward Zhou Yuqian. Old Zhou, you truly have no shame. Your wife is ill, yet you refuse to find a way to earn money and instead harass others for funds. You act as if everyone owes you something. It's utterly disgraceful. Indeed, Zhou Yuqian, your audacity is astounding. If someone doesn't wish to lend you money, you resort to moral coercion? Money isn't just blown in by the wind. One must have a modicum of dignity. The speakers were Zhou Lele and Xia Yi, both seeking to curry favor with Ling Yun. However, Zhou Yuqian, incensed by their words, sprang to his feet and pointed at them, vehemently rebutting. Xia? What kind of pretense are you putting on? This dinner gathering was orchestrated by you and Bao Jinxiang. What did you say yesterday? That you would help persuade Ling Yun, the naive fool, to fulfill our wishes. How dare you criticize me now? Turning to Zhou Lele, he shouted, And you? What kind of facade are you putting on? Wasn't it you who suggested we get Ling Yun drunk and then you could seduce him? You even wanted old Wang to assist in recording it to blackmail him. Yesterday, during our discussions, you were all shameless, yet today you come to accuse me? Is this bullying? Then no one should expect to emerge unscathed. Chapter 57. Paving a path for the underprivileged. Before Ling Yun had even exited the restaurant, a group began to air each other's dirty laundry. The surrounding bystanders, after listening for a while, finally grasped the situation. It turned out there were still so many shameless individuals in the world. Consequently, the onlookers cast apologetic glances toward Ling Yun. At that moment, Ling Yun no longer felt the urgency to leave. He retreated to the cashier to light a cigarette. The proprietress approached with a smile, holding a handful of sunflower seeds. Handsome, how do you manage to know so many extraordinary individuals simultaneously? Ling Yun, upon hearing this, could only shake his head with a bitter smile. Perhaps it's just luck. It's all fate, after all. This statement felt as if it were directed at himself. Yet it also seemed to serve as an explanation. At that moment, Ling Yun's gaze shifted to the television mounted above the cashier. The screen was broadcasting local news, featuring a straightforward narrative about a high-ranking member of a delivery company who faced layoffs and was forced to take up delivery work to support his family. Once a contributor to the establishment of delivery rules, he now found himself shackled by the very regulations he had devised. While this might not have seemed significant enough to garner media attention, the delivery workers reacted vehemently. The former executive became a target, enduring incessant harassment from fellow delivery personnel. Thus, the story quickly transformed into a news highlight. Currently, the television showcased a reporter interviewing the individual in question. Indeed, I was primarily responsible for the punitive measures imposed on the delivery platform's riders. However, I never anticipated the immense difficulties faced by those at the bottom. I now deeply regret having established such harsh penalties. Only after experiencing it myself did I realize how arduous it is to earn a living through delivery work. I have become a prisoner of the rules I created. It seems this is the cycle of cause and effect. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. Witnessing this scene, Ling Yun felt an inexplicable tightening in his chest. He suddenly recalled the myriad challenges he had faced while delivering takeout. While Zhou Yuqian and his ilk were indeed shameless, they too were victims of circumstance. Of course, this did not extend to Wang Jiangwo and the other two middle managers. Their greed was evident. Yet, the rest had their own struggles to bear. If not compelled by the pressures of life, who would willingly endure the relentless hardships for meager earnings? As this thought crossed his mind, Ling Yun suddenly conceived a novel idea. Initially, he had intended to establish an electronics factory or a research company, but now he resolved to create a comprehensive logistics enterprise. His company would not only manage the transportation of large goods between cities, but also facilitate the delivery of parcels among individuals within urban areas. To put it simply, they would handle both large shipments and small orders. Furthermore, Ling Yun decided to relax the punitive measures and enhance the earnings of the delivery personnel. He would not compete with these individuals for profits. Instead, he aimed to forge a path for his struggling brothers and sisters to live better lives. At the very least, he would not allow them to become as shameless as the wealthy. With this in mind, Ling Yun extinguished his cigarette and quietly slipped out of the restaurant. At that moment, Bao Jinxiang and his group had already begun to clash aggressively, leaving no one to notice his departure as another party involved. However, not far from the restaurant, he encountered Yao Qianqian, who was speaking on the phone. "Doctor, please rest assured, I will gather the surgery fee by tomorrow. I beg you. Can you please not stop the medication? I understand. Even if I have to sell my house, I will find that 500,000. I implore you. My only family is my mother. Please, do not cease the medication." As Yao Qianqian spoke, tears streamed down her face, filled with helplessness and sorrow. Ling Yun had heard about her mother's hospitalization before. It seemed she was suffering from end-stage uremia and required a kidney transplant to survive. Fortunately, her mother had been matched with a donor. Unfortunately, the cost of the surgery amounted to 500,000. While that might not seem like a substantial sum, it was enough to crush most families. Yao Qianqian, a graduate of a prestigious university, had lived comfortably before her mother's illness. However, after her mother fell ill, her life underwent a dramatic transformation. Due to frequent absences, she was dismissed from her job at a foreign company. Unable to apply for positions in larger firms while caring for her mother, she reluctantly took a job as a female employee at a delivery station. Ling Yun had only joined 3 days after her. At this moment, observing Yao Qianqian, who was crouching and weeping not far away, Ling Yun hesitated to approach her with words of comfort. Perhaps, at this juncture, any words would seem utterly inadequate. Thus, he took out his phone and directly transferred funds to her. For someone genuinely in desperate need of financial assistance, Ling Yun could not turn a blind eye, especially to someone who had once captivated his heart. Suddenly, as Yao Qianqian crouched at his feet, her phone emitted a long-awaited notification. Ding! Your payment account has received a deposit of 1,000,000 yuan. Please check. This notification tone was quite popular online, often humorously imitated. Yet, Yao Qianqian had no recollection of downloading such an app. Hastily drying her tears, she opened the payment app to check. Oh my heavens! My account balance has indeed increased by 1 million. What could possibly explain this? After a brief moment of astonishment, Yao Qianqian quickly examined the sender. Ling Yun. Upon seeing the name, she rushed to look back. At that moment, she caught a glimpse of Ling Yun's silhouette as he opened the taxi door. She took a few steps forward, intending to call out to him, but he had already entered the vehicle and driven away. Yao Qianqian stood there, covering her mouth, tears cascading down her cheeks. Thank you, Thank you, she repeatedly murmured through her sobs. The dinner gathering had turned out to be profoundly ironic. None of the shameless individuals desperately seeking money had received anything from Ling Yun. Conversely, the two who had remained silent had each fulfilled their wishes. Indeed, those who are excessively greedy seldom achieve their desires. After boarding the taxi, Ling Yun returned directly to the factory. Subsequently, he informed Zhang Yoxin of his plan to establish a logistics company. Upon hearing this news, old Zhang expressed his confusion. Can one still profit from logistics these days? Ling Yun, however, responded with a sly smile. While others may struggle to earn, we are bound to reap substantial rewards. Why? Because the method of delivery that Ling Yun employed differed from others. While others rushed to transport as much as possible, he merely needed to make a swift movement to achieve the same. Thus, the two began to take separate actions. Old Zhang was tasked with scouting locations, while Ling Yun focused on registering the company and obtaining licenses. After a busy few days, the Flash Delivery Logistics Company and On-Time Delivery Company were established simultaneously. As the sole shareholder, Ling Yun became the general manager of both companies, with Zhang Yoxin serving as the deputy general manager and Wang Xiaoqiang as the human resources manager. His first task upon recovery was to recruit staff. Chapter 58, Exploring New Avenues. Emphasizing technological competitiveness, Wang Xiaoqiang's first responsibility in recruitment brought considerable trouble to the team. Had it not been for Ling Yun and others' decisive actions to rescue him, he might have found himself in dire straits. Consequently, Wang Xiaoqiang approached recruitment with heightened caution, conducting thorough background checks on every applicant. Naturally, those familiar faces from his previous delivery job were given priority, due to the attractive salaries and benefits offered by Ling Yun's company. Many individuals from other companies were eager to switch jobs. Thus, both companies quickly reached full capacity. However, establishing a company proved far more challenging than Ling Yun had anticipated. Although the company was officially founded, it lacked any business. Yes, there was a company, yet no transactions to conduct. This predicament left Ling Yun, a first-time boss, somewhat bewildered. A month later, in the office of the general manager of Flash Delivery Logistics Company in Donghu, Ling Yun, Zhang Yoxin, and Wang Xiaoqiang sat together, staring at each other in silence. Brother Yun, we've hired all the staff. The team is asking when we can start working. Upon hearing this, Ling Yun's expression grew somewhat awkward. Starting a company had been a spur-of-the-moment decision for him, and he had yet to establish a clear developmental direction or plan. Zhang Yoxin, understanding his predicament, quickly intervened to alleviate the tension. We must stabilize the morale of our team. The profits from our arms dealings have been decent, allowing us to sustain ourselves for a while. Therefore, I suggest we continue to pay all employees their salaries and maintain benefits. Ling Yun nodded slowly in agreement. I was thinking the same. We are not short on funds right now. We must ensure that our brothers are not disheartened. Additionally, we need to find ways to commence operations promptly. We cannot afford to sit idly and deplete our resources. We must penetrate the market and earn our first pot of gold swiftly. Hearing this, old Zhang also nodded thoughtfully, and an idea suddenly emerged in his mind. I have a thought. What if we develop a unique selling point? Ling Yun's eyes lit up at this suggestion, and he moved closer to Zhang, eager for elaboration. What do you mean? Please, elaborate. Zhang Yoxin promptly detailed his proposal. The company was still relatively small, with just over 200 employees. This scale was insignificant compared to established logistics firms and delivery platforms. What appeared to be a disadvantage could actually serve as an advantage in their initial entrepreneurial phase. Therefore, old Zhang suggested that Ling Yun integrate their technological advantages into their offerings. For instance, they could utilize drones for deliveries, deploy robots for distribution, and implement automated warehousing systems. This approach would offset their personnel shortage while rapidly establishing their reputation for high-tech innovations and new business models within the industry. Subsequently, they could invest in media and public relations to promote their brand, ensuring swift recognition and visibility. Once a company attains a certain level of renown, business opportunities will inevitably come knocking at their door. This, in turn, allows them to smoothly enter a virtuous cycle. Just as Zhang Yoxin finished articulating this thought, the ever-quiet Wang Xiaoqiang suddenly burst into applause. Bravo! Truly splendid. His exuberance startled both Ling Yun and old Zhang. Consequently, Ling Yun turned to him and inquired, "Did you truly understand all that?" To this, Wang Xiaoqiang slowly shook his head, replying, "Not really, but I think it's quite impressive. Anyway, old Zhang is just like Sima Yi from the Three Kingdoms, always brimming with cunning schemes. I admire him and genuinely wish to applaud him." Upon hearing this, old Zhang couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. He then took a drag from his cigarette and looked at Wang Xiaoqiang, saying, Do you even know how to speak? I am clearly Zhuge Liang, assisting Liu Bei. How did you turn me into the treacherous Sima Yi? Are you trying to slander me? His tone was playful, and by the end, he too was unable to suppress his laughter. Wang Xiaoqiang, unfazed by the banter, shamelessly patted his chest and declared, "If you're Zhuge Liang, then I must certainly be the valiant Zhang Fei. Brother Jun is Guan Yu, and the four of us shall unite the realm." With that, he even broke into song. Adopting a theatrical tone, Ling Yun and old Zhang were both amused, and the previously tense atmosphere dissipated entirely. Indeed, having three capable companions around was a blessing, as it relieved him of the burden of carrying everything alone. After old Zhang established the strategic direction for the company, Ling Yun began to devise a plan. Currently, the drone sector was dominated by the Eagle Country, while many teams in the Flower Country were engaged in drone development. However, most of them merely imitated existing designs, showing little significant advancement or enhancement. Thus, Ling Yun's entry into this arena was not too late. With his extraordinary modification skills, he found it effortless to undertake radical upgrades. Initially, he instructed Li Jinjun to acquire a batch of small aircraft from abroad. Then, he secluded himself in the company's storage room, tirelessly working for several days and nights. After 4 or 5 continuous days of relentless effort, the first model of a delivery drone was finally born. This time, Ling Yun had modified several medium-sized aircraft into a large cargo logistics drone. This drone boasts a wingspan of 22 meters, a fuselage length of 11 meters, a maximum flight time of 40 hours, a ceiling of 7,000 meters, a maximum range of 3,100 kilometers, and a maximum payload of 2 tons. It is a ton-class large drone, primarily designed for bulk delivery, transporting goods by the ton. This transport drone not only has a significant cargo capacity, but also exceptional endurance, capable of covering a vast portion of the Flower Country in a single flight and reaching various locations nationwide with just 2 flights. Due to its scorpion-like appearance, Ling Yun named it the Scorpius. Now, the issue of nationwide delivery of large logistics was resolved. However, upon reaching the distribution points, secondary distribution was still required. Thus, Ling Yun dedicated another 2 days and nights to develop a small delivery drone. This compact drone specializes in last-mile delivery, capable of transporting around 10 kilograms of goods over a distance of up to 10 kilometers, ensuring precise home delivery within urban areas. By integrating both long and short-range drones, they aim to construct a national network, facilitating point-to-point aerial drops and achieving fully automated logistics transportation, striving to become the fastest courier service in the Flower Country, far surpassing the rest of the world. This promotional text was personally crafted by old Zhang, and upon reading it, Ling Yun was immensely pleased. He promptly decided to launch advertisements in major first- and second-tier cities across the nation and sought out capable partners. 2 weeks later, Ling Yun established the first drone logistics distribution point in Donghu City. He envisioned this as the epicenter for a nationwide expansion, gradually perfecting and laying out freight hubs, preparing to utilize the Scorpius cargo logistics drone to cover all territories and waters of the Flower Country. However, just as Ling Yun and his team began to vigorously promote their cargo drone services to potential customers such as society, manufacturers, and businesses, they found themselves under the scrutiny of a special agency in the Flower Country. The unexpected turn of events left Ling Yun utterly bewildered. Chapter 59, a major play. Now under military surveillance in the capital of the Flower Country, at the General Equipment Department, Deputy Minister General Ran Jigua hastily entered the conference room. At this moment, 7 or 8 individuals were already seated, with the lowest rank among them being that of a colonel. The one responsible for the report was a female colonel named Huaxia, the director of the Armament Development Office of the Central Military District. She had come to the capital to present a new discovery. Without waiting for greetings after entering, Ranjigua promptly sat at the conference table and instructed, "Let us not waste time. Let us hear the report. I have another meeting with the highest military commission later." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately sat up straight, and Huaxia began her presentation, utilizing a projector. "Esteemed leaders, this is a new piece of equipment we recently discovered in a private enterprise. This equipment is called the Scorpius cargo drone, featuring a wingspan of 22 meters, a fuselage length of 11 meters, a maximum flight time of 40 hours, a ceiling of 7,000 meters, a maximum range of 3,100 kilometers, and a maximum payload of 2 tons. Huaxia spent an entire hour introducing the Scorpius, analyzing its potential military applications. Under her vision, the Scorpius could be transformed into at least 4 different strategic military drones. The audience grew increasingly intrigued, their eyes glimmering with interest. Indeed, Ling Yun's drone had captured the attention of these military dignitaries. At the conclusion of the meeting, Ran Jigua lightly tapped the conference table, finalizing the decision. Excellent. We'll take it. Upon hearing this, Song Xia immediately stood up excitedly and saluted. Yes. 2 days later, in Donghu City, Ling Yun and Zhang Yoxin were fervently engaged in their work. Recently, they had been inundated with visits from potential partners, including 3 Fortune 500 foreign enterprises. Ling Yun could not help but feel that he had made the right gamble. They were undoubtedly on the path to establishing a world-class high-tech logistics company. However, just as Ling Yun was lost in delightful fantasies of a bright future, a military SUV suddenly pulled up at the entrance of their company. Currently, Ling Yun's company was merely a rented logistics park, with the office being a modest 3-story building. Thus, when Song Xia stepped out of the vehicle, her brow furrowed in dismay. The environment was rather shabby. She had expected something more akin to a high-tech company. What a pity for them. As she spoke, Song Xia, accompanied by 2 other officers, swiftly made their way upstairs. After some inquiries, the trio headed straight to the conference room on the westernmost side of the 2nd floor. Standing at the door, Song Xia peered inside and noticed 5 or 6 individuals seated, including 2 foreigners. If she were correct, these individuals were likely there to discuss collaboration. Unfortunately for them, their opportunity had already slipped away. With this thought in mind, Song Xia turned to Wang Xiaoqiang, stationed at the registration desk, and asked, "Excuse me, where can I find your person in charge?" Wang Xiaoqiang, without lifting his head, merely gestured toward the papers in front of him. "Fill out the information and hand it to me. Then I will give you a number. Just wait for it to be called." Upon hearing this, Song Xia couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, a male major behind her stepped forward and coldly stated, "Hey, don't waste our time. Quickly call your person in charge. We're in a hurry." Wang Xiaoqiang felt an immediate surge of displeasure upon hearing the other party's words. In this day and age, how could there be so many oblivious individuals? When the tiger does not roar, do you take me for Hello Kitty? With that thought, Wang Xiaoqiang swiftly tugged at his coat, revealing 2 tattooed arms. However, the imposing demeanor he initially projected faltered when he stood up to face a towering, burly man with a dark complexion. This was not merely a matter of size. The man was a soldier. Unable to restrain himself, Wang Xiaoqiang blurted out, "Meow." The dark-faced major, named Xiong Jun, was the head of the security battalion directly under the Central Military District. His primary mission was to protect and assist Song Xia in her tasks. Thus, when trouble arose, he would be the first to confront it. However, the unexpected meow momentarily left him bewildered. After a brief pause, he produced a document and said, "This is an introduction letter. Please take a look. Then, summon your supervisor." Wang Xiaoqiang obediently accepted the red-headed document. Although he recognized the individual characters, he struggled to comprehend their combined meaning. With a wry smile, he replied, "Please wait a moment. I shall report this immediately. Please make yourselves comfortable inside. The tea is self-service." After uttering these words, he hurriedly exited the room. 10 minutes later, in the general manager's office, Ling Yun prioritized a meeting with Song Xia and her 2 companions, as they were representatives of the military. "Director Song, I presume your visit is to discuss our business?" he inquired. "Our logistics company prides itself on its thorough service and guarantees the swiftest completion of transportation tasks. Rest assured, we offer discounts for official and military entities." As he spoke, Ling Yun courteously presented 3 price lists to the trio. Song Xia and her companions exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. It seemed the other party had not quite grasped the situation. Thus, Song Xia smiled and directly clarified, "Mr. Ling, I believe you are mistaken. We are not here to discuss business, but rather to explore a partnership." Ling Yun, perplexed, tilted his head and asked, "Is there a difference?" Not wishing to prolong the conversation, Song Xia turned to her female lieutenant beside her. "Yang Jia, please present the contract for Mr. Ling to review." The lieutenant promptly stood, retrieved a briefcase, and handed over a thick contract to Ling Yun. "Mr. Ling, please examine it closely." From the demeanor of the trio, Ling Yun sensed that this collaboration might be more significant than anticipated. He began to read the contract carefully, page by page, while Song Xia and her companions patiently waited on the nearby sofa, displaying no signs of impatience. Half an hour later, Ling Yun finally closed the contract. "Goodness, this is quite a substantial undertaking," he muttered to himself, prompting a smile from Song Xia. "Mr. Ling, I trust you now understand the purpose of my visit?" Upon hearing this, Ling Yun snapped back to attention and instinctively inquired, "What sum are you proposing?" This question caused a momentary pause among Song Xia and her companions. Did he intend to discuss finances? Had he not thoroughly reviewed the contract? Did he fail to comprehend the hidden clauses within? These thoughts caused Song Xia's lips to twitch slightly. However, she quickly regained her composure and, with a smile, countered, "And what is your expectation, Mr. Ling?" Realizing something was amiss, Ling Yun suddenly felt he had made a minor error. They had worked hard to establish a unique business proposition. Yet, just as they began to implement their strategy, the military had taken notice. Understanding the principle of avoiding conflict with authority, he promptly resolved to compromise. Initially, he had intended to sell the Scorpio at a favorable price, but as he prepared to voice this notion, he sensed the scrutiny in their gazes intensifying. Ling Yun was not a greedy miser. He held substantial funds at his disposal. Therefore, it was unnecessary to tarnish his reputation with the authorities or military over a trivial sum. Contemplating this, he smiled and replied, "My expected figure is simply this." He raised his right hand, extending a single finger. Seeing this gesture, Song Xia furrowed her brow and playfully asked, "Is that a modest target?" The response indicated her recognition of the drone's value. Yet, Ling Yun would never exploit his own country. He quickly shook his head and clarified, No, you flatter me. What I mean is, just $1. The room fell silent as Song Xia and her companions stared in disbelief. Yang Jie stood up, astonished. $1? You can't be serious. Ling Yun maintained a solemn facade. How could one joke about such matters? Patriotism and support for the military are duties every citizen should embrace. Only by strengthening our armed forces can the populace enjoy peace and prosperity. Without your unwavering dedication, how could our lives flourish? As he spoke, Song Xia and Yang Jie felt a wave of discomfort wash over them. His words struck them as excessively grandiose. This led to suspicion regarding whether he had ever been part of the system. Only Xiong Jun, the soldier, remained genuinely moved, his eyes glistening with emotion. How touching. Our people are so sincere, he declared, stepping out of the office to smoke, clearly overwhelmed. However, as he lit his cigarette by the window, he noticed an unusual scene outside. A car had parked across the street, and its occupants were discreetly observing the office. Have we already attracted the attention of spies? He murmured, slowly retrieving his phone to dial a number. Meanwhile, inside the office, Ling Yun had confidently signed a contract, adding a handwritten note on the last page. I pledge my boundless love and loyalty to our country, willing to embody the mission of national rejuvenation through action. I shall integrate my personal dreams with the broader development of our nation, using the power of technology to safeguard our land and illuminate the daily lives of our people. Upon reviewing the additional 71 words, a noticeable change flickered in Song Xia's eyes. This time, she felt warmth rather than revulsion. After a moment of contemplation, she looked up at Ling Yun and said, "Mr. Ling, I apologize for my earlier arrogance. I sincerely appreciate your contributions to our nation and the military." After this, she neatly stored the contract and saluted him, prompting Yang Jie to follow suit. Ling Yun, taken aback, felt a bit embarrassed. "Oh, please, no need for such emotional gestures. I'm not accustomed to this." Seeing his endearing reaction, Song Xia couldn't help but smile, momentarily finding him quite charming, not in a conventional way, but rather in terms of his demeanor and presence. Subsequently, Song Xia and her companions declined Ling Yun's gracious invitation and hurried back to Kyoto to report. However, once they boarded the vehicle, Xiong Jun promptly relayed his findings. Upon hearing this, Song Xia immediately instructed Xiong Jun to ensure protection. From this moment forth, Ling Yun would become a special target for military safeguarding. Xiong Jun was known for his swift and efficient work, and before Song Xia had even formally given the order, he had already requested support from the nearest station troops. Thus, before they exited the logistics park, 2 military vehicles drove through the gates, one a rugged off-road vehicle and the other a military truck. The off-road vehicle carried a driver and 2 officers, whereas the truck transported a platoon of soldiers. After disembarking, the soldiers quickly formed ranks, and the officers began their briefing. Subsequently, all soldiers dispersed to carry out their assigned tasks. 2 soldiers stood guard at the main gate, 2 rushed to the back entrance for duty, while the others took positions at various smaller entrances within the park. An officer, accompanied by 2 soldiers, also took charge of the local surveillance room and the park security team. Witnessing this, Ling Yun couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. It seemed he had inadvertently attracted unnecessary trouble. As he pondered this matter, a sudden alert from the computer nearby interrupted him. The notification was from a dark web chat application, prompting Ling Yun to hastily approach and open it. As anticipated, the message was from the infamous assassin known as the God of War, who was also Huaxia, the former military equipment minister of the Persian Lion. "Mr. God of War, do you truly possess the knowledge of manufacturing hypersonic missiles? If you do not command this technology, kindly refrain from wasting our time. I formally express my strong protest and reserve the right to initiate armed retaliation. Upon reading this message, Ling Yun couldn't help but chuckle. Rather than rushing to reply, he leisurely lit a cigarette. After savoring a few puffs, he responded with a smile. My dearest friend, what seems to be troubling you? I fail to comprehend the source of your anger. Our hypersonic missile is merely in the testing phase after its successful development. Why such sudden allegations? What do you intend to retaliate against? Ling Yun's final remark was clearly feigning ignorance. What was Huaxia seeking revenge for? It was undoubtedly for the 3 missile explosions. It turned out that during this period, the spies he had dispatched had successively stolen 3 sets of classified blueprints from the factory. Huaxia had then instructed the development team to produce missiles based on these blueprints, resulting in the creation of 3 prototypes. Regrettably, all 3 prototypes exploded during their test launches. Huaxia had initially aimed to announce the development of hypersonic missiles before Ling Yun. However, these consecutive failures had severely tarnished his reputation. As a result, he had been demoted from military equipment minister to logistics director. It must be noted that this individual had some powerful connections, managing to evade complete disgrace despite such significant blunders. It seemed his sister had been whispering sweet nothings to her husband, leveraging her influence. Though Huaxia was proud, he was by no means a fool. At this moment, he had begun to suspect that he had fallen into a trap. Thus, he had come today seeking an explanation. If he did not receive a satisfactory response, Huaxia had 100 ways to retaliate. Chapter 61. A mutual downfall is preferable to colluding in misery. Huaxia had intended to use the hypersonic missile as a stepping stone to ascend to the upper echelons of the Persian line military. Unfortunately, the spies he dispatched had returned with fabricated information, resulting in 3 explosive test launches. Consequently, Huaxia was demoted 4 ranks to a logistics director. Unwilling to accept this fate, Huaxia confronted Ling Yun. However, from the onset of their interaction, he found himself at a disadvantage. Ling Yun had yet to develop his missiles, making Huaxia's confrontation somewhat inappropriate. No, it was exceedingly inappropriate. Thus, after sending his message, Huaxia fell silent. In the logistics park office, Ling Yun finished his cigarette. Yet the other party had still not replied. Therefore, he extinguished the cigarette and sent another message. Dear sir, there is truly no need to overcomplicate matters. As a member of the Huaxia Yuan family, you pursue achievements and accomplishments, while we are merely a group of profit-driven merchants in pursuit of wealth and prosperity. Our interests do not conflict and may even complement each other significantly. Please take a moment to reflect calmly. After sending this message, Ling Yun rose and lit another cigarette, confident that the recipient would grasp his intent. A moment spent smoking would be ample time for the other party to contemplate. In the Persian Lion National Assembly building, in the logistics office, Huaxia stared at the computer screen while puffing on a cigar. His mind raced as he diligently pondered the implications of the God of War's message. Just like cigarettes, cigars contain nicotine, which could help one regain composure rapidly. After a while of smoking, Huaxia's demeanor calmed. Gradually, he began to decipher the underlying message being conveyed. Rather than facing mutual destruction, perhaps it was wiser to collaborate. Thus, Huaxia, cigar in mouth, quickly typed in response. All right, let's put the past behind us. We shall collaborate. You assist me in achieving results, and I shall help you acquire wealth. Together, we can thrive. After sending this message, a glint of greed sparkled in Huaxia's eyes. However, the subsequent message from the God of War elevated his desires to new heights. I dare to correct you. It is we who will assist you in acquiring wealth. After all, you are our partner. Sometimes, words need not be abundant. Even a single phrase can work wonders. By referring to Huaxia as a partner, Ling Yun had effectively drawn him into their camp. Just half a month later, the Persian Lion military proudly announced the successful development of hypersonic missiles. On that day, Ling Yun sat in the cafeteria, enjoying breakfast while watching the morning news. The television broadcasted reports from the Persian Lion. According to ABC News, the Persian Lion had successfully launched the Tafa hypersonic missile, achieving an astonishing speed of 13 to 15 times the speed of sound, covering a distance of 2,000 kilometers in just 400 seconds, directly striking the core city of Tavira. The military missile chief, Huaxia, declared that the Tafi's performance was exceptionally advanced, capable of evading both the Iron Dome defense system and American anti-missile technology. At this point, Ling Yun nearly choked on a mouthful of soy milk. This fellow truly had the audacity to boast. It was merely a modified version of the V-3 missile. How could he dare to exaggerate so? Before Ling Yun could finish his thought, Zhang Yoshin approached with his breakfast and took a seat directly across from him. At that moment, old Zhang's face was ashen, resembling a disgruntled spouse. After all the effort to develop an unmanned cargo drone, he had handed it over to the military. While wishing to contribute to the nation and the army was commendable, couldn't he at least have charged a hefty transfer fee? Why simply give it away? Had he become so carried away with a bit of money? What a wasteful child. Within 30 seconds of sitting down, old Zhang had already unleashed 5 complaints. Ling Yun, however, merely chuckled in response. Old Zhang, it's early in the morning. No need for such anger. Here, have some soy milk to soothe your throat and cool your temper. Hearing this, Zhang shot Ling Yun a fierce glare. Subsequently, he buried his head in his meal, devouring his food vigorously. Observing this, Ling Yun shook his head and began to eat earnestly as well. After that, old Zhang did not utter another word. Ling Yun understood that he was anxious on his behalf, having finally devised a decent idea only to have it commandeered by the authorities. From a short-term perspective, this situation indeed has some impact on them. However, when considering the long-term development of the company, this matter will undoubtedly yield more benefits than drawbacks. After all, the official entity has never been unkind to its allies. Yet, it is imperative to devise a new path forward. One cannot simply wait for the official to bestow benevolence. Can they? As Ling Yun pondered over this quandary, Wang Xiaoqiang suddenly rushed to his side. Brother Yin, Sister Qianqian is here to see you. But she has been stopped at the entrance by the guards. Upon hearing this, Ling Yun's brow furrowed slowly. The presence of military personnel at the logistics park certainly complicates matters. Even welcoming a visitor is not a simple task. Reluctantly, Ling Yun had no choice but to head to the entrance to greet her. At the entrance of the logistics park, Yao Qianqian, dressed in a sleek black suit adorned with a pristine white chrysanthemum, awaited him. As Ling Yun approached her in such attire, a sense of heaviness settled in his heart. Upon meeting, he immediately inquired, Yao, what brings you here? Yao Qianqian's expression was grave, filled with sorrow. Hearing Ling Yun's words, she deeply bowed her head and replied, I have come today primarily to express my gratitude. Thank you for lending me money. I still owe you 305 yuan. Please allow me to transfer this to you now, and I will repay the rest gradually. With that, she took out her phone to initiate the transfer. Seeing this, Ling Yun swiftly snatched her phone away, saying, Yao, you are being too formal. Do you still consider me a stranger? That truly hurts my feelings. Are we not friends anymore? His brief words moved Yao Qianqian to tears. Of course, perhaps her heart was already heavy. Thank you, I truly appreciate it, but my mother ultimately could not pull through. I am now without a mother. As she spoke, her voice broke, and she was unable to contain her sobs. Ling Yun, witnessing her plight, felt a surge of courage from somewhere within him and stepped forward to embrace her tightly. He offered no verbal consolation. Perhaps this silent embrace was the greatest comfort he could provide. Half an hour later, within the office of the logistics park, Yao Qianqian had just finished expressing her grief when Ling Yun poured her a cup of hot tea. Once this tumult subsides, I will go pay my respects to Auntie. Do not dwell too long in sorrow. Life must go on. Yao Qianqian nodded slowly, then retrieved her phone, insisting on repaying him. Ling Yun, initially startled, then had a sudden thought. Wait, you need not repay this money. I have come up with a mutually beneficial solution. Ling Yun quietly transferred 1 million yuan to Yao Qianqian to assist in saving her mother's life. Regrettably, although the surgery was successful, it did not yield the desired outcome. After managing her mother's affairs, Yao Qianqian made a special visit to express her gratitude in person. However, little did she know that this would lead to a life-altering decision. Ling Yun proposed that she should not return the remaining funds, as his newly established company was in dire need of managerial talent. He offered her a position within his enterprise, considering the 1 million as an advance on her annual salary. After some hesitation, Yao Qianqian agreed. She had experience working in a large foreign enterprise, was a graduate of a prestigious domestic university, and had studied economics and human resource management. Moreover, she was someone Ling Yun deeply trusted. Thus, she was exceptionally well suited to serve as his right hand. In the realm of underground military trade, he had the assistance of Old Zhang, Li Jinjun, and Wang Xiaoqiang. However, for managing the above-ground company, he required a professional talent to support him. While he had some understanding of sales and operations from his previous experiences in large corporations, he recognized the need for an assistant. Most importantly, he could not dedicate all his energy to business operations. After all, arms trading was the primary source of profit for their group. Consequently, Yao Qianqian completed her onboarding that very day and was promptly appointed as the operations director and human resources director. Zhang Yoxin had no objections to this. He was still preoccupied with the issue of the official not providing funding. Wang Xiaoqiang, being Ling Yun's loyal follower, also had no objections. However, Yao Qianqian was taken aback when the first task upon her appointment posed a challenge. In the logistics park's office, Yao Qianqian stood before Ling Yun and the others in disbelief. Are you all joking? We are really handing this over to the state. Zhang Youxin glanced at Ling Yun. You need to ask our CEO about that. Who can question the wise decisions of CEO Ling? Ling Yun awkwardly scratched his head and said, that matter is in the past. Let us not dwell on it. Our primary task today is to devise new strategies. Regardless, we must get the company's operations up and running. Upon hearing this, Yao Qianqian immediately furrowed her brow. After a moment of contemplation, she tentatively spoke. I have a bold idea, but I am uncertain if I should share it. Upon hearing this, Ling Yun, Zhang, and Wang were instantly invigorated. Their group feared many things, but not bold ideas. Thus, Ling Yun eagerly nodded, encouraging her. Do share, do share. Do not hold back. Our company fears nothing, especially not bold ideas. Yao Qianqian was startled by their enthusiastic reactions, but gradually articulated her thoughts. She explained that the situation in the Middle East had become increasingly tense. The Houthis and other opposing forces had effectively sealed off 3 major routes in the region, namely the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, the Strait of Hormuz, and the Suez Canal, through the use of military force. This blockade rendered the export of oil and gas from the Persian Gulf impossible, resulting in severe losses for trade between Asia, Europe, and Africa. As she spoke, Yao Qianqian observed Ling Yun and the others' reactions, and, seeing their keen interest, continued her analysis. The blockade of the 3 major routes would severely hinder exports from the Middle East, which is the largest oil and gas production base globally, accounting for approximately 13% of the world's production and reserves. It is noteworthy that the import volume of crude oil from the Middle East to China has been increasing year by year. Thus, Yao Qianqian believed this presented a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, albeit one fraught with substantial risks. While these blocking forces had a differentiated policy toward the vessels passing through, primarily targeting those from the United States and the United Kingdom. While displaying relative leniency towards Chinese and Russian vessels, there remained numerous uncertainties in practice. For instance, these organizations might struggle to accurately identify which vessels belonged to China or Russia and which were from the U.S. or the U.K. The AIS data provided by ship owners is notoriously unreliable. Hence, vessels from China or Russia traversing these blockaded waters still faced considerable danger. At this point, Ling Yun and old Zhang understood Yao Qianqian's intention. She was suggesting that the company seize this opportunity. Bold indeed, remarkably bold. However, she had overlooked one crucial aspect. While it might be perilous for other companies to undertake this task, if it were their group, success would be virtually guaranteed, yielding significant profits. Why was that so? The current armed factions, predominantly equipped with their own arms, have prompted a knowing smile between Ling Yun and Zhang Youxin. Old Zhang, I find Yao's idea quite appealing. You should promptly organize the fleet. If purchasing cargo ships is beyond our means, let us start with renting 6 vessels. However, Zhang Youxin slowly shook his head in response. 6 ships might be excessive, for would suffice for now. Moreover, we have an overseas branch, don't we? Let us give Jun a call and encourage him to enhance our resources. If we can transform the intermediary factory into a primary collection and processing facility, our ships could transport our goods and sell them to nations in need. The profitability of this venture is undeniable. Upon hearing this, Ling Yun envisioned numerous small goals smiling back at him. Those with experience in foreign enterprises truly stand out. At the very least, in terms of insight and perspective, Yao Qianqian surpasses them all. Since domestic logistics and freight cannot be stirred, let us venture into the international arena and compete with foreign companies. They can transport what others dare not. This is the courage backed by arms trade. Anyone who obstructs them will find themselves supporting their adversaries. Over time, there will be no waters in Blue Star where their ships cannot navigate. Ling Yun's excitement grew, and he decided to allocate 20 million to Yao Qianqian and Zhang Youxin for this initiative. Upon hearing this, Yao Qianqian was utterly astonished. She was aware of Ling Yun's capabilities, but she had not anticipated such formidable strength. A project worth 20 million approved so casually? Furthermore, did they not just mention an overseas branch? My goodness, what is Ling Yun's current status? Have I truly latched onto a golden opportunity? Chapter 63, 3 billion. More than just a red book, Ling Yun withdrew 20 million flower coins from the system to entrust Yao Qianqian and Zhang Youxin with the development of new projects. The system's withdrawal process is highly automated, making it nearly impossible for current domestic economic investigation techniques to detect any anomalies or clues. Thus, this sum can be confidently utilized. Nevertheless, such endeavors must not be overly ambitious. After all, a newly established small to medium-sized enterprise cannot casually operate with tens of millions. Those economic investigation officers are certainly not idle. Therefore, Ling Yun and his associates remained exceptionally prudent when deploying substantial funds. However, Yao Qianqian's vision was rather grand, entailing numerous rigid conditions. Insufficient investment would likely hinder their anticipated outcomes. For instance, the costs associated with renting ships are considerable. According to current market rates, rental prices vary significantly among different ship types. For example, a second-hand 7,000 TEU vessel commands a daily rental fee of 1.05 million flower coins. A car transport ship with 6,500 standard slots has an annual rental fee of 105,000 flower coins per day. The daily rental for the 2518 TEU Zhonggu Rizhao vessel is 28,000 flower coins, with a minimum rental period of 1 year. And a 1912 TEU vessel requires a minimum rental term of 35 months at a daily rate of 18,000 flower coins. These figures pertain only to standard cargo vessels. The specialized gas and oil ships they require will incur even higher rental costs. Thus, the expenditure on leasing transportation vessels will constitute a significant portion of the budget. Additionally, various procedures and qualifications must be verified, all of which necessitate substantial financial backing. What astonished Ling Yun, however, was that Yao Qianqian and Old Zhang managed to complete all these complicated tasks within a week. Initially, Ling Yun assumed Yao Qianqian had connections and that Old Zhang was willing to invest. Yet, a casual remark from one of them revealed the truth. On a sunny afternoon, Huaxia returned to the logistics park with 3 military vehicles. This time, she came to sign formal handover and confidentiality agreements. In the office, Ling Yun signed without batting an eye. A technology project valued at over 3 billion was seamlessly transferred to the state. In recognition of Ling Yun's contributions, the flower government symbolically awarded him 50,000 flower coins and presented him with a first-class National Defense Contribution Honor Certificate and medal. Naturally, all this occurred within the confines of a modest office. Hu Yexing, commander of the Central Military District, represented the military in bestowing the certificate and medal upon Ling Yun. Gazing at the red book and gold medal in his hands, Ling Yun felt a slight furrow of discontent crease his brow. Was this all he received for over 3 billion? It felt somewhat unsatisfactory. Yet, as the military representatives prepared to leave, a remark from Huaxia left him momentarily speechless. Mr. Ling, I trust that matters regarding overseas trade are proceeding smoothly? Our escort fleet is stationed near the waters off Somalia. Should you require assistance, please feel free to contact me. However, I sincerely hope you do not need to do so. Wishing you prosperous business. With that, Huaxia, smiling, extended her fair right hand toward Ling Yun. He stood there for a moment, taken aback. So that was it. It was not merely Yao Qianqian's connections or Old Zhang's financial prowess. Rather, the military had discreetly intervened to facilitate everything. Otherwise, no matter how hard they tried, it would have been impossible to complete such a multitude of complex procedures in such a short time. Realizing he had the military backing him, Ling Yun suddenly felt that the expenditure of 3 billion was indeed worthwhile. Of course, the so-called 3 billion was merely an estimated valuation. In reality, Ling Yun had invested only around 5 million, which included funds for acquiring second-hand aircraft and advertising. For someone with modest aspirations, this 5 million was merely a small drop in the bucket. Reflecting on this, he felt he had made a considerable profit. After coming to this realization, Ling Yun stepped forward, warmly grasping Huaxia's hand. Thank you. My gratitude extends to the organization, the government, the military, and the lovely director Song. I hope to rely on your support in the future. Should any needs arise, I will certainly reach out to you immediately. Huaxia began to feel increasingly uneasy. Why did she feel as if someone was trying to latch onto her? Moreover, why was this fellow gripping her hand so tightly? Was he attempting to take advantage of her? With this thought, Huaxia's brows furrowed in irritation. Observing this, Hu Yexing quickly intervened, stating, Mr. Ling, you need not trouble Miss Song for everything. You can also reach out to me. As long as it's within my authority, we can discuss anything. As he spoke, Hu Yexing stepped forward and shook Ling Yun's hand. Aware that the other held a higher rank than Huaxia, Ling Yun promptly redirected his focus and firmly shook Hu Yexing's hand. With your assurance, I feel greatly relieved. How about we exchange contact information? Let us keep in touch. I'm eager to make progress. Upon hearing this, Hu Yexing's expression darkened slightly. This young man was quite adept at reading the room. Did he not realize that I was merely extending a polite gesture? He wishes to connect? At my age, how could I still engage in such things? With this in mind, Hu Yexing turned to his secretary and said, Xiaoqi, please give Mr. Ling a business card. Share your number with him. If he requires anything, he can contact you. Upon finishing his statement, a man with a crew cut approached with a smile and said, Understood, Commander. Hello, Mr. Ling, my name is Chi Wu. Let us get acquainted. Without waiting for a response, he firmly grasped Ling Yun's hand. Ling Yun felt the immense strength of his grip, realizing he had no power to resist. At that moment, he understood that this man, adorned with the rank of lieutenant colonel, was undoubtedly an individual of considerable significance. Therefore, Ling Yun promptly nodded gently and smiled, saying, I shall rely on Secretary Chi's assistance more in the future. Shall we exchange contact details? Given how busy our superior is, it would be prudent for us to stay in touch. Chi Wu was somewhat taken aback by this overly familiar demeanor. He contemplated refusing, but given the tasks already assigned by his superior, he felt compelled to maintain a semblance of decorum. Consequently, Ling Yun successfully added both Chi Wu and Huaxia to his contacts. Why Huaxia, one might wonder. Ling Yun could not overlook this woman, for she was the one who had ensnared him in a web of intrigue. He would certainly seek her assistance in the future. How could she dare to decline? He intended to make the most of this collaboration, lest he find himself at a disadvantage. Just as Ling Yun had successfully bid farewell to the military representatives, Wang Xiaoqiang emerged, looking rather anxious. He had waited for the soldiers to distance themselves before making his approach, and as soon as he appeared, he urgently exclaimed, Brother Yun, trouble has arisen. The military is in serious jeopardy. Chapter 64. A grave situation. Li Jinjun has been captured in the logistics park, within the office. Ling Yun sat before his computer, engaged in a video call with Bai Xiaoqin. Zhang Yoxin and Wang Xiaoqiang stood solemnly beside him, silently observing. As Bai Xiaoqin recounted the events, the trio began to comprehend the unfolding situation. The previous day, Li Jinjun had led a team on official business. On their return, they stopped at a small shop to procure supplies. At that moment, Li Jinjun chanced upon a distressing scene. Without hesitation, he entered the shop and, employing a somewhat awkward command of English, demanded, Hey, who is the owner here? A bearded man rose in confusion, replying, I am. How may I assist you? As the bearded man spoke, 3 burly individuals also stood up inside the shop. Unfazed, Li Jinjun maintained his fierce gaze and continued his admonition. What is going on with the shelves outside? The owner, growing increasingly bewildered, was at a loss as to what Li Jinjun was referring to. He recalled that the shelves were positioned a fair distance from the road and should not obstruct traffic or pedestrians. Reflecting on this, the owner promptly stepped outside to assess the situation. However, upon inspecting the shelves, his confusion only deepened. The shelves were indeed in their proper place, yet many of the items atop them had been toppled over. Could it be that this individual was intentionally causing trouble or attempting to extort protection money? Absurd. He had not even inquired as to whose territory this was. With this preconception, the owner's attitude towards Li Jinjun soured significantly. My shelves are perfectly fine. It seems you are the one with a problem. Li Jinjun, upon hearing this, was instantly consumed by rage. He approached the left shelf, knocking all its items to the ground, and furiously pointed at a red cloth, demanding, What is this? I ask you, what is this? The owner and his companions had lost all patience by this point, yet the owner, still glancing at the red cloth, replied, It's just a rag. What is the issue? Upon hearing this, Li Jinjun's face turned ashen. Just a rag? Open your eyes and see clearly. This is the national flag of my homeland. How dare you use my national flag as a tablecloth? This is an affront to my country. With that, Li Jinjun seized the owner by his collar. At that moment, the other 3 men swiftly drew their knives, while Li Jinjun's associates rushed from their vehicle, gripping an assortment of firearms. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. A stark contrast between cold steel and hot lead. The disparity in power was unmistakable. The owner, sensing the peril, began to backtrack, saying, Sir, let us not act impulsively. Everything can be negotiated. Li Jinjun, however, remained resolute, forcefully pushing the owner aside. He then carefully retrieved the red flag, folding it neatly, and stated, Never again shall our flag be desecrated. With that, he turned to leave, but the owner suddenly became obstinate. Hey, you think you can just walk away? If you had no courage or backing, would you dare to open a shop in this tumultuous area? The owner's stubbornness stemmed from his sense of invulnerability. Li Jinjun, upon hearing this, turned to face him, speaking in a low, measured tone. Are you suggesting that I should treat you to a bullet? At this, his men collectively chambered their weapons, and the glint of fear flashed in the eyes of the owner and his companions. After all, under the barrel of a gun, one must concede. Nevertheless, the owner could not resist delivering a parting shot. Fine, consider this your victory. But the Scythe gang is not to be trifled with. You shall surely regret this encounter in the future. Ling Yun, upon hearing this, erupted into laughter. He then raised his weapon and unleashed a barrage of gunfire into the shop. The bullets reduced the establishment to ruins. The owner stood at the entrance, seething with rage, yet unable to voice his anger. Hearing this, Ling Yun furrowed his brow and interrupted by Xiaoqin, inquiring, "What kind of organization is the Scythe gang? Are they seeking revenge? With your firepower, can you not contend with them?" Ling Yun's questions echoed the concerns of both Old Zhang and Xiaoqian. Given the current strength and numbers of their mutual aid association, they should be able to withstand any ordinary threat. However, Bai Xiaoqin promptly provided a satisfactory response. The Scythe gang is not formidable. They are merely a rabble and puppets. The true danger lies with their patron, Karnaha. Upon hearing this, Ling Yun's brow furrowed even more tightly. Karnaha? That name rings a bell. Wang Xiaoqiang then quietly interjected. The Karnaha network is one of the 4 major powers in the Turban Camel conflict. At that moment, Ling Yun recalled that Ling Yun had indeed mentioned this name previously. With this in mind, he turned to the computer screen, his expression tense. Ling Yun was captured by their people today? Bai Xiaoqin nodded vigorously, affirming, "Indeed. And the heavy infantry has already arrived. The military has a significant presence and heavy weaponry. Ling Yun would not allow us to resist." Ling Yun nodded slowly, recognizing the validity of this strategy. "Though you are formidable, it is unwise to confront the military head-on. I understand the situation now and will find a way to rescue him. For the time being, you must ensure the factory's security. No one is to leave the premises. Additionally, strengthen defenses to prevent any other factions from seizing the opportunity." Bai Xiaoqin nodded in agreement, and Ling Yun promptly ended the call. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoqiang had located some basic information regarding the Karnaha network on another computer. "Brother Yan, do you find this information useful?" Ling Yun and Old Zhang turned to examine the screen. The Karnaha network is a crucial component of the Taliban armed organization. Having risen to prominence during the Turban Camel conflict through kidnapping, extortion, smuggling, and truck transportation, with its leader, Karnaha, concurrently serving as the second-in-command of the Taliban. The majority of the organization's members hail from remote tribes, which are regarded as primary targets by the United States and the North Atlantic Alliance. Their stronghold is nestled in the mountainous regions bordering the Turban Camel and Barbary sheep, with an estimated membership exceeding 14,000. The Haqqani network has long maintained a close relationship with the CIA and the intelligence agency of the Camel Kingdom. When the Turban Camel announced the formation of a new government, Haqqani network commander Karnaha was appointed acting Minister of Internal Affairs. After absorbing this information, Ling Yun and his companions appeared increasingly troubled. This time, Ling Yun seemed to have hit a brick wall. However, Ling Yun did not believe he had erred in any way. Upholding the dignity of the Flower Kingdom abroad was a cause worth supporting. Patience was essential. There must be room for maneuver. The world of martial arts is not merely about combat. It revolves around the intricacies of human relationships. With this thought in mind, Ling Yun turned to the adjacent computer and swiftly logged into his dark web account. Chapter 65. The so-called martial arts world is, in essence, about human relationships. Upon logging into his dark web account, Ling Yun quickly accessed an account named Magic Shovel, which translates to magical shovel in Chinese. This account belonged to the Turban Camel's Taban armed group, specifically to its leader, Zakhan Dullah Taban. Ling Yun reasoned that since Ling Yun had offended the Taban organization's second-in-command, Paner Karnaha, it would be prudent to bypass the second tier and approach the top leader directly. In the face of absolute interests, Ling Yun believed there was no problem that could not be resolved. The Taban's interim government was currently grappling with significant issues, including security concerns, economic hardships, political instability, and food shortages. While Ling Yun felt he could not contribute to all matters, he believed he could assist in addressing security issues and political stability. Why? Because a great man once said, "Political power grows out of the barrel of a gun." Only by possessing formidable firepower could the Taban effectively control the situation. Prior to this, tightening the distribution of weapons was aimed at this very principle. However, mere control without upgrading to more advanced weaponry would yield little success. Thus, Ling Yun's first message was a lengthy advertisement. Unmissable annual firearms equipment extravaganza. Don't pass by without taking part. Carefully selected hot items from the War God store will allow you to revel in an unprecedented shopping spree. From handguns and rifles to machine guns and submachine guns. From landmines and rocket launchers to armored vehicles and tanks, we have it all at rock-bottom prices. Time-limited offers. Don't miss out. Join the nationwide shopping frenzy and enjoy the happiness and satisfaction of this extraordinary purchase. Let your influence grow with our assistance. Act swiftly. Ling Yun meticulously crafted this advertisement and sent it off, then moved to the window to smoke a cigarette. He was patient. He would wait for the fish willing to bite. In the Middle East, at the Turban Camel, Zakhan Dullah Taban slumped wearily into his office chair. At that moment, various negative emotions sprawled across his visage. Damn it. Why had no one told me that being in power was even more exhausting than being a bandit? Endless meetings every day, facing endless schemes and rivalries. Damn it. Life was far more carefree when I was a bandit. Anyone who defied me would be met with a bullet. Now, I even have to convene meetings to execute someone. Damn it. The more Zakhan Dullah vented, the more agitated he became, even kicking his office desk in frustration. That kick, however, activated the office computer above him. Immediately, an unread message interface appeared on the screen. Zakhan Dullah furrowed his brow and clicked to open it. The sender was known as Gov't, a notorious arms dealer. What could prompt him to message me directly? Wait, I recall hearing that this individual was in cahoots with my subordinates for business dealings. With that thought, Zakhan Dullah scrutinized the message. However, after reading the lengthy text, he fell silent. What the hell? Even small advertisements are being sent my way. Before Zakhan Dullah could erupt in anger, another thought struck him. If he could procure a batch of apocalyptic tanks or other missiles to assert dominance, perhaps other factions wouldn't dare to be overly arrogant. Ultimately, it boiled down to not having enough heavy artillery. With this in mind, Zakhan Dullah hastily replied to the message. Dear Mr. Gov't, I am quite surprised to receive your personal advertisement. However, I regret to inform you that the prices of the equipment offered by your store are too high. Our interim government is currently facing a severe financial crunch and cannot afford such exorbitant expenditures. However, since you have extended an invitation, our Taban organization will certainly support you. I am prepared to order 1,000 semi-automatic rifles, 500 submachine guns, and 100 light machine guns as a gesture of support for your new store. After sending this message, Zakhan Dullah quietly lit a cigar. He savored this rare moment of tranquility, cherishing the uninterrupted time. On the other side, Ling Yun had barely finished half of his cigarette when the computer chimed with an incoming message notification. Upon hearing the alert, he swiftly turned and walked back to the computer. After sitting down, he took another puff of his cigarette before moving the mouse to open the dialog box. Upon reading Zakhan Dullah's response, Ling Yun couldn't help but chuckle softly. Indeed, he was a seasoned player in the game. He had grasped the nuances of human relationships. As expected, those who could build large organizations were anything but simple characters. With that thought, Ling Yun quickly typed a response. So it is a comrade from the Taban armed group. I didn't expect to draw a fellow from our ranks in this random lottery. This indicates our fateful connection. However, it is quite unfortunate that your courage seems too limited, and the order is rather small. Alas, what a pity. After sending this message, Zakhan Dullah was left bewildered. What was going on? How was my courage deemed too small? The order was merely a courtesy. Is there such a thing as being too generous? With this thought, Zakhan Dullah's temper flared. Thus, his reply took on a sharper tone. Mr. Gov't, what do you mean by that? I have already explained that our interim government is facing financial constraints, and thus we cannot allocate more funds for military equipment. This is simply within our means and has nothing to do with courage. Zakhan Dullah refrained from using any vulgarities, demonstrating remarkable restraint. However, the response he received nearly made him regret his choices. A mere 10 seconds later, he received another message. Taban comrade, you have truly misinterpreted my intentions. The War God store is newly opened and is conducting a random welfare giveaway event. You are among the fortunate few. Therefore, your first transaction, regardless of its value, will be on the house. To put it simply, your first order is free. Those items will be complimentary. So, I feel regret that you only ordered some firearms. Upon reading this message, Zakhan Dullah stood up from his chair in shock. Damn, I suddenly feel like I missed a golden opportunity. Why didn't I ask for the apocalypse tanks? Forgetting to order tanks was one thing, but why didn't I request other heavy equipment? Why did I only order a few firearms? Damn, how could I be so foolish? With this realization, Zakhan Dullah felt an overwhelming wave of regret. However, he quickly shifted his perspective. He tossed aside his cigar and swiftly typed on the keyboard. Esteemed Mr. Gov't, first and foremost, I sincerely appreciate your generosity. Secondly, I have several inquiries I wish to address. Could you please ensure you respond to my questions promptly? I am awaiting your reply, as it is quite urgent. Chapter 66. Not to be Songjiang, yet not to become Fongla. Upon discovering the truth, Zakhan Dullah was immediately filled with regret. However, his clever mind soon began to approach the issue from a different angle. Upon receiving the information, Ling Yun swiftly responded with an O. Subsequently, Zahong Dula sent a series of 3 questions. The first inquiry was whether the lottery activity was conducted publicly. Ling Yun replied that it was not. The selection was done randomly, followed by private messages. The second question was whether others would know the lottery results. Ling Yun answered that, for now, no one else did. The third question was whether the results were set by him. Ling Yun confirmed that they were. After receiving these 3 answers, Zahong Dula audaciously posed a shameless question. Since no one else knows, could you possibly exchange some prizes for me? In the logistics park, within the office, Ling Yun could not help but smile upon reading this message. Finally, he had ensnared his target. He had been waiting for this moment. Yet, maintaining appearances was crucial, and he needed to continue feigning ignorance. Thus, he quickly replied, "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? It seems rather unfair to the other participants." Zahong Dula's eyes lit up upon reading the message. There was a glimmer of opportunity. The other party appeared to be wavering. He rapidly typed a response. "Since no one else knows, and if you don't mention it, who will uncover the truth? Moreover, you just stated that we are partners. I have heard about the tank graveyard, and have even offered substantial support. Here is my proposal. I will sell you those old tanks at half the market price, and you can sell me the new tanks at 40 below market value. Wouldn't that be a win-win for both of us?" Ling Yun chuckled upon reading this message. Did this fellow truly think he could be deceived so easily? If it weren't for the fact that he needed Zahong Dula's assistance at the moment, he would have already unleashed a torrent of expletives upon him. After indulging in his amusement for a moment, Ling Yun slowly typed a response. "I must say, I wholeheartedly endorse your notion of a win-win scenario. However, the acquisition costs remain excessively high. If we reduce the selling price any further, we would scarcely yield any profit. Here is a suggestion. Allow me to develop the tank graveyard for free, and I shall let you procure lightweight tanks at cost price, while you can acquire heavy tanks at a 50 discount. How does that sound?" After sending the message, Ling Yun quickly lit another cigarette for himself. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the other party would surely be overjoyed. Indeed, on the other side, Zahong Dula was already laughing heartily. He gazed at his computer screen for a while before typing, "My dearest Mr. War God, I wholeheartedly agree with your proposal. To demonstrate my sincerity, our official team will fully guarantee the safety of your faction in the Turban Camel area. I hope our collaboration will be enjoyable." Upon receiving this message, Ling Yun instantly wore a victorious smile. He then expressed his heartfelt aspirations for their partnership. As their conversation drew to a close, he casually mentioned, "By the way, my dear friend, I have a brother named Ling Yun, who seems to have had some misunderstandings with your official number 2. If possible, I hope you could assist in mediating this matter." At this moment, Zahong Dula was already lost in his own triumph. His mind was filled with visions of a magnificent steel torrent. Thus, upon reading Ling Yun's message, he readily agreed. "My dear friend, leave this matter to me. No past grievances should hinder our collaboration. Long live our friendship." After exchanging pleasantries, Ling Yun also responded with a cheerful "Long live our friendship." The two then concluded their delightful conversation. Once the dialogue was closed, Ling Yun leaned back in his chair. It seemed that all would be well. He realized that he needed to caution those outside to be more vigilant, as it was indeed challenging to suppress the local power brokers. With that thought, Ling Yun took a deep drag from his cigarette. However, he had scarcely enjoyed a moment of solitude when Zhang Yoxin knocked on the door. Upon seeing old Zhang, Ling Yun appeared momentarily taken aback. "Old Zhang, what brings you here? Have all matters been resolved?" Zhang Yoxin smiled in response and quickly walked in to sit down. "No rush. I wanted to discuss something with you before I left." Ling Yun, seeing this, immediately approached him with a smile, saying, "The matter concerning Jin Jun has been settled, and I believe we will receive news shortly." Zhang Yoxin nodded slightly, but did not voice any further thoughts. Noticing this, Ling Yun's brow furrowed slightly, and he slowly took a seat beside him. "What is the matter? Is there another issue?" After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Yoxin spoke. "I still struggle to comprehend your actions. Whether it's providing additional equipment to the officials or the recent donation of the Scorpion, it leaves me feeling uneasy. Why should we do this?" He paused, then added, "You're not trying to emulate Song Jiang, are you?" Ling Yun was taken aback by this remark. Emulate Song Jiang? What was this old fellow thinking? After a brief internal chuckle, Ling Yun pulled out a cigarette and offered it to him. Old Zhang glanced at it, accepted it, and then Ling Yun lit it for both of them. After taking a puff, Ling Yun smiled and said, "I understand your perspective and why you feel uneasy. Everything we possess has been earned through our own risks and struggles. Honestly, who would willingly give away valuable resources?" At this, Ling Yun turned to look at old Zhang, who was tilting his head in inquiry. "Then why continue down this path? Sending tanks and drones, what's the endgame?" he inquired. "With what we're doing, if caught, The consequences are dire. We shouldn't dwell on the uncertainties. The road to Zhaoan is fraught with peril. Zhang Youxin finally voiced the concerns he had been holding back. Ling Yun, however, merely smiled gently and placed a reassuring hand on Zhang's knee. Old Zhang, you have always been someone I deeply admire. Your intellect often surpasses my own. Many questionable ideas still rely on your insights. I, along with Jin Jun and the others, cannot match your acuity. Old Zhang rolled his eyes at this comment, as it hardly sounded like praise. However, he refrained from retorting, eager to hear Ling Yun's thoughts. Yet, in this matter, I believe I have considered aspects that you may not have foreseen. To be candid, the cost of those modified tanks and drones was minimal. In the grand scheme of our profits, it amounts to mere pennies. At this revelation, old Zhang displayed a hint of surprise. Ling Yun, noticing this, continued with a smile, thus, I am making a minimal investment to seize a significant opportunity. This opportunity may very well save our lives one day. Those who do not contemplate the future are bound to face immediate troubles. Trust me just this once. I do not aspire to be Song Jiang, nor do I wish to become Feng La. Do you understand? Chapter 67. A new client, eager to purchase a system. Zhang Youxin had reservations regarding some of Ling Yun's practices, prompting him to seize an opportunity to discuss them. Ling Yun explained his thoughts, emphasizing that some decisions were not merely choices, but necessary considerations for the future. After all, as a cultivator, contributing to the nation was also a duty. Moreover, they have gradually begun to relish the benefits of such actions, particularly regarding their overseas trade procedures. Without military assistance, relying solely on their own efforts could have prolonged their endeavors indefinitely. Zhang Youxin is a clever man, albeit somewhat miserly. To be more precise, he possesses a certain avaricious nature. He cannot bear the thought of others gaining advantages without effort. Ling Yun understands him well, and thus refrains from casting any blame. All right, old Zhang, hurry and assist Yao. Let us aim to set sail for the first time this month, and make sure to recruit some reliable crew members. Ideally, we can enlist some retired naval soldiers. As for benefits, we can discuss it further. If funds fall short, I will transfer more to you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Youxin immediately clapped his thigh and exclaimed, All right, since you insist, we shall proceed as you suggest. I trust your words. I'll leave this old body to your care. Hearing this, Ling Yun feigned alarm and stepped back. Old Zhang, what do you mean by that? Though my gender is male, my heart belongs to a woman. You know my feelings for Yao are profound. As for your old body, I have no intentions whatsoever. Zhang Youxin was instantly amused by this remark. This lad often has a penchant for sudden mischief, sometimes resembling a child who has yet to mature. However, this time, old Zhang did not hasten to retort, for an unexpected presence had appeared at the entrance. The newcomer, with a flushed face, was none other than Yao Qianqian, the object of Ling Yun's affections. Noticing old Zhang's mischievous grin and silence, Ling Yun quickly sensed an awkward possibility. Oh no, could it be that coincidental? With this thought, Ling Yun swiftly turned to look back. He saw Yao Qianqian's face had transformed into a rosy apple. Yao, when did you arrive? Upon hearing this question, Yao Qianqian hurriedly lowered her head, blushing in embarrassment. I just got here. I didn't hear anything. Truly, I didn't hear a thing. Old Zhang, we should be going. After saying this, Yao Qianqian turned crimson and walked away. Witnessing this scene, Ling Yun awkwardly chuckled. She doesn't seem like someone who hasn't heard anything. Should I offer an explanation? Upon hearing this, Zhang Youxin burst into hearty laughter. While still chuckling, he rose to leave. What is there to explain? An explanation is merely a cover-up, and a cover-up is a fact. I'll be waiting to celebrate your nuptials. I'm off now. With that, old Zhang jovially exited the office. Ling Yun stood up, intending to follow, but at that moment, a notification chimed. Reluctantly, he turned back toward his computer desk. After unlocking the screen, a dialog box immediately popped up. It was from a netizen named Dazbog, which translates to Darabog in Chinese. Before engaging in conversation, Ling Yun had taken a moment to research. Dazbog is a revered solar deity in Slavic mythology, a mythological hero of sorts. Slavic people? Could they be from the regions of Damao or Ermao? The sender SIP was hidden, making it impossible for Ling Yun to ascertain their location without further investigation. Nevertheless, he could infer some things from the username. The message from Dazbog read, Dear Mr. War God, I am your shop's most loyal fan, having spent over 3 million in your establishment. I mention this merely to affirm my identity, not to boast. Initially, the message was laden with superfluous words and preambles. It wasn't until the end that Dazbog finally revealed his purpose. He sought to procure a substantial quantity of air defense weaponry, ideally advanced equipment capable of defending against intercontinental ballistic missiles. Upon reading this, Ling Yun's brow furrowed instantly. While purchasing air defense missiles is commonplace, the request for equipment capable of countering intercontinental missiles is rare. Based on Ling Yun's understanding, successfully defending against an intercontinental missile strike necessitates a complete system of air defense equipment and weaponry. For instance, the NMD National Missile Defense System of Eagle Sauce, the RNMD system of Damao, the CNMD system of Zhuanghua, and the GTMD Theater Missile Defense System of Johnbull. Moreover, there has yet to appear a fifth missile defense system on Blue Star. Thus, Dasbog's request seemed rather peculiar. After all, establishing a comprehensive missile defense system is an exceedingly costly endeavor. One cannot even estimate the expenses, but it would certainly amount to several hundred billion at the very least. Does Dasbog possess such wealth? Even if he does have that kind of money, he lacks the means to acquire it. If he had such capabilities, he wouldn't find himself in such precarious circumstances. However, out of curiosity, Ling Yun decided to inquire further. Equipment capable of defending against intercontinental missile strikes? That's rather expensive. Moreover, such equipment must be deployed in a complete set. Purchasing individual items would hardly yield effective defense. Therefore, if you possess the financial means, why seek cooperation from those from major nations? In the capital of Air Mao, at the Congressional Building, Deputy Minister of Defense Yevgeny stared intently at his computer screen. His face etched with worry. He scratched his head and muttered to himself, "Do you think I haven't considered this? The problem is, they're ignoring us. The Eagle Sauce folks are unreliable. John Bull dares not engage. Zhuanghua has yet to respond. And Damao is our sworn enemy." After uttering this, Yevgeny took a large sip of coffee from his desk. Struggling to swallow the bitterness, he then resumed typing on the keyboard. "Dear Mr. Gov't, to be candid, we are truly at our wits' end. Currently, you are our only hope. Thus, I implore you, please assist us. Money is no object. Even if we fall short, we can offer mines and assets as collateral. Rest assured, we will not default." The message was promptly sent, and Yevgeny lit a cigarette. He was uncertain whether Air Mao had any alternatives, but he himself had been cornered with no escape. Their puppet president had issued a dire command. The issue of intercontinental missile defense must be resolved within the week. Failure to do so would result in severe consequences. On the other side, in the logistics office, Ling Yun, upon reading the message, could not help but furrow his brow tightly. Suddenly, he seemed to have an epiphany. He quickly opened a web page to conduct relevant research and soon found the information he sought. Chapter 68, Successful Deception. Adding a new order, Ling Yun unexpectedly encountered a prospective buyer for a missile defense system, which piqued his interest significantly. He promptly searched for recent trending news. The moment he perused these articles, he was astounded. He had never anticipated that matters would evolve in such a manner. Clearly, the situation was far more serious than he had imagined. Damao was indeed furious. No wonder the military of Air Mao was anxious about their insufficient air defense capabilities. Given this context, it was evident that they urgently needed to bolster their air defense forces. Having grasped these details, Ling Yun comprehended everything. Thus, he swiftly typed on the keyboard, "May I inquire how I should address your true identity? Allow me to take the liberty of calling you Mr. Dasbog for now. Mr. Dasbog, I believe what your country currently needs is not a missile defense system. Instead, I suggest you consider developing mobile air defense forces. I am confident that the likelihood of your country experiencing a large-scale attack is negligible. Based on the current international situation, it appears that all parties should primarily focus on conventional missile strikes. Fixed defensive installations are overly conspicuous, essentially providing the enemy with a shooting target. Therefore, strengthening mobile air defense capabilities should be your utmost concern." After sending these two lengthy messages, the recipient was immediately disconnected. This analysis by the war god seems remarkably insightful. Why hadn't I thought of these issues myself earlier? However, I suppose I cannot entirely blame myself, can I? I was merely a university music teacher. When the president personally recruited me at the school, he did not indicate that I was to perform such duties. Sitting before the computer screen, Yevgeny pondered while smoking a cigarette. Meanwhile, Ling Yun waited for a full 5 minutes before finally receiving a reply. "War god, your analysis is astute. I have taken meticulous notes and will report this matter to my superiors after logging off. Thank you immensely for the intelligence analysis. It has been a tremendous help. By the way, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Yevgeny, a representative of the 2nd Mao military. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. To be candid, we genuinely hope to establish a secret cooperative relationship with you. as support from the Eagle Nation has dwindled considerably. Given our current strength, we find ourselves somewhat isolated. Upon reading this message, Ling Yun's expression momentarily froze. So easily exposed? Moreover, with such a mediocre level of competence, how did you manage to attain the position of Deputy Minister of Defense? Is the actor-president truly in such dire need of talent? Or has he depleted his pool of capable individuals? Otherwise, a person of such caliber should not occupy such a significant position. While Ling Yun was entangled in these thoughts, Yevgeny's message quickly followed. War God, I intend to place an order for a batch of air defense vehicles or other mobile air defense equipment. With your situational analysis, I am confident I can persuade the president. Therefore, please prepare the equipment and weapons we require. To express my sincerity in this cooperation, I shall pay a deposit of 4 million beautiful coins, with the remaining amount to be settled later once our cooperation is formally established. Before Ling Yun could finish reading the message, the system's notification of a deposit arrived. This Yevgeny is quite the impatient one. However, this sum cannot be classified as a modification fee. Otherwise, the system would not record it as points. Thus, Ling Yun hastily typed a response. My dearest friend, there is something I must clarify. The War God shop does not sell heavy equipment or missiles to the public. We currently only offer firearms and ammunition as basic military supplies. However, upon reaching a certain spending threshold, we provide buyers with complementary items such as tanks, armored vehicles, air defense vehicles, and missile vehicles. Therefore, please ensure that you carefully select the items you require before placing an order. After sending this message, Yevgeny was once again disconnected. He sat before the screen, staring blankly at the words. Isn't this akin to removing one's trousers to fart, an unnecessary act? What difference is there between buying cannons and receiving guns, or vice versa? Regardless of what you sell, I simply want the air defense vehicles. After muttering this to himself, Yevgeny quickly replied on the keyboard. Warrior, I am already familiar with your shop's marketing model, so I understand your rules. The previous message I sent was indeed a deposit for firearms and ammunition. It was my lack of clarity. I sincerely apologize. Additionally, we hope your shop can provide more air defense products, as our current situation is quite dire. The leadership has underground bunkers for risk mitigation, but the conditions for others are far less favorable. We truly hope that you, Mr. War God, can show compassion for them. Your kindness and goodwill will surely be celebrated by everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Yun's system responded, and his experience related to arms dealing began to increase gradually. Seeing this, Ling Yun finally let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the system is not overly convoluted, or it would be too easy to deceive. After receiving the deposit and gaining experience, Ling Yun promptly assured Yevgeny that preparations would be made in advance. Subsequently, after exchanging a few pleasantries, they ended the conversation. After Yevgeny logged off, he hurried to the minister's office with a notebook in hand. Meanwhile, Ling Yun began to allocate Katyusha rocket launchers, which are the best materials for modifying air defense missile vehicles. However, due to his limited resources, the second-hand Katyushas he could acquire were quite few. Thus, he left a message for Yevgeny, requesting assistance in coordinating matters at the tank graveyard. A heart full of determination, he was unwilling to place all bets on the other party. After all, this fellow's words and actions are not particularly reliable. Consequently, he actively sought alternatives to the Katyusha. Many vehicle types could be suitably modified into air defense missile carriers. Hence, with diligent comparison of structural designs, he could potentially discover numerous suitable substitutes. To his knowledge, certain armored vehicles from World War II are also exceptionally fitting as bases for air defense vehicles, whether attaching anti-aircraft guns or small air defense missiles. Both tasks are relatively straightforward. Most importantly, the acquisition prices for these second-hand, outdated armored vehicles are significantly lower than those for tanks and artillery. In due course, he could transform them into air defense vehicles reminiscent of those in Red Alert 2. Thereafter, he could resell these modified vehicles for a substantial profit. Without further ado, Ling Yun immediately contacted individuals to begin acquiring second-hand armored vehicles. By the time he finished with the acquisition tasks, the sun was setting. At that moment, a response finally arrived from Zahanjala. Chapter 69. Setting a trap in return. I never wait for revenge. Having just wrapped up matters concerning the second Mao, Ling Yun received a message from Zahanjala, the turbaned camel. He brought two pieces of news, one good and one bad. The good news is that your brotherly Jin Jun is still alive. I have brought him back. The bad news is that he cannot be returned without a hefty ransom demanded by Kanaha. Upon reading the message, Ling Yun furrowed his brow. A ransom? Are they attempting to play this game with me? It is evident they are a group of bandits. Fine, as long as he returns safely, that is what matters. As for the ransom, whatever you took from me, I shall ensure you return it in kind. With these thoughts in mind, Ling Yun quickly typed his response. Thank you, Brother Taban, for your assistance. As long as he returns, I am willing to pay the ransom. Just name your price. Ling Yun's reply was quite straightforward, as he was confident he could recoup the money. However, he was somewhat taken aback when the other party did not mention the ransom. Instead, the response read, Respected War God, how could I allow Kanaha to demand money from you? However, I believe his personal compensation request is reasonable. After all, your man was the one who damaged his subordinate's store. According to Kanaha's demands, he wants 100 Hell cannons, 20 air defense vehicles, 10 armored vehicles, 10 tanks, and 500 boxes of ammunition. After reading this message, Ling Yun's expression grew cold. They really have the audacity to make such exorbitant demands. For damaging a few rickety wooden frames, they dare to ask for so much? Fine, if they have the audacity to ask, then I shall oblige. However, they will soon learn the folly of being greedy. Thus, Ling Yun quickly typed in response. Very well, in consideration of Brother Taban's standing, I shall agree to whatever demands the other party presents. May our friendship endure through time. Ling Yun felt a twinge of insincerity in his words. Yet his counterpart was inwardly delighted. In the Middle East, at the headquarters of the Turban Camel, Paner Kanaha and Zahong Dalataban sat together before a computer, sharing quiet laughter. After a while, Paner handed his companion a cigar and said, Brother, what did I tell you? The war god Yun will surely agree, right? You are just too cautious, asking for too little. As he spoke, he lit the cigar for Zahong. After taking a couple of hearty puffs, Zahong chuckled. You don't understand. We will need to rely on him to produce tanks in the future. For now, we must flatter him to get the production line established. One cannot consume all the meat at once. It must be reserved for gradual enjoyment. Hearing this, Paner nodded with a smile as he lit his own cigar. Indeed, it's wise of you to think long-term, brother. However, exchanging so much for one person isn't too great a loss. This time, we found a real fat sheep. Zahong nodded in agreement. Absolutely, we must ensure someone keeps a close watch. We will be relying on them for sustenance. Upon saying this, the two shared knowing smiles. This exchange revealed that the Taban forces were devoid of any integrity. Yet, all of this fell within Ling Yun's expectations. How many of the warlords rising in chaotic times could be considered virtuous? When dealing with them, one must always be vigilant and leave multiple escape routes. For Ling Yun and his allies, their escape route was to attack rather than defend. After all, offense is the best form of defense. However, they could not engage directly themselves. Does an arms dealer need to personally intervene to target an individual? No, they merely require a few proxies to do the work. After Ling Yun arranged the delivery location with Zahong Dalataban, he soon received a call from Li Jinjun. During the conversation, he learned that the latter had sustained only superficial injuries. Ling Yun advised him to rest and to refrain from venturing out for the time being. The rest of the matters could be handled on his behalf. Despite harboring a great deal of frustration, Li Jinjun held a deep trust in Ling Yun. Now that the boss said to rest, he could do so without worry. In the future, there would surely be opportunities to deal with those ruffians. While others wait for their chances, believing that a gentleman's revenge is best served after 10 years, Ling Yun was not of that ilk. He would repay grievances swiftly. Since they could not directly strike against the Taban and others now, it was time to enlist the help of their adversaries. The Taban forces had gradually supplanted the Godinal dictatorship after its overthrow, thus facing not only other factions eyeing them greedily, but also the remnants of Godinal waiting for an opportunity to strike. Since the other factions had already acknowledged the legitimacy of Taban's temporary authority, they dared not openly confront them. Therefore, Ling Yun turned his attention to these individuals. In a northwest Gobi desert base of the Turban Camel, Wahid, the leader of the Godinal remnants, sat with a furrowed brow, staring at his laptop. The screen displayed a message alongside an electronic map. The Taban organization will conduct an arms transaction here in 3 days. Beside the text was an inventory of the equipment involved: Hell cannons, Rhino tanks, armored vehicles, anti-aircraft vehicles, and 500 boxes of ammunition. My goodness, this deal is quite lucrative. Initially, Wahid was hesitant to believe the news. After all, it originated from an unknown email on the dark web with no discernible sender. Yet, a glimmer of unwillingness stirred within him. If this were true, he could certainly exploit the situation. The transaction site was less than 200 kilometers from one of their own strongholds, and with 3 days to prepare, they could devise a solid plan. This way, they could not only seize the equipment, but also give the Taban organization a proper lesson. As this thought crossed his mind, Wahid's eyes gleamed with excitement. Opportunity knocks but once. What is there to fear? Let us do it. With that proclamation, He called for his fellow commanders. After a serious and cautious discussion, the organization promptly set its plans into motion. 3 days later, at the northwestern edge of the Turban Camel Desert, Sinclair, the second-in-command of Panarkanaha, led a battalion to the designated pickup point. Prior to this, he had ordered reconnaissance teams to scout the area in advance. Aside from endless sands and sparse grasses, there was no sign of life. Thus, Sinclair drove straight to the agreed coordinate. The long convoy came to a slow halt, and Sinclair jumped out, surveying his surroundings. How could there possibly be any equipment to collect here? Are we being duped? Go, send a company to search. Following Sinclair's command, a company of soldiers quickly dispersed. Minutes later, they indeed discovered the hidden goods. Ling Yun had successfully orchestrated a scheme where the top figures of the Turban Camel were coerced into relinquishing a cache of weaponry, only to send the delivery coordinates to their sworn enemies. Thus, he merely needed to bide his time. Furthermore, he intended to intensify infiltration into the Southern Military Alliance. In short, anyone daring to provoke them would surely face dire consequences. Sinclair's battalion, after much effort, finally unearthed the buried equipment. But just as they were loading the vehicles for departure, tiny meteors suddenly streaked across the sky. No, those experienced in the battlefield knew these were not meteors, but missiles. They were enemy-launched missiles. Danger! Enemy attack! Sinclair shouted into the radio. However, it was already too late. The missiles descended swiftly, detonating upon impact. Boom, boom, boom. The armored vehicles accompanying Sinclair were obliterated in an instant, followed by the transport trucks. The soldiers were immediately stunned. Why was there an enemy presence in the vast Gobi? They had dispatched scouts before their arrival. The nearest hostile forces were over 100 kilometers away. What was happening? While the soldiers were bewildered, Sinclair was not. He realized he had fallen into an enemy trap. This was clearly a premeditated ambush. Otherwise, the enemy's missiles could not have been so precise. Get to the vehicles. Retreat. Don't just stand there, hurry. Sinclair's mind was clear. Most of his soldiers were from the transport unit, and the security armored platoon had been decimated. Attempting a counterattack would be akin to offering their lives. Thus, fleeing was the optimal choice. But would the enemy allow him that opportunity? Wahid's forces sought a total annihilation. They could not let any word of this reach back. Therefore, they had meticulously prepared for this ambush, mobilizing 2,000 soldiers to establish a comprehensive 3-layered encirclement. Want to escape? Even if you had wings, you would be brought down. It was destined to be an uneven battle. Merely minutes later, Sinclair and his men surrendered in the face of overwhelming odds. Sinclair and his comrades suffered grave injuries and were captured, while the remaining wounded were executed on the spot, leaving fewer than 200 men taken away. The news reached Karnaha at 3 in the morning, instantly robbing him of sleep. Not only had their new equipment been seized, but his top generals had also been captured. This was indeed a significant loss. Consequently, Karnaha sought out Taban that very night, and the two engaged in a lengthy discussion over cigarettes until dawn broke. In the logistics park of eastern Shanghai, Ling Yun had just finished his breakfast when a crisp notification sound emanated from his computer. Was there more news? Lighting a cigarette, he settled at his desk and opened his computer, clicking on the notification. In an instant, a dialog box appeared. There were 3 correspondents. The first was his longtime client Ibrahim, the second was Wahid, the representative of the anti-government organization, and the third was Taban, the official representative of the same group. After a cursory glance at the senders, Ling Yun prepared to respond in order, prioritizing his longtime client first. Ibrahim had written to express his gratitude, mentioning how much he had learned from the book sent by Ling Yun. He had successfully utilized the knowledge gleaned from it to thwart 3 attacks by the Kingfisher. At this point, Ibrahim had been promoted from head of armaments to deputy chief of staff of the military. Thus, he approached Ling Yun with utmost sincerity to express his thanks. After comprehending the essence of Ibrahim's message, Ling Yun smiled and typed back, "My dear deputy chief of staff, you cannot merely express your gratitude with words. How about something substantial? Do visit my establishment more frequently. To celebrate your promotion, I will offer you a buy 2 get 1 free deal, accompanied by a special gift." After sending the message, he waited a while for a response. Eventually, Ibrahim replied, "Mr. Warlord, your generosity is truly remarkable. I shall not indulge in further pleasantries. I simply wish to state that you are now my brother. Supporting each other's businesses is a must. And I will promptly transfer 5 million beautiful coins to you without any conditions. Just fulfill the order as you see fit." Upon reading this message, Ling Yun couldn't help but grin widely. "Brother Ibrahim, rest assured, if you support your brother's business, I will not fall short in my duties. You will be satisfied. Delivery will be at your doorstep in 3 days. I shall provide you with the coordinates then. When Ibrahim received this message, his first reaction was to furrow his brow. What does it mean, brother? I am merely Ibrahim. Complaints aside, Ibrahim still responded with a no while smiling. Once that matter was settled, Ling Yun opened Wahid's message. It was another lengthy note filled with thanks, although Wahid's expressions of gratitude were evidently more fervent than Ibrahim's. The enthusiasm was almost exaggerated. Hadn't he merely given away a batch of equipment? Wait, I mustn't be at a loss here. With that thought, Ling Yun quickly typed, Esteemed Wahid, you are excessively courteous. We share a common enemy, so we have long been friends. Assisting one another is simply what friends do. There is no need for such formality. Moreover, consider this my token of allegiance. I hope we can achieve more collaborative endeavors in the future. In the northern Gobi base of the headscarf-wearing camels, Wahid sat at his computer with a furrowed brow. He gazed at the mysterious reply, a complex expression crossing his face. Truth be told, he hesitated to fully trust the sender until he discerned their identity. After all, his organization had dwindled to fewer than 5,000 members, which could not withstand any further setbacks. Thus, Wahid cautiously replied, Dear friend, I am once again grateful for your assistance. However, until I can ascertain your identity, I find it challenging to engage in deeper collaboration. I hope you understand my concerns, but please believe in my respect and gratitude towards you. The message was swiftly sent, and Ling Yun opened it without surprise, as he had anticipated such a response. Trust between individuals is cultivated through shared experiences. Therefore, he refrained from elaborating further, but provided Wahid with a membership number for the warlord's establishment before concluding their exchange. After addressing Wahid's message, Ling Yun finally clicked on Taban's dialog box. By this time, Taban was already anxiously pulling at his hair. Why hadn't he replied yet? Chapter 71. Seizing the moral high ground. Taban's quick reaction. Zahangala Taban had been unable to sleep upon learning of the ambush on the convoy that evening. He immediately conferred with his close ally Karnaha until dawn. However, after hours of deliberation, they had not reached any conclusions. Currently, they could only suspect that Wahid's organization was behind the incident, yet there were no clues or survivors left at the scene to provide any evidence. Ultimately, Karnaha suggested they consult Warlord Yin for more information, as he was the one who had set the delivery coordinates. Thus, Zahangala promptly sent a message, sending one every 10 minutes for over half an hour before finally halting. Just as Zahangala was about to lose his temper, Warlord Yin replied to him, Good morning. My dear friend, I deeply regret your misfortune. However, I fail to understand why you would question me. According to the rules of the underground, I am merely a victim who paid the ransom and therefore bear no responsibility for events occurring post-delivery. My dearest friend, you wouldn't be seeking to vent your frustrations on me, the victim, would you? Esteemed Zahangala, should this news spread, it could significantly impact your reputation. Ling Yun directly replied with 2 segments of text, leaving Zahangala momentarily speechless. Subsequently, Zahangala inquired further, asking why the delivery point had been placed there. Ling Yun was prepared for this question, explaining that their delivery team had their own methods. It was only by placing the pickup location there that they could effectively evade detection by foreign intelligence. Truth be told, his reasoning was quite sound. Otherwise, how could he explain why the goods had arrived without incident? Thus, Zahangala remained silent for an additional 2 minutes. Ultimately, lacking any evidence, he hastily concluded the conversation with Ling Yun. After the call ended, Ling Yun conceived another idea and turned to open a different computer. At that moment, the screen displayed a virtual space, with hackers from various nations relentlessly attacking and countering one another. After observing for a moment, Ling Yun extracted the line of the Kingfisher faction and discreetly connected it to the official computer of the headscarf-wearing camels. In the official base of the Kingfisher, a dozen hackers were vigorously working at their computers. Suddenly, one of the members, Baisimo, leapt to his feet. I've done it. I've breached the core zone. The last firewall. Success is within reach. Baisimo's exclamation instantly drew the attention of everyone present. The leader, Bo Ec, immediately commanded everyone, cease your tasks and provide full support to Baisimo. We must break through the target's firewall as swiftly as possible. The first person to assist Baisimo in his infiltration shall share in a bounty of 50 million. Upon the utterance of these words by Baisis, a fervor akin to a stimulant surged through the crowd. Consequently, everyone intensified their efforts in the operation. Simultaneously, within the official edifice of the Turban Camel, alarms from the Cybersecurity Division were nearing a crescendo. All network engineers bore expressions of anxiety, their eyes betraying a profound fear. Why? Because if the central computer's firewall were breached, their lives could very well be forfeit. As long as the firewall stood, they stood a chance. If it fell, they would perish. Thus, They were compelled to muster every ounce of their strength to organize a defense. Moments later, Panu Erkin, the head of the cybersecurity department, rushed into the office area with several colleagues. "What is happening? What on earth has transpired?" Panu exclaimed, his voice laced with fury. Shortly thereafter, the on-duty supervisor, Claude, hurried over. "Sir, we are under attack by hackers." Upon hearing this, Panu's expression darkened further. "I am not blind. I can see that. What I wish to know is, who is attacking us? Have you not been able to ascertain that?" The more Panu spoke, the angrier he became, his fists losing their color from the strain. Claude, sensing the urgency, immediately raised his laptop. "We will soon find out." No sooner had he finished speaking than a voice called out from a distance. "We've traced the IP address." As those words were spoken, information synchronized on Claude's computer. Panu snatched the laptop and swiftly began to operate it. Soon, the adversary's IP address magnified on the screen. The Eurasian Hupu. It was indeed the Eurasian Hupu launching an assault against us. Excellent, a splendid adversary. With that proclamation, Panu seated himself, fully prepared to personally command this defensive battle. "Stop standing there foolishly. Find another computer. Everyone must give their utmost. We cannot afford to falter." Claude immediately turned to seek out another computer, joining the fray against the enemy hackers. Regrettably, the comprehensive capabilities of the Turban Camel paled in comparison to those of the Eurasian Hupu. Thus, they succumbed in less than 40 minutes, resulting in a significant leak of classified information. Several secret opportunities targeting the Eurasian Hupu were disclosed. Witnessing this outcome, Panu was left in a state of shock. He had genuinely landed in a grave predicament. Even as the second-in-command of the organization, he could not withstand such a monumental blunder. In that moment, Panu felt as though the world around him had turned frigid. In the Middle East, the Eurasian Hupu's cybersecurity chief, Heslet, entered the chief's office, beaming with satisfaction, clutching meticulously arranged documents. Approximately 2 hours later, both the Turban Camel and the Eurasian Hupu responded in kind. The Turban Camel's Taban acted first, commanding the official spokesperson to convene a press conference. At the event, the spokesperson addressed the Eurasian Hupu, warning that should they dare to continue their assault on the Lebanese Dove, the Turban Camel would provide passage to the Persian Lion Army, sending their warriors to the southern regions of the Lebanese Dove to fight alongside the Pearl Party brothers and liberate the Bail Sheep area. It became evident that the relationship between the Taban forces and the Eurasian Hupu had long been irreconcilable. Previously, the Taban officials had expressed a willingness to establish relations with all nations, including the Eagle's Sauce, with the sole exception of the Eurasian Hupu. Taban had even declared that had the distance between the two nations not been so great, they would have engaged the Eurasian Hupu when it invaded the Sand City. A collaborative relationship had existed between the Taban forces and the Pearl Party for quite some time. The Taban had openly stated their willingness to provide assistance and necessary military support in the conflict between the Lebanese Dove and the Eurasian Hupu. This collaboration was, in fact, a component of the Shiite Al-Ansari alliance. Thus, the Taban seized the opportunity presented by the leak of classified information to claim the moral high ground, announcing a joint offensive against the Eurasian Hupu alongside the Hashemite, Houthi forces, and the Pearl Party. One must concede that Taban possessed considerable strategic acumen. However, he was unaware that the Eurasian Hupu was not a soft target. Chapter 72, The New Heavy Armored Camp, an unfathomable display of firepower. Under Ling Yun's orchestrated guidance, the Eurasian Hupu unearthed various clandestine plans devised by the Turban Camel against them. Realizing that their secrets had been exposed, Taban swiftly took to claiming the moral high ground. Under the pretense of supporting the Lebanese Dove, he was the first to issue condemnations and threats against the Eurasian Hupu. Backed by the formidable Eagle Sauce, the Eurasian Hupu certainly did not regard Taban with any seriousness. In their eyes, the Taban forces and the Houthi were merely brigands and bandits. Thus, the response from the Eurasian Hupu was straightforward: bomb them. Consequently, bombers and missiles from the Eurasian Hupu began to frequent the Turban Camel's territories. The Taban forces were officially drawn into the Middle Eastern conflict, leaving them with little energy to attend to other matters. Moreover, they found themselves pleading with the war god Cloud for weaponry and equipment. After all, it was only within this realm that arms were both affordable and effective. However, the response from the other side was less than enthusiastic, consistently citing a shortage of funds and heavy equipment. Of course, handguns, grenades, rifles, and submachine guns were abundantly available. Yet, procuring these items was of little use to the Taban organization. Presently, their urgent need lay in anti-aircraft weaponry and means of retaliation. Thus, the war god Cloud left little positive impression on the Taban. Fortunately, at a critical moment, the Southern Military Alliance came to their aid. The Style Forces, stationed in the southwestern city of Lanchi, suddenly announced that they had established a military factory and were diligently developing various anti-aircraft equipment and weaponry. Upon hearing this news, the Taban hierarchy quickly approved a funding allocation of 1 million beautiful coins. While this sum was not substantial, it could address some issues. In truth, the Style did not particularly need this amount either. At this time, the Style heavy armored camp was no longer what it once was. All mid-level officers under Style had been compelled to undergo a collective reshuffling within a fortnight. Those now wielding power were all aligned with Ling Yun. Style himself was not a particularly ambitious individual. Otherwise, he would not have remained merely a camp commander despite commanding a heavy armored unit. Style was exceedingly avaricious, his goal being to indulge in the extravagances of life. Thus, prior to this, he had been amassing wealth in Lanchi City with fervor. Ling Yun capitalized on this trait to remotely direct Ling Yun and others in their actions. First, they discreetly eliminated the confidant of the opposing side, rendering Style a mere figurehead. Subsequently, they offered him an irresistible sum. The moment Style laid eyes on the money, he cast aside all concerns. Ling Yun, under the guise of the war god Cloud, assured him that he need only make an appearance at critical moments. During all other times, he could enjoy a splendid life abroad. Style was a man of remarkable insight. Thus, he readily acquiesced to the terms proposed. Consequently, after Style personally reported to Taban and unexpectedly received approval for 1 million beautiful coins that very night, he was discreetly arranged by Ling Yun to fly to Europe. Additionally, the 1 million beautiful coins from Taban were generously bestowed upon him by Ling Yun. Henceforth, Style embarked on the life he had always yearned for, filled with opulence and indulgence. Remaining in Lanchi City to oversee affairs in his stead was Willard. Previously, he had merely been a small squad leader under Style, but was abruptly promoted to the rank of deputy camp commander by Ling Yun. In reality, he was nothing more than a puppet left behind in the military. Currently, the true power within the heavy armored battalion rests with Ling Yun. Upon assuming control, he swiftly enacted 3 significant reforms. Firstly, he expelled or executed a number of veteran rascals, whose heinous crimes rendered them a perpetual threat. Consequently, Ling Yun commanded Willard to publicly execute this group, establishing authority and garnering public support, especially since Jilin City serves as their stronghold. Secondly, the military initiated a recruitment drive for new soldiers and secretly expanded its units by restructuring the battalion into companies and platoons. The original heavy armored battalion was organized under a triadic structure, comprising 3 companies, each containing 3 platoons. The battalion's equipment included reconnaissance platoons, heavy mortar platoons, communication platoons, support platoons, medical platoons, maintenance platoons, and cooking sub-platoons. The battalion was equipped with 58 tanks, 6 combat vehicles, 11 armored personnel carriers, 6 mortars, 8 track command vehicles, 7 track recovery vehicles, 14 grenade launchers, 6 heavy machine guns, 7 portable light machine guns, 14 submachine guns, 238 rifles, and 321 handguns, totaling 552 personnel. Now, under Ling Yun's directive, a single company has expanded to 11 platoons, increasing its total strength to over 600 soldiers. Hence, the current company leader is equivalent to the former battalion commander, while the battalion commander has assumed the role of a regiment commander. In simpler terms, although the heavy armored battalion still retains its battalion designation, its actual strength exceeds 500 personnel, meeting the standards of an independent regiment. This formidable force has emerged as a significant presence in the Middle East, one that cannot be overlooked. This transformation unfolded quietly, unbeknownst to the upper echelons of the Tabaran armed forces, who were entirely unaware of the emergence of such a unit. It is noteworthy that only a powerhouse like Shenshi Yun, originating from arms trading, could orchestrate such a rapid expansion. The new heavy armored battalion now possesses 158 tanks, 26 combat vehicles, 34 armored personnel carriers, 46 mortars, 18 track command vehicles, 37 track recovery vehicles, 114 grenade launchers, 56 heavy machine guns, 67 portable light machine guns, 733 submachine guns, 422 rifles, and 310 handguns, totaling 574 personnel. Additionally, the reconnaissance, heavy mortar, communication, support, medical, maintenance, and cooking platoons have all been increased to 3 each. This configuration is not only unparalleled in the Middle East, but also stands as a formidable force even in the Western world. Currently, Lanchi City boasts an intimidating firepower. Any unwarranted disturbances will be swiftly quelled. With substantial financial backing, the treatment of the battalion's soldiers surpasses that of other allied forces, and their individual equipment is increasingly aligning with that of major powers. It is fair to say that the heavy armored battalion has undergone a remarkable transformation. As for the third reform, further elaboration will be reserved for later discussion. The handling of the heavy armored battalion occupied the attention of Ling Yun, Ling Yun, and their team for nearly 2 months. During this time, Yao Qianqian and Zhang Youxin successfully completed the logistics for overseas transportation, with 2 cargo ships of 100,000 tons, each setting sail for the Middle East. Prior to this, Ling Yun had coordinated with the Houthi armed forces and Huaxia, both of whom assured the safety of the vessels in the region. While Ling Yun was adeptly navigating both the underworld and legitimate channels, the National Security Bureau and the Central Military District finally established a cooperative liaison. In the conference room on the 5th floor of the Central Military District headquarters in Nanshu, Mi Shu and 3 others, representing the National Security Bureau, presented a detailed report to the military representatives. Song Xiuqing, Song Xia, and others attentively listened to the report, gaining a deeper understanding of Ling Yun and his enterprise. After 2 hours of discussion, Song Xiuqing proposed a brief recess of 15 minutes. As the meeting adjourned, the representatives stood to stretch. Song Xia, being the niece of Song Xiuqing, approached him immediately after. "Uncle, what are your thoughts now?" she whispered. Noticing her approach, Song Xiuqing furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "You girl, do you have no sense of discretion? This is not the place for such discussions. Come with me to the adjoining room." Chapter 73. Timely arrival sparks explosive growth and resentment in the rest area on the 5th floor of the Central Military District headquarters. Song Xiuqing and his niece, Song Xia, entered the room to converse privately. As soon as Song Xia turned to close the door, Song Xiuqing began inquiring, "Xia, how well do you know Ling Yun?" Song Xia furrowed her brow slightly and replied, "I don't know much, but I can tell you he is a person who loves his country." After a few seconds of contemplation, she found the right words. Song Xiuqing chuckled at her response. "Oh, a person who loves his country? That evaluation surprises me. What leads you to that conclusion?" Song Xia stepped forward and replied, "Uncle, you must have heard about it. A few days ago, during the industrial inspection, we acquired quite a few valuable assets from private enterprises. Among them, the most militarily significant is Ling Yun's Scorpio drone." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and an indescribable joy spread across her face. "Uncle, you have no idea. Ling Yun is a genius. The strategic drone that our military academy struggled to develop for 5 years was actually created by him. If we hadn't discovered it in time, they might have started mass production for the market. At that point, maintaining secrecy would have been challenging. Thankfully, I acted quickly to avert a crisis." As Song Xia continued to exaggerate, Song Xiuqing couldn't help but laugh. He raised his hand to pause her. All right, I get the general idea. Now, let me ask you, have you completed the background checks?" Song Xia, upon hearing this, quickly composed herself and replied, "Yes, we did. Ling Yun has been an honest and diligent person from elementary school through college. After graduating, he joined a joint venture in a technical role, later transitioning to sales, but was laid off due to age. Afterward, he worked as a food delivery person for a year and recently earned his first significant profit through the gas cylinder trade in the Middle East. Then he invested in the development of the Scorpio drone, aiming to enter the new technology logistics sector. Unfortunately, just as his second venture was beginning, we inadvertently intercepted it." As she spoke, Song Xia couldn't help but chuckle again. Song Xiuqing nodded slowly, reassured by his niece's diligence. It was clear that what she stated was largely factual. "In that case, please provide a response to the National Security Bureau shortly. Ling Yun's affairs will be handed over to the Ministry of National Defense's United Front Department. Let them focus on their work. There's no need to waste law enforcement resources here." Upon hearing this, Song Xia playfully pouted, "Uncle, can you really make such a significant decision?" Song Xiuqing glanced at her and retorted, "If I cannot, can your father not? If that's the case, why not just call your husband? Regardless, this is the situation, and my capacity to act is limited." With that, he turned and walked away with a smile. Song Xia, in a huff, stamped her foot in frustration. "Uncle San, this is quite unreasonable. I want to be the one to confront him. You should handle it. Do you still want me to return home for the new year? You know my father's temperament all too well, don't you?" "Uncle San, please hold on." After Song's uncle and nephew exited the conference room, the joint meeting resumed shortly thereafter. This session progressed swiftly, concluding in merely an hour. The representatives from the National Security Bureau, including Mi Shu, wore increasingly grim expressions. As soon as Mi Shu entered her vehicle, She called her father's secretary. Hello. Is that you, Uncle Sue? My father isn't in a meeting, is he? Just fallen asleep? Then wake him up. Fine, but you must advocate for me. The military is being excessively oppressive. Mishu then recounted the earlier events to Secretary Sue, who simply chuckled and told her to have the other party await his call. With that, Mishu hung up, relishing the situation. Humph, you can't escape my grasp. The others present immediately grasped the underlying implications of her words. This time, the military would likely have to concede some ground. While the National Security Bureau and the military engaged in a protracted debate regarding Ling Yun, the individual at the center of it all remained blissfully oblivious, preoccupied with his own endeavors. As he focused on the rearmament of the battalion and maritime transport, the punctual delivery platform suddenly surged in popularity. In less than 3 months, the number of delivery personnel on the platform skyrocketed from under 100 to 440. Riders from other platforms, such as Hungary and Matewan, began to defect in droves, leading to significant staffing shortages at those companies. Consequently, both platforms faced a barrage of complaints due to the lack of delivery personnel. A substantial number of users subsequently transitioned to the punctual delivery app. Merchants, ever astute, swiftly shifted their allegiance to the punctual delivery platform upon recognizing the trend. Within 3 months, the food delivery industry in the Donghu region had evolved into a competitive triad. Daily, numerous delivery riders switched to the punctual platform. Thus, it was not merely the users choosing punctual delivery. Rather, it was the riders compelling a multitude of users to adopt it. How did such a peculiar situation arise? To understand this, we must examine the fundamental issues at play. Taking Matewan, the platform with the highest user engagement, as an example, their riders earn an average of approximately 36.5 yuan per order. Full-time riders typically earn between 3,000 to 5,000 yuan monthly, with exceptional riders reaching up to 11,000 to 13,000 yuan. Regarding merchant partnerships, Matewan's official fee structure excludes promotional subsidies for merchants. For most establishments, the platform's fees range between 18 to 28, with the overall commission generally falling between 25 to 60. Therefore, the commission per delivery amounts to 24 of the original price plus packaging fees, with a comprehensive rate of 31 to 45, and for self-delivery, the commission stands at 8, with a comprehensive rate of 26 to 40. Consequently, a bowl of noodles priced at 10 yuan in a physical store would cost approximately 17 yuan for delivery, inclusive of delivery fees, which still incur a commission for the riders, resulting in expenses considerably exceeding in-store prices. This peculiar scenario has led to a situation where users are not saving money, merchants are not profiting, and riders are receiving low earnings. The destination of this money is evident. However, the punctual delivery platform has made an unusual decision to engage in a loss-leading strategy. They stipulated in their contracts that their riders' average earnings per order would not fall below 55 yuan. What does this imply? Those unfamiliar with the delivery industry may not fully comprehend. To illustrate, punctual delivery sets its platform fees at approximately 51 with a comprehensive commission rate between 12 to 18, capped at a maximum of 20. Each order incurs a commission of 10 of the original price plus packaging fees, with a comprehensive rate of 10 to 18. And for self-delivery, the commission is set at 3, with a comprehensive rate of 8. Thus, in Donghu, those delivery riders who do not switch platforms are likely lacking in financial acumen. However, such practices significantly undermine the fundamental interests of other companies in the industry. Consequently, a retaliatory campaign against punctual delivery is rapidly being formulated. Chapter 74, The Unresolvable Sun Conspiracy. The conscience mechanism triumphs over all in recent times. Ling Yun's attention has been wholly absorbed by matters in the Middle East, while Zhang Youxin and Yao Qianqian have been preoccupied with overseas transportation. Thus, the situation regarding punctual delivery was left entirely in the hands of Wang Xiaoqiang. Little did anyone anticipate that while he might falter in various endeavors, he would excel remarkably in the realm of food delivery. Within just 3 months, he had nearly depleted the rider pool of competing platforms. The current popularity of punctual delivery rivals that of Matewan's initial launch. The primary distinction between the two is that punctual delivery has not implemented any money-losing promotional activities. Instead, they have merely reduced merchant commissions while enhancing rider incentives. Essentially, they have reallocated profits. Ling Yun, Wang Xiaoqiang, and others do not expect to generate substantial profits from the delivery service. Therefore, their operational philosophy is simply to avoid losses and achieve modest gains. Consequently, they have allocated more benefits to both the merchants and riders. With reduced operating costs, merchants can afford to offer greater discounts to customers. After all, only businesses that provide quality products at reasonable prices can attract more patrons. Additionally, as riders' earnings increase, they are naturally motivated to deliver more and earn more. Moreover, Wang Xiaoqiang introduced a new mechanism, the compensation system for negative reviews. If a delivery rider receives 3 negative reviews, the platform does not impose any penalties. Any resulting order cancellations are covered by the platform. However, the rider will receive a warning, and this leniency applies only for 3 instances. If the same rider receives 3 complaints in succession, it cannot be attributed to mere customer malice. Yet, at this juncture, the platform continues to refrain from penalizing the rider. Instead, the rider will face a 30-minute suspension from receiving orders. During this time, the suspended rider must complete a questionnaire consisting of 50 questions, which can be completed in approximately 5 or 6 minutes. The first 10 questions are thought-provoking, asking the rider what drives their efforts. Questions 11 to 40 pertain to civility, delivery protocols, and other standards. Finally, questions 41 to 50 focus on corrective actions and self-improvement options. Each question is worth 2 points, with a total score of 100. A score exceeding 80 is considered passing. Those who pass the questionnaire will have their order suspension lifted after the 30-minute period. If they fail, they must wait until they pass to resume their delivery tasks. Each rider can trigger the suspension mechanism a maximum of 3 times in a single day. The first suspension lasts 30 minutes, the second 1 hour, and the third 2.5 hours. If a rider triggers the suspension mechanism 3 times within 24 hours, they will be barred from receiving orders for the remainder of the day. Should a rider fail to receive orders for 2 consecutive days, they will be required to take a mandatory week-long break. Indeed, punctual delivery has no punitive mechanisms in place. This is because Ling Yun and his associates firmly believe that the platform has no right to impose fines. Delivery riders earn their living through their labor. Even if mistakes occur, it should not undermine their hard work. Thus, the greatest strength of punctual delivery lies in its absence of a penalty system. However, the platform does retain the right to cease collaboration with riders. Punctual delivery offers the potential for high earnings, but riders must adhere to the platform's regulations and fulfill their obligations. Should they fail to cooperate or comply with the established rules, punctual delivery reserves the right to terminate their partnership. After all, employment is a mutual choice. If one finds the company unsatisfactory, they may leave, and the company may likewise choose to part ways. At the outset, some delivery riders expressed concerns that the absence of a penalty system would lead to a decline in work ethic and a deterioration in attitude, with the potential for disputes with customers. Upon receiving complaints, the platform would proactively compensate the customers and issue warnings to the riders. Those who accepted the warnings often recognized their mistakes and quickly resumed earning. However, there were also stubborn individuals who refused to comply with the platform's management, continuing to act recklessly. Such riders face termination of their partnership with the platform for their defiance. In this era, some individuals are inflexible, unwilling to compromise with financial incentives. Consequently, these individuals were swiftly dismissed, losing their opportunity to earn with the platform. Nevertheless, the vast majority remained committed to their work, recognizing the value of financial gain. The principle of survival of the fittest is ever present, and the process of weeding out the unfit takes time. Furthermore, when those poor-performing riders witnessed the earnings of their more successful counterparts, they were filled with regret. Is it not enticing to earn over $10,000 a month? It is rumored that the top performer on the platform set a record with a monthly income of $30,000. Even those ranked in the top 10 consistently earned no less than $20,000 a month. What does this signify? Even ordinary riders were astonished. This platform truly excels. As long as one dedicates oneself to hard work, their earnings will follow. Consequently, an increasing number of riders sought to switch platforms. Competing services like Meituan and Me were on the brink of facing a shortage of available riders. In the headquarters of Meituan's East Shanghai branch, the general manager's office, Dong Weiqi stared at the data on his computer, feeling utterly dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? Where have all the riders gone? The company's riders seemed to have collectively gone offline. At this moment, Dong Weiqi had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation, as he typically did not concern himself with the company's operations. Thus, he promptly picked up the office phone. "Hello, Xiaotong. You need to come to my office immediately. The board just called and scolded me. I require an explanation, so get here at once." The person he called was Fu Xiaotong, the operations director of Meituan's East Shanghai branch. Whenever Dong Weiqi was absent or not working, Fu Xiaotong was fully responsible for the company's operations. Approximately 5 minutes later, Fu Xiaotong hurried into the general manager's office. Prior to this, She had been conducting a meeting with department heads, but unexpectedly found herself called in for a reprimand midway through. Gently knocking, she stepped into the office. Dong Weiqi immediately darkened his expression upon seeing her. What is going on with the platform? In less than 3 months, they have poached 70 of our riders. Do you understand the implications of this, Fu Xiaotong? Fu Xiaotong was acutely aware of the seriousness of the situation and had been devising strategies to address it. However, the current circumstances appeared to be an insurmountable dilemma. Unless Meituan altered its policies, it would be nearly impossible to compete effectively. Additionally, Dong Weiqi had failed to mention another critical point. The rival platform was not only stealing riders, but also merchants. Currently, 40 merchants in East Shanghai had chosen to terminate their partnerships with Meituan, all of whom had migrated to the competitor. Moreover, Fu Xiaotong discovered that the merchants from Me were also collectively fleeing. The situation was far more dire than Dong Weiqi realized. Yet, he remained oblivious, merely shouting at her. Nevertheless, Fu Xiaotong was still willing to assist in strategizing solutions. Director Dong, I have already gathered detailed information on the situation, and I have formulated preliminary counter-strategies. Chapter 75. The Rivals Counterattack. 3 Smooth Combos. Dong Weiqi, the general manager of Meituan's East Shanghai branch, had received a stern reprimand from the headquarters board. Thus, he was compelled to devise a strategy in a short time frame. Fortunately, he had a capable subordinate, and as long as she was present, he could rest easy. Indeed, upon being summoned to the office, Fu Xiaotong swiftly presented her countermeasures. First, they would revert to their old tactics, distributing a large quantity of coupons in the form of substantial subsidies to win back customers. After all, the inherent flaw of consumers is their tendency to remember benefits while forgetting penalties. As long as the discounts were significant enough, they would inevitably attract a steady stream of returning customers. After all, these coupons could merely be adjusted in the back end. Meituan would not be foolish enough to expend real money. Ultimately, it would be the merchants who would foot the bill. Thus, Meituan consistently employed this strategy to tackle challenges, yielding successful results time and again. Secondly, the legal department would file complaints and lawsuits against the competitor, accusing them of unfair competition and disrupting market order. After all, when one seeks to impose charges, there are often no shortage of reasons, and some leaders in the relevant departments were even their old acquaintances. Hence, in matters of discretion, they would likely favor Meituan. In this manner, the rival platform would soon find itself in dire straits. Lastly, the public relations department would recruit several riders dismissed by the competitor, providing them with a script to perform and leveraging online public sentiment to tarnish the competitor's reputation. With this series of tactics, the rival platform would likely struggle to recover in the short term. As the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When the wall collapses, the crowd pushes. Once Meituan takes action, other platforms like Me would certainly not stand idly by. At that point, they might not even need to intervene. The rival delivery service would be utterly overwhelmed by the turmoil. After Fu Xiaotong detailed her strategies, Dong Weiqi displayed a hint of satisfaction. Excellent, truly excellent. I have always said you are my lucky charm. Once this matter is resolved, I will consider promoting you to vice president. Keep up the good work. I have great faith in you. Dong Weiqi habitually painted a rosy picture for Fu Xiaotong. Naturally, she did not place much faith in his empty promises. After all, she had experienced the same empty promises many times before. This man did not even bother to change his tune. Did he really think she was a fool? Fu Xiaotong no longer hoped for a promotion or raise. She merely wished to retain her current position. The business environment was not particularly favorable, with many large companies strategically laying off employees to enhance efficiency. Thus, Fu Xiaotong sought to prove her value, hoping not to be included on the list of potential layoffs. After leaving the general manager's office, Fu Xiaotong immediately began organizing her team to take action. In a short span, her series of strategies began to unfold. Within a few days, the rival platform was left in disarray. Yet, despite these challenges, their business remained as robust as ever. However, the management was beginning to lose sleep over the situation. In the office of the rival platform's general manager, Ling Yun, Zhang Youxin, and Wang Xiaoqiang gathered, drinking and chatting. Ling Yun popped 2 peanuts into his mouth and lamented. I knew business warfare could be ruthless, but I never anticipated they would be so shameless. The notice of punishment from the Market Regulatory Bureau and the court summons arrived on the same day. Are these officials unwilling to even pretend to investigate first? I am truly at a loss. Come, let us drink. Zhang Youxin and Wang Xiaoqiang exchanged wry smiles and took large gulps from their beers. After setting down their cans, Zhang Youxin turned to Ling Yun and spoke. The Persian Lion warlords and the Taban forces do not intimidate us. What fear do we have of the Americans? Are they truly concerned about those who deliver their meals? They have nothing to fear. Without the backing of their leaders, they are merely a troop of clowns. Thus, when we strike, we must strike at their weakest point. Upon hearing this, Ling Yun turned to his companion and smiled, saying, "So, you already have a countermeasure in mind?" Zhang Yoxin nodded with a grin. "Our Scorpios must not be given away for free. Since the military is inclined to support us, why not grant them the opportunity? This is a time when true loyalty emerges in adversity. I am confident they will not turn a blind eye." Wang Xiaoqiang, however, furrowed his brow and questioned, "Is that even feasible? Can the troops truly intervene in this matter? Surely they won't deploy soldiers to demolish the headquarters of the Americans?" As soon as he uttered these words, both Ling Yun and Zhang Yoxin burst into laughter. The young man's imagination was indeed expansive, often bordering on the absurd. Subsequently, the three of them raised their beers and shared a toast. Ling Yun then gently patted old Zhang on the shoulder, saying, "You too shall handle the business affairs. I have other matters to attend to. I appreciate your hard work, brothers." With that, he downed his beer in one go. Zhang Yoxin and Wang Xiaoqiang could only chuckle foolishly in response. After placing his beer can down, Ling Yun stood up and departed the office. Wang Xiaoqiang ran after him for a short distance before hastily returning to the office, asking, "Brother Zhang, what should we do about this? Are we really going to let them ride on our backs? Should I bring a few brothers over tonight?" Before he could finish, Zhang Yoxin lightly flicked him on the forehead. "What era are we in? Fighting and killing? Didn't I just say to strike at their weakest point? Let me devise a plan. First, we must dismantle their protection before considering the rest." Seeing his confidence, Wang Xiaoqiang felt reassured. The two then huddled together and began to whisper their schemes. Meanwhile, Ling Yun strolled leisurely out of the building, preparing to hail a taxi at the roadside. Suddenly, a van came to a slow stop before him. Before Ling Yun could react, two individuals from the vehicle yanked him inside. The van then sped away. Half an hour later, in an unfinished building in the northern suburbs of Donghu, two battery-powered lights illuminated the space where Dong Weiqi sat on a folding chair, fiddling with his phone. Shortly thereafter, Ling Yun was shoved forward by four burly men. As soon as he arrived, Dong Weiqi put away his phone and stood up, asking, "Are you Ling Yun, the boss of Zunshida?" Ling Yun, feeling a bit numb after being restrained in the vehicle, stretched his limbs and replied, "Yes, that's me. Who are you, and what do you want?" His tone was assertive, showing no signs of fear despite being kidnapped. This demeanor irked Dong Weiqi's henchmen, prompting one to swing a steel rod at Ling Yun's leg. "How dare you speak to my boss like that?" Chapter 76. No conflict can't be resolved with a gun. Dong Weiqi, the general manager of the Donghu branch of Meidon, made the gravest error in judgment. After getting drunk, he had Ling Yun forcibly brought to him. Had he followed the strategy suggested by Fu Xiantong, Ling Yun and his associates might have restrained their tempers and engaged in some playful banter. Instead, he resorted to underhanded tactics and intimidation, for which he could not blame Ling Yun. Dong Weiqi had no idea what Ling Yun and his companions were capable of. With a loud bang, the man who attempted to discipline Ling Yun was shot in the arm by a Glock G17. The remaining individuals were instantly paralyzed with fear, standing frozen in place. In that critical moment, Ling Yun had exchanged for a handgun from the system. The Glock G17, known as the King of Special Forces, is equipped with 9mm parabellum ammunition, with a magazine capacity of 17 rounds and an effective range of 50 meters. Moreover, the entire Glock series of handguns eschews the traditional exposed hammer design, providing a smooth rear end, enhancing safety and facilitating a quick draw. Therefore, when Ling Yun sensed the threat, he swiftly obtained the firearm. Although the direct exchange for items from the system was far from economical, circumstances dictated that he could not dwell on such matters. Had he not acted, he would have been the one lying on the ground. Dong Weiqi was the epitome of a privileged heir, having risen to his position solely through familial connections. His subordinates were merely sycophants and lackeys. Thus, when faced with a life-and-death crisis, none of them could be relied upon. As Ling Yun incapacitated one of them, the others began to waver. As he aimed his gun at Dong Weiqi, they all turned and fled, scattering like startled prey. The individual with the injured arm ran the fastest, terrified that Ling Yun might take offense and shoot him next. At that moment, Dong Weiqi was half sobered by fear. He never expected that the person he sought to intimidate would turn out to be such a ruthless character. "Brother, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. My subordinates acted on their own. I never intended to harm you." As he spoke, Dong Weiqi obediently knelt down. In the face of the gun, one must bow their head. At that moment, he would have complied with any demand, even the most humiliating, for the sake of survival. Now, He regretted his previous bravado of pretending to be a tough guy. Ling Yun paid no heed to the fleeing lackeys. They were not worth his concern, nor would they dare to report him. Instead, he pressed the gun to Dong Weiqi's forehead and demanded, "Now, tell me, who are you? Why have you brought me here today?" Dong Weiqi immediately began to smile nervously, explaining, "It's nothing. I just want to plead with you for a chance at survival. Our Meidun is on the brink of collapse due to your Zunshida. No matter how brilliant Xia Tong's plan is, it cannot resolve our immediate crisis. Our platform's delivery personnel are now reduced to a handful of the elderly and infirm, and our delivery capacity is nearly paralyzed." At this point, Dong Weiqi stole a glance at Ling Yun before continuing. "So, can you grant us a chance to survive? We have hundreds of employees to support." Hearing this, Ling Yun frowned slightly. He wasn't softening his stance. Rather, he was taken aback that such a prominent delivery platform could be brought to its knees so easily. No, this was utterly implausible. The young man was undoubtedly exaggerating, especially since he was kneeling before the barrel of a gun. With this thought, Ling Yun holstered his weapon and addressed him. "I will grant you a chance at life. Whether you can seize it is entirely up to you." Dong Weiqi immediately bowed his head in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, brother. I will cherish this opportunity. As long as you spare my life, I will be sure to repay you. I am yours to command. Truly, I can be flexible." Upon hearing this, Ling Yun kicked him, sending Dong Weiqi sprawling to the ground. Yet, the audacious man still managed to grin and say, "Thank you for your kindness, brother. To be hit is to be loved. I can feel your affection." At this moment, Ling Yun was feeling rather overwhelmed. He raised his gun once more, directing it toward his adversary, cursing, "If you continue to create trouble, I will not hesitate to end you." Upon hearing this, Dong Weiqi immediately fell silent. Ling Yun fixed his gaze on him for a moment before lowering his firearm, declaring, "I will ask, and you shall answer. Respond correctly, and I shall spare your life." Dong Weiqi nodded vigorously in agreement. Observing this, Ling Yun casually lit a cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke before continuing. "What is your name and what position do you hold at Meidun?" Dong Weiqi promptly replied, "My name is Dong Weiqi, and I am the general manager of Meidun's Donghu branch. Male, interested in both genders, age 23, weight 140. Before he could finish, Ling Yun delivered a swift kick to him. After dealing with Dong, Ling Yun recalled a pertinent question. "You share the surname Dong? What is your relation to Dong Jiamin, the chairman of Meidun Group?" Dong Weiqi's eyes lit up as he scrambled to his feet, grinning. "He is my father. I am the third child, with two older sisters. My eldest sister, Dong Zimei, is the financial and operations director at Meidun Group. My second sister is even more impressive. She is the popular actress, Dong Zishan, known for portraying a wealthy second-generation star in films." Despite Dong Weiqi's enthusiasm, Ling Yun was not particularly interested in his sisters. Even though he had heard they were both stunningly beautiful, his focus was on expanding the reach of his own company, Zunshida, which was currently confined to the takeout market in Donghu. Their users, delivery personnel, merchants, and growth prospects were all limited to this urban area. In contrast, Meidun Group operated as a near monopoly, with branches and subsidiaries across the nation and even throughout half of Asia. Thus, even if they managed to overcome Meidun and Donghu, it was hardly a cause for celebration or pride. With Meidun's capabilities, they could easily retaliate and contest Zunshida's existence. However, Ling Yun was not inclined to squander energy on this industry. Therefore, he contemplated how to resolve the situation thoroughly, perhaps through a mutually beneficial cooperative strategy. After all, in this world, all pursuits revolve around profit. As long as the offered benefits are sufficiently enticing, he believed the other party would certainly be swayed. Consequently, Ling Yun approached Dong Weiqi, asserting, "All right, your life is spared. Let us converse in a different location. I believe we can assist one another." Upon hearing this, Dong Weiqi felt a tightening sensation of dread. Could it be that he could not escape his fate after all? In the Donghu, within the luxurious Xianjing Club, in the extravagant 888 private room, tables were laden with 28 sets of black spades surrounded by a circle of tall, beautiful women. Ling Yun sat on a leather sofa at a distance, wearing a perplexed expression as he observed the scene. "What is the meaning of this?" he inquired. Dong Weiqi hurriedly stepped forward to explain. "Big brother, please choose. If you find any to your liking, you can keep them all. Just spare my life. To be honest, I have hemorrhoids." He whispered these words, fearful of being overheard. Yet, Ling Yun's brow furrowed in confusion. What does having hemorrhoids have to do with anything? "Do you want me to use a Glock G17 to remove them? If you have hemorrhoids, go to the hospital. What use is it to tell me?" After venting his frustrations, Ling Yun waved his hand. "Send them all out. Just keep one." Hearing this, Dong Weiqi felt a surge of panic. This was it. He truly could not preserve his innocence. Should he call for help? But he was armed. By the time the police arrived, he might only be left as a corpse. He decided to endure the situation. After all, what era was this? He needed to be more open-minded. Consequently, Dong Weiqi turned to the women and waved. You all can leave. If needed, I will call for you. The women bowed collectively and exited the room. Once they were gone, Dong Weiqi took a large swig from a bottle of black spade A. Then, he set the bottle down and began to unfasten his belt, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. Witnessing this, Ling Yun immediately raised his gun. Cough, cough, cough. Don't misunderstand. This is a real gun, he said, slowly lifting the Glock G17. Upon seeing the dark muzzle, Dong Weiqi burst into tears. Brother, can you not play around like this? I truly cannot bear it. Please, spare me. With that, Dong Weiqi knelt down. Ling Yun was momentarily taken aback by the scene. What was happening? What went on in the minds of these wealthy second-generation individuals? Was he struggling to keep pace with their thought processes? All he wanted was to extract some intelligence and explore a partnership with their family. Why was this fellow suddenly undressing and kneeling in tears? Was he mistaking him for a murderer? Realizing this, Ling Yun hastily holstered his firearm and approached, feigning kindness. Please, get up and let us talk. No need to remove your trousers. Can't we discuss matters properly? Why are your legs so weak? Can you stand straight? During their exchange, Dong Weiqi had already collapsed onto the sofa, inadvertently pulling Ling Yun down with him. At that moment, the door to the 888 room was forcefully kicked open. Four burly men in black suits rushed in, already prepared for a fight. However, upon entering and assessing the situation, they froze in place. What the hell? Why are these two embracing? And why is the third young master not wearing pants? They were bewildered by the chaotic scene. Before they could comprehend what was happening, a clear female voice rang out from outside. Regardless of who you are or what forces you have behind you, release my brother, and we can discuss the rest. As she spoke, a stunning woman with a curvaceous figure and fair skin entered the room, carrying a handbag. Yet, upon witnessing the scene before her, her beautiful face turned ashen. She had anticipated a fierce confrontation, but could never have imagined such a scandalous sight. What was happening? That scoundrel had clearly been enamored with women just last month. How had everything changed so abruptly? The transformation was quite literal. Hearing the woman's voice, Dong Weiqi froze momentarily. Then, he peeked out from under Ling Yun, spotting her at the doorway. Upon seeing her, his heart, already burdened, could no longer bear the strain. Sister, you finally arrived. It turned out that not all of Dong Weiqi's followers were ungrateful. Two of them had called the Dong family after fleeing the scene. Dong Zimei happened to be attending a charity gala in Sioux City at that moment. Upon receiving the call, she immediately took a helicopter to the location. Due to the urgency, she had brought only 4 bodyguards with her. She had considered that the situation might be challenging, but she had never anticipated it would devolve into such chaos. After hesitating for several seconds, Dong Zimei ordered her bodyguards out and turned to Dong Weiqi with a look of exasperation, as if saying, how could you let things get this far? Pray tell, what on earth is happening? What is the situation with this middle-aged man? Your associate mentioned he possesses a firearm. I initially presumed it to be a genuine weapon. It turns out, it was merely a euphemism. Upon hearing this, Ling Yun's mind went blank. I do indeed have a gun, tucked away in my pocket. Is this woman truly so audacious? Is she unperturbed by firearms? Evidently, the offspring of affluent families possess a certain audacity, at least far superior to this current imbecile. With this thought, Ling Yun gradually rose and seated himself on a nearby sofa. Dong Weiqi, upon witnessing this, hastily donned his trousers, then scurried away like a quail. Are you the sister? How should I address you? Ling Yun's original statement was, you are Dong Weiqi's sister. However, in his utterance, he omitted a name, thus altering the essence of his words. Indeed, Dong Zimei's countenance immediately reflected disdain as she directed her gaze towards Ling Yun, exclaiming, spare me the pleasantries. I do not acknowledge your relationship. As she spoke, she produced a checkbook, inquiring, how much would it take for you to let him go? Come now, name a figure. Let us avoid making a spectacle of this situation. Dong Zimei's reasoning was straightforward. If a matter could be resolved with money, there was no need to squander time. Ling Yun, upon hearing her words, also perceived the situation simply, believing her intent was to smooth over the kidnapping incident involving him on behalf of Dong Weiqi. Indeed, wealthy individuals often exhibit a sense of entitlement. Does she believe her riches grant her the liberty to act without restraint? With this in mind, Ling Yun resolved to teach her a lesson. Very well, since you insist, let us start with 2 billion. Dong Zimei began to jot down the amount in her checkbook. Yet, after completing the numeral 2, she suddenly realized something was amiss. Gradually lifting her head, she regarded Ling Yun with suspicion, asking, "How much did you say? 2 billion? She then turned her gaze towards her profligate brother. "When did you become so valuable?" Dong Weiqi was rendered somewhat bewildered by her words. Dong Zimei, not waiting for a response, swiftly turned back to Ling Yun, stating, "How about you pay me 2 billion, and I'll deliver him to you? This troublesome lad is no longer of use to our family." Chapter 78. Subjective Misunderstandings. Any further discussion is futile. Dong Zimei misinterpreted Ling Yun's identity, aiming to resolve this predicament with money. However, she did not anticipate that he would audaciously demand 2 billion. This infuriated Dong Zimei to the point of disavowing her brother. Dong Weiqi, feeling quite wronged, had never known he was worth such a sum. It appeared that this so-called big brother did indeed value him. Alas, he was ultimately a man. Were he not, he might have succumbed without hesitation. Seeing that they were unwilling to part with 2 billion, Ling Yun could not help but scoff inwardly. If you, Meidun, refuse to invest 2 billion now, once you have expanded your reach, it will be far too late to remedy the fundamental issues. Your Meidun group may be substantial, but you cannot resolve the underlying problems, thus sealing your fate as the eventual loser in this competition. In the future, you may still reign as the delivery king in other regions, but in Donghu, the largest municipality, it will be increasingly difficult for Meidun to maintain its position. Not only Meidun, but other platforms such as Abu will ultimately struggle to survive. Should you dare to engage in a price war, it would be most fortuitous. The more you invest, the more devastating your defeat will be. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Ling Yun could not suppress a faint smile. Truth be told, his initial impression of the Dong siblings was quite favorable. While Dong Weiqi was indeed somewhat arrogant, there was an endearing foolishness about him. At least he had never shied away when it mattered. Thus, Ling Yun was prepared to offer them another chance. After all, mutual benefit yields prosperity, while division leads to ruin. In business, the optimal outcome is a win-win. Miss Dong, if you cannot provide 2 billion in cash, you may also offer shares as compensation. Generally, I am quite amicable and would hope to establish a familial bond with you. Trust me, choosing me will undoubtedly be your wisest decision. From the outset, Ling Yun was discussing a potential collaboration between Zunshida and Meidun. However, Dong Zimei had misconstrued his intentions as she entered. She had assumed Ling Yun was one of those unscrupulous individuals who sought to extort money through scandal. Thus, his words resonated with an entirely different meaning in her ears. Consequently, Dong Zimei regarded him with disbelief and intense loathing. Is this fellow truly so desperate? Does he think that a modicum of charm allows him to act so shamelessly? To audaciously suggest that, lacking cash, one could offer shares as compensation. How preposterous! Moreover, his attempts at seduction are misplaced. My dim-witted brother would never compromise his family for someone like him. Humph. Not only is he wicked, but he is also exceedingly foolish. Had he initially targeted me, he might have earned a few 100,000 in compensation. I would never be so frivolous. My prince must descend from the clouds of glory. In her mind, Dong Zimei had nearly cursed Ling Yun to oblivion. Yet, Ling Yun remained hopeful for a collaborative venture. If he could secure a partnership with Meidun, Zunshida might forego a decade of struggle. Alas, reality often proves far more unforgiving than one's aspirations. Without a moment's hesitation, Dong Zimei flatly rejected his proposal. Impossible. You have two choices. First, you may leave unimpeded, and I shall compensate you 200,000 for your emotional distress, considering this incident never occurred. Second, should you choose to remain, I will have you beaten to death, and your family will receive a sum for your burial expenses. The decision is yours. As she spoke, Dong Zimei slammed the prepared check onto the table. Ling Yun immediately grasped the situation. She had no intention of pursuing a partnership. However, she was quite naive. Did she truly believe 200,000 would silence him? Do I lack such a paltry sum? Given her attitude, there was nothing left to discuss. Keep your trifling sum. I can overlook today's events, but I will not relent. Ultimately, we shall see who prevails. With that, Ling Yun rose and strode towards the exit. The four burly men at the door moved to block his way, but Dong Zimei, unsure of his background, refrained from escalating matters further. She gestured for her bodyguards to allow him to exit. The four men parted, permitting Ling Yun to exit with an air of confidence. Inside the room, only the Dong siblings remained. Dong Zimei immediately seized Dong Weiqi by the ear. You little brat, what have you done to provoke such a maniac? Explain yourself. At that moment, she finally had the opportunity to inquire about the details. Dong Weiqi recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon learning the full story, Dong Zimei felt as though she had misjudged him. However, now that he had departed, it would be unwise to summon him back. Such an action would only complicate matters further. Nevertheless, Dong Zime was no stranger to tough battles. If reconciliation was off the table, then so be it. Meidun had never feared competition in the delivery industry. Mere Zunshida was insignificant in her eyes. She was confident in her ability to swallow them whole. With this resolution, Dong Zime decided to take charge personally. Thus, from the very next day, Meidun began to invest heavily in the Donghu region. A plethora of substantial subsidies has inundated the market, compelling merchants on the platform to engage in promotional activities. However, the more such activities proliferate, the greater their losses on the platform become. The crux of the issue lies in their inability to recruit a sufficient number of delivery riders. While generous subsidies and vouchers can indeed lure customers back, the question remains, who will deliver the food? Orders from merchants are generated continuously. Yet the number of riders available to pick up the meals is alarmingly scant. At times, a single delivery worker is tasked with managing over 20 orders simultaneously, rendering timely deliveries nearly impossible. Failure to fulfill these deliveries results in financial penalties for the riders, leading to feelings of injustice. This sense of grievance can ultimately foster thoughts of changing jobs, creating a vicious cycle. Consequently, after merely 3 days, the promotional activities of Meituan came to a halt, as no riders were available to accept and deliver orders after customers placed them. Presently, it is predominantly shop owners who are seeking individuals to deliver their goods, a situation that has left many proprietors in despair. Thus, a new wave of merchants considering job changes has emerged. In the midst of this critical juncture, a policy was launched by Zunshida, which effectively eradicated the remaining merchants of Meituan in one fell swoop. Within just 4 days of the business skirmish, Meituan's food delivery service faced utter defeat. In the office of the general manager at Meituan's East Shanghai headquarters, Dong Zime stared blankly at the data displayed on her computer screen. Dong Weiqi, summon Fu Xiantong for me. I must understand the situation. Chapter 79, Countering Strategies. Seizing the opportunity for unmanned deliveries, Dong Zime resolved to remain in East Shanghai to counter Zunshida's delivery service using her former strategies. Little did she anticipate that within a mere 4 days, they would be vanquished. Meituan once boasted over 170,000 riders and 340,000 merchants, solidifying its status as the preeminent platform in the local market. Yet, in the span of just over 3 months, their rider count dwindled to a mere 2,000. With only around 1,200 merchants remaining, the platform now resembled a shell of its former self. Many riders had been lured away by enticing commission rates and a lack of penalties, while merchants were abandoning ship due to a newly introduced policy by Zunshida. The official announcement from Zunshida proclaimed that merchants from other platforms could transfer their ratings upon joining. This meant that merchants from competing platforms could bring their existing ratings to Zunshida. After verification by Zunshida's backend, they could officially migrate their ratings. And new merchants would enjoy a promotional policy eliminating commission fees for the first 10,000 orders. Upon witnessing this policy, Fu Xiantong was momentarily taken aback, rendering her unresponsive to Dong Zime's repeated requests. In exasperation, General Manager Dong Weiqi took it upon himself to fetch her. In the General Manager's office, Dong Weiqi casually entertained himself with his phone as Fu Xiantong tirelessly verified data alongside Dong Zime. Director Dong, if this continues, we will lose our foothold in the East Shanghai market. Merchants are either fleeing or en route to do so. Dong Zime, however, resolutely shook her head. No, not everyone has fled. I just verified the backend data. The vast majority of merchants have merely temporarily closed their Meituan stores. They have not completely abandoned us. Confused, Fu Xiantong queried, Director Dong, what is the difference? They are no longer operating stores with us. Dong Zime interjected. The nature of the situation is different. As long as they still have stores on Meituan, I can find a way to reopen them. With that, she picked up the phone and dialed a number. Hello. Research Department? Has the unmanned delivery vehicle experiment concluded? Good. Please allocate 20,000 units to East Shanghai as soon as possible. Yes, 20,000, no less. I will give you 3 days. After hanging up, Dong Zime immediately called another number. Hello, Public Relations Department? I need a proposal for a campaign themed the era of high-tech unmanned deliveries is upon us. The trial location will be East Shanghai, with the key selling point being that unmanned deliveries incur no service fees. You heard correctly, it's free. Ensure that the advertising is robust and the promotion is timely. I will grant you 5 days. Dong Zime concluded the call and turned to Fu Xiantong. I also give you 4 days to reach out to all former merchants and persuade them to return, emphasizing our unmanned delivery service. Upon hearing this, Fu Xiantong felt her legs weaken. Director Dong, We previously had over 30,000 clients. With only 4 days, I fear I may not complete the task. Dong Zimei, undeterred, issued a directive. I am allocating 150,000 for promotional expenses. No further discussion. If you succeed, I will promote you to Deputy General Manager. If you fail, pack your things and leave. Our Matewan group has no need for layabouts. Fu Xiantong's eyes sparkled at the prospect. Previously, when Dong Weiqi made similar promises, it felt like mere empty words. However, Dong Zimei was a powerful director within the group, and securing a promotion would be as simple as making a phone call. Energized, Fu Xiantong declared, "Yes, Director Dong. I promise to complete the task on time." With that, she seized the directive and departed. At that moment, Dong Weiqi, who had been lounging on the sofa, finally rose and said, "Sister, is it really necessary to make such a grand spectacle? That fellow named Ling is merely digging his own grave. We need not concern ourselves with him. In time, he will starve." As he spoke, he approached the desk and sat down. In this world, who operates a loss-making business? He is distributing funds to the impoverished underclass. How can his company expect to survive? Dong Zimei, upon hearing his words, merely smiled condescendingly. She exhaled a deep sigh. I conducted a thorough background check on him. Ling Yun, besides Zunshida, also has a logistics company named Flash Delivery and a gas cylinder factory. While Flash Delivery has yet to gain traction, many military units are currently assessing it. Given this momentum, the military appears to be contemplating a partnership. At this point, Dong Zimei cast a glance at her brother. The connections you previously established have also been acknowledged by military personnel. Therefore, Ling is undoubtedly more formidable than he appears. Moreover, just a few days prior, they had leased 4 cargo ships for overseas transport. Dong Zimei paused, and Dong Weiqi, growing impatient, pressed, "What of the overseas transport? Sister, what are you trying to imply?" Regaining her composure, Dong Zimei continued, "Is it not evident? This signifies that food delivery is not their primary business. They are merely toying with us through a side venture. And yet they almost succeeded in wiping us out. It is now clear that their demand for 2 billion is indeed not excessive." Reflecting on this, Dong Zimei felt a pang of regret. Had she not acted impulsively and jumped to conclusions, that moment might have represented the optimal opportunity for collaboration between the two companies. Now, it seemed they would need to expend far more resources than necessary. Frustrated, she glared at her brother, impulsively grabbing a folder from the desk to strike him. "This is all your fault." Dong Weiqi, bewildered, hastily shielded his head and fled the office. "Dong Zimei, have you lost your mind? This is Donghu, and I am the one in charge here." Yet, his words were met with a furious retort, "Get lost." Dong Weiqi, being a man, was not one to shy away from acknowledging defeat. If told to leave, he would leave without hesitation. This provided him with a perfectly valid excuse to take a break. Thus, humming a tune, Dong Weiqi descended to the underground parking garage. However, before he could reach his sports car, he was unexpectedly surrounded by 4 individuals. "Are you Dong Weiqi?" Upon hearing this question, Dong Weiqi arrogantly lifted his chin and proclaimed, "I am here. Who are you? Are you looking to cause trouble on my turf?" The 4 did not respond. Instead, they swiftly enveloped him in a sack. "How audacious! You are kidnapping me. Help! Someone is being abducted," Dong Weiqi shouted, only to be met with a flurry of blows, prompting him to quickly learn the value of silence. Shortly after, a business vehicle screeched to a halt behind them. "Get in the car, let us go." Chapter 80. If you were a little cow, I would gladly be your shepherd. Dong Weiqi had vanished from his own company's parking lot. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, the security department immediately sprang into action. However, they were ultimately a step too slow. By the time the security personnel rushed over, the business vehicle had already broken through. With no other option, the security manager had to report the incident. Upon learning of the situation, Dong Zimei's first reaction was not to call the police. Instead, a certain individual quickly came to her mind. With her brother in trouble, that person would undoubtedly be involved. At 5 p.m., at the Shansong Logistics Park, the soldiers stationed for duty had already withdrawn. No suspicious vehicles were in sight, suggesting that the military and national security were still engaged in negotiations. Thus, the logistics park returned to its usual tranquility. However, this calm was soon shattered by the arrival of a convoy. A Mercedes-Benz business van, accompanied by 6 luxury cars, barreled through the barriers and came to a stop in front of the office building. Before the security team could react, over 20 individuals clad in black suits, each more intimidating than the last, disembarked. These were elite soldiers brought by Dong Zimei from the security department. After half of them stormed upstairs, they quickly cornered Ling Yun in his office. Once the office building was secured, Dong Zimei ascended with 4 bodyguards in tow. It was only then that the 6 security guards from the logistics park arrived, only to be intimidated by the formidable presence before them. With 8 individuals blocking the entrance downstairs, their 6-man team was woefully outmatched. Chapter 81. If it's convenient, I shall embrace my role as the villain. Dong Zimei's foolish brother had been abducted by unknown assailants. Consequently, her immediate suspect was Ling Yun. Yet, regardless of his explanations, she was resolute in her belief that he was the culprit. Faced with such an obstinate woman, Ling Yun found it difficult to lower himself to the role of a mere coward. How absurd. Did he really think he could not handle her? Since she had made him out to be the villain, he decided to play along, embracing the role she had assigned him. Nevertheless, he warned her not to blame him for being too villainous. With this thought in mind, Ling Yun smiled and nodded slowly. All right, since you are so certain, let us discuss terms. Fulfill my conditions, and I shall return your brother by tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Dong Zimei's expression turned icy. Indeed, this man could no longer contain himself. Humph, I knew this was your doing. A sense of vain satisfaction washed over her as she coldly addressed Ling Yun. Had you said this earlier, we could have avoided this wasted dialogue. Speak. What do you want? Money or something else? As long as it's not too outrageous. I will ensure it is delivered tonight, and I promise I will not involve the police. Ling Yun, seemingly pleased, nodded in agreement before fixing his gaze on her and stating, as for money, I have enough at the moment. However, having been single for over 30 years, I have yet to find an opportunity to be intimate with a beautiful woman. I hear Miss Dong is also single. Why not? Ling Yun feigned a lewd grin. Witnessing this, Dong Zimei shuddered in disbelief. She had never imagined him to be such a shameless individual. Kidnapping her brother was one thing, but now he dared to cast his eyes upon her. How brazen. With this thought, Dong Zimei rose abruptly, her cold gaze fixed on him. Ling, what exactly do you want? I warn you, do not overstep your bounds. Do you truly think the Dong family is so easily trifled with? Feigning ignorance, Ling Yun slowly stood and smiled at her. Didn't you ask me to state my demands? I want you. Stay with me tonight. And your brother will certainly return by tomorrow morning. What do you say? Is it a deal? Dong Zimei's expression darkened at his words, her face betraying a hint of embarrassment. Ling Yun could hardly suppress a laugh. It seemed that teasing a beauty was indeed thrilling. No wonder those rascals would seek amusement on the streets. As Ling Yun pondered these trivial matters, a man dressed in a suit abruptly entered the room. Boss, there are over 100 people outside. We are surrounded. He spoke, his eyes fixed intently on Ling Yun, suggesting an intention to capture the leader first. However, Dong Zimei quickly interrupted him. Do not act rashly. We will discuss this later. Turning away, she prepared to leave. Ling Yun, however, was displeased. Stop. Do you think this is your place to come and go as you please? Do the Dong family members lack any manners or decorum? The suited man approached Ling Yun but quickly halted, retreating cautiously. Why? Because Ling Yun had placed a firearm on the table before him. The moment the man saw the gun, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Oh no, he had encountered a formidable opponent. He swiftly positioned himself in front of Dong Zimei and whispered urgently, Boss, do not engage in a war of words. Let us leave first and discuss it outside. Having served as Dong Zimei's bodyguard for 10 years, his words were trustworthy. His caution indicated that the situation was more perilous than she had anticipated. Thus, Dong Zimei, maintaining her composure, replied, Fine, and then turned to Ling Yun, raising her voice to ask, Ling, what exactly do you want? Let us establish clear terms. Everything is negotiable. Seeing her relent, Ling Yun decided to seize the opportunity to provoke her further. With a mischievous grin, he replied, All right. This time, I offer you 2 choices. 1. Stay with me tonight. And tomorrow I'll let you take your brother home. 2. Sincerely bow and apologize, and then take your useless entourage and leave immediately. As he spoke, he pressed his hands flat against the table. The suited man observed the tense proximity of Ling Yun's right hand to the gun, realizing that he could fire at any moment. In light of this, the suited man immediately bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, we were indeed reckless this time. I sincerely apologize for the disturbance. I extend my apologies on behalf of Miss Dong. A true gentleman knows when to bend and when to stand firm, as his duty is to ensure Dong Zimei's safety. Thus, sometimes, one's pride may not be of paramount importance. However, it is regrettable that the individual Ling Yun seeks to punish is not him. In an exasperated tone, Ling Yun turned to Dong Zimei and declared, What I desire is an apology from the person involved. Must I be the one to prompt such basic courtesy? At that moment, Dong Zimei's complexion darkened significantly. She caught sight of the handgun on the table, realizing that the rumors were indeed true. This man truly possessed a firearm. She had foolishly misjudged the situation. Under the threat of a gun, one must lower their head. Now was not the time for bravado. She could not afford to lose her brother and then sacrifice herself as well. With this thought in mind, Dong Zime gritted her teeth and slowly bowed. I apologize. My earlier behavior was reckless. Please forgive me. Strangely enough, upon shedding her stubbornness, she appeared quite gentle and endearing. Regrettably, without proper guidance, she would never learn to be obedient. Ling Yun let her stew in silence for 2 minutes before finally speaking. All right, you may leave. Although your brother is not in my captivity, since you have come to me for assistance, I will help you find him. I shall respond before noon tomorrow. Await my news. Upon hearing this, the corners of Dong Zime's mouth nearly twisted in anger. Did I come seeking your help? I clearly came to demand justice. Yet, her plans had backfired. If he were not genuinely armed, would she have shown such weakness? How infuriating. This man seemed intent on provoking her to the brink. Nevertheless, this was not the time for stubbornness. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Ling. I truly appreciate it. If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave. With that, Dong Zime stood up, preparing to exit. Yet, Ling Yun picked up the handgun, smiling, and said, Take care, no need for a send-off. As he spoke, he pulled the trigger to ignite a cigarette. What the? That gun is merely a lighter. Both of them were momentarily stunned. Suddenly, the burly man in the suit lunged at Ling Yun. Chapter 82. Infuriating, troubles come one after another as Ling Yun ignited his cigarette with the lighter on the table. Dong Zime and her bodyguard were left utterly astonished. The bodyguard, in a fit of rage, charged at Ling Yun. However, at that critical moment, Ling Yun raised his left hand, revealing a genuine Glock G17. The gunshot rang out, leaving the bodyguard frozen in place. Dong Zime trembled in fear, finally comprehending the gravity of the situation. In a nation like ours, one does not toy with firearms lightly. The individuals who do are certainly not to be trifled with. Calling the police? Spare me. By the time they arrive, they will find nothing. No one is foolish enough to leave evidence for such a situation. Thus, this humiliation must be swallowed in silence. Wang Long, do not act recklessly. Let us leave. The gunshot was not particularly loud. Outside, it sounded akin to firecrackers. Consequently, the bodyguard stationed at the door did not rush in. Of course, it was not due to a lack of desire, but rather a paralyzing fear. The corridor was now filled with Ling Yun's men, all wielding clubs, and they appeared quite formidable. As Dong Zime and Wang Long emerged, they were taken aback by the scene. Fortunately, Ling Yun approached the entrance and signaled for his men to part, allowing them passage. Dong Zime turned back to express her gratitude before ushering her subordinates away. Once outside, the bare-chested Wang Xiaoqiang hurried into the office, tightly gripping a watermelon knife in his right hand. Brother Yin, are you all right? I received a call from security and rushed over. Who exactly is that woman? Should I intercept her? Ling Yun could not suppress a laugh at the sight of him. He quickly removed his suit jacket and draped it over Wang Xiaoqiang. What era are we in, still dressing like a thug? Nowadays, those in the underworld are all suited up and driving luxury cars. Let us not indulge in gang warfare. We are a legitimate company. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoqiang immediately understood. He then turned and tossed the knife outside, declaring, Gather all weapons. No more knives or clubs. Inform the PR department to purchase 2 sets of black suits for everyone. Let's disperse for now. I'll treat everyone to a late-night meal. With that, he promptly shut the office door, sensing that Ling Yun likely had further instructions. As expected, once Wang Xiaoqiang turned away, Ling Yun began to assign tasks. I will cover the cost of tonight's meal, but I need you to do me a favor. Take the brothers out to host a gathering. Seek out the local thugs. Find out who exactly kidnapped Dong Weiqi from Meidun Company. Anyone providing useful information will receive a reward of 100,000. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoqiang nodded vigorously. Understood. Brother, but I don't quite grasp why we should involve ourselves in this matter. Ling Yun, not wanting to delve into lengthy explanations, replied tersely, to prove our innocence. Is that not enough? Enough of the chatter. Get to work. Wang Xiaoqiang awkwardly smiled and turned to leave. However, Ling Yun called him back to add, also, inform the operations department to send a message to all delivery riders. Share Dong Weiqi's photo. The first person to provide effective information will equally receive a reward of 100,000. Wang Xiaoqiang nodded eagerly and promptly exited. After watching him leave, Ling Yun returned to his desk. Just as he extinguished his cigarette, the phone began to ring. Without delay, he picked it up and glanced at the screen. Yao Qianqian. Why is she calling all of a sudden? He murmured before pressing the answer button. Hello Yao, what is going on? Are you enjoying your time in Singapore? Yao Qianqian had flown to Singapore that very morning to oversee the establishment of a transit station, as the distance from Donghu to the Middle East was quite considerable. Thus, Ling Yun had sent her and old Zhang there to seize opportunities. The immediate priority was to secure a dock, and from there, they would gradually expand into the Singapore market and establish a company. However, Yao Qianqian's call was not about matters related to Singapore. Her first words were, "Somali pirates have seized our ship." Upon hearing this, Ling Yun felt his head spin in disbelief. What? Somali pirates have taken our ship? What purpose do they have in seizing a vessel? I'm here to load natural gas and oil. What use is a vacant ship to them? Infuriated, he lamented the unending stream of troubles. With that thought, Ling Yun quickly reassured her, "Do not worry. I will handle this issue. Just focus on your tasks with old Zhang." Though Yao Qianqian remained concerned, she was soon comforted by Ling Yun. After hanging up, he sat down at his computer and opened the chat window with Huaxia Adam, noticing that the contact was currently online. He swiftly began to strike the keys on the keyboard. "Oh dear brother, what is the situation with you Somali pirates? Why has my cargo ship been detained? Do I have to pay you a toll just for passing through? If this continues, I shall have to levy a loss tax of 50 on every piece of equipment." After sending the message, Ling Yun, fuming, lit another cigarette. However, Adam on the other side of the computer was left bewildered. In the country of the Lynx, at the artillery command center, Adam, unusually diligent, had stayed late. Yet, shortly after turning on his computer, he was met with this absurdity. "What on earth does this have to do with us? The Somali pirates detaining your ship has nothing to do with our Houthis. We are not even part of the same system. Is the god of war confused out of anger? And what is this about, dear brother? My full name is Adam Evans. Thank you very much. Please do not arbitrarily change people's surnames." After a brief moment of confusion, Adam finally pulled out the keyboard to respond. "Mr. God of War, please do not be agitated. Some matters are not as you perceive. While we do have some business dealings with Somalia, we are fundamentally not the same organization. Thus, I genuinely know nothing about the incident involving your detained cargo ship." The message was quickly sent, and Adam began making phone calls. He needed to clarify the situation promptly, as he had given assurances to the other party. If something truly happened to their cargo ship, they could forget about acquiring arms at such low prices in the future. Upon receiving the message, Ling Yun quickly regained his composure. Since the other party had business dealings with Somalia, it indicated that the matter could still be negotiated. Very well. Let us proceed with courtesy before hostility. Chapter 83. The arrogant Somali pirates. Somalia, officially known as the Federal Republic of Somalia, is located at the easternmost tip of the African continent, possessing the longest coastline in Africa. The pirates operating in the Gulf of Aden on this peninsula are a blend of rogue and official, specializing in plundering vessels from other nations. Among them, the four largest gangs are the Puntland Maritime Security, the Coast Guard, the Camille, and the Somali Navy. The gang responsible for the hijacking of Ling Yun's company ship is the most brazen and powerful, the Somali Navy. Hatem, the deputy commander of the Houthi artillery, managed to establish contact with the leader of the pirates, Busandi. However, to Adam's surprise, the other party showed no respect for their organization. Upon making contact, Busandi immediately demanded a ransom of 30 million pounds. This demand left Adam feeling utterly humiliated, resulting in a swift and unpleasant end to their first conversation. Why was Busandi so audacious? It was because, several years prior, he had led his band of brothers in a case that sent shockwaves around the world. In 2009, the so-called second largest oil tanker in the world, the Scariest, passed through the Gulf of Aden. At that time, the Somali Navy was merely a small group of a few dozen men, armed with only a handful of outdated World War II rifles. Yet, Busandi successfully hijacked the 330-meter-long, 318,000 ton supertanker with just a few dozen men and those old rifles. The Scariest was more than 3 times larger than Ling Yun's cargo ship and had the capacity to transport up to 2 million barrels of crude oil. To put it in monetary terms, the total value of the Scariest, including the ship itself and the oil, exceeded 200 million pounds. The world was stunned by the hijacking of the Scariest. Ultimately, Busandi demanded a ransom of 10 million pounds from the owning company, but after various intermediaries mediated, he only received 3 million pounds. For this reason, Busandi often lamented that he had received far too little. Thus, after successfully hijacking Ling Yun's cargo ship, he boldly quoted a ransom of 30 million. Even if the other party sought to negotiate, it would at least start at 10 million, right? They could hardly expect to haggle it down to 3 million again. With prices having skyrocketed, Busandi would not agree to a significant reduction. Therefore, Adam's initial demand for the pirates to release the ship for free was utterly impossible. What he did not realize was that he had crossed paths with someone he should not have provoked. In Donghu, at the Model Factory District, it was Ling Yun's first visit since this area had been acquired. One must say, The vast expanse of land was indeed a bargain. Primarily, it was sufficiently secluded, allowing for operations without interference. Even if someone were to witness something, the factory's name could easily deflect suspicion. After all, what crime is there in constructing models? Yet, outsiders were oblivious to the fact that what was produced here were the real deal. Ling Yun stood on the second-floor balcony overlooking the factory district, where all production facilities were halted. This was a directive he had issued prior to his arrival. Now, all production lines were suspended, undergoing maintenance, awaiting his latest instructions. Due to Zhang Yoxin's frequent absences, he had promoted an assistant factory director, Zhu Qingfu. This older Zhu was among the 13 staunch allies. Although often referred to as Old Zhu, he was only 3 years older than Ling Yun. Ling Yun stood on the balcony smoking, while Old Zhu held an ashtray beside him. Mr. Ling, we have halted production for 2 days. All equipment has been maintained and is ready for your command. Hearing this, Ling Yun furrowed his brow slightly. He then extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray and said, Old Zhu, in a water warfare scenario, what equipment would be most effective? Upon hearing this, Zhu Qingfu's eyes lit up immediately. This query sounded familiar. It seemed he had heard a similar line yesterday in a storytelling session. Therefore, with confidence, he beamed at Ling Yun and replied, My lord, that would naturally be the bow and arrow. Ha ha ha, are you planning to borrow arrows with a straw boat? Upon hearing this, Ling Yun turned to him in shock. Old Zhu, you haven't been drinking fake liquor this early, have you? What nonsense are you spouting? Noticing that his little joke had not landed, Zhu Qingfu awkwardly cleared his throat and explained, I haven't been drinking. I was just making a small jest. After saying this, Old Zhu quickly shifted the topic back to the matter at hand. In modern water warfare, we definitely need to employ warships and submarines, like destroyers, cruisers, nuclear submarines, and aircraft carriers. Haven't you seen them in the news? Their display is truly awe-inspiring. Ling Yun was certainly aware of the current state of naval warfare. He understood that warships and submarines were the preferred choices. However, his focus was not on this. He then gazed at the factory before him and murmured, So, how large of a warship can we produce here? Upon hearing this, Zhu Qingfu's eyes nearly bulged out. He first looked at Ling Yun, then turned to survey the factory. Mr. Ling, please do not jest. How large can our factory be? While we might secretly manufacture some tanks, armored vehicles, and small aircraft, producing warships is a bit beyond our capabilities. As he spoke, he began gesticulating with his hands to illustrate. Our factory is only this big. How large would a warship be? We won't even mention advanced destroyers like the 054 and 055. Even the retired 051 class domestic destroyer is 132 meters long. With a beam of 128 meters, a standard displacement of 250 tons, and a full load displacement of 670 tons. Mr. Ling, do you understand what this implies? This implies that, let alone producing such a colossal entity, even acquiring a ready-made one would be impossible due to space constraints. Zhu Qingfu, with the familiarity of a seasoned expert, effortlessly recited the specifications of the 051 destroyer. This was precisely why he had been promoted by Ling Yun to the position of deputy factory director. His extensive military knowledge surpassed that of the veteran Zhang. Zhu's friendship with Ling Yun blossomed from their shared passion for military affairs, and thus, Ling Yun granted him an opportunity that could potentially fulfill his dream. What was Old Zhu's dream? It was to develop and manufacture his very own weaponry. Although this dream seemed somewhat distant, Ling Yun had at least provided him with a chance. Consequently, upon uncovering the truth about the model factory, Zhu immediately agreed without hesitation. After hearing Zhu's words, Ling Yun's brow furrowed even tighter. I am aware of everything you mentioned. However, I urgently require a batch of naval combat equipment. This truly puts me in a predicament. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qingfu was momentarily taken aback. He then turned to Ling Yun with a grin and said, I have a solution. We don't need to produce large destroyers or aircraft carriers. We can still engage in naval warfare. Chapter 84. My talents are abundant. Ling Yun personally visited the model factory to seek Old Zhu's opinion. As expected, consulting him for ideas was indeed the right choice. His knowledge of various nations' equipment far exceeded the average person's, marking him as a true military enthusiast. Thus, upon hearing Zhu's proposal, Ling Yun turned to him earnestly and inquired, We can engage without large destroyers or aircraft carriers. Old Zhu, what do you mean? Please elaborate. As he spoke, he extended a cigarette towards Zhu. Noticing this, Zhu promptly accepted it with a smile, and Ling Yun lit it for him. Observing this scene, Old Zhu expressed his gratitude while eagerly sharing his thoughts. Last year, President Puvish of Damao visited our nation for a state visit. At that time, The official arrangements allowed the Mao representatives to tour a remote-controlled toy factory. This factory specialized in producing large ship model toys. Upon hearing this, Ling Yun appeared somewhat perplexed. I inquired about naval combat, and you suddenly started discussing toy manufacturing? Internally, he felt 100 frustrations, yet he maintained a calm and speechless demeanor. Old Zhu, meanwhile, leisurely smoked and continued. During that visit, the factory showcased many different models of oversized remote-controlled naval toys. Puvish found it fascinating and couldn't resist trying his hand at operating one, thoroughly enjoying himself. At this, Ling Yun could barely contain himself. He tightened his brows and coldly remarked, Old Zhu, I'm pressed for time. Can we please focus on the essentials? Realizing the misalignment, Zhu promptly extinguished his cigarette and spoke rapidly. At that moment, Puvish asked the factory owner a question. How many rockets can this carry? The room fell silent, stunned by his inquiry. Consequently, our nation began investing in the research of unmanned vessels. However, reality has proven more challenging than dreams. Thus far, we have not succeeded. The disparity between toys and actual equipment is substantial, far more complicated than it appears. Having reached this point, Old Zhu swallowed hard, momentarily at a loss for words. Ling Yun waited a moment before asking, Is that all? Zhu nodded vigorously, affirming, Yes, that's all. Ling Yun raised an eyebrow and inquired, So? Are you suggesting we explore the concept of unmanned vessels? Zhu quickly corrected him, It's unmanned remote-controlled warships. They are significantly smaller than conventional warships. Yet their strike capabilities are formidable. Upon hearing this, Ling Yun experienced a sudden epiphany. He smiled, patting Old Zhu on the shoulder. You and Zhang are truly my hidden talents. This is an excellent idea. Your bonus for this month will be increased by 200,000. Every employee in the factory will receive an additional 20,000. Zhu Qingfu was nearly overwhelmed with joy. His excitement stemmed not from the bonus, but from Ling Yun's earlier affirmation. I am the hidden talent of the boss. He thought. Wait, that term doesn't seem entirely flattering, does it? No. This praise feels rather peculiar. As Zhu pondered the meaning of the phrase, Ling Yun had already turned away, chuckling to himself. 2 days later, he spent 1 million yuan to acquire a makeshift model ship factory in the eastern suburbs. Ling Yun's motivation for such a hefty investment wasn't to covet their production lines or technology, but rather the land itself. This imitation factory, named Palang, was situated in a crescent-shaped area near the river. Consequently, the factory premises boasted a half-man-made lake spanning over 30,000 square meters, utilized for testing model ships, a complementary feature included with the factory purchase. Most importantly, both the lake and the factory possessed proper documentation. Hence, this modest imitation factory commanded such a high price. Upon taking control, Ling Yun promptly renamed it to Chengfeng Model Company and initiated a comprehensive renovation of the premises. A military production line was certainly to be established, as the output from the model factory was no longer sufficient. Additionally, he constructed a new modification experimental center exceeding 500 square meters within the factory grounds. This center was equipped with various modification devices, including a dedicated testing laboratory. These various expenditures amounted to nearly 2.6 million yuan. The model company did not require highly skilled technical personnel. Rather, it needed dedicated individuals to oversee operations. Thus, Zhou Chaoqiang was appointed as the manager, with a team of 30 subordinates assigned to him. In order to maintain a low profile, Ling Yun subsequently hired over 20 peripheral workers. These peripheral workers were tasked with the responsibilities of transporting manufacturing materials and loading finished model ships, while the production of the models was entirely managed by automated AI equipment. Furthermore, he recruited Lao Wang and Lao Zhao from a gas canister factory. These two seasoned artisans were among his first hires. Lao Wang's specialty was crafting an aircraft carrier entirely by hand. Of course, this aircraft carrier was not genuine. He had repurposed discarded stainless steel kitchenware to create a model for his grandson. However, it was not merely a superficial imitation. Aside from lacking a nuclear propulsion system, his model included nearly every feature found on a real aircraft carrier. With a small engine installed, this model could even set sail. Although his achievements did not make the news, he became quite popular on various short video platforms. Unfortunately, Lao Wang's daughter-in-law held him in disdain, resulting in her encouraging her husband to immigrate earlier this year. Now, Lao Wang found himself alone in the country, but his encounter with Ling Yun had revitalized his life. He could not deny the happiness he felt dancing with various elderly ladies at the square every day. As for Lao Zhao, his accomplishments were even more remarkable. He was a retired professor. Indeed, Lao Zhao boasted the highest level of education and expertise among the elderly artisans. However, he had been compelled into early retirement due to his entanglement in the marriage of the dean and his partner. His primary field of research was thermal energy and power engineering. While this specialty may sound unfamiliar, it is quite straightforward to comprehend. In simple terms, he studied the construction of engines. Ling Yun had summoned Lao Wang and Lao Zhao to assist in the swift and efficient development of unmanned vessels. They are indeed a rare pair of outstanding talents. In the laboratory, Ling Yun stood side by side with the two elderly gentlemen, clad in work attire. "Gentlemen," he announced, "the time has come to test your skills. Should you excel in this task, you may choose any of the nearby ladies." Upon hearing this, the old men's eyes sparkled with excitement. The components and models before them transformed in their perception, now resembling enchanting middle-aged beauties beckoning with smiles. "Come on, hurry up and assemble me," they seemed to say. Old Wang and Old Zhao exchanged a knowing glance and, with robust voices, shouted in unison, "Let us get to work." Chapter 85. The Battle in the Gulf of Aden. A marvel of miniature naval technology in the Middle East, near the Gulf of Aden, a large cargo ship, adorned with the flag of a certain nation, gradually approached. The crew members were visibly tense, with the captain intently monitoring the radar. They had officially entered the territory known for Somali pirate activities. On a nearby reef, Busandi stood with binoculars, having observed for some time that the approaching vessel lacked any escort ships. At that moment, a young black man sped towards the ship on a fast boat, nimbly leaping aboard as soon as he reached the reef, clutching a folder. "Commander, we have obtained the ship's information. It is a veritable treasure trove," he exclaimed, dashing to Busandi's side. Turning to the young man, Busandi inquired, "What cargo does the ship carry?" The young man, presenting the documents with a grin, replied, "It contains a plethora of aid supplies, drones, food, clothing, alcohol, and radar equipment." Upon hearing the word radar, a spark ignited in Busandi's eyes. His Somali naval forces were in dire need of radar technology. If they could acquire more, they would no longer have to fear escort fleets. With radar and a few missiles, the Gulf of Aden would become their paradise. Without even looking at the documents, Busandi turned and grabbed the radio. "Everyone, heed my command. All units, launch an assault at once. We must intercept this vessel at all costs." As he finished speaking, the young man interjected, "But that ship is flying the flag of a certain nation." Busandi, upon hearing this, swiftly kicked him into the sea, pointing at the struggling figure and growling, "What does it matter what flag it flies? Even if it bears the United Nations flag, it is inconsequential. If the American ship dares approach, it must first pay homage to my dock." With that, Busandi quickly boarded his fast boat, and over 20 boats surged forth from behind the reef. Within half an hour, dozens of fast boats surrounded the cargo vessel. Before they could approach, gunfire erupted into the air as a warning. The captain of the cargo ship, upon witnessing this, felt a surge of excitement. "At last, sound the battle alarm. Deploy the mini-fleet." The first mate immediately responded affirmatively. Soon, alarms echoed throughout the ship as small boats were rapidly launched from either side. This scene did not escape the notice of Busandi and his crew. "What are they throwing into the sea?" one of them wondered, peering through binoculars. "It looks like lifeboats." Another confirmed, "Indeed, I see them too. Just some small vessels. They must be trying to escape. How foolish. Lifeboats cannot outrun fast boats." They chuckled among themselves, but Busandi felt a tightening in his chest, an unsettling premonition. He took the radio and sternly commanded, "Everyone, focus. We are in the midst of a heist. Execute the plan, form the attack formation. Team 3, board from the flank. While the other squads provide cover, prepare the rocket launchers for immediate fire." Just as he finished giving orders about the rocket launchers, a distant explosion erupted from one of the fast boats. The sound shattered the calm of the sea, followed by a cacophony of gunfire. The Somali naval forces, caught off guard, lost 4 boats in an instant. Even the seasoned Busandi was momentarily bewildered. What in the world is happening? No one on the cargo ship is firing. Could it be friendly fire? He pondered, quickly querying through the radio, "Who just fired? Whose rocket launcher malfunctioned? What is going on?" His urgent inquiries proved effective, as a report soon came through. "Commander, the bullets are coming from the water. There are missiles, too." The report was abruptly cut off by another explosion. Clearly, the messenger would have no further opportunity to speak. At that moment, the source of the disturbance finally surfaced. Several unmanned boats, each 3 to 5 meters long, emerged from the depths. However, these boats were unlike any ordinary fast boats. They were equipped with an array of weaponry, Gatling guns, missiles, cannons, and torpedoes. "What on earth is this? A miniature naval fleet?" Busandi was taken aback. "Wait, Is that a mini aircraft carrier? Can those little planes really take off? The realization struck him hard. This was beyond anything he had anticipated. He was not alone in his bewilderment. Every member of the Somali naval forces was collectively astonished. They had heard tales of drone swarms and had even witnessed them twice. But what did this naval swarm signify? 11 small vessels, representing every known class of warship, cruisers, destroyers, combat support ships, submarines, and aircraft carriers. Though they were miniature versions, they unmistakably formed a complete carrier battle group. Look, there are small planes dropping bombs from above. One shouted, "What kind of black technology is this from that nation? The waters of the Gulf of Aden today are too deep. I want to go home." Busandi was the first to react, realizing they had likely walked into a trap. He quickly issued a retreat order over the radio. However, their commands could not be transmitted. A mini-submarine was already roaming about, emitting electromagnetic interference that threw their coordination into disarray. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Busandi was struck with terror. But it was not just fear. He had inadvertently been ambushed by a mini-submarine equipped with a stun gun. The AI seemed to understand the tactic of capturing the leader first. In Donghu, at the Fengchao ship model factory, Ling Yun, nestled under the covers, was roused from his slumber by the persistent ringing of his phone. After 4 consecutive nights of toil alongside the 2 elderly gentlemen, they had finally completed the design of the carrier battle group. Fortunately, their advanced production equipment meant they need not laboriously craft the ship models by hand. Otherwise, they would never complete this task in 4 months. "Hello, it's me, Ling Yun. How is the situation?" Ling Yun picked up the phone and inquired about the battle progress, as it was evident that the conflict had escalated long ago. However, upon hearing the voice on the other end, he was instantly jolted awake. What the hell? Chapter 86. The meat on the table cannot be left untasted. Ling Yun, along with 2 seasoned veterans, had endured 4 sleepless days, finally managing to assemble a miniature aircraft carrier fleet. After completing the task, he collapsed into the lounge for a much-needed rest. Yet, unexpectedly, he was awoken by a phone call before he could fully recharge. However, this call was not from whom he had hoped. It was Dong Zime. "Is it amusing to toy with people, Mr. Ling? You promised a response by the next day. And now several days have passed. Where is your answer? What about my brother? What will it take for you to release him? Feel free to propose anything aside from the condition mentioned last time." Ling Yun, still caught in a haze between sleep and wakefulness, was bombarded by a torrent of words from the other side. By the time he grasped the conversation, the speaker had paused to catch her breath. At that moment, it felt as though Ling Yun's mind had finally rebooted. "Oh no, I completely forgot. My apologies. I was preoccupied with the situation in Somalia. I will call to inquire right away. Don't hang up." Without waiting for a response, Ling Yun abruptly ended the call. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the logistics park, Dong Zime stood with a group of bodyguards. She was hesitant to enter or cause a scene, so she resorted to calling Ling Yun. However, she did not anticipate his dismissive attitude. "Busy with Somalia? Could you find a more ludicrous excuse? Why not say the United Nations needs you? You might as well go maintain world peace." Dong Zime vented her frustration at the disconnected phone. Though she was furious, she was genuinely intimidated by Ling Yun. He wielded a firearm and seemed to have a fixation on her well-being. Such a man was indeed frightening. She found herself torn over whether to leverage official connections. If she did, it would mean severing ties with him, and whether she could retrieve her brother was uncertain. If he were to act recklessly, her entire family could be in jeopardy. In a harmonious society, what is most feared? It is when ruthless individuals abandon the law and resort to weapons. Undeniably, Mr. Ling appeared to be one of those individuals. Thus, she could only stomp her feet in frustration and anxiety. On the other end, Ling Yun quickly dialed Wang Xiaoqiang. Reclining on his bed, he groggily inquired, "Xiaoqiang, how are your arrangements progressing? It has been several days without any updates." Soon, Wang Xiaoqiang's voice came through the phone. "Brother Yun, I was just about to contact you. These guys are well hidden, having retreated into the mountains. If it weren't for someone's craving for takeout, we might never have found this place." As he spoke, there was a rustling sound on the line, indicating a change of location. Ling Yun immediately sat up, anxiously asking, "Xiaoqiang, what are you doing? I only asked you to find clues. Where have you gone?" Shortly after, Wang Xiaoqiang chuckled on the phone. "Brother Yun, trust me with this. By noon, I will bring the person back to you. Just wait for me in the office." As he was speaking, the line went silent. Ling Yun's heart sank, and he quickly dressed and rushed out. 2 hours later, Ling Yun returned to the logistics park, only to find his car blocked by Dong Zime and her entourage. A swarm of bodyguards swiftly surrounded his vehicle. The security personnel at the entrance immediately turned and ran to call for backup. Before long, a group of men in black emerged. Although they were not armed with machetes or steel rods, each carried an electric baton. Seeing this, Dong Zimei's bodyguards felt a wave of dread. If it were a fair fight, they might have stood a chance, but against opponents wielding electric batons, they were at a disadvantage. Furthermore, the opposing side outnumbered them significantly. Dong Zimei, witnessing the situation, immediately flung open the car door and urgently called out to Ling Yun inside. Ling Yun, if you are a man, come out and settle this with me. Are you using your numbers to bully a woman? Needless to say, few men could tolerate such taunts. Reluctantly, Ling Yun exited the vehicle and surveyed the opposing bodyguards. Are you alone? Don't you have a whole group with you? We are all in the same boat. Let us not pretend anyone is being bullied here. Dong Zimei had no time for idle banter. She stepped forward and coldly declared, I have 10 million in my car. Release Dong Weiqi, and the money is yours. In truth, Dong Zimei had exhausted all options and resorted to the most straightforward means of negotiation. 10 million was enough to indulge in many pleasures. If he was pleased, he could even pursue a celebrity. Of course, this was merely a naive assumption on her part. Ling Yun indeed had a penchant for money. No man would refuse it. However, accepting this money now would equate to admitting to the kidnapping. Yet, Ling Yun had no intention of allowing her to walk away with that sum. After all, why would one refuse meat that was readily available? With this thought, Ling Yun's eyes sparkled as he said, All right, let us go inside and sign a contract. I will accept the money. Dong Zimei was taken aback. Are people in this society so legally astute? Signing a contract for a ransom? Are you worried I might regret it, or are you afraid of my remorse? She scoffed. If they truly had legal awareness, would they engage in such actions? What was the purpose of signing a contract? Were they attempting to evade legal repercussions? Realizing this, Dong Zimei's gaze towards Ling Yun shifted. I underestimated you. Very well. Mr. Ling, you are indeed a person of significance. However, I will not enter with you. Have someone bring out the contract. If we are to sign, let us do it right here. Ling Yun nodded in agreement and promptly called his legal team. After a brief conversation, they went off to prepare the contract. Approximately 15 minutes later, a bespectacled man hurried out from the logistics park. Mr. Ling, here is the contract you requested. Please have a look. As he spoke, the man approached Ling Yun and handed him the document. Ling Yun examined it carefully, and upon confirming there were no issues, he promptly signed both copies. He then handed one of the contracts to Dong Zimei, urging, Come on, sign quickly. Dong Zimei hesitated for a moment before opening the contract and glancing at it. Indeed, it was an investment agreement, and the amount they were investing was precisely 10 million. Quite cunning. All right, you've got me there, she remarked, swiftly signing her name. Ling Yun then retrieved one copy of the contract and said, 2 copies. May our collaboration be fruitful. He extended his hand for a handshake, but she glared at him fiercely and retorted, Enough with the pretense. Where's my brother? You can take the money anytime, but I want him now. As her words hung in the air, a piercing siren suddenly blared in the distance. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense as everyone present felt a surge of anxiety. Who on earth called the police?